Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Today I will bring you a new series from the channel. Please give me a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. It was midday, and the sun was directly overhead on the high mountain. A young man knocked Qin to the ground, laughing mockingly. "Senior brother, be reasonable." He swaggered with his hands on his hips. Qin grimaced and got into a defensive stance. "Don't be so unreasonable, Qin senior brother, you know our junior brother Suahan has recently made a breakthrough and is in serious need of pills." He smirked again, extending his hand to indicate he wanted to help Qin up. "As the grand senior brother outside the sect, shouldn't you care for our talented junior brothers as you did before?" Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly snorted in disdain. Angrily, he shouted, "If you want to take it, come and get it. Stop making those disgusting excuses." The three burly men lunged at him simultaneously. "Look at you, useless person, you are pretty tough, huh?" The leader ordered, "Teach him a lesson, beat him up." Qin was not afraid. He raised his fist in challenge, "Come on." After being hit, he thought angrily, "Damn it." The two men behind were bewildered by the action. The other one remained stubborn, "Do you dare to hit me? Hit him for me." They unleashed attacks from all directions, leaving Qin no chance to evade. He could only defend and endure the blows. Seeing this, several others rushed in to join the attack. "Damn it." Qin struggled to hold on to the last pill bag. The stubborn one stepped on him, scolding, still not letting go. He snatched the fabric bag from Qin's hands and smiled in satisfaction. "Got it." Qin was taken by surprise, his mouth agape. The man poured out two glowing golden pills from his hands. Seeing only that much, he scoffed at Qin. "You useless person, after using pills for so many years, you're still only at the 8th level of the refined chi stage, right?" The others joined in mocking, "The sect giving you pills isn't even as good as giving them to pigs." "Exactly, so have a little self-awareness of a useless person." A man in a yellow robe rode over. "What is going on? Why are you all so slow over just this small matter?" He was Suahan, the little junior brother of the Ling Shao sect. As he rode in, the previously arrogant men became respectful, clasping their hands. "We pay our respects to the junior brother." One day, Qin reported to Suahan, "This guy is unreasonable, we are trying to teach him a lesson." Qin was exhausted, lying limply on the ground. Suahan sat high atop his horse and scoffed coldly. He laughed joyfully, "Qin senior brother, this isn't the first time I've lent you pills, why are you so stubborn this time?" Suahan turned his head, and the other guy added more fuel to the fire. "Sua junior brother, you still don't know, do you? If this guy doesn't break through to Foundation establishment in 2 months, he'll be expelled from the sect." He crossed his arms in disdain. "These pills are just a lifeline for him." Suahan smiled smugly, "Tut tut, senior brother, I only arrived 2 years ago, and you were already at the 8th level of chi refinement." He then pointed at Qin, who was in pain on the ground. "Now I'm about to reach Foundation establishment, and you're still at the 8th level. You are truly a useless person rarely seen in 100 years. Qin squinted his eyes in anger, staring at him with hatred. Suahan glared back. Then, he boldly shouted, "No matter how low my talent is, at least I'm human, not a beast like a wolf." Suahan questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Qin shouted, "Suahan, you beast with a wolf's heart, do you not understand anything?" The knight grabbed Qin by the collar, mocking, "Are you wishing to die by insulting our junior brother?" Qin didn't care, he scoffed, "Isn't it true?" A blurry memory resurfaced. Qin recounted, "Suahan, back then when you just joined the outside sect, your skills were mediocre, I still cared for you, even gave you the chance to cultivate in spiritual arts." He then pointed at Suahan, cursing, "You all form factions, bully fellow disciples, rob my elixirs, what else could you be but a beast?" Qin struck the spirits of the knights, "And you all too, do you really think by being his lackeys now, when he enters the inside sect, he will treat you well?" Qin glanced and scoffed, "People like him will only indiscriminately discard you." Suahan sat silently on his horse, unsure of what to say. He angrily swung the whip down, hitting Qin, who coughed violently. Suahan justified, don't listen to this useless person rambling, once I enter the inside sect, I will definitely not mistreat you. While Qin was grabbing his shirt, he suddenly released his grip and agreed with Suahan, that's right, everyone shouldn't let this useless person sow discord. Qin felt pain and groaned. A green notification screen appeared, ting. The opportunity observation system has successfully started. He asked in astonishment, what? Suahan and the group of heroes left. They were buzzing, Sua junior brother, don't worry, we will definitely trust you. Another guy nodded, that's right, we are all blood brothers, we are not like that useless person. A notification appeared above Suahan, name, Suahan. Identity, Outer Sect disciple of Ling Xiao Sect. Recent opportunities, at the Lin Men Trading Market tomorrow at noon. Qin gaped in surprise, system. He dusted himself off, secretly complaining, I can't believe I've been in this world for 18 years, and the system only just appeared now. Qin told himself, the opportunity observation system also means I can check everyone's opportunities, right? He stood from a distance watching the group of heroes leave. They were still flattering Haoran, Sua junior brother is really amazing. That's right, that's right. A green notification board appeared above a guy who looked confused. He ran away and turned back to stick his tongue out at the group of heroes, a bunch of thugs. Qin teammates slowly stood up, holding their shoulders, did they take your energy pills too? That's right, they took half of them, those damned guys. The two were injured, and a sign also appeared above their heads, but it showed no opportunities recently. Qin understood, it seems I really can see the opportunities of anyone, it's just that not everyone can have opportunities. Seeing him hold his chest, the two disciples felt pity, look, senior brother Qin seems to have been beaten up again. Oh, luckily I didn't resist, at least I didn't have to take a hit. Qin secretly planned, if that's the case, I have to prepare quickly. Suahan, this time I will be the one to rob you. The next day, at a bustling market, he thought, it's really lively here. It was a small stall, with just an old man selling cheap discarded pills. Qin looked around, let's see, found it. He happily approached, this must be the place. Qin maintained a calm expression and asked the vendor, who was chewing on a blade of grass, senior brother, how much is this discarded pill per liang? On a plate full of discarded small pills, the vendor raised 2 fingers and replied wearily, 2 raw pills for 1 liang. Qin was very surprised as he looked at the medicines on the table and said, I didn't expect this discarded pill to be so cheap. While meticulously calculating in his head, he thought, you must know that for regular pills, 2 raw pills might not even buy 1. In the meantime, the vendor used spells to levitate a pill in the air, trying to sell it, junior brother, even though these are all discarded pills, they still have some effects. Thinking of the scene of giving them to spirit beasts, he added, they can be used as food for spirit beasts or as fertilizer for spiritual herbs, which is very beneficial. Using 2 fingers, Qin picked up a pill and pointed at the pile of pills, asking further, are you sure all these pills are discarded? Upon hearing this, the vendor placed it in his palm, nibbled on a leaf, and replied slowly, if these were regular pills, I couldn't sell them so cheaply, these are all discarded pills from the alchemy hall. Then, Qin immediately raised both hands, negotiating with the boss. I happen to have a spiritual herb garden in my backyard, instead of wasting time here, why not sell everything to me for 1 crystal per tael? As soon as he finished speaking, the other party quickly looked at him with an evil glint in his eyes. At that moment, Qin suddenly looked up and thought, I don't have many crystals on me, most of the crystals accumulated over the years were taken by Suahan, and I only have just enough to buy this pile of junk pills. After a moment, the man finally pointed forward with a smile, agreeing, alright, these junk pills are hard to sell anyway, it's a good deal for you. At Qin's place, it was just a small house. He sat facing the table, fiddling with the clutter on the surface and said loudly, no, no. Qin looked back and forth, holding 2 pills in his hands, speaking, this one is not it either. Then he picked up a cracked pill with his left hand, bringing it closer to his eyes, and frowned slightly. This pill is a bit strange. While peeling off the outer layer, he continued. The pill is wrapped in a layer of medicinal coating, let's see what's inside. Suddenly, Chen Yun looked straight at the orb suspended in the air, feeling a bit excited. I found it, unexpectedly it's a high-grade essence pill. He placed it back in the center of his palm, happily saying, now let's see what effects this pill has. Moments later, Chen Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, his whole body radiating a hot, intense energy. The central acupuncture points on his body were activated, warming up completely. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at his two palms, a smirk on his face. No wonder it's a high-grade essence pill, it not only improves my body talent but even expands my meridians. He let his legs drop down from the bed and continued, this is a pill that only the Elder Sect truly deserves. Then, he slowly pushed the door open with his hand and stepped outside, immediately stretching himself and letting out a sigh of relief. This time I might just break through to the 8th level of the refined Qi realm. Suddenly, at the large tree in front, something caught Chen Yun's attention. He quickly clenched his hand into a fist and rushed forward, a bit excited. Now let's see how my cultivation holds up. With just one punch, the trunk of the tree was torn apart into small pieces flying everywhere. He could only put on an embarrassed expression. With sweat on his face and a low voice, I have reached the 9th level of refined Qi. While looking at the broken tree, he added, moreover, it seems I am only one step away from foundation establishment. A moment later, Chen Yun raised his head slightly to the sky, snorted, and fell into contemplation. Years of hard training can't compare to the effect of a pill, the effectiveness of high-grade pills is indeed surprising. Looking at the numerous leaves fluttering in the wind, he softly said, in the path of cultivating immortals, those with ordinary talent like me must rely on resources. Now for me, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage is no longer a distant dream, but rather attainable. Imagining the scene of a man kneeling respectfully before a bearded man, he mused, next, to the library pavilion, to select a skill set to increase combat power, staying outside the sect is never enough. Only when entering the inside sect, even becoming a direct disciple, can one obtain more resources. At the sect's trading market, Suahan was wandering aimlessly when he immediately spotted a man sitting at a roadside table, fanning himself with a wooden fan, which caught his attention. Suahan approached the stall and asked, "Boss, what was this stall originally selling?" Without hesitation, the other party responded, "Sell the discarded pills, but this morning a young person has bought all of his stock, so he also packed up his goods." At this point, Suahan is a bit flustered and quietly asks, "Excuse me, do you know who made the purchase?" Upon hearing this, the man with the fan waved it lightly and replied, "Who can remember that? It seems like an outside disciple of the Ling Xiao sect." After a moment, Suahan continued to blend into the crowd on the street, raising his head to wonder, "Why do I feel like I've lost something? My heart feels so empty." The scene then shifts to the library pavilion, where Chen Yun scratches his head with his left hand, while holding up a gold piece with Chinese characters in front of him with a smile, prompting an elder from the Ling Xiao sect to say, "I remember you were stuck at the 8th level of Qi refining for a long time. And now you are just one step away from foundation establishment, it seems you have had some opportunities recently." Instantly, Chen Yun immediately praised, "Elder, you have a keen eye. The disciple has mediocre talent, but luckily I stumbled upon some fortune not long ago, which allowed me to break through to this realm." Meanwhile, the system quickly sent a notification, "No opportunities available recently." Afterwards, he thought to himself, with the cultivation and status of the elder, only high-end pills like yuan pills will be released every month by the sect, but they show no opportunities. It seems that the system judges whether something is considered an opportunity based on the needs of each individual. As Chen Yun slowly entered the place called the library pavilion, he listened to Elder Ling Xiao of the sect say, "Opportunities are also a part of strength. Go on in, you know the rules." Upon entering, he immediately noticed an extremely desolate scene, with not a single person in sight, and continued up the stairs. Suddenly, Chen Yun stood in the middle of the staircase, looking towards two people sitting cross-legged in the distance, pondering. After reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, the Ling Xiao sect can lend disciples the skill for foundation establishment. Not taking his eyes off the two people, he continued, "This is to lay the groundwork for foundation establishment." Not long after, he lightly took a book from the wooden shelf with his right hand while thinking further, although these are all common skills, for outside sect disciples like us, it's already a significant benefit. He looked into the gaps between the books, feeling a bit hesitant, even though it's just foundational skills, choosing the right one can make cultivation much easier in the future. Which book should I choose? Suddenly, a hand reached out and a deep voice boomed, "Isn't this our grand senior brother, useless person? What are you doing on the second floor?" Two outer disciples of the Ling Shao sect spoke mockingly, "No way, Qin senior brother, do you even know your own limits? How dare you come up to the second floor? How could the elder allow you up here?" Another disciple standing in front of Chen Yun added, "This isn't a place for a useless person like you. You should just get lost." Chen Yun stood and looked at the 3 or 4 outer disciples of the Ling Shao sect, his gaze showing no signs of unusual emotion. Noticing the notifications clearly displayed above each of them, "No opportunities recently," Chen Yun furrowed his brow and thought to himself, "There are no opportunities at all, these people are just trash, completely useless." Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, Yun the great useless person senior brother, why aren't you saying anything?" One of the outer disciples of the Ling Shao sect pointed at Chen Yun and continued, "Do you want us brothers to escort you down? If you don't want to get beaten, you better scram, you eyesore." Suddenly, a man appeared. Angered, he furrowed his brows tightly and shouted, "Be quiet." The inside sect disciple of Ling Shao sect stood with arms crossed, glaring from one side, and added, "You outside sect trash dare to speak loudly here? Disturbing my cultivation, when I return, I will cut out all your tongues." Immediately, those causing trouble for Qinyan felt a bit panicked. They shouted, "It's an inside sect disciple." Then the group pushed each other, urging one another to run away, looking back at him and snarling a few more words, "Let's go, consider yourself lucky not to get involved." A moment later, the inside sect disciple of Ling Shao sect slowly turned to look at Chen Yun, who was still standing in front of the bookshelf. Chen Yun's calm eyes stared back, and he saw the other party click their tongue, then raise their left hand close to their face, shouting loudly, "What are you still doing here, useless person outside sect? I really can't understand what use it is for the sect to raise trash like you, hurry up and get lost." But in response, Chen Yun only slowly closed his eyes. He clasped his hands, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave under the watch of the inside sect disciple of Ling Shao sect. At that moment, a system notification reappeared above his head. "Recently, 3 days later, I found a copy of the 5 Scrolls of the Public Official that no one had borrowed. I discovered that it had annotations from Elder Sect, and the skill level could compare to Earth-level skills." Meanwhile, in the library pavilion on the second floor, Chen Yun looked at the neatly arranged books on the shelf and murmured, "There are a lot of skill instruction books here." When he looked into the gap between 2 books, he immediately noticed one lying sideways inside. Unable to hold back, he let out a soft, "huh," then quickly picked it up and turned it upside down. Countless dust particles flew out. As soon as he opened it, Chen Yun displayed a cheerful expression, secretly thinking, "This is the one, I must seize the time to cultivate." While the sky outside remained blue and the sunlight bright and glaring. 3 days later, in a meadow, the flowers were lush and butterflies fluttered above. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, causing all the vegetation to sway continuously. It was Chen Yun, surrounded by countless auras of green radiating everywhere. He slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing at the energy swirling around his body, and whispered, "I finally managed to break through to Foundation establishment." He glanced to one side, raised his fist again. No wonder it is a skill revised by the Elder Sect, its effectiveness is far better than that of ordinary books. Then, Chen Yun adjusted his gaze, looked straight ahead, and immediately whispered, "If I didn't have this skill, I don't know when I would be able to break through to Foundation establishment. I should go and receive the token for inside sect disciples." Suddenly, he noticed the elder of Ling Shao sect was also looking at him and other disciples. Chen Yun did not hesitate any longer, clasped his hands, bowed his head respectfully, and said, "Greetings, Deacon." At this moment, the other party realized something was unusual and spoke, "Your cultivation." After pondering for a moment, he continued, Congratulations, Chen Junior brother, truly, if you do something, it does astonish others." I didn't expect that just after a few short days you have broken through from the 8th level of Qi refinement to Foundation establishment. Hearing this, the other disciples immediately stood up in shock, looking at the person opposite and loudly asking, "What, I can't have heard wrong, right?" Another voice added loudly, "That Grand Senior Brother of the 8th level has actually broken through to Foundation establishment. How can that be?" Meanwhile, the elder of Ling Shao Sect whispered, "Anyone who breaks through to Foundation establishment can join the inside sect. Your new token will be brought to you by tomorrow at the latest." While looking at Qin Yun, he continued, "But if you want to obtain more training resources inside the sect later, it will depend on the next competition." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately responded, "I understand, Master." Then, several people joyfully came closer and expressed, "Congratulations, Grand Senior Brother, congratulations, Grand Senior Brother. Please share your insights with us." Among them, 2 girls displayed expressions of affection and added, "I already knew Grand Senior Brother was a once-in-a-century genius. Look, Grand Senior Brother, I've always..." Before she could finish, Chen Yun interrupted, "Not at all, not at all, you're all overpraising me." He then secretly mocked, Now that I've reached Foundation establishment, everyone is so attentive, but usually, I never see your respect for me." He spoke again, "Indeed, in the cultivating immortals world, strength is everything, everything else is insignificant." Suddenly, a haughty voice from a newcomer startled everyone, "Quite lively, isn't it?" It turned out to be Suahan riding a white horse approaching. The expression on his face clearly showed extreme annoyance. Seeing this, the others standing behind Chen Yun instinctively took a few steps back in fear. At this moment, Suahan slowly called out to Chen Yun, urging his horse to move closer to the opponent, and spoke in a tone filled with envy. Who would have thought that Senior Brother Chen could break through to Foundation establishment? With your talent, without a large amount of pills, it's truly hard to believe. Then, he burst out laughing, bent down, and shouted with all his might, "Did you sell yourself to someone?" Following this, the 2 people flanking Suahan quickly chimed in, "Ha ha, that must be it. Everyone knows how useless this Chen Yun is, who would want him except for that." Hearing this, Chen Yun could only cross his arms and sigh in frustration. Looking at the system, a notification related to Suahan suddenly appeared, "Opportunities recently, tomorrow, when arriving at Zishan town, complete the sect mission, and conveniently kill a mutated demon beast to obtain a wind attribute mutated demon pill, using it to exchange for a large amount of resources among the inside sect disciples, while also gaining everyone's favor." At this point, Chen Yun crossed his arms and gently tilted his head in thought. The sect's mission is due tomorrow, which means Suahan has already accepted this task. His brows slightly furrowed as he thought more. "I need to find a way to keep him in the sect, only then can I seize this opportunity from him." Lost in thought, Suahan then spoke up. "Why is no one saying anything? Did I hit the nail on the head?" After hearing this, Chen Yun fell silent for a moment, touched his chin in contemplation, then pointed forward and shouted, "Suahan, you beast with a wolf's heart, dare to insult me." While getting into a fighting stance, he added, "If you have the guts, let's have a decisive battle at noon tomorrow on the competition stage. Do you dare?" On the other side, 2 outside sect disciples from the Ling Shao sect whispered to each other, "Has Suahan reached Foundation establishment? I've never heard of it." "I think not, he's just showing off." Then, a purple-haired person continued to look back and responded, "Well, you're thinking too much. Suahan has very high talent, someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement can defeat opponents at the Foundation establishment stage." Hearing the excited words from the person next to him, "Great! I've been irritated by that Suahan for a long time. Finally, the Grand Senior Brother is able to take revenge for us." On the other side, Suahan, angry, snorted coldly, causing the 2 people from earlier to feel scared and involuntarily exclaim, "Oh." He quickly agreed, "All right, if that's the case, tomorrow we will have a decisive battle to see who wins." With an angry face and tightly furrowed brows, he forcefully said, "I need to let you know, a useless person like you, even after breaking through to Foundation establishment, remains a useless person in front of me, and will always be so." While smirking, Chen Yun silently thought, "Bait taken." He furrowed his brows tightly and said loudly, "Show up on time tomorrow, whoever is afraid to fight is a coward. Hearing this, Suahan glanced back for a moment, shouted loudly, "Let's go," and adjusted the reins to turn the horse around. He slightly frowned, sneering, bringing humiliation upon yourself." Behind him, Qin watched the person and horse along with the two attendants leave, thinking to himself, "With such confidence in defeating me, it seems that even without reaching Foundation establishment, he still has some tricks or a trump card." He continued, resting his hand on his waist. "Opportunities that belong to you are now mine." The next afternoon, in Zishan town, a strong gust of wind appeared, sweeping the green leaves into the air. Several people looked up. What's going on?" At that moment, a mutated wind-type demon beast enveloped in a golden light shattered the concrete wall into countless fragments and flew out towards the town. Many people were hurriedly running away in the rubble, panicking. "Run away quickly." Meanwhile, it stood still and towering, constantly emitting countless bright golden rays that shattered any corner of the house immediately. The desolate scene and the chaotic demon beasts frightened the townsfolk, who shouted, "Why are demon beasts appearing in the town? Quickly go summon the immortal master. Run fast." In another corner, Qin sat on his brown horse, calmly observing the distant scene, and said, "Just in time." Suddenly, he seemed to sense something was off and quietly wondered, "But does this mutated demon beast know how to fly?" With a look of confusion on his face, he added, "This type of demon beast is clearly known for its gentle nature and solitary habits, never actively attacking humans. Why is it going crazy like this?" Qin quickly drew the sword from the back of his waistband, his voice serious, "No matter what, it must be dealt with today." In Zishan town, a stream of golden light emerged, and several bolts of lightning shot up from the shattered ground, piercing through the alleyway. Suddenly, Qin soared quickly like a bird from another direction, heading towards the mutated wind-type demon beasts. Instantly, it opened its iron beak, unleashing a wave of warm flames that converged into a powerful vortex of energy, causing Qin to frown slightly, bite his lip, and exclaim, "This isn't good." Just as he thought that, the mutated wind-type demon beasts unleashed a massive torrent of fire towards him, destroying everything in its path. After a while, Qin slowly stood up from the rubble and remarked, "Truly impressive." Drops of cold sweat flowed down his temples as he glanced forward and continued, "If it were the me from before breaking through the Foundation establishment, I would have probably died from just this one move." He raised his sharp long sword to block his face and added, "However, all I can say now is sorry." Then he raised the object firmly in his hand above his head, ready to strike down, shouting, "Look at this move." At the same time, in a ring packed with people surrounding it, the voices of those standing below kept chattering excitedly with each other. "What's going on? I heard that Suahan and Qin's senior brother had an appointment to duel today." This made Suahan's face even darker and gloomier. Several outside Sect disciples of Ling Xiao's Sect said to him, "It's been an hour already, where is Qin's senior brother?" "Not sure, but he hasn't shown up yet." "Boss, we've returned." As soon as this was said, Suahan immediately asked, "So, did you find that useless person yet?" But he only received a disappointing response from the purple-haired guy who was leaning with both hands on the arena floor. "Not yet, Qin isn't at his residence." A green-haired guy quickly added, "We searched the entire sect already." Hearing this, Suahan continued to place both hands on the sword pointing down to the ground, angrily and coldly saying, "Damn it, he dares to play me like this." Meanwhile, one of the three outside Sect disciples of Ling Xiao's Sect on Suahan's side kept speaking up, "That guy is definitely afraid to duel with the boss, so he must have run away." Two other guys also started to talk back and forth. Did Qin's senior brother really run away? Didn't he propose a fight? This is really too cowardly. Oh, I was hoping he would teach that Suahan a lesson again. Indeed, even after reaching Foundation establishment, he is still a cowardly grand senior brother. I feel embarrassed for him. Suahan turned away, coldly snorting, narrowing his thick eyebrows, and muttering softly, "Indeed, he's just a useless coward, wasting my time." At that moment, the outside Sect disciples of the Ling Xiao Sect mocked loudly, "Look everyone, can you see? Qin senior brother is scared to death by Sua junior brother. He is a Cultivation Foundation establishment, but he doesn't dare to fight Suahan junior brother who is cultivation refining chi. Truly a useless person. Suahan's senior brother immediately made a dismissive gesture with his hand, laughing and adding, let's see if that guy will still have the face to show up in the sect later. Meanwhile, Suahan suddenly showed a worried expression, thinking, clearly that guy ran away, but why do I feel so uneasy? He imagined a flat back that would not yield to anyone. Feeling a bit annoyed, he thought further, doesn't it seem quite wrong that that coward just ran away like this? In another part of the sky, a gigantic fire erupted fiercely. It turned out to be the wind-type demon beast, the aberrant wind serpent, which had been slain by Qin Yun's sword, now lying motionless on the ground. Afterward, he displayed some fatigue and thought, finally, I can consider this resolved. He quickly sheathed his sword. As he gazed ahead, feeling proud, he reflected, fortunately, my skills are a level higher. Wiping the blood from his face, he continued, that was too dangerous. If I hadn't already established my foundation, coupled with the significant boost from my 5-point technique, I would probably have lost my life here today. Then, Qin Yun stared at the demon beast lying on the ground and admired, if I hadn't devised a strategy, the one who would have killed this wind serpent would be Suahan. Kneeling down near the corpse, he contemplated, next comes the harvest of spoils. Having said that, he took out a small knife, placed it on his left index finger, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and his mouth curled up in joy. Let's see how this goes. What does the mutated property demon pill look like? A few minutes later, Qin Yun raised a dazzling green orb before his eyes with 2 fingers. Its light was so bright that anyone looking at it would find it blinding. He quietly speculated, this is it, indeed not an ordinary demon pill. After fiddling with it in his hands for a while, Qin Yun quickly put it into his pocket and suddenly turned his head back. Seeing the crowd of people from Zishan town approaching, he clasped his hands in salute and said loudly, thank you, benefactor, for your help. The grace of the celestial being saving our lives, we in Zishan town will certainly remember in our hearts. A man with salt and pepper hair spoke slowly, celestial being, may I ask about the corpses of these demon beasts? Before the other could finish speaking, Qin Yun turned his head back, looking at the devastated scene before him and sighed. Davis was very careful, but didn't expect the battle with these mutated demon beasts to cause such great destruction. The houses on the street were left with numerous large cracks, the dead and injured, and the mothers who lost their children made Qin Yun only sigh in despair, replying, you can sell them, whatever money you earn, use it to compensate those affected. The elderly man clasped his hands, faced Qin Yun, trembling as he bowed low and exclaimed, thank you, immortal sage. As he walked past the crowd, he waved goodbye to them while sighing internally, mortal beings are so small and weak when facing a demonic object of this level. If I weren't a cultivator, I would merely be one of them today. Qin Yun approached his horse and finally decided, I should go now. He climbed onto his horse and set off, leaving the crowd behind, restless and contemplative. A demon beast that has lost its reason has made it difficult for me to cope. If Suahan had come here, he certainly wouldn't exert himself like I have. He frowned slightly, not engaging him was indeed the right decision. Qin Yun continued to spur his horse, which galloped swiftly like an arrow through the vast forest, ignoring the dried blood still staining his face. He smiled, filled with joy in his heart, I must hurry back to the sect and convert these opportunities into tangible gains. Meanwhile, at Ling Shao sect, the sky was clear and sunny, with the sect located atop a high mountain surrounded by lush greenery. Qin Yun stepped up the stairway. The body ached sharply. The outside sect disciples sneered, look, isn't that the grand senior brother? I can't believe he actually has the face to come back. Despite Qin Yun struggling to climb each step, they glanced at him with disdain. Tisk tsk, what does he think he's doing? Suddenly, a voice called out loudly toward him, stop right there. A group of people surrounded the path ahead. Leading them was Suahan, who stood with his arms crossed, arrogantly declaring, Qin Yun, you still have the guts to come back to the sect. The atmosphere grew tense, and suddenly he curled his lips, mocking, look at what Suahan junior brother is saying, where else could I possibly go if I don't return to the sect? Suahan pointed at him, coldly responding, yesterday you challenged me to a duel, why didn't you show up, you coward? The disciples on his side laughed heartily, insulting him, You, being a foundation establishment stage cultivator, are scared to fight even in chi refinement, truly a useless person, and you were the one who suggested the duel. And now you've run away, don't you feel embarrassed, senior brother Qin? No one in the outside sect is as useless as you. Laughter continued to echo relentlessly. Qin Yun closed his eyes and smiled lightly, silently reflecting that if he were the person he once was, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure such humiliation. He suddenly opened his eyes. But right now, Qin Yun imagined spiritual energy swirling in his hands, looking at the group of people forced to kneel at his feet. He suddenly realized that as long as he demonstrated his strength, everyone would come to curry favor, and conversely, he clenched his fists, determined. All the comments from others were fake, only strength was the true path. Qin Yun smirked and confidently stepped forward. He really didn't need to care about others' opinions. He strode straight towards Suahan, speaking in a deep threatening voice. After finishing, he invited him to step aside, not to block his way. Suahan darkened at his attitude, gloomy as he spoke. Qin Yun, you betrayed me but still want to leave. Qin Yun raised his chin to look at him. So what do you want? Suahan's face flashed with malice. He smirked. It's simple, if you want me to let you go, you have to crawl through my legs and then shout 3 times, I am a useless trash person, how about that? Immediately, the outer sect disciples burst into laughter. Cheer him on. This trick is amazing, Sua junior brother. Seeing Qin Yun standing still without moving, they laughed mockingly, urging him on. Qin senior brother, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and crawl over, after all, you have no face left, so it doesn't matter if you do this. The disciples below also smirked, purposely speaking loudly for him to hear. Do you think Qin senior brother will crawl over? One of them shook his head. No way, if he really does that, won't he be unable to lift his head in the sect for the rest of his life? A few of the disciples started whispering among themselves. Haha, this is still uncertain, this time there will be a good show to watch. Qin Yun ignored them, focusing intently on Suahan, calmly asking, what am I supposed to shout 3 times? Seeing Qin Yun drag his feet, Suahan yelled in anger, slapping his chest. I am a useless, trash person. It seemed that Qin Yun would obediently follow along, but unexpectedly, he burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to know yourself so well. Suahan realized he had been tricked by Qin Yun, gritting his teeth, fists clenched, he furiously called out, Qin Yun. Suahan drew his sword, pointing it directly at him, shouting loudly, you dare to play me? Qin Yun refused to back down, unsheathing his sword into a fighting stance, still mocking. What's wrong, are you angry because I hit the mark? Want to make a move? A powerful gust of wind swept by, both sides blazing with fury, seemingly on the brink of battle. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. Stop! The voice pierced through the layers of clouds as a majestic man descended on a flying sword. When the man touched down, a few people exclaimed in astonishment. Fly sword? Is that a direct disciple? Who is he? Wuxia slowly advanced forward, and someone immediately replied. You fool, that's Wuxia, the grand senior brother. It's said that among the direct disciples, his strength is the highest. He stood across from Qin Yun, speaking seriously. Are you the one who killed the mutated flying lizard in Zishan town? Qin Yun tightly gripped his sword and nodded slightly. Yes. Suahan, listening beside him, gaped in disbelief. Zishan town. Sweat began to pour down his forehead like rain, his heart pounding with anxiety. Isn't that the place I was supposed to go on a mission? When Wuxia heard that answer, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. I heard that the demon pill from that flying fox has been brought back by junior brother. Wuxia raised his chin and directly made a suggestion. I wonder if junior brother could do me a favor and sell it to me? Qin Yun was also very relaxed. He rested his sword on his shoulder and replied cheerfully, if Wu senior brother wants to buy it, why would I not sell it? I just don't know how much Wu senior brother can offer. Wuxia held up one finger and said breezily, 100 spirit stones. He smiled, moreover, I see you have also reached the foundation establishment stage. Once you enter the inner sect, I promise to take good care of you. His words immediately caused a stir among the disciples. To be taken care of by a true disciple means one could live comfortably in the sect in the future, right? Qin Yun is really lucky. I admire him so much. I also want to be taken care of by Wu senior brother. Qin Yun closed his eyes. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside he couldn't help but look down on Wu Zhe. Relying on his status, he wants to take my demon pill for just 100 spirit stones. Seeing he hadn't answered yet, Wu Zhe slowly asked, "What's wrong, Qin junior brother? Do you think that's too little?" He firmly held up 3 fingers and confidently said, "Then 300 spirit stones and an additional 1 portion of pills can only be used by true disciples. Is that acceptable?" Qin Yun listened, his face filled with regret as he shook his head. "I'm truly sorry, Wu senior brother, this price is still lower than my expectations." Wu Zhe was surprised. What? He did not accept this answer from him and insisted on a higher price. If so, then 500 spirit stones and 3 portions of pills. Qin junior brother, it's just 1 demon pill, don't be too greedy. In mid-air, a female disciple riding a sword flew by and, shocked by the scene below, exclaimed, "That's Qin Yun." She then scratched her head hesitantly and added, "With a normal demon pill, this price is indeed reasonable." The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. "But Wu senior brother, this is a mutated demon pill from the wind attribute demon beasts." Wu Zhe became angry, pointing at him and shouting loudly. "Qin junior brother, asking for sky-high prices will make others dislike you." He raised his chin, his arrogant demeanor clearly reproaching. "Who else in the sect wants your pill besides me?" Another voice unexpectedly echoed from the air. "I do." From the sky, a pale blue beam of light shot straight down to the position between Qin Yun and Wu Zhe. A swirling wind began to gather into a sphere. The leaves danced and whirled in the air, gradually dissolving and materializing into a figure. As the light dispersed, a beautiful girl appeared. She was Lin Shiryu, the direct disciple of the Ling Shao sect. Wu Zhe gritted his teeth, his face dark and clearly upset, letting out a cold grunt. Her appearance stirred another wave of excitement in the crowd. Another direct disciple. She is. You don't know her. This is Lin Shiryu, Lin's senior sister. Qin Yun glanced at her, contemplating, this one is likely a true opportunity. A petty person like Wu Zhe fundamentally doesn't deserve to become an opportunity. Lin Shiryu slowly spoke, "Qin junior brother, I must admit that I really want that wind attribute demon pill of yours." She stared at him and made a very generous offer, decisively, 1,000 spirit stones, 10 high-grade pills, what do you think? Qin Yun was a bit surprised after hearing this. Oh my, just randomly throwing out a price and it's already doubled. Wu Zhe, from behind, finally spoke up, what a coincidence, Lin junior sister. I also must have that demon pill. I offer 1,500 spirit stones and 15 pills. He smirked, his gaze sharp. Little guy, how are you? Do you agree? Lin Shiryu was not one to back down, continuing to raise her bid, 2,000 spirit stones, 20 pills. Wu Zhe was equally tenacious, increased the bid. Fine, I offer 2520. She took a deep breath and slowly spoke a number, 3,300. This number left Wu Zhe speechless, gritting his teeth as he stared at her. Although both fell silent, it was clear that a fire flared between them. It seemed peaceful, but they were secretly in opposition to each other. The onlooking disciples couldn't help but exclaim, oh my gosh, are all the direct disciples this wealthy? Just for a single demon pill, is it worth it? The disciples continued to whisper, money seems to fall from the sky. This Qin senior brother is really lucky. Meanwhile, in a corner, Suahan clenched his fists, his whole body trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth, feelings of jealousy overflowing within him. Qin Yun, if it weren't for this guy wanting to duel, I would be the one to destroy the hypocrite in Zishan town. He fixed a deathly glare on Qin Yun, his hatred becoming more evident. This shameless little thief, those things should have belonged to me. On the other side, Lin Shiryu was still arguing fiercely with Wu Zhe. She raised her voice, if senior brother Wu wants to make things difficult for me, then fine, today let's see who can obtain this demon pill. A bell appeared in her palm, gradually growing larger. Her voice echoed as she continued, I bid 5,000 spirit stones, 50 portions of pill, and in addition, a magic weapon. Once she finished speaking, the bell had expanded to its limit, radiating a brilliant golden light. The disciples all stared in astonishment and chatted excitedly. "Huh, a divine weapon? Are you crazy? Is it worth it? It's not even an immortal pill." Wu Zhi furrowed his brows, his face full of displeasure as he glared at Lin Shiyu. He growled, "For your beast, you really are risking everything. But it's a pity that the more you want it, the less I can let you have it." The veins were now bulging on Wu Zhi's forehead as he shouted, 6,600 portions, I have a divine weapon too. He looked at Qin Yun, taking on a threatening tone, "Little guy, if you've landed such a big deal, I advise you to know when to quit." His face darkened, his voice becoming more somber. "Moreover, let me tell you. No matter how much she prices herself, I can always bid higher than her." Qin Yun saw that the situation had gone too far. He glanced over and noticed Wu Zhi's somewhat uncomfortable demeanor. He swallowed hard, forcing a conciliatory smile. "Since Wu's senior brother has said it, then it's fine." Wu Zhi turned away, feeling confident that he had secured victory and not bothering to pay any further attention. Lin Shiyu stepped forward hesitantly. "Qin junior brother, I." At that moment, Qin Yun spoke up again, "I am willing to sell to Lin's senior sister." As soon as he finished speaking, both Wu Zhi and Lin Shiyu were left dumbfounded. Wu Zhi turned around, raising his eyebrows as he looked at him. In stark contrast to their surprise, Qin Yun remained completely calm and continued, "And the price will stick to the original price of 2 spirit stones, plus 2 pills." Furious, Wu Zhi grit his teeth in resentment, glaring at him as if he wanted to devour him whole. "Little guy, you want to confront me, don't you?" He suddenly shouted, "I see you're tired of living." Lin Shiyu reached out her hand, calling out. She stood in front of him, nearly blocking half of Qin Yun's figure. The corners of her lips curled slightly, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Wu senior brother, what's wrong? Do you still want to force me to buy and sell?" Being hit right in the heart, Wu Zhi let out a cold snort. "Fine, it's Qin Yun, right?" He decisively turned away, his long eyebrows furrowing tightly, clearly dissatisfied as he left. He said while walking, "I will remember you." Lin Shiyu turned to look at Qin Yun and smiled. "This time, I must thank you very much, Qin junior brother. But tell me, why did you want to sell it so cheaply to me?" He looked at her and candidly stated his reason. "Senior sister, I can tell that guy Wu Zhi doesn't actually need my demon pill at all." He paused for a moment before continuing, "He is just trying to prevent you from getting it, which is why he raised the price so high without hesitation." While he was still speaking, Wu Zhi had already soared away on his sword, but Qin Yun paid no attention to him, simply smiling as he explained, "If I really agreed with him, given his character, he would just hold a grudge that I took a large sum of money from him. So I would rather sell to senior sister at a normal price, at least I can gain a friendship from one side, rather than both sides holding a grudge against me." Lin Shiyu saw that you had sharp reasoning, eloquent speech, integrity, and strength. Unable to suppress a smile, Qin junior brother is truly an interesting person. "I really can't hide it, I really need your wind attribute mutated demon pill." She thought of her pet, a complicated feeling bubbling in her heart, as she looked at Qin Yun, showing sincere gratitude. "My spiritual pet, the wind beast, has recently been preparing to break through, only lacking this material." You bowed and performed a ritual gesture, then congratulated senior sister. Lin Shiyu paused for a moment, mentioning something else, saying that the sect competition would be coming soon, and surely Qin junior brother knows about it, right? He nodded without hesitation, confirming that he knew about it. She looked at him for a moment, her soft lips curling into a smile as she slowly explained, "Not just the ordinary disciples like you, but also the core disciples like us have to compete with each other." After saying a bit, she did not want to hide the reason for wanting the demon pill and shared the truth with him. "Afterwards, one person will be chosen to take on the role of the reserve elder. Wu Zhi regards me as his biggest rival. Our strengths are originally hard to distinguish, but if my wind beast breaks through the realm..." Qin Yun slapped his hand, then exclaimed, "I see." He looked at Lin Shiyu with a teasing tone. "It seems we have set the price too low, senior sister. Can we adjust the price?" She laughed, completely joining in on this little joke. "Unfortunately, I am quite petty, so it can't be done." Qin Yun placed the demon pill into her palm. As Lin Shiyu picked it up, her spiritual pet peeked out from her sleeve. It sniffed around a bit, then wrapped its front legs around the demon pill and joyfully jumped up high. In the end, the spiritual pet happily chewed through the demon pill. Lin Shiyu pulled out a small bag from her person, threw it towards him, and said loudly, "There are about 1,000 spirit stones in here, over 10 pills, along with a bag of holding. This is yours." Qinyun caught it with both hands, smiling, "Thank you, senior sister." Lin Shiyu tossed Qinyun a sword, shouting, "Catch it." He caught the sword, looking puzzled. "Lin senior sister, what is this?" She smiled, "This sword I don't need, so it's a good deal for you." Qinyun was astonished, "But Lin senior sister, this is a fly sword, this item is too precious." Suddenly, Lin Shiyu's spiritual pet grew larger, successfully breaking through to a new realm. Qinyun frowned slightly, raising his hand to shield his face and letting out a soft groan. Lin Shiyu cheerfully said to Qinyun, "Well then, let's say I'm lending it to you." After finishing her words, she slowly sat on the back of her spiritual pet. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye, "Wait until you stop putting the fly sword in your eyes, then bring it back to me." At this moment, Qinyun was watching her intently, focused on reading the words of opportunities that recently appeared from her, clearly enunciating each word: beast breeding room upgrade, perfect for the upcoming sect competition, defeating all the other core disciples, chosen by the sect master as the heir. But he did not utter a single word to inform her of the future coming. Simply clasping his hands together, bowing, his tone was very calm, "Wishing senior sister explosive luck in your endeavors." Lin Shiyu raised an eyebrow, letting out a soft, "Oh," but quickly turned her head, riding her spiritual pet into the sky, followed by the words, "Goodbye, and the same to you, interesting little junior brother." Qinyun watched the figure fade away, still smiling. As night fell, the bright moon illuminated the night, making the gray rooftops below stand out. At this hour, the disciples were usually resting, but only Qinyun was still sitting cross-legged on his bed in his room. He took a pill, put it in his mouth, and tried to channel his energy for a moment. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, seemingly wanting to knock over the teapot on the table. He suddenly opened his eyes. Although sweat poured down his face, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. The corners of Qinyun's mouth lifted as he muttered, "I've reached the second stage of foundation establishment." He held the pill bottle in his hand and sighed, "Lin senior sister's pills are indeed high quality, specially made for true disciples. This batch is enough to boost my strength before the competition begins." He poured another pill into his palm, and a red pill rolled out, along with his chances. "Keep pushing on," he said, swallowing the pill with great determination. "Sooner or later, I will have my showdown with Suahan." Somewhere in the back mountains of the sect, on a large stone, there was a crudely drawn, ugly picture of a person. Upon closer inspection, it was the image of Qinyun. The sound of someone grinding their teeth could be heard as they growled at him, "Qinyun." Suddenly, in an instant, 3 flashes of swords appeared, aimed straight at the picture pinned to the stone, striking at it. Suahan swung his sword and added another slash. Furious and breathing heavily, he frantically hacked at the rock, seemingly wanting to vent his anger from the morning. A few of his disciples began to voice their concerns. "Suahan senior brother, don't be angry anymore, even though that Qinyun guy." Not waiting for them to finish, Suahan turned his head and shouted, "Don't mention his name in front of me." He continued swinging his sword, striking the large rock a few more times, shouting, "Get away from me." Veins bulged on his face, clearly showing how furious he was. Suahan turned back to the disciples and shouted once more, "Get lost." The disciples did not dare to say anything further and quickly scampered away. "Why is Suahan senior brother so angry? Stop talking and run." Suahan, exhausted from hacking, knelt down on the ground, gasping for breath. But he quickly stood up again, yelling loudly, filled with envy and jealousy. "That Qinyun is so annoying, those things were originally mine." Suahan gritted his teeth, "I can't believe he dared to scheme against me." With one strike, as he swung down, the large rock immediately shattered in two. The voice of a young man suddenly echoed nearby. "The soul-cutting sword, given your level as an outside sect disciple, you have learned quite well." Wuxia stood on a high branch nearby, observing Suahan, a smirk playing on his lips. Coincidentally, Suahan Hao Ran also looked up and spotted Wu Zhi completely. Hao Ran was surprised. Wu senior brother. Wu Zhi did not waste any words and jumped down from the tree. He casually approached Hao Ran, but Wu Zhi's expression darkened instantly, his red pupils gleaming. He growled, "This sword technique doesn't seem to be something a disciple from outside the sect like you should have learned." Suahan Hao Ran felt cornered and hesitated, but Wu Zhi showed no signs of pursuing the matter. He calmly reassured, "Suahan Hao Ran, don't worry, I'm not interested in how you learned the soul-cutting sword." The corners of Wu Zhi's mouth curved up as he slowly added, "What's important is, do you have a grudge against that Qin Yun?" Seeing Wu Zhi suggest this, Suahan Hao Ran did not hide and honestly replied, "Yes." "Do you want me to deal with him, senior brother?" Wu Zhi nodded and directly stated his intention, "Exactly. In order to prevent Lin Shiyu's Feng Xingzhu from leveling up, I have already bought out all the mutated demon pills on the market long ago." Just after mentioning the purchase of the demon pill, Wu Zhi recalled how Qin Yun had disrupted his plans, causing him to feel angry. He clenched his fists, grinding his teeth, and said, "But I let that little guy slip by. How dare he cross me? He must pay dearly for it." Suahan Hao Ran rarely had assistants, so he quickly responded, "No need for Wu senior brother to say anything, I will also make that useless person know my strength." Wu Zhi scanned Hao Ran from head to toe and said seriously, "Right now, that guy is gaining a lot of benefits from Lin Shiyu and has already reached foundation establishment. And you?" Suahan Hao Ran understood Wu Zhi's concern and calmly replied, "The reason I have not chosen to break through at this moment is that I want to ensure I can perfectly achieve foundation establishment." Suddenly, Suahan Hao Ran revealed a sinister smile, "As long as I successfully consolidate to foundation establishment, Qin Yun will again be beneath my feet, just like in the past." In his mind, he imagined the scene of bullying Qin Yun from the past, unable to help but laugh a few more times in satisfaction. Wu Zhi took a deep breath and exhaled, "Lin Shiyu is watching me closely, so I cannot act directly. I'll leave this to you." Before long, he pulled out a small silk bag and extended his hand to give it to Suahan Hao Ran. "Take this pill, use it." In the competition not long after, it was necessary to teach that Qin Yun a lesson. His face showed a sinister look, and his last sentence was emphasized more strongly, "At the very least, he must be crippled." Suahan Hao Ran opened the brocade bag, looked inside, nodded, and replied, "Wu senior brother, don't worry." A few days later, by the ancient pavilion, the sunlight shone brightly, turning the corner of the wall golden and vibrant. A loud noise erupted as the large door of the courtyard swung open powerfully to welcome the wind. Suahan Hao Ran slowly stepped out from inside. He stood with his arms crossed, dense spiritual energy surrounding him. The disciples in the courtyard were immediately surprised upon seeing him. This is. One of them exclaimed, "Congratulations to Suahan junior brother for breaking through to foundation establishment. This time, Suahan junior brother will definitely teach that Qin Yun a lesson." Suahan Hao Ran stood on the steps, looking down at them with a disdainful gaze, silently cursing, "These useless persons, I only acknowledge your slight usefulness for now." He raised his hand high and shouted, "The competition is about to begin. Now that I am foundation establishment, I need a weapon that fits my hand." Saying that, he crossed his arms and tilted his chin arrogantly, commanding, "Go borrow some money from everyone for me. Tell them that we don't need to borrow pills anymore, just spirit stones will do." As soon as he finished speaking, several disciples began to stir. Borrowing again?" One of the disciples stepped forward hesitantly. Suahan junior brother, while you were in seclusion, that Qin Yun guy has made continuous breakthroughs thanks to pills. He's already reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment." Suahan Hao Ran immediately shouted angrily, "So what if he's at the 3rd level? My current strength can still handle him as before." The disciple sweated nervously, trying to defend himself. "We believe in you, Suahan junior brother. It's just." Another disciple spoke up, "The others don't think the same way. They feel that now that Qin Yun is stepping in for them." The worried disciple said, "Now they've joined forces and refuse to lend us pills or spirit stones anymore." As the disciples fell silent, Suahan Hao Ran's face darkened. He roared, "Qin Yun!" The bright sunlight shone down on the ground. Under the big tree, Qin Yun sat quietly cross-legged on a flat mat. Suddenly, someone called out loudly to him, "Qin senior brother! He slowly opened his eyes. Then, a figure rushed over, shouting, "Chen, senior brother, something's wrong." The person paused for a moment and continued, "That damn Suahan, his seclusion training is over, and he has now established his foundation." Qin calmly asked back, "Where is Suahan now?" The disciple immediately replied, "It seems he went to the merit hall to accept a mission." He found Suahan's actions a bit confusing. There are still more than 2 weeks until the competition. Why is he not focused on consolidating his cultivation and running down the mountain to take a mission? He stood up, shaking his head to dismiss his previous doubts. No. This person's fate has always been frighteningly good. Qin straightened his back. He might have some opportunities this time descending the mountain. I have to go take a look. A while later, at the merit hall, Qin flew down, thinking to himself, Suahan is right here. On the ground, Suahan looked up and saw him above. Surprised, he shouted, "Qin." Qin immediately descended beside him. Suahan's tone carried a hint of disdain. "So, do you think you're invincible just because you have a trashy fly sword?" But he did not respond, only smiling as he looked at him. Provoked by his relaxed demeanor, Suahan spoke up. "I am now a perfect foundation establishment." He turned abruptly, frowning to display his dominance. "On the day of the competition, I will let you know the vast difference between you and a genius like me." But Qin showed no intention of replying, as he was currently focused on the opportunities presented by him. Go to the Wang family's Nanwang mansion, help them repel the mutated iron training tiger, and discover the spiritual liquid in the lair of the demon beasts. Qin couldn't help but marvel at the information he had just read. Spiritual liquid? That's a rare spiritual material that can enhance talent. It's not something the pill I previously traded for could compare to. He began to doubt, could this guy be a son of fate or something? Why does he seem to seize all the good luck? Opportunities keep coming one after another, and I can't snatch them all. Qin frowned slightly, determined. However, for a scoundrel like Haoran, I won't hold back. He clasped his hands in salute, a smile creeping onto his lips. Farewell. Without another word, Qin vanished into the air on his sword. Suahan was left on the ground, confused and bewildered. He clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead immediately bulging. Damn it, what does this name mean? What does he want to do? At the Wang mansion at the foot of the mountain, a crowd had gathered behind the wooden door. Leading them was a man wearing a black eye patch. He was Hu Fan, a casual cultivator, hired by the Wang family of Nanwang mansion to protect their estate. He spoke arrogantly to the person opposite him. "Wang brother, it's not that we're quoting sky-high prices." Hu Fan slammed his hand down on the stone table with a loud bang. "But the chain-stripped tiger is a mutated demon beast, only those with foundation establishment strength or higher can deal with it." He put on a pained expression and began to boast. The brothers who just encountered it were immediately defeated. Even the second elder nearly lost his life. Hu Fan tapped his fingers on the table, making the Wang family member facing him break out in a cold sweat. "We brothers have been helping your Wang family for not just a year or two, but this time." He paused for a moment. "It's really not easy to deal with." The Wang family clasped their hands together, trying to find a way to speak. "We do not expect you to eradicate that ferocious beast, just protecting the estate is enough." However, Hu Fan would not let it go. He smiled knowingly. "Wang brother, I know you sent someone to the Ling Shao sect to post a commission." He sneered. "Do you think that having someone from the Ling Shao sect will permanently solve that creature?" He raised his hand, shrugged lightly. "Wang brother's calculations might be wrong." Hu Fan confidently asserted, "Recently, the Ling Shao sect has been busy preparing for the sect competition, and the core disciples won't take your commission." The Wang family raised their hand, hesitatingly defending their actions. This matter, perhaps there may be someone. However, before he could finish, Hu Fan immediately interrupted. If Wang brother thinks the Ling Shao sect can save you, then my brothers and I cannot accompany you." He raised his voice. "Let's see if without us, your servants can stop that beast." Hu Fan turned to his subordinates and announced loudly, "Brothers, let's go." Just as he was about to leave, the Wang family hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Hu brother, calm down. He forced a gentle smile and said slowly, I just hope that you will consider our long friendship and stay for a few more days, we can add more money. He turned to look at him, his tone calm yet indifferent, replying, this is not a matter of money, Wong brother, no matter how much more money there is, one still needs a life to enjoy it. We do not want to lose our lives in the tiger's mouth. Suddenly, he smirked, unless. The Wong family immediately questioned, unless what? He reached out, grabbing Wong family's shoulder, enthusiastically saying, Wong brother, your Ning Yen has reached the age for marriage, right? The Wong family couldn't help but be surprised by his words. What do you mean? He bared his teeth, revealing a jagged grin. If Wong brother is willing to marry Ning Yen to me, my brothers and I will of course be willing to risk our lives to protect the Wong family. As he continued speaking, saliva dripped more from the corner of his mouth, showing no signs of hiding his intentions. After all, at that time, you would be my father-in-law, right? Then, you wouldn't have to worry about the Wong family lacking support. We are strong and could make the Wong family even stronger together. Isn't it wonderful? The Wong family is in a dilemma. He started to stutter, this is not. Hu Fan raised an eyebrow and looked at him, oh, don't refuse. Saying this, he sneered, then Wong brother just wait to be thrown into the mouth of the tiger, and see how much the Wong family has worked hard for half a lifetime. The red lantern hanging on the tree suddenly snapped and fell to the ground with a bang, bursting into flames, accompanied by Hu Fan's threat, what will the final outcome be? He patted the shoulder of the frightened Wong family, causing him to go limp, laughing heartily, I'll give you one last day to think about it, Wong brother, think carefully. After saying that, he turned to his underlings, laughing loudly as he swaggered away, remember to think carefully, otherwise the consequences will be serious. The Wong family was filled with despair. He sat down heavily in a chair, clenched his fists and slammed them down on the table, I am truly useless. From behind him, a graceful young girl appeared, her clear and gentle voice softly calling him, father. The beautiful girl was Ning Yen, who Hu Fan had just mentioned. Her face was clearly etched with worry, as it was obvious she knew about what Hu Fan had suggested to her father. The Wong family took a deep breath and firmly assured their daughter, Ning Yen, don't worry, I will never marry you off to that scoundrel. She suddenly interrupted her father, but what if the Ling Xiao sect still doesn't send anyone? The Wong family turned and shouted, even so, I will absolutely not let you marry that jerk. He just wants to use this as an excuse to take over our Wong family. He gritted his teeth in anger, saying, this time, he really found an opportunity. Ning Yen stood silently beside them, unsure of how to express her emotions. The Wong family, in despair, held their head and groaned, oh, this is all the disaster I left behind years ago. I never expected that after 10 years, karma would finally catch up with me. Hearing her father say this made Ning Yen feel even more guilty. She sadly remarked, if only I could cultivate, then the Wong family wouldn't be in such a vulnerable position now. Suddenly, a servant burst in, hurriedly shouting in a disjointed manner, Master, an immortal has arrived. Upon hearing this, he immediately turned around. With a bewildered expression, immortal? From above, Chen Yun quickly recognized the location of Nan Wong Mansion, I've arrived. He landed gracefully on the ground. Chen Yun gazed at the large characters, Wong Mansion, neatly positioned above the large wooden door, pondering, it must be this place. However, he suddenly sensed an unusual aura. As he turned his head, he saw Hu Fan and his group standing behind him. His brow slightly furrowed, what are these guys doing here? Suddenly, the wooden door of Wong Mansion cracked open, and a member of the Wong family peered outside. He looked at Chen Yun with a trembling expression and gently asked, are you a disciple of Ling Xiao sect? Chen Yun turned and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting, yes, may I ask if you are Mr. Wong who entrusted Ling Xiao sect? The eyes of the Wong family father and son were fixed on him in astonishment, surprised that someone had actually come. The Wong family joyfully swung open the large door and, along with his daughter and family, warmly welcomed him, it is I, welcome, welcome. Chen Yun maintained his previous posture and continued, I heard there is a red-striped training tiger here. He raised his head, intending to say more. His eyes accidentally met Ning Yan's gaze, and he was a bit surprised, unable to hold back a "oh." As expected, he noticed her opportunities. It read, during the chaos, she was rescued by Suahan, a disciple of the Ling Shao sect. Later, when brought back to the sect, she awakened the Phoenix Bloodline. Chen Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god." But the Wang family smiled kindly, their tone respectful. "Please, immortal master, come in." Saying this, he and his daughter turned to lead the way, and Chen Yun followed behind as they headed toward the main entrance. Chen Yun's eyes were fixed on the back of the girl from the Wang mansion, silently thinking, although I still don't know what the Phoenix Bloodline is like. Chen Yun pursed his lips, more determined, but the future of this girl is definitely very promising. She must not become a helper for that damned Suahan. But suddenly, things began to change, making him widen his eyes. Ning Yan's opportunities initially started to be gradually replaced by new words. Chen Yun raised an eyebrow. Is this the opportunities changing? Her new opportunities read, discovered talent by Chen Yun, a disciple of the Ling Shao sect. After bringing him to the awakening sect, the Phoenix Bone Spirit felt the presence of Ning Yan in front, sensing a strong gaze that made him turn around to shyly meet the young man's eyes. However, Chen Yun was not concerned about such things. His brows knitted slightly in curiosity. Have the opportunities changed because of me? The Wang family also noticed Chen Yun's gaze fixed on their daughter. A hint of fear flashed through the father's heart. Why does this young man keep staring at my daughter, looking as if he is gazing at an idiot? The Wang family observed him from the corner of their eyes. Isn't it true that after just chasing away a wolf, he's leading a tiger into the den? Chen Yun sensed the worry and fear of the father and son. He clasped his hands earnestly, his voice full of integrity. I apologize, Wang family master, for my abruptness. I merely saw that your daughter possesses extraordinary talent but lacks any cultivation, which left me somewhat astonished. The Wang family exclaimed, extraordinary talent. However, when the great immortal sects came to recruit disciples at the Nan Wang mansion, my daughter was assessed and found to have no talent at all. Chen Yun smiled and explained, there are certain special physiques that cannot be detected by conventional testing methods. However, this matter is not urgent. He adjusted his tone, becoming serious about the main issue. I have come here this time to resolve the matter of the tiger's shackles. I hope you can clarify it for me. The Wang family did not fuss about it, cheerfully saying, please come inside to discuss this matter. After saying that, he turned and ordered the household servant, quickly, an immortal has come from afar, prepare some tea. Outside, Hu Fan, who had been watching the events unfold, felt a wave of frustration. He ground his teeth in anger. His subordinates were all talking at once, indignant on behalf of their leader. Big brother, what should we do now? The opportunity is right before us, and yet someone else is stealing it away. We cannot just walk away like this. Hu Fan crossed his arms, remaining silent. But this person has a fly sword, their cultivation is at the foundation establishment stage. We can't possibly win against them. Finally, he spoke, then we cannot allow this person to ruin our plans. He commanded sternly, just now, you all will act according to my expressions. Hu Fan followed closely behind the Chen Yun group that was leisurely walking ahead, shouting as he ran. Brother Wang, there are now disciples from the Ling Shao sect here, making things easier to discuss. He spoke, hoping to salvage the situation. However, we are the ones who understand the situation with the crimson-armored tiger the best. Wouldn't you mind us accompanying this esteemed guest? The Wang family turned around, their sharp gazes fixed on him, their tone laced with sarcasm. Brother Hu, weren't you all planning to stay out of this? Why the change of heart now? On the surface, Hu Fan smiled, but inside he was cursing continuously. That damned old dog, if it weren't for this little guy coming, would you dare to speak to me like that? Chen Yun noticed Hu Fan speaking, looked at the group in surprise, and softly asked, who are you all? He presented himself in a friendly manner as if he were very familiar with the Wang family of the Wang mansion. We are all casual cultivators. The family master of the Wang family has always hired us for protection. I've been old friends with Brother Wang for many years. Chen Yun glanced at him. So, you all were the ones dealing with the crimson-armored tiger before. Hu Fan placed his hands on his hips, confidently replied, that's right. The corner of his mouth lifted, and he extended his hand to show a diligent attitude in listening. All right, you all explain it to me in detail. The gathering took place in the Wang family's residence. The room was crowded but unusually silent. After hearing the explanation from the Hu Fan group, Chen Yun calmly concluded, so that's it, this tiger's beast has come here for revenge. The Wang family, sitting across from him at a tea table, hurriedly replied, yes, that's right. It was that complete tiger skin that made us wealthy. He took a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe the sweat pouring down like rain from his forehead. It's just that we didn't expect to inadvertently release a tiger cub. Many years later, it has turned into such a disaster. Chen Yun rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. It seems that the tiger was transformed into demon beasts because of the spiritual liquid. I hope it left enough for me. But then he suddenly noticed something unusual. Now that I think about it, there have been relatively frequent appearances of demon beasts in recent years. The extermination missions for demon beasts announced by the Merit Hall are increasing. Even mutated demon beasts are not rare. However, he quickly shook his head to dismiss his previous thoughts. Never mind, thinking about these things now is useless. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Putting the teacup down on the table, he stood up, turned to look at the Wang family, his tone extremely serious. I have roughly understood everything. Speed is of the essence. I will set out to deal with that infernal tiger now. I hope the Wang family master will send someone to guide me. Hearing this, the Wang family member was startled and stood up, stammering, are we setting off right now? Senior, isn't that a bit too rushed? He clasped his hands together, respectfully saying, you have come from afar, it would be better to rest for a night and then set out. I can also perform my duties as the host well. However, Chen Yun did not think so. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, pondering for a moment, that bastard Suahan must be closing in right now. Fortunately, my senior sister lent me a fly sword, allowing me to arrive here so quickly. He slightly curled his lips. I must resolve this matter before that guy arrives. Chen Yun immediately raised his hand towards the Wang family. Exorcising demons and eliminating evil is the duty of us practitioners. Since I have taken on this task for the sect, I should complete it as soon as possible, and the Wang family master can rest easy sooner. The Wang family member's face immediately relaxed, showing uncontainable joy. No wonder he is a disciple of the immortal sect. I am immensely grateful and wish the honored celestial to experience explosive success. Suddenly, Hu Fan stepped forward, interposing himself between Chen Yun and the others. He displayed his usual confident demeanor. Esteemed one, we have already discovered the location of that beast's lair. Would it be inconvenient for us to guide you there? The Wang family hurried forward, wanting to stop this, but before he could finish speaking, Chen Yun indifferently nodded and replied, that's fine. Hu Fan and his followers proceeded ahead, leading the way towards the grand entrance of the Wang mansion, with Chen Yun following at a distance. The Wang family rushed up to him, speaking softly, honored celestial, please halt. He stopped, turning to look at him. The expression on Wang family's face clearly conveyed worry, accompanied by a slight tremor in his voice. Honored celestial, there is something you may not know, those casual cultivators have ill intentions. Wang family paused for a moment before continuing, they are folk cultivators, somewhat well known in this area. After the Wang family prospered, they came to us, claiming they wished to cooperate. Reflecting on past events made Wang family's voice even more sorrowful. The first few years were still okay, handling money and dealing with bandits and thugs was something the Wang family managed. But in the past 2 years, he started to sigh. They are becoming greedier and even targeted my daughter, wanting me to marry her off to them. The Wang family gritted their teeth and said angrily, they also want to take all the assets of the Wang family. This time, if it weren't for you coming. He paused. Hearing his troubles, Chen Yun asked, why not report this to the Dragon Sparrow Guards in the Qian Tian Empire? They specialize in dealing with such cultivators. The Wang family shook his head, if there isn't a major case, the Dragon Sparrow Guards won't handle such small matters. Knowing this, these people. He suddenly sighed. In short, the immortal must be careful, I fear these rogues have not given up their intentions. Chen Yun nodded, I understand now, thank you for the reminder, Wang family master. In the dense forest, the red-chained tiger ran ahead, while Hu Fan's followers chased behind. "Chase it, don't let it escape." Chen Yun calmly rode his flying sword, observing everything from above. Several of Hu Fan's subordinates were exhausted from chasing for such a long distance. Exhausted, they took a moment to rest. Looking up at the young man with the flying sword high above, they couldn't help but grumble a few words among themselves. "Damn it, the disciple of the immortal sect is really wealthy. I also want a flying sword. This guy is no doubt from the Foundation establishment. That chain training tiger has been chased to the point of howling and running everywhere." Hu Fan tilted his head to look at him, disdainfully saying, "Why rush? Soon, that flying sword will belong to us. Moreover, this guy is definitely an inner sect disciple, he might even be a true disciple. There must be lots of good stuff in the treasure bag." He turned his head and shouted loudly to his followers, "Be smart about this is a big deal. If this guy escapes, we won't have anything left." Suddenly, the chain training tiger rushed straight into a dark cave. Seeing this, a few who were chasing after asked each other, "It ran into the cave, should we follow?" Under Hu Fan's orders, all of them stopped. Chen Yun descended from the flying sword, stepping closer. Hu Fan stood in front of the group, turning to look at him. "Chen brother, this is the lair of the chain training tiger. The path inside is just winding and complicated. That beast is like a fish in water, with our strength, we truly wouldn't dare go in." He very naturally offered a suggestion, deliberately pushing the most difficult task onto the boy. "How about we stay here and keep watch, make sure the beast doesn't escape? Would that work?" Chen Yun frowned slightly, his tone dark as he replied, "Fine." He pushed past the crowd and headed straight into the cave. Once his figure was swallowed by the darkness inside, Hu Fan let out a strange, eerie laugh. Then he turned around and shouted, "Quick, third elder! Set up the trap formation of the calamity ground." Hu Fan clenched his fist, smiling smugly, waiting for that person to come back out after dealing with the beast. "When he comes out, we'll strike before he even has a chance to react. Don't mess it up." The third elder smiled and nodded. Just two sounds. The third elder reached into the inside of his robe, as if to pull something out. Soon, a handful of spirit stones appeared in his palm, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly grin. "Big brother, watch closely. This time, there won't be a single mistake." With that, he pulled out one of the stones and thrust it into the ground. Hu Fan watched the third elder intently, smiling to himself at the 7 matches. "This is something I had to spend a large sum of money to buy." Hu Fan turned his gaze towards the dark entrance of the cave, motionless, grinning. Enough to trap cultivators below the 5th level of Foundation establishment. In a few seconds, when we all rush together, there's no way we won't be able to handle that little guy. After a while, the third elder stomped his feet on the freshly dug ground a few times. He waved his hand, and a golden talisman flew out at his shout. Once arranged, the third elder loudly proclaimed, "The earth-shattering labor formation begins." However, a sword suddenly shot towards the third elder from behind Hu Fan. Just as he finished speaking, a razor-sharp edge sliced through his throat, unexpectedly killing him. Hu Fan shouted, "What?" He felt a chill run down his spine, quietly cursing, "Not good." The flying sword that had just zipped past now turned back towards him. Hu Fan hurriedly spun around, screaming in panic as he barely dodged the path of the sword, just like the previous shot. The fly sword seemed to be controlled by someone, relentlessly harassing and ruining the formation of Hu Fan's group. He seriously reminded his underlings, "Be careful." Hu Fan's underlings tried to hold on, constantly shouting, "What's going on? Get out of the way." However, very quickly, the fly sword stopped and shot straight towards the cave entrance. Before the attentive eyes of Hu Fan's group, suddenly a sturdy arm reached out and caught the fly sword. Chen Yun appeared calmly, step by step. A confident smile blossomed on his lips. Hu Fan's people ground their teeth, glaring at him. "You!" Chen Yun smiled faintly, hoisting the sword onto his shoulder, with a hint of sarcasm in his words, "Don't be so surprised. If you're someone who often ambushes others, you should be mentally prepared to be ambushed in return. Hu Fan kept looking at him and then at the bodies of his fallen companions lying on the ground, speechless. You. He hurriedly pointed at Qin Yun, shouting loudly, a Sect disciple like you dares to attack others in broad daylight? Qin Yun shrugged and laughed. Stop saying such disgusting things. Didn't you prepare to deal with me? I merely took a step ahead. He extended his index finger, waving it twice with a challenging attitude. If you don't accept it, then go report to the Dragon Sparrow Guards, how about that? Hu Fan's face darkened, staring at him intently. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his head and shouted loudly at his subordinates, brothers, if you want to survive this time, fight with me. This guy has no intention of letting us go. Hearing this, the subordinates shouted in unison, kill him, we will fight to the death. Qin Yun chuckled softly and sighed, people die for wealth, birds die for food. Those who cultivate believe they have transcended, but in reality, it's just the same. His words were like adding fuel to the fire, igniting even more fury from the group. Insults rained down on him, followed by a flurry of swords. Qin Yun calmly stepped forward. In an instant, he appeared beside an enemy. With a single stroke of his sword, several fell down. He spoke, what a ragtag bunch, with such little skill, you dare to kill and rob. Seeing the battle becoming increasingly difficult to withstand, Hu Fan reached into his chest pocket and took out a pill. He laughed loudly, this is you forcing my hand. Hu Fan threw the pill into his mouth and swallowed it in one go. When he opened his eyes again, veins were bulging around his neck, and his eyes were bloodshot. The atmosphere around Hu Fan was also filled with a heavy pressure. He leaped forward like a bullet, brandishing the sword in his hand, and let out a shrill, piercing laugh, don't think you have secured victory. Qin Yun calmly blocked this attack, his eyes constantly observing his opponent. He thought, the strength of this strike seems comparable to Foundation establishment. A medicinal pill, perhaps. No wonder he dared to take action against me. Suddenly, he smirked, and his spiritual energy surged instantly. Unfortunately, Qin Yun struck Hu Fan back, shouting loudly, a fake will always be a fake. His foot accelerated as he charged forward, coldly pointing out, your sword technique is not refined, and your spiritual energy is unstable. He swung his sword again. Although Hu Fan managed to block it, it was quite difficult. Qin Yun, standing opposite, showed no mercy, attacking while saying, divine power falling from the sky, but there's no killer move of any worth at all. Qin Yun frowned at Hu Fan, is this all you have to try to harm me? Drawing his sword with instinct, it clashed against Hu Fan's blade, sparking dazzling flashes. As a result, he was knocked back several paces by the boy. Qin Yun, exuding an authoritative demeanor typical of a Sect disciple, aimed his sword at him and resolutely said, you can keep dreaming. They were unwilling to back down and began to rush forward, shouting to each other, let's go together, big brother, don't be afraid. The boy coldly laughed, disregarding them. He raised his sword and swung it at the approaching crowd, I told you already, a bunch of misfits is just a bunch of misfits. Seeing them wanting to flee, he frowned and coldly snorted, want to run? He directed the sword to chase after them. One of them suddenly had a tiger swing its claws at him. Just then, fortunately he sensed it and thought, not good. After that, he called the sword back to his hand and swung it to block the attack from the chained tiger just in time. He angrily scolded, you beast. Brother who watched from a distance as he attacked the chained tiger and burst into laughter, Wang, this is all your fault for getting my brothers killed, just wait for me. He laughed triumphantly and escaped. After struggling for a while, leaving him panting, he finally brought down the chained tiger to lie flat at his feet. Finally done with this, he thought, looking extremely weary and starting to calculate in his mind, that Hu guy is ruthless, with a grudge to repay. If I don't deal with him, he might go after the Wang family for revenge. He turned to look at the cave behind him. But now that the threat of the chained tiger is gone, the essence spiritual liquid might very well be taken by other wild beasts. He grit his teeth, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to run into the cave. I hope I can make it in time. At the Wang family estate, the Wang family was worried, pacing back and forth. It's been almost a whole night, why haven't they returned? Is something wrong? Ning Yan, seeing his father like this, felt it was inappropriate, so he advised, "Father, you should go rest. Perhaps it's just that crafty fox demon who has delayed them a bit." But the Wang family still felt uneasy. If that were the case, it would be good. I'm just afraid that those villains might harm that disciple from Ling Xiao's sect. Cultivators born from Sect. Although they had strong abilities, they had never been in the underworld and were afraid of falling into traps. While the two were worried about Chen Yun, they heard a commotion outside. "Hurry, stop him, go report to the Wang family." Seeing this, they immediately shouted, "What is going on?" A servant came in to report to the family master, "It's bad, that tyrant Hu Fan." Before he could finish, another servant was thrown in by Hu Fan, knocking him down. The Wang family looked out with concern. What happened? They saw Hu Fan grabbing two other servants and bringing them inside. No matter how the servants struggled, they couldn't escape. The Wang family quickly shielded their daughter behind them and shouted, "Hu Fan, what do you want? What have you done to Chen, little friend?" Hu Fan, upon hearing this, laughed coldly and threw the two servants in, causing both to crash hard to the ground, unclear if they were alive or dead. He stepped closer to the Wang family and angrily shouted, "Old man, do you still dare to mention it? It's all because you refused to obediently marry your daughter to me, finding that damned disciple of the sect to come." The more he spoke, the angrier Hu Fan became. "Right now, my brothers are all dead, and in the future, I can only live as a fugitive criminal, wanted everywhere." After saying that, he suddenly softened his tone, looked at Ning Yan, and said, "But, Ning Yan junior sister, it's okay, didn't that guy say you have a special physique?" He laughed arrogantly. Furthermore, thinking of his and her future, he said, "Don't worry, from now on I will take you with me to dual cultivate, we will be a pair of lovers on the run." The Wang family shouted angrily and called for help. "You must be dreaming, quickly stop him." Other families immediately rushed in and surrounded Hu Fan with swords. But he didn't even glance at them and even laughed contemptuously, "Humph." He easily defeated them all in the blink of an eye. The Wang family was so scared they fell to the ground and backed away. "Why you?" Hu Fan picked up a sword nearby. "You think a mere ordinary person can challenge a cultivator? Who gave you the guts to do that?" He brandished his sword and laughed arrogantly at the Wang family, "I will kill you." Just as he was about to swing the sword to strike the Wang family, Ning Yan immediately shielded her father. "Stop." Hu Fan immediately stopped and looked at her with a puzzled expression. She still shielded her father from the sword and firmly said, "I will go with you, from now on you can handle it as you wish, but don't touch my father." The Wang family, upon hearing this, disapproved and pulled her back to stop her. Ning Yan, Hu Fan, hearing her words, withdrew the sword and laughed loudly in agreement. "Ha, fine, this is my father-in-law." He leaned closer and lifted her chin with his hand. "In the future, if you do not listen to me, I will return to kill your entire family." The Wang family anxiously rushed towards the two and shouted, "Let go of my daughter." Hu Fan laughed joyfully, wanting to hold her tightly. "Hee, let's go." Seeing the Wang family rushing to intervene, he scoffed, "Damn old man." He kicked hard, sending Wang flying backwards. He hit his head hard against the wooden furniture. Hu Fan carried Ning Yan on his shoulder and thought as he left, "This place cannot be stayed in for long, who knows when that little guy will catch up, let's just lead her away first and figure it out later." He ran even faster with her. "I hope she really has such a special physique. After getting bored with playing, she could still be sold to those evil cultivators." Ning Yan cried, raising her hand towards the Wang family, helplessly calling out, "Father." She cried and questioned herself, if only I could cultivate and have power, that would be great." The Wang family knelt despairingly in the room, calling out, "Yan heir." But unexpectedly, Hu Fan, while carrying Ning Yan out of the room, accidentally stepped on a formation that immediately lit up. Hu Fan suddenly froze as the light pierced through his body. He exclaimed, "Eh!" It turned out that a formation circle had long been surrounding him at his feet, trapping him in the middle. Rays of light emitted from the strange symbols in the formation, following the outlines upward. Hu Fan, still carrying the person on his shoulder, was astonished. What is this? Qin Yun, proudly carrying a sword, approached and felt even more pleased seeing the enemy fall into the trap. You have left a trapping formation for my disaster place. Seeing that he didn't respond, Qin Yun thought he had a poor memory and reminded him, what's wrong, have you forgotten? At this moment, Hu Fan realized the power of the opponent. Spare my life, I will do anything you ask. He begged, trembling with fear. Qin Yun disregarded his pleas, the sword that had been resting on his shoulder was now drawn. Be a good person in the next life. With that, the sword sliced through the air, rushing towards Hu Fan. Just moments ago, he acted so tough, yet now he could not evade Qin Yun's merciless strike. He fell heavily to the ground, his face pale from the deep gash on his chest. At that moment, just as Ning Yan's slender form was about to hit the ground, a strong, quick hand caught her, cradling her securely. Only then could Qin Yun let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the would-be kidnapper lying unconscious on the ground, blood oozing from his body and mouth, was a pitiful sight. Ning Yan was utterly astonished. Qin Yun felt satisfied with this outcome. He thought back to the hardships he endured while collecting each drop of spiritual liquid in the cave, silently lamenting. I spent too much time searching for the earth marrow spiritual liquid in the cave, but thankfully, I made it in time. The Wang family had just arrived, but before finding their beloved daughter, they encountered the robber lying motionless on the ground. The Wang family felt fortunate and sincerely thanked the person in front of them. Chen, little friend, thanks to you, you saved our Wang family, this gratitude is. Qin Yun did not dare to accept such an honor, raised his hands and clasped them together in a bow, skillfully refusing, this was due to my oversight, please don't blame me, Wang brother. The Wang family, seeing Qin Yun's demeanor, became even more sincere and wanted to repay him. What does Chen little friend mean? This time, Ning Yan had walked to the side of Hu Fan's body at some point, distancing herself from her father's conversation with Qin Yun, leaving the latter part of the sentence unfinished. She quietly observed the situation. Ning Yan saw the injured from the previous battle receiving first aid and their conditions were not too serious. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Take some pills. Seeing those people wounded because of her, Ning Yan felt more melancholy. She made a resolution in her heart, then turned towards the two who were conversing, looked directly at Qin Yun, and expressed her wish, Qin young master, earlier you said I have a special talent, I want to become a cultivator like you. The Wang family could not help but be moved by their daughter's words. He seemed to see his daughter has grown up and was choked with emotion. Ning Yan. Qin Yun knew she had thought everything through, and he smiled to reassure her, don't worry, with your potential, you can definitely become a powerful practitioner. Suddenly remembering something else, he turned to Wang family, by the way, Wang brother, I have something else to ask. Suahan rode his swift horse, flying through the deep green forest, unaware of what he was in a hurry for. After half a day, he arrived in front of a magnificent residence. The white horse neighed loudly after running tirelessly on the road. Seeing that he had arrived, he sighed in relief, finally having time to wipe the sweat pouring down his forehead. He whispered to himself, finally here. Suahan pulled the reins tightly, standing tall and commanding, his voice resounding all around with great authority, I am the entrusted disciple of Ling Shao's sect, where is your family master? The imposing and sturdy door of the residence finally opened. A warm-hearted man stepped out to greet him, ah, immortal, you have finally arrived, I haven't dared to sleep for 2 days now. Suahan ignored the polite greeting, elegantly jumping down from the horse. Before his feet even touched the ground, he hurriedly wanted to know the answer, where is the red-chained tiger, and in what position? His feet landed precisely without any issue despite the difficult dismount, proving his agile skills were quite solid. Seeing that he received no answer from the other party, Suahan continued to ask, how did you handle it before? At the Wang family's inner courtyard, the family master finally managed to invite someone in. After a while of casual chatter about old times, he also clarified the doubts for the junior brother of the Ling Shao sect. Esteemed immortal, the situation is as follows. Suahan pondered over each word that the Wang family conveyed. He made a guess, does it mean that those casual cultivators went to hunt the tiger and then never returned? The Wang family, caught off guard by the question, was covered in sweat. He smiled awkwardly, that's right. Still, he could not gather any useful information for Suahan. He wanted to know more about other important details. What about the general area, for example, where did they go hunting? Where does that tiger demon usually appear? The Wang family was flustered by the inquiries. There were several black streaks appearing on his forehead. As he wiped the endless sweat flowing from his temples, he stuttered, I really don't know, I only know that in the mountains. Hearing the vague answer from the Wang family was enough to shake Suahan. He stood up abruptly, unable to hold back from slamming the table, exclaiming, in the mountains? Do you want me to turn over all the nearby mountains? He clasped his hands together and bent his body slightly, continuously showing a helpless demeanor, but I really don't know. Knowing that even if he said more, the Wang family wouldn't be able to provide a useful solution, he had to concede, perhaps it's better to change direction. Thinking this, Suahan took a jade bracelet out of his pocket and put it on his wrist. His voice still carried a hint of anger, give me a map of the nearby mountain. Knowing he had agreed to compromise, the Wang family seemed to regain their vitality, and the man's face was bright and cheerful as he led Haoran. All right, I'll go prepare, please take a rest, esteemed guest. While the Wang family was attending to their honored guest, Chen Yun had already led Ning Yen some distance away. The two stood on his sword, soaring forward like the wind. At Ling Xiao's sect, the sect's mansion loomed before them, surrounded by fluffy white clouds. Seeing the poetic beauty before her, so different from what she had imagined, Ning Yen exclaimed, is this really Ling Xiao's sect? Before she could get an answer, the height suddenly changed. Chen Yun had unexpectedly picked Ning Yen up around her waist and gracefully jumped down from the sword, landing on the ground as lightly as a feather. In front of the gate of Ling Xiao's sect, Chen Yun led her. Let's go, I'll take you to check your talents, and from now on you can call me senior brother. At the sect's altar, in a circular training courtyard surrounded by 5 small towers, each as tall as 2 adults, disciples of the sect were practicing. The towers on the altar were made of stone, with a level on each tower for the disciples to practice in pairs under the supervision of a senior. Chen Yun led Ning Yen to a spirit formation, looking at the person standing with arms crossed watching. Excuse me, senior, why has the spirit formation for talent assessment been moved to today? The senior was surprised by the question, not expecting that he wouldn't know about this matter. Don't you know? The competition among the true disciples will soon take place at the sect's altar. We must wait until the sect competition ends before we can return. Chen Yun knew the etiquette and respectfully clasped his hands together in a salute in front of him. I wonder if the senior could wait for a moment. This time I came down from the mountain to find a junior sister with extraordinary talent. Could we wait until she finishes her talent assessment before moving on? The senior agreed. Seeing everything going smoothly, Chen Yun happily turned to look at the junior sister, indicating that he had succeeded. The senior was even more generous. He placed his hands on his hips, facing the two of them, and casually said, all right, it won't take much time anyway. After saying this, he began to arrange everything. The senior shouted loudly to those busy at the altar, everyone, wait a moment, a junior sister wants to be assessed. Chen Yun showed great respect, he clasped his hands and bowed, thank you all, I. Suddenly, at that moment, Wu Zhe, the grand senior brother, appeared out of nowhere with his hands clasped behind his back, interrupting Chen Yun's next words. Wait, at this moment, Wu's senior brother scolded him from behind, who allowed you to mix personal matters with public duties? You're obstructing the sect's affairs. This is a misuse of power. Hearing the questioning, everyone stopped. After all, getting involved with him would not end well. Chen Yun spoke up to clarify the matter. Wu's senior brother, I only want to recruit a new outstanding disciple for the sect, why do you say it is taking personal advantage? This reason seemed to reduce the rebuttal, but in chaotic situations, everything can be said. Ridiculous, every year the sect sends people around the village to select talented disciples for cultivation, so why wasn't she chosen before? To add more drama, he pointed directly at the boy's face and said, and you, What gives you the right to determine if she has talent and ability? Then Wuxia kicked in, so don't think I don't know your little intentions. He made some arguments as well. So you just saw her beauty, and that sparked your interest, bringing her here under the guise of testing, then looking for an excuse to have her by your side, to firmly take her as a female servant. This thought was not entirely wrong or right. Don't equate everyone with each other. He seemed to understand where the problem lay, and silently thought, it seems there really are quite a few inside sect disciples like this. It's just that I don't have that kind of plan. Ning Yan stood by, worried for him. Qin Yun can't really. To salvage the situation, he proposed to him, Wu, you're just speculating based on your thoughts, Ning Yan will know the truth when she checks. Hearing this made him even more furious, and he shouted, you don't know right from wrong, get out immediately, or I will use my position to accuse you of obstructing the sect's affairs. You want to cause trouble before the facts are clear. Suddenly, a female voice came down from above, why are you so angry, Wuxia? It turned out to be Lin Shiyu. She gently landed and softly said, the affairs of the sect can be urgent or slow, arranging the competition venue is not an urgent matter. Landing, she politely invited Ning Yan to take the test. It's fine, let this little junior sister give it a try, it won't take long, right? Receiving a satisfactory answer, he gratefully exclaimed, thank you, senior sister, for your understanding. Even the beautiful Ning Yan had to praise Lin Shiyu, this person is truly beautiful, like a fairy. Good inside and out, a well-rounded person. But unlike her, he made a big fuss over this matter. Lin Shiyu, is this a matter of urgency or not? This little guy is mixing public and private affairs, should this behavior not be stopped? He pointed directly at her and said, you can't cover for him just because you know him, if everyone behaves like him, then what will happen to the sect? Instead of getting angry, Lin Shiyu calmly explained, there's fundamentally no need to get angry with this type of person. Wuxia, stop putting labels on others. Whether this is blending public and private affairs can easily be determined by letting this child take a look. At that moment, she said something that left him speechless, if she is a good seed, you trying every possible way to stop her here is actually mixing public and private affairs. She concluded with a remark that was pleasing to the heart, if everyone were like you, what status would the sect have now? The two were like water and fire, neither side willing to back down. Those words cut into his ears like sharp knives, leaving him only able to grunt in response. Because of their overly intense argument, everyone started gathering around to chat excitedly, making a lot of noise. Even you standing beside must feel helpless when witnessing this scene. After a few days apart, the conflict and hostility between Lin Jr. sister and Wuxia seem nearly impossible to hide anymore. This is merely the last straw. The more one concedes, the more the other will press forward. Qin Yun also understood why these two acted like cats and dogs. It appears the competition for the elder position is indeed fierce, nothing comes easy. The future of an entire lifetime is at stake, and every little bit must be fought for. On this side, he has allowed Ning Yan to take the test, but her voice sounds extremely hesitant. Humph, if Lin Jr.'s sister has said this, then let her take the test, I want to see what she has to say after it's done. Then, the other disciples attached several gems for the test. Here, he instructed Ning Yan to just relax while standing in the circle later. But this result determines her future, so a bit of worry is understandable. Of course, at this moment, she has also entered the testing phase. Everything is brightening up, more and more with each moment. All three are focused, but among them, some had to exclaim, "Ha!" The people beside them have also started to debate. What is white light? Isn't it a sign of extremely poor talent in cultivation? Perhaps they do not realize that the difference is what leads to success. They all use scrutinizing eyes to judge others. It's not just poor, they completely lack talent. It seems that Lin's senior sister has really misjudged this time. Ning Yan had to bear the worst words, feeling powerless, sobbing. Tears flowed down, unable to speak, sister. Seeing this, he laughed in satisfaction. Haha, a mortal without any talent. Is this the good seed you were talking about, sister? Look, I told you this little guy was taking personal advantage while doing public work, wasting everyone's time. Taking this opportunity, he pointed straight at her face and said, Lin Shiryu, what else can you say this time? She could only fall silent, unable to utter a word. Then, she turned to ask him, Chen Jr. brother, what is this? So, it turns out that it is too special to be detected. I didn't expect that the Sect's testing formation couldn't reveal Ning Yan's special physique. His gaze gradually darkened. In his mind, he thought, this time there is only one way. After thinking it through, he immediately turned and respectfully said, Lin's senior sister, I hope to activate the Tai Xian 5 elements formation to conduct a test for her. Hearing the words, Tai Xian 5 elements formation, Lin's senior sister's face slightly wrinkled. Even he had to raise his voice and say, Tai Xian 5 elements formation. Little guy, you really dare to want that. He cleared his throat. That formation consumes a tremendous amount of energy. It can only be activated once a year. Do you want the Sect to activate it just for her? Haven't you performed this farce enough already? After finishing his words, he showed a disdainful expression, not caring for anyone, pointing directly at him and cursing, this is a useless person who cannot refine qi. Ning Yan could only curl up and tremble in fear, but he remained firm and retorted, I am not interested in talking to you. He was angry, but he didn't dare to do anything to him. You. Chen Yun decisively spoke, Lin's senior sister, please give me a chance to prove myself. I will take on all consequences. Ning Yan is definitely not a useless person but a true genius. Everyone reacted strongly upon hearing this. Is this guy serious? Others interjected with harsh words, who does he think he is? On what basis does he claim to bear the consequences? That's enough, if you keep talking, it won't be possible to settle this. Lin's senior sister, don't believe this guy. Lin Shiryu made the final conclusion, since you have affirmed this, I am willing to believe you. Then, Lin's senior sister respectfully announced to everyone, please put down your spirit stones and prepare to activate the Tai Xian 5 elements formation. Wu Zhe's face darkened, shouting loudly, fine, I want to see the outcome of your own actions. The outside Sect disciples gathered closer to Lin's senior sister, worriedly saying, but activating the Tai Xian 5 elements formation requires a lot of spirit stones, we don't have the authority to do that. However, she remained calm, gesturing with her hand and replying, it's fine, just count on me, I will explain it to the master. They looked at each other in confusion. In a flash, the spirit stones were prepared for the formation. The green gem was slowly carried up by those people. The crowd outside was whispering and pointing, what is Lin's senior sister doing? Who is that guy? Why does Lin's senior sister trust him so much? Seeing everything unfolding as she wished, Wu Zhe smiled cunningly and thought to himself, the bigger the commotion, the better. This time, let's see how you clean up the mess and take my position. At that moment, Chen Yun stepped closer to Ning Yan. He lightly touched her shoulder, handed her a strange object, and said, don't worry, you really are a genius. Here, drink this. Ning Yan held a bamboo tube containing something in her hand and asked in confusion, what is this? Lin, the senior sister, stood behind, observing the male lead's every move. She thought to herself, spirit liquid, this guy has his fair share of opportunities, yet he has such a treasure. Wu Zhe stood outside, clueless about what was happening. He looked bewildered, A few moments later, after some preparation, the magic formation was activated. Ancient characters gradually appeared in the sky. Ning Yan calmly gazed at the magnificent formation. She tightly closed her eyes, thinking to herself, after drinking that, my body feels too hot. Chen Yun and the senior sister Lin stood outside, tense. Boom! Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight down. The disciples outside shouted in astonishment, what's happening? This is, from the sky, characters appeared, shining directly towards Ning Yan. Talent heaven level, the phoenix crying pearl fragment, she exclaimed in surprise. Ah! Seeing everything proceed smoothly, Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, the system was indeed correct. Witnessing the events that had just transpired, Wu Zhe was at a loss for words. How could it be a talent heaven level? The people around began to discuss fervently. Heaven level, isn't that the highest talent? It seemed Wuxia had only a terrestrial level talent. Unexpectedly, that little girl truly had talent. What little girl? This is a rare heaven level, at the very least it will be accepted as a true inheritance. He angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, how can it be? Feeling embarrassed and angry, he pointed at the male lead and yelled, what do you rely on to find a heaven level? Little guy, what did you just give her to drink? It must be your trick, don't try to fool me. Suddenly, a strange voice came from above, enough. A man slowly descended. The disciples looked up and exclaimed, it's the Grand Elder. He gradually landed at the spot below the formation. Everyone bowed and paid their respects, we meet the Grand Elder. The young man looked at the Grand Elder and thought, the talent heaven level is indeed astonishing. Even the Grand Elder has appeared now. He approached Ning Yan and said, She shrank back, feeling tense. After a moment of silence, he spoke, child, do you wish to join our Ling Xiao sect? Surprised by the offer, Ning Yan exclaimed, However, she calmed down and thought, that's great. Her eyes sparkled as she looked over at Chen Yun. He quickly nodded. Seeing this, she turned to the Grand Elder and replied, I am willing. Upon receiving her answer, the Grand Elder happily stroked his beard and declared, good, from now on you will be the direct disciple of the Ling Xiao sect. Then, he instructed Ning Yan, before you officially worship your master, go follow Shiyu for training. Lin's senior sister was astonished, thinking, direct disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, the Grand Elder turned to ask, Shiyu, what do you think? She cheerfully responded, thank you for your trust, master. I will definitely teach junior sister well. The disciples outside began to discuss excitedly, direct disciple, are they really promoting her to direct disciple? A leap to the sky, truly worthy of being a heaven-level talent, it's really admirable. Sect, we don't really have many legacy teachings, do we? After giving his instructions, the Grand Elder turned to criticize Wuxia, because of your competitiveness, our Ling Xiao sect almost lost a talented disciple. His expression was serious, emanating a huge amount of evil energy. He continued, the master is extremely disappointed with your performance this time. From now on, take care of yourself properly. At this moment, Wuxia shrank back like a timid child, replying, disciple knows I was wrong, please, master. Having finished dealing with him, the Grand Elder shifted his focus to the male lead. He cast a glance, a massive pressure weighed heavily on Chen Yun. He was anxious, thinking to himself, is this what a true cultivator looks like? Just a glance makes me feel pressure like a mountain. Seeing this, Lin's senior sister quickly intervened. She pointed at the young man, introducing, Master, this is Chen Jr. brother who found Wang Jr. sister. He asked curiously, male lead, how did you know that the Tai Xian 5 elements formation could test heaven-level talent? He timidly replied just to comply, disciple was just lucky. After receiving the response, the Grand Elder fell silent for a moment. Seeing that he was unwilling to speak the truth, the Elder stood up and said, forget it, everyone has their own secrets. As long as you remain loyal to the Ling Xiao sect, the sect will not ask much. Saying this, he proudly continued, moreover, you have truly made significant contributions to the sect. From now on, the pills and spirit stones allocated to you will be distributed as they are to direct disciples. Chen Yun immediately bowed respectfully, thank you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded seriously, responding, After that, he turned and left. The male protagonist secretly looked on, and a notification appeared above the Elder's head, in 3 months, achieve the ancient immortal weapon that will descend to the mortal realm in the secret realm Spirit Spring. At this moment, dozens of questions appeared in Chen Yun's mind. Ancient immortal weapon, the flying sword that senior sister Lin gave me is just a piece of spiritual energy, not even classified as a magic weapon, yet it has already made many people covet it. Seeing the power of that magic weapon, the male protagonist worriedly thought to himself, how terrifying will this ancient immortal weapon be? Once the news leaks out, can the sect still protect itself? While he was feeling tense, Ning Yan walked over, interrupting the young man's train of thought. She said, Chen senior brother, thank you for bringing me to the Ling Shao sect. Just now, if it weren't for you, I would be. The male lead gently tapped her head and declared, from now on, follow Lin's senior sister to cultivate well. I believe, with your talent, you will soon become an outstanding talent of the sect. Ning Yan happily replied, no matter what happens in the future, you will always be my Qin senior brother. Lin's senior sister walked over to Qin Yun, handing him a communication jade pendant, saying, Junior brother, this is my sound transmission jade pendant. If you encounter difficulties in the sect in the future, just call me. She smiled affectionately and said, I hope you will soon ascend to become a core disciple, Qin junior brother. At this moment, the other disciples were chattering excitedly. The treatment of core disciples is indeed amazing, this time it's truly a leap to the heavens. Why can't I find a junior brother or junior sister with heaven-level talent? You guys don't understand anything. The greatest advantage of this little guy is that both core disciples owe him a favor, and they are lords, TSK. Even if he does nothing, he can still navigate the sect easily in the future. Then, everyone noticed his darkened expression. Look, Wu senior brother's face has turned gloomy. Wu Zhigrand's senior brother glared at him with eyes full of evil energy. Both sets of eyes looked at each other. In Qin Yun's mind, he was contemplating, this guy hates me so much. He used to offend me, and now he's embarrassing me in front of the Grand Elder. He probably wishes he could eat me alive. No wonder senior sister gave me a sound transmission talisman, it's also a warning for him not to think about making a move against me. But with his quick mind, he knew that within the sect, he wouldn't dare to act. Anyway, as long as we're in the sect, this guy doesn't dare to be reckless. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Once this issue was resolved, it was time for the next one. He turned and left, pondering, the competition is about to begin, I must quickly absorb that spiritual liquid to increase my strength and talent. In the desolate mountains, Suahan wandered inside. It seemed he was searching for something, looking quite anxious. He stood before a cave entrance, surrounded by scattered corpses, and exclaimed, finally found it. Why are there only corpses? There must have been a great battle here. Bodies lying everywhere. Did this monster perish along with them? Well, they are dead now. Suahan hurriedly ran into the cave. Forget about this. This chained tiger can mutate. There must be some kind of treasure here. After a while, he suddenly spoke, it's close by. But in front of him was only air, nothing more and nothing less. Someone must have taken it already. With nothing else to do, he vented his anger on the wall and shouted, who dares to steal my stuff? Then came his screams and curses, little thief, shameless little thief. No matter how he yelled, the items would already be gone for good. Meanwhile, Qin Yun was engrossed in cultivating to prepare for the upcoming battle. Next to him was a bamboo tube containing his cultivation medicine. Suddenly, he noticed something, his eyes widening, the effect of the spiritual liquid is more powerful than I thought. I can clearly feel my cultivation has not increased much, but it is definitely more stable and abundant than before, double the amount. Feeling the power surging in his mind, Qin Yun firmly asserted, Suahan, even if your trump card has increased, don't expect to turn the tide now. Just then, a voice called in from outside, is Qin Yun junior brother there? He opened the door and stepped out, asking, what's going on? It turned out someone was presenting him with rewards. There were also quite a few people whispering nearby. At this moment, Deacon spoke first, junior brother, here are the pills and spirit stones that the sect is giving you this month, as requested by the master. Your treatment is on par with that of the core disciples. This is quite a bargain, it means you can now stand alongside the core disciples. He then shifted to another topic, additionally, Qin junior brother is also a disciple of the inside sect. While he cannot live alone on a mountain like a core disciple, the master peak where the inside sect disciples are located has much better spiritual energy and gathering formations compared to the outside sect. I don't know what plans are in place, but this is truly a great opportunity. Finally, Deacon concluded with, I have sent someone to prepare a house. Qin junior brother, you can move in whenever you like. Changing locations will yield more spiritual energy. He politely clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, Deacon. I will move immediately. Before leaving, he added a statement that was worth more than everything mentioned above. Good. In the future, if there's anything I can assist with, Qin Jr. brother, just look for me, don't be polite. After moving the items, he left. After Deacon left, he smiled with a hint of meaning. In his mind, he thought, this is indeed interesting. A few months ago, when I was robbed of pills, no one cared. Now, a deacon is willing to be so friendly. The world of cultivation truly cannot be more pragmatic. In this world, when you have money and power, people will naturally take notice of you. Even those ordinary folks who used to criticize him turned around and started flattering. Chen Senior brother, if you have time, please come visit. Chen Senior brother, I will help you move your things later. Are you free tonight? Chen Yun Senior brother. On the other side, Suahan was blankly wasting his effort. He was furious, his face darkened. This trip yielded nothing, wasting my cultivation time, it's really infuriating. The others saw him and surrounded him, speechless. You're back, Sua Junior brother. He did not understand what was happening and snorted. But in reality, everyone was gathered around Chen Yun, not him. The piling issues made him extremely angry. Over there, they were still laughing loudly. He couldn't swallow his anger and lost his temper, pointing directly at him and asking. We haven't been here for a few days, and nothing has happened to the sect, right? What is that useless person doing now? The others hesitated. Chen Yun Senior brother, he is now. On this side, he had also noticed him. Then, Chen Yun approached and started a conversation, but mainly to insult him. Yo, isn't this Sua Junior brother who is all talk and no skill? What happened? Did you go out to hunt for food? After hearing that, he went crazy and yelled loudly. Chen Yun, you useless person, don't think that just because your cultivation is higher I can't deal with you. Wait for me at the competition. But you still look the same, calmly adding a few more damaging comments. Tisk tsk, it seems you couldn't find any food, otherwise, you wouldn't be seen biting. As for me, I went down the mountain this time and had a rich harvest. First, I killed a mutated red tiger and surprisingly found spiritual liquid in its lair. To irritate him even more, he concluded with the last sentence about just having made a contribution to the sect. Then I discovered a little girl with the physique of a phoenix jade essence in the Wang family's house. Unable to believe it, he just heard him shout loudly, "What?" He exclaimed again, "That's why I brought her to the sect." The Grand Elder rewarded me for finding such a talented individual for the sect, giving me treatment similar to that of a true disciple. How about that? Not bad, right? Suahan still couldn't fully grasp the situation, looking astonished and confused as he said, Wang family, tiger scale elixir, earthy spiritual liquid, physique of the jade phoenix, you. To confirm, he turned to ask his younger brothers, is what he said true? The others became tense. Eventually, they replied with a few nods, it's true. At this point, he couldn't contain his anger anymore and shouted, you stole my opportunities, little thief, it all belongs to me. The others immediately rebutted loudly, hey, just because you say it's yours means it actually is? Are you crazy for usually stealing from others? Do you have no shame? Brother Chen Yun ignored such people, he was indeed a lunatic. To add fuel to the fire, he mocked with a few more remarks, forget it, everyone understands, a mad dog is just a mad dog, seeing good things and thinking they belong to him, as usual. Right after that came the crisp laughter of those present. On this side, Suahan gritted his teeth in anger. He drew his sword, clearly wanting to fight to the death right here. Then he shouted as he advanced straight toward him, I will kill you. Confidently, he replied, only with you. At that moment, the two swords clashed, creating a loud sound. He effortlessly parried one of his strikes. Now it's my turn. Chen Yun used a newly learned technique to counterattack. He skillfully dodged one of his moves. Taking this opportunity, he swung a sword, forcing him to retreat. After receiving that blow, he shook off the daze. You. Just then, Chen Yun's senior brother appeared, pointing at them while loudly questioning, stop. What is happening here? The senior brother intervened in their fight and continued, in the sect, personal disputes outside of the fighting arena are strictly prohibited. What are you trying to do? Suahan was extremely angry, thinking that he had been tricked. This isn't right. Could it be that this guy intentionally let me hurt him? Qin took this opportunity to inform his senior brother, this person just saw the pill in my hand. Yet he dares to claim it as his own, wanting to snatch it away. He even turned to show his wound for everyone to see. What do you all think? If I hadn't reacted in time, I'd be more than just slightly injured like this. Some fellow disciples immediately came forward to defend Qin. That's right, Suahan suddenly drew his sword to attack, clearly wanting Qin's senior brother's life. Hearing this, Suahan was so angry that he pointed his sword at them. You're lying. That guy did it on purpose just now. Before Suahan could finish, he was cut off by Qin's retort, you shameless scoundrel. Qin was justified, immediately pointing out evidence he couldn't refute, your sword still has my blood on it, undeniable proof that you still want to deny. Suahan frowned, gritting his teeth but had no argument to defend himself. Qin turned to look at the senior brother and continued to report, senior brother, what you don't know is that this person is cunning and treacherous, accustomed to his tyranny. He has always forced outside sect disciples to give him pills. Now that he sees I have good pills, he wants to come and steal them. Truly lawless. I hope the sect will handle him according to the sect rules. The other fellow disciples immediately chimed in, senior brother Qin is right, he has always been stealing from everyone, relying on his high cultivation, he has been bullying others. Some fellow disciples even excitedly pointed directly at Suahan, that's right, he and his cronies must not be forgiven. So the senior brother crossed his arms and sternly admonished him, although the discipline outside the sect is loose, there can still be issues like this. Suahan, agitated and anxious, explained, no, this is a different matter. Just now this guy deliberately set a trap for me. The senior brother grasped the key point in his words and counter-questioned, does that mean that you indeed robbed others of their pills before? The senior brother then raised his hand and ordered the junior brothers behind him, arrest him first, you harmed others within the sect, which has already violated the sect rules. I will also investigate the matter of you robbing others of their pills thoroughly. If there is indeed such a case, I will report it to the elder. Upon hearing this, Suahan began to sweat nervously. He gritted his teeth and glared at Qin, who was gloating, while he was being taken away. Qin, don't think this is over. Just wait for me, just wait for me. He also darkened his face, turning to threaten the other fellow disciples, and all of you, I remember you all. This made the other fellow disciples start to feel afraid. But Qin stepped up to reassure them, while berating him, a mad dog is still a mad dog, wanting to bite now. Everyone, don't be afraid, as long as we stand united, even if he has 10 guts, he won't dare to take revenge. Moreover, I'm here. He silently thought about how the sect would punish Suahan. The result of being punished according to sect rules will be, at the very least, imprisonment, probably until the competition when he will finally be released. At that time, I'll see how you fight against me. At this moment, loud banging could be heard continuously from the dungeons of the Ling Xiao sect. Since being locked up in the cell, Suahan kept punching the wall. He did this mainly to vent his anger. Damn it. His expression became extremely ugly and his breathing more rapid. Furious, he tilted his head and shouted loudly at the ceiling, Qin, I will never let you go in this lifetime. This grudge will not be avenged, I cannot be a human. The jailer, feeling vexed to death, went up to knock on the bars, shut your mouth, be quiet. Suahan, furious, gritted his teeth and huffed at him. While he was still angry, the jailer immediately nagged at him, it's unreasonable to be locked up right before the sect competition, it's a waste of my time. Unexpectedly, Wuja came to this place to bribe the jailer in order to talk to Haoran. The jailer happily took the bag of money and left. Wuja, on the other hand, angrily turned to blame Haoran, I've heard about the incident, I didn't expect you to be so incompetent. Haoran was so angry that he gritted his teeth and retorted, that bastard Qin plotted against me, he even stole my opportunities. If I had known earlier, I should have. Wuja didn't want to listen to him ramble any longer, enough, I don't have time to hear your excuses. That arrogant brat has defied me time and again, first selling the mutated demon pill to Lin Shiryu, now he's making me lose face in front of the master. Wu Zhi hated Qin Yun to the point of reddening his eyes. I just want him to pay the price. Hao Ran immediately rushed to the door and shouted loudly, I can. I guarantee that I can make him save face on the day of the competition. Wu Zhi felt it was ridiculous after hearing this. Your cultivation hasn't increased since Foundation establishment, and now you're locked up in prison while that little guy has rapidly advanced thanks to various resources. How do you expect to make him save face? Hao Ran was speechless upon hearing this. Wu Zhi sneered and then handed him the medicine. I have a secret elixir mixed with specialized cultivation techniques. In about 3 to 5 days, your strength can increase significantly, allowing you to defeat and even severely injure Qin Yun without any issue. Hao Ran felt a bit anxious and wary after hearing this. Does this medicine have any side effects? Wu Zhi thought this question was quite silly. If it didn't, wouldn't everyone be able to use it? I'll be honest with you, it has a tremendous toll on the body. Even if you win, it might take a long time to recover. Wu Zhi smirked and continued, in other words, this is a kind of future-consuming drug. Hearing this, Hao Ran was very hesitant. Of course I want to take revenge on Qin Yun, but the price is too high. However, Wu Zhi didn't care. He left the medicine and the secret manual behind, then turned to leave. Thinking about the things that Qin Yun had done to harm him made Hao Ran even angrier. So he trembled and reached out through the door to get the medicine and the secret manual. It was morning, and Qin Yun walked to the new courtyard. The new courtyard isn't bad, the spiritual energy around it is much richer than outside the sect. Moreover, the effectiveness of the gathering formation is also better. Cultivating here will definitely yield more with less effort. While he was pondering, Sealed Spirit Beast suddenly appeared. It hovered in front of him, seemingly trying to signal something. Do you want me to follow you? Then Sealed Spirit Beast immediately ran off, causing him to chase after it. Hey, slow down a bit. Sealed Spirit Beast led him to Lin Shiryu. It happily sat on her shoulder. Recognizing who was in front of him, he quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Hello, senior sister, Lin senior sister. She blushed when he called her that and pretended to be a bit annoyed. Calling me senior sister is a bit too distant, isn't it? But Qin Yun didn't pay much attention and calmly continued asking, I wonder what senior sister has summoned me for this time. Lin Shiryu playfully teased Sealed Spirit Beast. Face to face with Qin Yun, Lin Shiryu said, this time I owe you a favor. Her slender fingers caressed the Feng Shengwu as she continued, Wang Ningyan's talent is almost on par with mine, after some time, there will be another direct disciple with extraordinary strength. The fact that the master is allowing her to cultivate with me also means she will join my sect. As for Wu Zhi, he has lost face this time, the master's strength has decreased 1 notch. Do you understand the implication behind this? Lin Shiryu questioned Qin Yun. He felt tense and, after some thought, guessed, it means he no longer has the competitive edge over you? Lin Shiryu calmly replied, that's right. But how do you think he will seek revenge on the one who put him in this situation, on you? She pressed him back. Qin Yun was both confused and surprised. Don't tell me he wants to deal with me within the sect. In theory, that's correct, but don't forget the competition is about to begin, and don't even mention the secret realm, Lin Shiryu responded. I heard he seems to be visiting Hao Ran in prison. Qin Yun began to connect the dots, these two teaming up doesn't seem good. Hao Ran already had a background. If Wu Zhi made a mistake last time, then we cannot just ignore it, right? After all, you are one of mine. Qin Yun's flowing thoughts were interrupted by Lin Shiryu. In return, she promised to help him. Come on, sit down. Lin Shiryu lightly pressed Qin Yun's shoulder, advising him to sit. Qin Yun startled and exclaimed, Senior sister. Lin Shiryu raised her index finger to the sky, a smile curling on her lips, her eyes closed, appearing quite pleased. When her hand lowered, a small gleam of light emerged. At that moment, a series of images flashed through Qin Yun's mind about the techniques demonstrated by Shiryu, and in the final technique, Shiryu, with an icy expression, held her sword at chest level, piercing straight towards the enemy's heart. A few days later, at the fighting arena, many people gathered to compete, and the sword soared along with its owner. The green-haired man lost his balance and fell off the stage, while Qin remained steady. Both clasped their hands together in a martial arts salute. The man respectfully said, "Thank you, junior brother, for showing mercy." Qin replied, "I have already yielded." In match 3, Qin wins. Qin junior brother, you have now advanced to the 5th round. Cultivation has also met the conditions and has received the qualification to enter the Secret Realm Sect next time. Do you want to continue fighting? Continue on, there are many senior brothers in the inside sect who have stronger cultivation than me. Even if I can't win, being guided by the seniors is still my hope. Everyone below also started to cheer for Qin. Qin junior brother, try to fight for the 8th round, I've heard that there will be rewards for entering the 8th round. Go for it, Qin junior brother, you are our biggest hope from the outside sect this year. A shout unexpectedly rang out, catching Qin's attention. Over there, a brown-haired man was pushed down, and his brothers were all stunned. So strong. The only one left standing was Suahan, looking smug and proud. He looked at Qin and murmured, "Qin, I've also entered the 5th round, I want to compete with him." According to the rules, competitions must follow the list, and this matter requires the agreement of both parties. Qin smiled and said, "No problem, I agree to fight him." The crowd around began to stir. "Alright, we do need to settle this between us." Suahan felt displeased after hearing that. "Qin, you." Before he could finish, Qin slapped him in the face with a remark. "Stop with the nonsense, I don't want to waste time with someone like you, let's be real." Qin chuckled scornfully, the loser must kneel and bow to the opponent 3 times, how about that? Suahan was indeed provoked, and not just him, everyone was taken aback. The judge commented, "This is too cruel." Several outside sect members agreed, if someone loses, who would have the face to remain in the sect? Someone else questioned, do these two have a blood feud? Suahan showed a sinister face, "Fine, you said it yourself. You two should compete, the sect is checking the strength of all disciples, you may as well." A voice came from afar, it was Wuxia approaching, "Cultivators should have some bloodlust, let them compete." A silence fell over the area. Qin also said nothing. "That's true." The familiar voice and footsteps were heard. "Senior sister." Qin knew this person was Lin Shiyu, as she approached the arena. If one only knows to play trivial smart games, then one cannot go far on the path of cultivation. Then, she turned and smiled disdainfully at Wuxia, "Wu senior brother, I didn't expect our competition to start soon, and here you are, still free to come and watch the competition." Wuxia frowned, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you want to stop this match." Lin Shiyu denied, "No, on the contrary, I also want to see the result of this match." Then, she raised her hand high, intending to cheer for Qin, "You must win, Qin junior brother. If you win, I will give you a special reward." Hearing this, the brothers around became jealous. What is Qin's relationship with Lin's senior sister? Why does Qin deserve Lin's senior sister? No matter what, this Qin makes people too envious, he has such a good relationship with Lin's senior sister. Qin was frightened, stressing out due to his older sister's pressure. "Senior sister, this time you've pushed me to the peak of the wave." Those words caught Wuxia's attention, making him curious, could it be that my younger sister also gives this guy? Lin Shiyu turned to look at him, smirking. "Ha." The judge announced. "Fine, if neither of you has any objections." Qin and Suahan took their positions and got ready. "The match begins," Suahan said with a smug smile. "Qin, you're done for." On the competition ground, 2 different streams of power were fiercely competing. The 2 swords clashed and scraped against each other. This guy's cultivation is at least foundation establishment level 4 or 5, not beneath my own at all. A blood ginseng infusion? Why? Even using secret remedies can't fully suppress him. Suahan faced difficulties as well. He gritted his teeth, unable to comprehend. He advanced, and Qin retreated, he struck, and Qin defended. Suahan, in frustration, emphasized each word he said. "Qin, today I must cut you down. Wu Zhe was thrilled from below. Using secret remedies for cultivation, plus the soul-cutting sword, I don't know where this guy learned that, but combined, it means he's finished. Then, a strike was aimed straight at Qin Yun. Suahan seemed determined, and his attack was lethal, not just a punch. The judge was stunned and shouted, "Stop." In a contest, harming someone's life is not allowed. Wu Zhe laughed menacingly. Too late. The brothers below were also confused. Some people wondered, how can Suahan be so strong? Some clenched their fists, cheering, "Chen senior brother." Others worriedly shouted, "Get out of the way." Someone else yelled, "Jump down." Losing face is worse than losing your life. But they all didn't expect that Qin Yun stood still, closed his eyes and then opened them. He gathered his strength at the tip of the sword and smiled. I see now. The strike Qin Yun unleashed collided with Suahan's ultimate killing move. The power gradually dissipated into a misty haze. The outcome was already clear. He blocked it again. Everyone was stunned, all of them gaping in astonishment. Yet with just one strike. How did Qin senior brother do that? Suahan, after launching his previous attack, felt exhausted because he had pushed his body too hard in that move. Suahan furrowed his brow, confused. What was that just now? How did you manage to withstand my attack? Meanwhile, Wu Zhe at the arena, after witnessing the earlier scene, was deep in thought. In an instant, he understood the key to the attack of countless swords and broke them apart. This is the Lang Tiao swordsmanship. At this moment, Wu Zhe began to frown. How is that possible? The Lang Tiao swordsmanship can only be learned by elite disciples with true lineage and inner strength. No matter what this guy learns from, he cannot immediately reach the minor success realm. Wait, could it be? Wu Zhe suddenly realized. That's right, it's the woman in front of me. He gritted his teeth. Lin Shiryu, you actually passed your sword intent to that little guy. Wu Zhe intentionally sneered, aiming to provoke Lin Shiryu. How generous, but it also means your sword skill has diminished. Aren't you afraid you'll lose to me next because of that? However, instead of getting angry, Lin Shiryu calmly replied, it's fine, I just realized that if the opponent is you, a little reduction in sword intent doesn't matter. In a fishing net strategy, who would have thought that the fish would turn around and bite back? Wu Zhe was extremely frustrated. You, Lin Shiryu, you dared to insult me like this. On the stage, Suahan started to rebel. I don't believe it. You're just a piece of trash that I've stomped underfoot. His sword was pointed directly at Qin Yun. What do you rely on? Suahan shouted. Qin Yun remained silent, blocking every strike from Suahan. This name is not easy to deal with, I need to find a way to disturb his mind. He smiled brightly and spoke loudly. That's thanks to the same reason, Sua junior brother. Those opportunities of mine were originally yours. The feeling of being robbed by someone else, now you get to try it out yourself. The bloodlust rose, his facial expression twisted, Suahan had gone even crazier. You, cut! He yelled angrily, launching a long sword strike towards Qin Yun. But he dodged, then counterattacked. Qin Yun rushed in with a straight thrust of his sword. Suahan grimaced in tension, sweat soaking his forehead. Suahan thought he had blocked Qin Yun's sword, but when he felt more carefully, it was annoying. Wait! This power, the sword was pushed up. Now Suahan realized, not good. It's a feint. Suahan's sword had plunged into the ground. The situation had turned around. After the recent attack, Qin Yun was even more convinced of his judgment. Indeed, the previous move took a heavy toll, his hand is already unstable. He smiled faintly. If that's the case. The crowd below began to cheer. Chen senior brother won. I knew Chen senior brother could win. Ha ha. On the arena, alright, the winner and loser have been determined. You too. The judge was about to announce the winner fairly but was stopped by Qin Yun. Wait, my junior brother Soa certainly won't accept this defeat easily. To convince him, I've decided to give him another chance. Qin Yun shouted loudly. Go pick it up, come and fight here. Suahan's face darkened. Qin Yun, you brought this on yourself. Kneel before me. Saying that, he rushed forward without thinking. Wu Zhe gritted his teeth after the previous scene. Foolish, using such moves after failing to break through. As he said, with just one strike, Qinyun made Suahan's sword hit the ground again and pointed at it. Go pick it up. Suahan was so frustrated that he could only say the word, you, while still being blocked by Qinyun. Stop saying you. If you won't fight, then kneel down quietly and bow 3 times. At this point, Suahan looked like he was about to explode, his face clearly showing the expression of, damn it. He walked towards the sword to pick it up. Today, even if I risk my life, I must make you. However, just in Qinyun's hands, he kicked it away, along with the phrase, go pick it up again. This happened repeatedly several times. Suahan lay on the floor, his face trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Qinyun smiled widely like a devil. What's wrong with him? He looks so pale. Seeing that Suahan was unwell, those watching below were somewhat worried. On the other hand, in Suahan's mind, he was being pressured by the demons of fear. But outwardly, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, no! I will not lose. He sprang up, his anger exploding. I want to make you. Make you. Before he could finish his sentence, no one knew what he meant. They only saw him point at Qinyun, then he collapsed on the ground. The winner has been decided, this match goes to Qinyun, the judge announced. Suahan, blood dripping from his eyes and mouth, lay motionless. The judge approached to check, feeling frightened. Is this a side effect of using banned substances? Below the arena, Wu Zhe frowned and gritted his teeth. Useless person, it's a waste of effort to risk giving him the secret medicine. Then he turned his gaze towards you. Humph, just wait, Qinyun. He then turned back to her. And Lin assure you, this isn't over yet. A few days later, on a crescent moon night, Qinyun was strolling, lost in thought about recent events. The sect competition has finally ended, and I made it to the top 8. Although I didn't receive a ranking prize, I earned the qualification to enter the secret realm with the sect. That's Suahan guy. Due to taking prohibited drugs, he ended up with his entire spiritual mind shattered, completely turning into an invalid who can no longer cultivate. It's said that he has attempted suicide more than once. Now he has been sent down the mountain to fend for himself. It's a pity that Wu Zhe holds a grudge against me. Qinyun's expression grew serious, but he decided to let it go for now. He smiled and said, forget it. At least now, Suahan is no longer a threat to me. It's a shame that his fortunate disobedience to heaven has made it difficult for him to find a fat sheep to harvest like he used to. Qinyun sighed, the wind rustling his hair. Lin Shiyu smiled, curiously asking, what's wrong? Why do you sigh like that when you see me? Doesn't junior brother Chen want to meet me? No, I'm just worried about senior sister. This time you defeated Wu Zhe, and he might vent his anger on me when I get there. I came to find you specifically for this reason, Lin Shiyu continued. Although Wu Zhe has high talent, he is petty. 2 months from now, if you plan to go with the sect to the secret realm Spirit Spring, it's best to stick with me. I've also become a reserve elder now, which gives me a bit of authority in the sect. She continued, pointing at Qinyun. Think of a way to make your cultivation peaceful. Qinyun's pupils suddenly contracted as if he had been stimulated by something. It turned out to be information from Lin Shiyu through the system. 2 months later, in the skeleton tomb at the secret realm Spirit Spring, he would receive the blood of the application dragon, becoming a dragon vein cultivator. Qinyun was confused. Blood, the dragons of this world have disappeared for so many years. Lin Shiyu, seeing Qinyun staring at her like that, shyly asked, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like this all of a sudden? He scratched his head when she questioned him, stammering, it's just that senior sister is too beautiful, making me mesmerized. Stop with the smooth talk. The journey in the secret realm can't be compared to the skills in the sect. The cultivation level of you right now in the inside sect is only intermediate. As for talent, don't blame me for saying it plainly, even if you drink spiritual liquid, you are still far from being comparable to a genius like Chen Ningyan, junior sister. Lin Shiyu continued, if you intend to follow me to the secret realm, then you must work hard on your cultivation in these 2 months, and can't be complacent. You must know that disciples from other sects will not be easy to deal with, just like Wu Zhe and Suahan ran. Her sincere reminders were also mixed with a touch of strictness. Qin clasped his hands in respect. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. However, his heart was bewildered. The senior sister treats me well, I am also reluctant to seize her opportunities. But if there are people from other sects. 2 months later, Qin Yun, a disciple of the Inside Sect, was at the 7th level of Foundation establishment and ranked top 7 in the competition. He stepped forward after being called on. Are you sure you want to participate in this secret realm? Definitely. Go ahead. Be cautious on this trip, and remember, you are a member of the Ling Xiao sect. Along with the many people already present, Qin Yun walked up step by step. The brothers began to wave goodbye, goodbye, go back. Including you. Qin Yun waved goodbye, and the brothers below responded enthusiastically. Qin senior brother, may your journey be smooth and bring back many treasures. Be careful and come back alive. A thick fog rolled in, and the cool wind blew. The sail of the ship was hoisted. On board, everyone was chattering happily. The scenery isn't bad. A green board appeared overhead. Recently, there have been opportunities. The flower Qi in the corner of the secret realm spirit spring has found the yang pill. Haha, this person also has opportunities recently. In the fragrant agarwood forest of the secret realm spirit spring, they acquired a high-quality item from the surface hair hide. Some had opportunities recently in the moon cave in the secret realm spirit spring, discovering the spiritual lake. Others had opportunities recently in the water cloud gorge of the secret realm spirit spring, obtaining the long bone pure gold. Qin Yun stood alone in a corner, observing intently and praising. It seems many people have reaped rewards from this trip. With determined footsteps, Qin Yun seemed to be heading somewhere. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door, then entered, calling out, "Senior sister." The opportunities board appeared again. Lin Shiryu was as usual, and the opportunities turned her into a dragon vein cultivator. She smiled brightly and said, "You arrived just in time, Qin junior brother. I was about to hold a strategy meeting with everyone here." Qin Yun looked at the seniors around him. The system only showed one common message: recently there are no opportunities. He was taken aback. Why is it that, except for the senior sister, no one else has any opportunities at all? Though he was puzzled, the first thing to do was to pay respect. Qin Yun clasped his hands together and knelt. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." And Xiao and I looked at the blue aura surrounding Qin Yun. She examined him. Foundation establishment level 7, Lin senior sister, where did you find this little guy? Nanshan complained, his strength is too low, he could very likely hold us back in this secret realm. Seeing the atmosphere starting to tense, Xiao Zhihe approached, gently patted Qin Yun on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You guys, being called by Lin senior sister means this little guy definitely has something unique." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun began to sweat. Lin Shiryu continued, "Alright, let me introduce you all. This is Qin Yun, an inside sect disciple, the one who found little junior sister Qin Ningyan. Moreover, he is quite lucky, this trip might also bring us good fortune. Everyone, please introduce yourselves." Everyone turned their eyes towards Lin Shiryu. A hand shot up, "Me first, me first." A lively woman with a relaxed demeanor said, "I am Xiao Zhihe, a disciple in my first month of Golden Elixir, currently at the first level of Golden Elixir. My main training is in the Red Spear technique, and my specialty is breaking formations." Next was another woman, looking cheerful but a bit competitive and arrogant, and Xiao and I, at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Don't underestimate my cultivation level. Among all the disciples in the sect, nobody is better than me at breaking and setting up formations. The next person, a man who seemed difficult to approach, stated, Nan Shen, at the 2nd level of Golden Elixir, primarily training in the Dragon Spear and Sunslaying Sword technique. And the last, a scholarly-looking, unassuming man, said, Ong Yunsheng, at the 1st level of Golden Elixir. However, I am better at refining pills and healing than in combat. Qin Yun thought about it, nearly all were direct disciples who had reached Golden Elixir. Logically, it should be hard to encounter danger, so why? Seeing the seniors looking at him, Qin Yun rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. Let me introduce myself. Qin Yun, a 7th-tier Foundation establishment practitioner, specializes in the Ling Tiao swordsmanship. The reason it's called Ling Tiao swordsmanship is because Qin Yun reflects on it. For the past few months, he has been focusing all his energy on cultivation. Neither his skills nor his martial skills have shown much progress. The only thing he has mastered is the Ling Tiao swordsmanship, which has been passed down to him by his senior sister. Lin Shiryu clapped her hands. Alright, now that everyone is acquainted, let's officially begin the meeting we just had. Outside, the mist has become denser than before. The water's surface is calm, with whirlpools forming. Inside the boat, everyone is attentively and seriously listening to Lin Shiryu's explanation. Qin Jr. brother is temporarily joining us, so I will reiterate the situation once more. The Secret Realm Spirit Spring opens once every 10 years, and the opening duration is very short, usually only a few days to a few weeks. What we need to do is explore the inside of the Secret Realm and find opportunities during this time. Qin Yun raised his hand to ask a question. What is the inside of the Secret Realm like? Is there any documentation on it? Lin Shiryu shook her head. There are records, but they are of little use. No one knows what it's like before entering. Like a giant Rubik's Cube, each time the Secret Realm opens, it will be different from the last. Qin Yun curiously asked, so who set up this Secret Realm? Lin Shiryu replied, it's unclear. According to the skill instruction books I've read in the Sect's library, when the Secret Realm Spirit Spring was first discovered, it was very small, with only a few simple areas inside. But now it has developed into a minor realm, containing countless opportunities and treasures. Even our sect cannot monopolize it, we can only share it with other sects and powers. The people from these two sects and powers will be our biggest threat whenever we encounter trouble in the Secret Realm, as long as they feel there is an opportunity to exploit. Outside, large boats resembling strange silhouettes have anchored close to the whirlpool. Oh, the Secret Realm, meaning they are rivals, Qin Yun exclaimed. Other sects have arrived. Qin Yun peered, is that the Gui Yuan sect in Xianwu Academy? Gui Yuan sect, a major sect with strength and background comparable to Ling Xiao sect, has most of its disciples practicing the Queen Gwyn skill, which allows them to connect primordial energies with each other, excelling in group battles. As for the Xianwu Academy, it is a union academy founded by Emperor Xian Tian after uniting a large number of minor and medium sections. The disciples here are all children of major families. It is said that the academy follows an extremely brutal survival rule. Most graduates serve the Xian Tian Empire and the great families. The Secret Realm has started, and the gate has opened. The Secret Realm is open. Qin Yun said, gripping tightly with an eager expression. Lin Shiryu slowly stepped forward. The teleportation talisman hasn't fallen yet, right? She gently asked. Qin Yun took it out from her robe, secretly smiling. And Xiao and I excitedly replied to Lin Shiryu, senior sister, don't worry, this is a life-saving item, how could I forget it? Xiao Zhihe cheerfully chimed in, I feel that our strength doesn't require this thing. Qin Yun focused her gaze on the item before her. The teleportation talisman is something the sect gives to each disciple, allowing them to escape the Secret Realm and return to the ship if they encounter life-threatening danger. In theory, having it makes one absolutely safe, but... Qin Yun looked towards the seniors, deep in thought. There are no opportunities, it's just bad luck not finding anything. Or, are still recent lines of text without opportunity. Lin Shiryu also summoned her sealed spirit beast. Everyone take your positions, Lin Shiryu declared, let's go, by the old rule, our Ling Xiao sect is the first group to enter. From the boat, everyone moved towards the opening Secret Realm Spirit Spring. As they walked, Qin Yun glanced to the side and saw Wu Zhe. He had a look of anger on his face. Humph, little guy, just wait there. Qin Yun, curious, asked and Xiao and I next to her, isn't the Grand Elder coming with us? She replied, come on, the Secret Realm Spirit Spring only allows those in the mid-golden elixir stage to enter. Have you forgotten? Mu's senior sister at the 6th level of golden elixir is already at her limit, and the elder is at the strong original stage, so how can they enter? From the other side, someone spoke up, can't enter. How come? This time the Grand Elder came to oversee, the other two families also have a strong nascent soul stage member. Lin Shiryu added, otherwise, with so many people inside competing, wouldn't they be blocked as soon as they step out? Therefore, the three families have come to a mutual understanding that no matter how they fight in the secret realm, they will maintain peace outside the secret realm. Chen Yun was confused. But clearly the display system shows that he will enter the secret realm in the future. Could something happen afterwards? Chen Yun looked ahead, unfamiliar colors caught his eye, making him curious. Who are those people? Lin Shiryu frowned and replied, a bunch of casual cultivators, they don't belong to any sect. Chen Yun questioned again, isn't that important? Nan Chen explained, most casual cultivators have very poor talent, and no sect wants them, so they lack both cultivation and inheritance. The secret realm spirit spring also limits cultivation levels, there won't be any fake pigs that eat tigers here. Xiao Zhihe added, that basically means they will all be food for us. Lin Shiryu then advised, that's what we're saying, but remember when we encounter them, no matter who we meet, we must try our best and not underestimate anyone. Let's go, entering together will prevent us from getting separated. The misty green screens one by one were entered. Chen Yun was dazzled by the light. Ouch! Other seniors also appeared, and not only them, but also others. Something round resembling the sun sparked his curiosity. Chen Yun was astonished. Is this really in the secret realm? It's completely no different from the real world outside. But while he was daydreaming, and Xiao Ni interjected with some painful remarks. That's fake, the sun, clouds, and sky are all fake. There's even night here. If we want to gain something from this trip to the secret realm, the most important thing is to find opportunities before others. Disciples, split up and act according to the teams previously established. Each team will explore in a different direction. Chen Yun reflected. Ultimately, in the secret realm, it depends on who collects more things and robs more. Theoretically, there will eventually be a battle until only the strongest team remains. But because of the teleportation talismans, as long as there are gains, even if we encounter stronger people from other sects, we can still take our gains and withdraw. Therefore, splitting into teams to explore will be much more effective than exploring as a large group. Yes, yes, yes. All the fellow disciples agreed and set off. Only when it was the turn of his team did a problem arise. Wu Zhe frowned. Where are you guys planning to go? Xiao Zhihe asked him back, why do you want to know? What does it have to do with you? Wu Zhe replied coldly. I just want to go in the opposite direction from you, to avoid running into each other. Lin Shiryu cheerfully said, then let's go to the plains. Wu Zhe jumped onto his sword and shouted, then we'll go the other way. Chen Yun looked up, there were many opportunities recently. Not long after, in the chaotic stone forest, he discovered a nest of gathering crows, receiving a large amount of the cultivator's legacy. Chen Yun was taken aback, a large amount, the system said a large amount, then how much is that? Seeing him lose focus, Xiao Zhihe reminded him, Chen Jr. brother, let's go, why are you still dazed? Chen Yun felt extremely uncomfortable, thinking back, no, if it were disciples from another sect, then fine, but this bastard Wu Zhe, for both personal and professional reasons, I have to pluck his feathers. Once he thought this, he acted promptly. Chen Yun clasped his hands and presented his opinion to Lin Shiryu, senior sister, I feel the plains can't yield much, we should change direction. Lin Shiryu curiously asked, oh, then where do you think we should go? Chen Yun pointed directly in the direction that Wu Zhe had just taken. Lin Shiryu placed his hand on his chest, excitedly saying, all right, this time I'll listen to you. And Xiao Ni was taken aback, no way, senior sister, if we find something good, we have to compete with Wu Zhe. Xiao Zhihe clicked his tongue, you really spoil this guy. Suddenly, Chen Yun became agitated. He was astonished by what he saw. The status board changed, Lin Shiryu's status changed to, no opportunities recently. From left to right, the senior opportunities board had changed. They all had updates. From the left side, Yun Sheng and In Xiaoni's recent opportunities involved defeating disciples of the Xian Wu Academy and claiming all of their opponents' legacy. On the right, Nan Shen and Xiao Zhihe's recent opportunities involved defeating disciples of the Gue Yuan sect and claiming all of their opponents' legacy. Chen Yun was confused. What is this? My fate has changed. As night fell in the secret realm, and Xiao Ni called out to her senior sister. Unable to hold back any longer, she moved closer to Lin Shiyu to ask, where exactly is this little guy taking us? Are we really going to follow him? Nan Shen chimed in, looking displeased. We are just flying in the air all the time. Basically, without exploring the depths thoroughly, what can be found? Chen Yun heard it but remained calm, thinking without responding. Because Wu Zhe's team is searching along the way, their speed is very slow, and now we have surpassed them. What Chaos Stone Forest mentioned is definitely here, but the area is too vast. Where can we find that nest? As soon as he thought about it, the jet-black wings began to hover in the sky, then it spotted Chen Yun's team and swooped down. Lin Shiyu was on alert. It's a high-level demon beast. Scatter, she warned everyone. The bird flew through, and fortunately, they managed to dodge it in time. Lin Shiyu was irritated. Chen Yun observed it, gathering crow. It must be this one. He saw everyone dispersing, and it arrogantly showcased its golden-eyed fierceness, then used another move. A series of purple rays rushed towards them, all dodged skillfully. And Xiao Ni was furious. Damn beast, don't be too arrogant. So she set up a barrier to protect everyone. Nan Shen cast his spell, fiery red streaks flying towards it. Ong Yunxing also cast his spell, purple orbs barreling forward. The bird cleverly dodged the attacks with a few turns, but it didn't expect that above it was Xiao Zhihe along with the lance coming down contemptuously. Unfortunately, she missed her thrust, and then it turned again to flaunt its strength. Xiao Zhihe is in trouble, a close-range attack. She spun the spear to block the hit. I've encountered a ghost, this foul bird is too quick. At the same time, a strong blow from the sealed spirit beast struck from behind, leaving it no time to react. The two collided, and the sealed spirit beast had captured the body of the crow. Lin Shiyu praised her spirit beasts. Well done, then I will take the demon pill. Just as she was about to bring down her sword, Chen Yun quickly stopped her. Wait, senior sister, don't kill it. And Xiao Ni asked, huh? Why not? The demon pill from high-level demon beasts is valuable. Are we really going to pass this up? Chen Yun hurriedly explained, I read in the skill instruction books that this is a treasure-collecting crow. It likes to gather various treasures to decorate its lair. If we follow it and find its lair, we might get an even bigger reward. Xiao Zhihe was surprised. So there are demon beasts with this kind of behavior? Ong Yunxing added that the crow indeed has a penchant for collecting objects. Lin Shiyu, upon hearing this, exchanged words with Xiao Ni, saying to mark a location for it. And Xiao Ni agreed, no problem. Then she proceeded. Lin Shiyu looked at the foul black crow and gave it a little something. Lin Shiyu raised her sword and made a cut on the wing of the gathering treasure crow. Due to the pain, it cried out, cawing. The sealed spirit beast then released it, and the gathering treasure crow immediately flew away. Lin Shiyu leaned on Xiao Ni, asking her to lead the way, hoping that they could make a good haul. The crow flew from dusk till dawn, landing as if to have some peace, only to be followed by a bunch of people to its den. Caw caw caw. It panicked and fled. At the same time, Chen Yun discovered that its old den was indeed here. They set foot down, and just halfway into the cave, Chen Yun's delighted expression was revealed. This is quite a lot, a mountain of treasures. And Xiao Ni's eyes sparkled. Oh my, we are gonna get rich, we are gonna get rich. White rose sword, crimson golden armor, frost bow and mysterious arrows. These are all high-grade divine weapons. There are also many high-quality spirit stones. Lin Shiyu smirked. It seems that Crow really has a habit of collecting treasures, but accumulating so many over the years is quite a bargain for us. She then instructed everyone, each person should choose a few usable items, and the rest will be stored in the bag of holding to share equally later. Before long, Xiao Zhihe volunteered, then I want this one. Everyone began to disperse to select the items they wanted. After gathering some swords, Chen Yun picked up a few jewels. While he was collecting, Lin Shiyu approached, curious, senior sister. Here, this is for you. She handed him a jade pendant. Take this divine weapon. This is. Qin Yun asked, intrigued. Lin Shiyu explained, this jade contains a strong soul essence, a rare creature good at hiding. After activation, it can help you remain concealed for a period of time. As soon as she finished speaking, and Xiao and I jumped in, wow. This thing is a life-saving divine weapon, perfect for avoiding pursuers. Senior sister, I want one too. Qin Yun and Lin Shiyu exchanged helpless looks. Nan Shan offered advice. Sister is not the one with the lowest cultivation among us. What do we want this for? Moreover, we have teleportation in the secret realm. This item is somewhat useless and can only be used for sneaky tasks. At this moment, Qin Yun clasped his hands in respect. Thank you, senior sister. Now that we've got everything, let's go. Everyone moved out of the crow cave. Xiao Zhihe walked closer to Qin Yun, put an arm around his shoulder, and whispered, little guy, I didn't expect following you would really bring good fortune. Senior sister said you are lucky, and she was right. Qin Yun awkwardly replied, it's just luck, nothing more. As they neared the exit, Lin Shiyu asked Qin Yun, so what next, Qin Jr. brother? Where do you think we should go? What about this? Qin Yun pondered. Since I've changed direction, we avoided some danger, but the dragon blood of senior sister is lost now. Should we go back to look for it at the dragon bone tomb, or, should we return to the previous direction? Alright. Lin Shiyu immediately accepted his suggestion. Qin Yun was taken aback, and the opportunities panel changed again. Lin Shiyu had recently received the dragon blood at the dragon bone tomb. Become a dragon vein monk. But when Qin Yun looked sideways, he still couldn't understand. No way. Is Mo Longgu so dangerous? An expert of the golden elixir stage like Xiao Zhihe, even Nan Shan can't survive after changing equipment. As for senior sister, maybe I'm in more trouble. Outside, more people were gathering. Wu Zhi gritted his teeth. Lin Shiyu, what do you mean? Why are you all here? Then, Wu Zhi stumbled in the cave, realizing that he couldn't find his sword anymore, and he was furious. You found opportunities, huh? Brats, these things belong to us. This is our search area. Xiao Zhihe replied, hey, who gave you the right to decide that? Don't you know the order of things? While Xiao Zhihe said that, and Xiao Ni was even more ruthless, directly sticking out her tongue to taunt Wu Zhi, if you're capable, go find it yourself. Don't claim it just because you see others finding good stuff. Lin Shiyu shouted loudly, clearly teasing, alright, if our senior brother Wu wants this place, then let's give it to him, let's go. Okay, let's go. Haha, Wu Zhi is about to turn into a dog. Lin Shiyu, stop whining, don't let me see you again. Qin Yun noticed the opportunities board appearing above Wu Zhi. Recent opportunities. Kill all the disciples of the Gue Yuan sect and seize all their assets. Qin Yun pondered, is this it again? Logically, disciples from other sects should also have teleportation charms, making it difficult to kill them. It seems something will happen after this secret realm. Lin Shiyu saw Qin Yun's grim expression and intuitively understood. She asked again, Qin Yun, where do you plan to go next? Qin Yun hesitated, I think we might be able to seize the belongings of people from the two other sections. It seemed he wanted to change the situation to see what would happen at the gates. Other sects had also arrived, and they were very eager. Haha, we've found it, we've made a rich harvest right upon entry. I didn't expect this place to have a dragon essence. This is priceless, we are so lucky, but they didn't get to enjoy it for long, as swords rained down like a storm. Who is it? They're ambushing us. It was Qin Yun's group. And Xiao and I laughed with delight. Hee, give it here, bring out the good stuff, do you really think you can profit just by relying on a few of you? They had not yet finished speaking when a strong gust of wind startled them. Once the wind calmed down, Lin Shiyu and her spirit beasts, the sealed spirit beast, were standing firmly in front of them. The black-haired man stammered to the green-haired man, senior brother, this is the leader of the Ling Xiao sect according to intelligence, we might. What is there to be afraid of? If we can't win, we run. Do we not have the guts to fight? Let them see our strength. Our Xianwu Academy is not like those pampered ones. Weak chickens that have never seen blood. Let's fight. The two sides officially clashed, but just as they started, the forces from Xianwu were blown away by the wind. Lin Shiyu shouted, "Shu Shou, surrender, or I'll chop you." Saying this, she rushed to battle her opponent. He grimaced, "Their cultivation is at least 2 tiers higher than mine." "No way, Lin Shiyu is too strong, I can only use my trump card, take on my dragon severing strike." He then executed his strongest move, but the sealed spirit beast made him taste its foot, sending him flying far away. He fell to the ground. The gray-haired man was frightened. "Senior brother, these people are a bit difficult to deal with, what should we do? Should we retreat?" The senior brother of Xian Wushu Shou frowned, clutching the piece of paper in his hand tightly, and declared fiercely, "The green forest is still there, why worry about not having firewood? Remember today for me, retreat." As they prepared to escape, Qingyun drew his sword. "Wait, why should it be like this? This secret realm opens only once every few decades, you won't gain anything." Shu Shou shouted loudly, "That's because you stole it." Qingyun smirked, No, we are civilized people, we only stole half." The Xianwu group was speechless, and then the whole group pointed and angrily protested, "Stealing half is still stealing, isn't it?" Qingyun held up 2 fingers, No, think of it as a sum. Now hand over half. In the meantime, who knows, you might discover some opportunities. But if you leave like this, you will only get this few earth dragon elixirs. A little gain like this is not considered abundant for the secret realm spirit spring, right? Shu Shou fell silent. Qingyun was pleased. Indeed, human nature always prefers compromise. If asked to surrender everything, they would rather let it go than allow us to take it. But if we only take half of what they have, they will be willing to consider it. Qingyun continued, "Of course, if you cannot find opportunities later on, do not rush. You can also take from teams weaker than you, as they will only need to give up half. Isn't this loss easily compensated?" The bald man nodded in agreement. "That seems reasonable. We can't defeat them, but can we not defeat other teams?" The blue-haired man also agreed. "Senior brother, if we go back like this, we will have gained too little. After so many days, we should have been able to find opportunities or other teams." Shu Shou reluctantly relented. "Fine, I will give you half of this earth dragon prodigy, but you must promise not to make a move against us, otherwise, we will immediately teleport away." The green board above his head and Xianwu also changed. Recently discovered opportunities. In the eastern 100-flower valley, there is the 100-flower spirit essence creating flower demon essence. Qingyun smiled and said, "Of course, we are the keepers of civilization and the keepers of our word." Then they picked up half of the remaining items and left. Ong Yunsheng was delighted with the remaining half. "The quality is not bad, later I can use them to refine some pills for everyone." Lin Shiyu then asked Qingyun, "Where do we go next? Should we continue looking for others or what?" He replied, "Let's search while we go." Then Qingyun pointed, "We'll go this way." "Let's go." The Xianwu group turned back unexpectedly. Damn it. These people do not follow martial ethics. Do they want to hunt us down to the end? Truly evil. Shu Shou yelled in anger, "You bastards, just because your cultivation is high, does that make you great? Let's go. We will also look for a team with lower cultivation than ours." On Qingyun's side, they fought another team and won again. Lin Shiyu waved his hand, "Alright, get lost." At this time, Qingyun also noticed the changes in Lin Shiyu's opportunities. Recently, he had discovered the black gold dragon pattern at the bottom of the canyon in the west. A moment later, the sword was raised, and Qingyun announced, "Found it." And Xiaoni's eyes lit up again. "Oh my god, high-grade materials that refine spiritual energy. Long black gold, we've struck it rich, we've struck it rich." The men are riding on the grassland, or rather, running on the grass. The brown-haired man shouts, "Wait for me. It's Lin Shiyu and the sealed spirit beast." She raises her sword, this sword. Then smiles, "Not bad." Qingyun sighs, "It's a pity, because those who just ran don't have any opportunities lately." Later, the two opposing sides, Chen Yun's group, clash again. This continues several times, and once again, Chen Yun steps in to mediate with his familiar line, "Everyone, don't be impulsive, let's be peaceful, each of you hand over half of your gains, I guarantee no one will get hurt." Similarly, none of them are willing to give in at first. The brown-haired guy raises his spear ready for a fight. "Who the hell are you?" The red-haired scarred guy also points and shouts, "If you're brave, come and spar." But they can only hold out like this until they get beaten. They kneel down, "Okay, half. You guys have to keep your word." And Xiao Ni checks the goods, "Let me see, no problem." She turns around and smiles. Lin Shuyu calmly says, "You guys speak first, I'll keep my word." They ran in all directions. Chen Yun thought, it was indeed right to cling to a big thigh, even if we end up sharing equally among 5 people. If I don't join senior sister's team, I can't seize as many resources relying only on my own strength. Then everyone left together. Xiao Zhihe joyfully patted his bag, saying, "This trip to the secret realm was definitely worth it, my treasure bag can't hold any more. I feel like I don't need to worry about cultivation resources for the next few years anymore." Ong Yunxing agreed, "Just the harvest of spiritual herbs is enough to last me a long time." Nan Chen reminded, "But everyone shouldn't let their guard down, our victories depended entirely on senior sister's strength, and the people we encountered weren't that formidable." Upon hearing Nan Chen, Chen Yun became curious and asked, "What is the cultivation level of the strongest disciple in Xian Wu Academy and Gui Yuan Sect?" Nan Chen replied, "At least it's 4 to 5 layers of golden elixir, not much weaker than senior sister. If we encounter a tough opponent, we're likely to just drag senior sister down with us." And Xiao and I winked, "What are we afraid of? I always feel that with me leading the way, we're extremely lucky." Chen Yun felt shy, "It's just luck, just luck." Lin Shuyu joined in with Xiao and I, "Then let's hope we continue to be so lucky." She then asked Chen Yun, "Where to next?" He thought for a moment, "I remember there were some opportunities from someone, seems like they were to the southeast." Suddenly, Chen Yun noticed something. The text above Xiao Zhihe changed from "Recent opportunities, kill the disciple of the Xian Wu Academy and seize all the opponent's heritage," to "No recent opportunities." Chen Yun was stunned, it changed again. "Clearly, I haven't. Could there be danger ahead?" Chen Yun immediately shouted loudly, "Let's change direction." And Xiao and I wondered, why is that? On the other side, to the southeast, a silver-haired man sitting in a meditative posture was floating in the air, his hand manipulating the compass. After it fell, he seemed to realize something strange, suddenly changing direction. "They are moving away from this place." A black-haired woman standing close by spoke up, "Your divination was actually observed, that's truly rare. Could it be that guy is playing with us? After all, we are from the same sect." The man shook his head. "The mane of the sealed spirit beast is not fake, and my divination will not be wrong. They escaped the first prediction, but they will not escape the second." He tried the old trick again, "Look. Found it. Now they are at." Suddenly, the compass needles clashed, and he shouted, "How is this possible? My 64 hexagrams technique has been discovered." On Chen Yun's side, he wondered, what exactly is happening? The opportunities keep changing. Could someone be following us in some way? To be safe, they changed directions several times. Seeing Chen Yun keep changing directions, and Xiao and I became curious, why change direction? "It's okay," Lin Shuyu reassured and Xiao and I, "just follow him as advised." "All right," and Xiao and I nodded. They turned back towards the southeast. Blood dripped down as the silver-haired man collapsed, crying out in pain, "How can this be? I have never failed a divination. It's completely ineffective. What method did that person use to counter my divination?" He was furious, "No. I will not lose like this. I must." The woman hurried to stop him, "Stop. Don't continue any further. Keep predicting, and the consequence of failure will be death." 2 people restrained his movements. The woman advised, "Don't force it anymore, take him for treatment." Then, the blue-haired man approached to question the woman, "Your Highness, what should we do next?" The woman cast a spell, and the two discussed strategies for an ambush. What do you want? It seems the ambush has failed. But at least we have a rough idea of the enemy's direction. Lin Shiryu, I will definitely not let her go today. You can follow along. Yes, they all replied in unison. Chen Yun observed everyone's opportunities, which had not changed anymore. It seems safe now. I also don't know who is targeting us. The harvest from this trip is sufficient. Next, as long as the senior sister can obtain dragon blood, perhaps I can give her my senior sister's dragon blood. Chen Yun chuckled mischievously, no. The senior sister has a favor to me, robbing her would be no different than Suahan ran. Yet he remained determined not to do anything wrong. Moreover, my strength probably doesn't allow me to intrude. As long as Lin's senior sister becomes more powerful, I feel safe hugging my big thighs. While moving, Lin Shiryu sensed a strange aura. She quickly warned, someone is coming. Chen Yun was taken aback, what? Didn't you, at this speed, can you still chase me? Could it be? Chen Yun and everyone else were astonished, so fast. It's the woman from before. I knew it would be me who found you, she shouted. Stop right there. Although I don't know how you managed to avoid the ambush, you still can't escape. Lin Shiryu said, you've been very arrogant lately, kidnapping so many people from our Xianwu Academy. Lin Shiryu smiled faintly. Long time no see, princess. Chen Yun wondered, who is she? That's the chief princess of the Xian Tian Empire, the current leader of the Xianwu Academy, who was once defeated by a senior sister in the conflict between the two factions. It is said that she has held a grudge since then. Chen Yun fell silent. No, this person is similar to the senior sister, having entered the dragon tomb. Lin Shiryu laughed scornfully, so what, princess? Do you want to seek justice for them? The winner is the king, isn't that the consistent belief of your Xianwu Academy? Princess Zhang was furious, her face turning red. Those useless people. What's there to talk about if they're not as strong? But today, if I find you, I want you to know that I am no longer the person I was 3 years ago. She aggressively hurled her weapon towards Lin Shiryu. 3 years ago, you blocked 2 of my illusions, let's see how you block 6 now. Lin Shiryu skillfully dodged with ease, taunting her back, just like before. You're quick, but it won't be so easy next time. Lin Shiryu, let me show you my strongest strike. Her power coalesced into a pillar, heading directly for Lin Shiryu. Chen Yun exclaimed, senior sister, be careful of that light, dodge quickly. Lin Shiryu replied coldly, I knew you would use this move, still the same old trick. After saying this, she swung her sword. The two forces collided, red light bursting from Luo Shi's palms. Her face was smirked, Lin Shiryu, very good. It seems you haven't made no progress over the years. Unfortunately, you're still far behind me. Countless immortal weapons were aimed at the encircling crowd. She confidently spread her arms, you can avoid it relying on the sealed spirit beast. I want to see if your subordinate can avoid it. As she finished speaking, she shot each immortal weapon towards An Shaoni's group, who could only dodge the fierce attacks. The teammates struggled to evade as well, and she wasn't satisfied. Hey, seriously, relying on such a powerful immortal weapon to bully the weak? What kind of hero is that? Xiao Zhihe charged in, timely cutting off the immortal weapon that was aggressively lunging towards Chen Yun. She was, after all, a woman, so she certainly wasn't a true hero. Luo Shi faced off directly with Lin Shiryu. The sword in Lin Shiryu's hand was raised high, striking straight ahead, but before the blade could touch Luo Shi, it was blocked by the immortal weapon. She showed great disdain, is this the level of your attack? Luo Shi stepped in front of Shiryu, raging with the sealed spirit beast. The sword in her hand was still restrained by the immortal weapon. Seeing this, Luo Shi found it even more ironic, have you not held a sword for long, so your hands have gotten weak? Luo Shi laughed heartily, feeling very pleased, boldly challenging, let me see your true abilities, the pride of the Ling Xiao sect. A red beam of light struck her. Lin Shiryu commanded her spiritual pet, Xiao Feng, dodge. A surge of green heat burst forth behind Lin Shiryu. Her face was cold. If this is your choice. Ong Yunsheng, seeing the flame surrounding both Lin Shiyu and her spiritual pet, began to sweat profusely. It's over, senior sister is showing her true colors. Chen Yun, noticing several people flying towards them, hastily warned his sister, wait. Senior sister has backup behind her. Wherever the sword went, a strip of green appeared. She launched a warning strike at Luo Shi. I'm not in the mood to toy with you, Luo Shi. Luo Shi, seeing Lin Shiyu turn around, couldn't help but wonder. She ordered her teammates, stay close to me, don't get entangled with this woman. And Xiao Ni was closely trailing behind, and Lin Shiyu asked, should we retreat? If the senior sisters are fighting like crazy, we won't have a good place to stand either. Then, she stroked the fur of the sealed spirit beast, coaxing, Xiao Feng, let everyone run away. With their spirit wings spread wide, Lin Shiyu commanded them to speed up, follow me, charge straight through. Luo Shi and the reinforcements aimed at the enemy that was escaping. She shouted loudly, don't even think about running, this time you won't escape. Red beams of light, seemingly sentient, surrounded Lin Shiyu. She skillfully used her sword to sever the immortal weapon. You are really stubborn. Luo Shi, why must it be this way? Suddenly, at that moment, bright streaks of light appeared in the clear sky, shooting across like falling stars. Chen Yun ran away in surprise, looking up, what is that? Lin Shiyu also paused to observe. She didn't forget to remind everyone, not clear, be aware and cover your aura, try to break through that. 4 or 5 green streaks of light gathered together, darting forward. Meanwhile, seeing the misty dots, Luo Shi angrily realized he had missed the opportunity. Damn it, let them get away again. The fortune teller from Xianwu Institute rushed over, asking anxiously, Your Highness, are you alright? Luo Quan noticed Luo Shi still staring in the direction where the group had disappeared. The fortune teller advised, in the mountain valley, the situation is unclear, it's best to rest for a while to recover your spiritual energy, my divination also needs time to recuperate. Luo Shi waved his hand, and the surrounding immortal weapons suddenly vanished. He explained. Secret realm spirit spring, when did such thick fog appear? Clearly, it has never been recorded, truly strange. However, after a moment of contemplation, the fortune teller concluded that the secret realm spirit spring is continuously expanding, and the emergence of new terrains is not surprising at all. As for Lin Shiyu, she decided to let everyone land and take a break, pausing to observe the situation. Ong Yunxing cast a spell, and a dark blue gemstone appeared. He focused intently, and it seemed to be just ordinary fog, not any kind of sinister gas. Xiao Ji he tilted his head to look behind. It appeared that the guy was not chasing them for the time being. Phew, thankfully there was fog here. Lin Shiyu gently stroked the neck fur of the sealed spirit beast, saying, You've worked hard, Xiao Feng. Let's just try to see if we can blow the fog away here. The spirit beasts received the command, and its mouth opened wide to push all the air out from its belly. The surrounding fog surprisingly vanished. Chen Yun suddenly exclaimed, It worked. No, wait, that's not right. After the fog dissipated with the breath of the sealed spirit beast earlier, it suddenly rushed back. Xiao Ji he was surprised, wait, this is... Chen Yun felt increasingly strange as he looked around. Something is not right, this is not natural fog. Lin Shiyu was also aware of this suspicion. That's right, it seems someone has set up a large formation here. A formation? But who set it up? Nan Shen, who had been silent until now, crossed his arms in thought. It's not our Ling Xiao sect, and it doesn't seem to be Xian Wu Academy either. It appears it can only be Gue Yuan sect, but why would they set such a large formation here? And Xiao Ni cheerfully put her hands on her hips, her face beaming. Could it be that someone here wants to do something but doesn't want to be disturbed? Chen Yun, however, couldn't be as carefree. He stared at the ominous energy swirling around and pondered. Could it be that someone knows the Dragon Bone Tomb is here? Staying in a place where the situation is unclear will lead to unexpected changes. Lin Shiyu quickly sought a solution. Xiao Ni, can you find a way out? And Xiao Ni winked at her senior sister and immediately agreed. Don't worry, no problem. After saying this, she excitedly unleashed her abilities. The lanterns flew into the sky as she worked while shouting loudly at Lin Shiryu. Senior sister, this formation, I am the expert, wait a moment. After that, and Xiao Ni pinched her fingers together and pointed upward. A voice rang out, go. The lanterns expanded in all directions and then soared further away. And Xiao Ni sat cross-legged and began to deploy the formation. Her hands swiftly formed seals. The vision has been opened, now let's see what I can do. 4 lanterns in the sky dispersed in different directions simultaneously. The lanterns have dispersed. But before she could finish her sentence, 5 lanterns had returned to gather together in the sky. Everyone was astonished at this sight. Wait, why are they coming back? Chen Yun and Xiao Ji he didn't understand what was happening. Why did they disperse only to regroup? After completing the deployment of the formation, and Xiao Ni drew some conclusions. She smiled, her face showing a sinister expression. Indeed, besides the fog that obscures people's sight, this formation disorients and confuses. However, if one thinks they can outsmart me, they are underestimating me. The lanterns hovered, illuminating brightly at the same time. As they regrouped, the lanterns continued to disperse. Xiao Ni continued to analyze the situation. If that's the case, I will just change its path. She closed her eyes, focused, and murmured to determine the direction. The rat corresponds to wood in the east, the horse corresponds to fire in the south, and the monkey belongs to metal in the west. A directional map unfolded. And Xiao Ni's lantern moved according to her incantation. The pig and the child correspond to water in the north. She was also aware of the situation, seeing something that looked like a vortex. I found the location of the eye of the formation. Beneath the river, 2 rings of people stood around the vortex. And Xiao Ni was startled and thought, what's going on in the east? As the figures below zoomed in closer, observing their attire and the movements they were performing while cultivating, Xiao Ni had a suspicion in her heart. It seems they are all disciples of the Gue Yuan sect. The colossal whirlpools churned relentlessly, without any stop. She felt there was something suspicious about it. As for this formation, I always feel. But after thinking for a while, and Xiao Ni fell into confusion. She had no information about this formation. This is. As in Xiao Ni got closer, she realized, so there were strange signs before. No wonder I didn't encounter many disciples of the Gue Yuan sect on the way, it turns out they were all here. Xiao Ni was lost in thought, unaware that a fan was flying towards her in a spiral from a distance. And Xiao Ni's lantern caused it to sway, making the meditating in Xiao Ni feel swallowed. Xiao Ji he quickly approached to support her, asking, what's wrong? An intense pain gripped her, tormenting her. After achieving its purpose, the fan swiftly returned to its owner. At that moment, a faint blue lightning flickered around the tall figure of a man, revealing him to be the leader of the group gathered around the eye of the formation, Yi Ran of the Gue Yuan sect. He lightly landed and huffed softly, senior brother. The disciples of the Gue Yuan sect clasped their hands in respect. Yi Ran walked while reminding the crowd below, someone has disrupted the formation, they may have seen everything here. His face was cold as ice, the entrance to the tomb will soon appear, and I hate variables. I've sent several teams of disciples to reinforce the defenses of the nearby eye of the formation, not even a fly should get through. The group responded obediently, clasping their hands, yes, leader. Yi Ran arranged everything neatly and then stood below to observe the situation. Above him were disciples who had received orders to ride their swords to patrol the area. With a solemn face, deep in thought, although the carefully constructed formation has been broken, and Xiao Ni has still grasped the basic situation. Everyone began to ponder. Chen Yun was the first to voice his opinion. It seems that the Gue Yuan sect is planning to excavate something from beneath the lake. Furthermore, they are willing to summon so many disciples for this and set up a great formation. Receiving such a large amount of information made Chen Yun even more certain. He thought deeply, the dragon bones must be below, I just didn't expect. Chen Yun's thick eyebrows furrowed, his face somewhat tense. The answer from Xiao Ni is something you didn't anticipate. It's the people of Gue Yuan sect who are preparing to open it up, Lin Shiyu said, stroking her chin, deep in thought. Perhaps, during the last secret realm opening, some disciples of Gue Yuan sect vaguely learned about this, knowing there's something good at the bottom of the lake, so this time they decided to take the risk. Upon hearing Lin's senior sister, Xiao Zhiheng felt confused. With such a great formation, what treasure could it be? Should we attempt to see if we can steal it? Nan Shen, seeing the situation, could only feel helpless, reminding them, and Xiao Ni has already said that most of the disciples from Gue Yuan sect are here, no matter how strong we are, we won't be able to fight against so many of them. Lin Shiyu leisurely sat with his feet propped up on the sealed spirit beast and turned to Qin Yun, Qin junior brother, what do you think? Qin Yun gave his opinion, since we have been discovered, the Gue Yuan sect will definitely enhance their vigilance and the defense of the formation. Forcing a breakthrough and sneaking in is likely to be very difficult, so we need to find assistance. And Xiao Ni suddenly realized, do you mean we should summon all the disciples of the Ling Xiao sect? Then, we can take a chance against them. At this moment, Ong Yunxing drew everyone's attention to himself, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. Our disciples are scattered throughout the secret realm, just finding them would take a lot of time. He shook his head, this method is not the best one we can use in the current situation. I'm afraid that by this time, the opponent has already obtained opportunities inside. Qin Yun listened to everyone's opinions, smiled faintly, no, what I mean is. Qin Yun raised his hand, letting the wind twist into a circle, don't we have a group of natural helpers outside this fog formation? The disciple from the Xian Wu Academy returned, but what he reported left Luo Shi disappointed. The disciples went in to scout the path but got lost, unintentionally returning outside the mountain valley. Luo Shi was struck dumb, where is Lin Shiyu? Hasn't she come out yet? The disciple could only shake his head helplessly. No discoveries so far. The fortune teller for Xian Wu Academy produced a square compass and a spoon, making a guess, they must still be in this mountain valley and... He seemed to have realized something. After saying that, the fortune teller left a question hanging. She glanced over, startled and confused, what's wrong? The fortune teller hesitated slightly, it seems like they are getting close to us. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of beastmen appeared in the sky, following Lin Shiyu and her spiritual pet, and Xiao Ni's lantern. Lin Shiyu's sword had already taken action against the opponent without hesitation. Following her sword's path, a blue electric current emerged, striking directly at the disciple who was scouting the path. After this impressive entrance, Lin Shiyu smiled brightly, full of provocation, still waiting for me, Luo Shi junior sister. The opponent reacted just in time. Lin Shiyu rode the sealed spirit beast, hiding behind the dense fog, along with the lantern, using it as a hiding place to lure the enemy into a trap. Luo Shi searched everywhere but couldn't find anyone, and was extremely angry. At this moment, the opponent voluntarily offered herself, causing Luo Shi to lose her composure even more, scream. Everyone, go out and don't let her escape. Lin Shiyu rode the sealed spirit beast, guided by the lantern in front of her. Luo Shi, along with the immortal weapon and her subordinates, closely chased after her. The rays of the immortal weapon shot continuously from Luo Shi, yet Lin Shiyu showed no signs of wavering in the face of Luo Shi's deadly moves. She skillfully dodged the relentless attack from her opponent. And Xiao Ni, through her lantern, led Lin Shiyu, next, turn left, go forward 200 meters, then turn right, be careful, slow down, Lin's senior sister, don't lose sight of them. Lin Shiyu was very confident in this plan, no problem. The fortune teller hurriedly chased after them at full speed, anxiously saying, Your Highness, her fellow disciples have disappeared, I fear that. She didn't listen to a word, what a disorganized bunch, do they still want to ambush me? Relentlessly pursue them, let's see where she can run to. The senior brother stood in the middle of the glowing formation. Countless rays of light shot straight up into the sky from the front lines. The senior brother stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, reporting the current situation to the subordinate group below. Everyone, listen clearly, the chief is about to open the entrance to the tomb. The opportunities inside can only belong to our Gue Yuan sect, but someone has already discovered this place. His expression suddenly changed, if someone foolishly seeks us out, you all know what to do. The disciples of the sect below shouted in determination, understood, don't worry senior brother, no one can break through us, please inform the chief to rest assured. After that, the echoes of their shouts faded away. In the sky, a strange sign suddenly appeared. All disciples of the Gue Yuan sect looked up. The senior brother seemed to have anticipated this new development. He waved his hand to command, move, take cover. The fog mingled with the clouds and trees as the senior brother and the Gue Yuan sect disciples hid behind large trunks to initiate their plan, make no noise. He revealed half of his hidden face, quietly observing the situation, but nothing appeared in that sky. Then, a glowing lantern floated across the area where the Gue Yuan sect was. The people below whispered. What is the divine weapon scout? It seems the main person is behind. The senior brother ordered to avoid provoking the enemy and to remain still. The disciples were preparing to await orders, quickly withdrawing their evil energy, understood. A faint black dot appeared. The senior brother noticed the situation changing and shouted, come here. Upon seeing the red figure behind the lantern frantically flying towards them, the senior brother drew his sword and pointed towards the red shadow, shouting orders, let no one live. After that, he volunteered to charge first. A long shout sounded like the drum roll signaling the start. Luo Shi, who was chasing Lin Shiyu, found no trace of her and was instead led into an incomprehensible situation. She only saw a group of people in black rushing at her wanting to kill her at all costs. With swords raised, shouts echoed, die. Luo Shi was not afraid at all, her face confident, ambush me. You are only seeking your own death. The Gue Yuan sect disciples were unable to approach Luo Shi before she used her immortal weapon to knock them out of sight. Receiving the attack. The determination to kill the enemy was replaced by cries of pain from the immortal weapon assault, ah, oh, ah. The echo of the disciples of the Gue Yuan sect reached the ears of the Qinyun group. The pain of those people was like a signal to recognize the outcome of the plan. Qinyun smiled triumphantly, it's a success. Xiao Zhihe affectionately put his arm around him, sparing no words to encourage the clever head of Qinyun, it seems your method was effective. Haha, this scheme of leading the water to the east is truly wicked. Qinyun felt delighted at the compliment, his cheeks flushed, and he smiled with joy. Lin Shiyu continued to carry out the next step. She turned to Qinyun, next, it's up to you, Qin junior brother. Qinyun had been waiting for this sentence for a long time, and he confidently held the ring in his hand, casually responding, leave it to me. Luo Shi mocked with a sneering voice and fiery eyes at the group in front, gesturing defiantly, don't waste words, just because there are many of you doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Qinyun quietly cloaked himself, listening. He used his spiritual energy to fly through the crowd, searching back and forth, thinking to himself, where is the formation diagram that Xiao and I talked about? He was astonished, his mouth agape as he looked at the scene before him. Inside the formation, there were 4 Daoist friends practicing. Qinyun wondered, what is this? He silently laughed to himself, I found it. On this side, Luo Shi was gradually losing patience with those people and shouted loudly, what are you finally saying? Spit it out. Yi Ran had already come up with a series of countermeasures in his mind. This woman is indeed not easy to deal with, it's better to go with the flow, stabilize her, and then think of a way to deal with her once we're inside the tomb. He then suggested, don't act rashly, His Highness the Electric Music Academy, if we are discovered, we can naturally cooperate. After all, as far as I know, there are not just one but multiple opportunities in the Dragon Bone Tomb. Suddenly, a loud voice emerged as Yi Ran was negotiating, we should unite, and not let others. The formation diagram shattered, and everyone turned around to see Qinyun attacking a Daoist friend, a ray of light emitted from the sword. After dealing with those people, Qinyun felt pleased and clenched his fists, His Highness Luo Shi, the formation diagram has been broken. Yi Ran gnashed his teeth in anger. Luo Shi exclaimed in shock, what? He used an invisibility technique while mocking with a sneer, Yi Ran angrily pointed at Qinyun and shouted, you. Luo Shi, the fortune teller, did not believe in himself. No, that guy is definitely not it. A series of beams of light suddenly shot down, horrifying everyone. Yi Ran couldn't react in time, watching helplessly as people were struck and cried out. Another person with a sword shouted angrily, "Bastard, how dare you pull such tricks?" Yi Ran, furious, ordered, "Everyone charge in together and kill them." In another place, two disciples of the Ling Shao sect flew on their swords, unexpectedly discovering a skeleton of spirit beasts holding spirit stones. The two were puzzled by the occurrence. What is happening? On a hill, three disciples of the Xian Wu Academy looked down with disdain, and one suggested, "The fog below has cleared, there might be great opportunities. Let's go take a look." By the riverbank, the battle was fierce, with explosions erupting as magical powers clashed. Xiao Zhihe, standing on the sidelines, became smug. "They're all in chaos now." Yi Ran gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, leading the rebel forces, shouting loudly, "Disciples of Gue Yuan sect, withdraw to the entrance and prepare to face the enemy." The spirit beasts that had flown in earlier opened their mouths, revealing a swirling vortex of purple magical power. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "It's here." Everything began with the formation of magic. Formation complete. A large purple light appeared, surrounding them. Lin's senior sister, riding spirit beasts, looked down at the formation being established. "No, we can't let them have their way. The outcome is still favorable for Gue Yuan sect, we have to take action now." She ordered Nan Shen and Xiao Ni to take the opportunity and charge in. "Let's go." Emicham. Lin's senior sister rode the spirit beasts into the formation, as everyone was swept up by the wind, screaming in despair. Luo she glanced back and saw a powerful surge of spiritual energy, then exclaimed, "What?" She was furious and shouted, "Lin Shiyu, I know you're up to something, you dare to scheme against me." Lin's senior sister didn't care, she focused on cutting down the immortal masters, saying, "Stop wasting words, if you want to share a bowl of soup on this opportunity, cooperate with me." Luo she shot her immortal weapon towards Lin's senior sister, speaking derisively, "Dream on." The fortune teller rushed in to warn Luo Shi, "We are outnumbered by Gue Yuan sect, there are definitely valuable items in there that are hard to imagine. If you want to seize them, we might need to cooperate." Luo Shi ground her teeth in frustration, damn it. She had no choice but to aim her immortal weapon at the formation. "Vent your anger there, it really is frustrating." Yi Ran was still busy casting magic, refusing to give up, saying, "Don't think I fear you too. All the disciples inside the sect used the secret technique to help me, quickly." The group quickly formed a stance, shouting, "Set up the formation." A large magic array was directed straight down at Yi Ran, his whole body emanating powerful spiritual energy. Yi Ran confidently utilized magic, slash. The magic formed a large beam aimed at Luo Shi. She immediately blocked it, straining to set up her formation, her eyes wide in surprise. The secret technique of the Gue Yuan sect is indeed formidable. Lin's senior sister was equally surprised, lamenting in her heart, to think it is possible to channel the spiritual energy of so many people into one person. The magic flew toward them but was knocked away by Lin's senior sister and the spirit beasts. Yi Ran laughed triumphantly, pointing his sword at the two of them, "See how powerful our sect's secret technique is? You should obediently retreat now, you can't win." Luo Shi tried hard to use various heavenly techniques to break this formation, but her attacks had no effect on them. Luo Shi was angry mixed with a hint of worry, this move is truly too shameless. What should I do? Suddenly, senior sister Lin noticed Qin Yun. Shiyu was surprised to see Qin Yun flying in from behind with a sword, and unexpectedly exclaimed, "What?" He used just a bit of strength to break the entire formation, shouting loudly, "Break for me." Yi Ran saw his disciple kneeling at his feet and angrily erupted, "Damn it, when did this guy?" The two surviving members angrily flew back intending to sneak attack. Qin Yun shouted, "Despicable little man, quickly take him down." In no time, he was cut down by a brilliant wave of golden magic from Qin Yun. Qin Yun slowly sheathed his sword and realized, indeed, the spiritual energy of these people is used to maintain the barrier and supply resources. Xiao Zhihe, holding a staff, pointed at the group and exclaimed in admiration, "No wonder, Qin Jr. brother is indeed suitable to be the sixth elder. The life force of the others began to dissipate, and Yi Ran roared, despicable. He gathered momentum, sword in hand, flying towards Qin Yun, shouting, I will kill you. Sure you rode a spirit beast from afar, warning, Qin Yun, quickly dodge. Yi Ran charged in, angrily cursing, dodge, your mother. He swung a powerful blow down onto the surface of the lake, saying, die. The nearby disciples were also affected by that overwhelming attack. He was terrified, his eyes bulging as he screamed, no. Qin Yun deftly dodged the attack, thinking to himself, this guy. In the next moment, Qin Yun was devoured by the strange spirit beasts from earlier. Yi Ran angrily shouted, you shameless one, opportunities can only belong to me. He was furious and could only order those outside to guard, you useless people, hold your ground here for me. If anyone dares to let someone in, be prepared to receive punishment. After that, Yi Ran flew into the formation circle after Qin Yun. His disciples rushed in to protect the entrance of the magic formation. Senior Sister Lin, riding the spirit beasts outside, was equally anxious, turning back to instruct Nan Shen, try to gather the sect disciples over here, I will go rescue Qin Yun first. The spirit beasts charged away at a terrifying speed, knocking aside all obstacles in their path, causing them to exclaim. Luo Shi, seeing this, frowned and exclaimed, Lin Sure you. Inside, Qin Yun was pushed into a place with large statues. Yi Ran's sword technique suddenly appeared from behind. He quickly sensed, not good, that guy's sword chi. Qin Yun was surprised to see the sword chi being retracted. The sword chi has disappeared, what is going on? What is this? Qin Yun squatted down, shocked, my spiritual energy has completely vanished. Yi Ran entered, soaring in with majestic authority, little guy, let's see where you can run to. Qin Yun didn't listen to his nonsense and launched a direct attack. Yi Ran was shocked, unable to believe, you managed to withstand my sword. How is that possible? Qin Yun smiled smugly, thinking, not just me, this guy's spiritual energy has also disappeared. Suddenly a voice called out, Qin Yun, sure you rode in on the spirit beasts, astonished, brother, what's going on? You can actually fight with that guy. At this moment, the spirit beasts below began to change, gradually shrinking. Xiao Feng. Sure you exclaimed as he scooped the shrunk spirit beast into his arms. All the spiritual energy here has disappeared. Just then, Luo Shi also walked in, boasting, Lin Sure you. She raised her hand to prepare to throw a dart, let's see where you can run to. There was no movement at all, the spiritual energy had been completely extinguished, causing the lifeless darts to fall to the floor. Luo Shi appeared astonished, what is happening? Where is my spiritual energy? It's gone. Everyone here has lost all their spiritual energy. The only thing that can compete is each person's martial skill, it's just a matter of how many people there are. But the entrance outside is controlled by the people of the Gui Yuan sect. The 4 experts facing off are from different factions, which is highly disadvantageous. Qin Yun shouted, Senior Sister, stop him. Don't let that guy call for help. Sure you quickly rushed towards him, not a chance. Sure you blocked Yi Ran's sword, producing a clashing sound. Yi Ran angrily said, get away from me. Sure you did not back down, her face full of mockery, without the spiritual energy from your fellow disciples to support you, your sword skill is just this much. Luo Shi over here turned and ran, you guys take your time fighting. Qin Yun immediately followed, raising her sword to block, taking advantage to run away. Don't even think about it. Luo Shi swiftly turned around to dodge Qin Yun's attack with her weapon. Both of them stepped back. Luo Shi's face darkened, her voice full of evil energy, you bastard. Luo Shi and Qin Yun charged into a fierce battle with each other. Qin Yun swung her sword down heavily, but she was lucky enough to block it with her weapon. Humph! She was so angry she gritted her teeth, it's you, the sneak from earlier. If it weren't for the lack of spiritual energy. Trash like you can be dealt with by just a wave of my hand. Qin Yun smiled triumphantly, feeling she was joking. Come on, aren't you also relying on the immortal weapon? Surrender immediately, and I'll consider not harming you. Hearing this, she became furious and shouted, "You wish I am." At that moment, a sudden tremor caused all three to lose their balance. What is that? Luo Shi turned around and saw the statue moving, debris falling. As it began to leave its original position, it raised its weapon and approached the two of them. It struck down where they had just stood, but fortunately, they dodged in time. "Get out of the way!" Chen Yun exclaimed without stopping. What a gamble! He anxiously turned and yelled at Shiryu, "Senior sister, go that way." Looking toward the two of them with disdain, she said, "You two are really out of your minds, daring to go there without any spiritual energy." She immediately took out a talisman. God knows what dangers are inside. The talisman glowed in her hand. "I won't support you all." Unfortunately, after waiting a long time without seeing the teleportation talisman work, she became flustered. What the heck? What is this? The teleportation talisman was ineffective. Before her stood three large statues aiming at her. Ouch! She collapsed, scared to the point of crying out. "Hey!" She immediately called out loudly to the two people, "Wait for me." So the three of them ran towards the other side. Chen Yun turned around to observe the situation with the statues. "The stone statues here probably won't chase us anymore." Luo Shi ran so fast that she was left breathless. At that moment, Shiryu suddenly raised her sword, pointing it at her. "What do you want to do?" Luo Shi quickly blocked the sword that was about to slash her face with her weapon, but unexpectedly, Shiryu easily knocked her weapon aside. When the sword was aimed directly at her neck, Luo Shi started to sweat from fear. "You!" Shiryu didn't bother to respond to anything Luo Shi said and asked Chen Yun, "Chen Jr. brother, what do you think we should do with this one?" Chen Yun casually checked on Luo Shi and saw that she had no chance at all. No chance also means that as long as we handle this one carefully, it won't pose any threat. He suddenly took out the teleportation talisman to give it a try, but he was still in the same place. The teleportation talisman in your hand shows no signs of working either. "The teleportation talisman has really lost its effect," you said, then turned to ask Shiryu, "Senior sister, if we kill her here, will it have any consequences?" Hearing this, Luo Shi turned red with anger and shouted, "You dare!" Shiryu pondered your question and replied, "As for this, the Xian Tian Empire has always been hostile towards major sects like ours. If their princess dies here, we might get into trouble." Shiryu continued to consider while pointing his sword at Luo Shi. "After all, Yi Ran knows she was with us last time. It's hard to guarantee that the Gue Yuan sect won't join forces with the royal family to target our sect." Chen Yun immediately stepped forward and snatched the weapon from Luo Shi's hands, saying, "If that's the case, let's spare her for now." He smiled while holding the weapon in front of her. "Right now, we've lost all our spiritual energy. We could use someone to scout." Meanwhile, many people on the other side were desperately attacking the magic formation. Xiao Zhihe tightened his grip on his weapon in anger. "Damn Iron King 8 formation. Completely impossible to break through." And Xiao Ni brought many more people to assist. "Everyone, we've found some fellow disciples again," Ong Yunxing thought as he assessed the current situation. "If we get even more people later, coordinating with the ones from Xianwu Academy, we should be able to defeat the enemy." Upon seeing people come out from the mouth of the monster, the disciples immediately shouted, "The leader is back." As Yi Ran emerged, he quickly gathered everyone. "Everyone, the great opportunities are inside, follow me into the passage here." Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. What? However, there was no further explanation, and others began to enter inside. The fortune teller, seeing this, immediately pointed in that direction and shouted, "Not good. Stop them." Unfortunately, it was too late, as the moment the last person left, the talisman instantly began to glow. It exploded, creating a cloud of dust that quickly buried the entrance from before. Everyone looked at each other in fear. Only Nan Shen knew, this time it's over. After the Daoist friends rushed in, they immediately saw numerous colossal soldier statues facing away from them. The giant soldiers suddenly began to move. Scaring the group of Daoist friends, drenched in sweat, stuttering, they said, "What is this? Where has my spiritual energy gone?" Yi Ran frowned and shouted, "Stop dawdling and charge through. The Ling Xiao sect has already taken it. They don't have any spiritual energy left either. Everyone is in the same boat, we just need to find the opportunities, and they will belong to us." After saying this, he rushed forward, drawing his sword and shouting, "Go!" The other Daoist friends immediately followed suit, shouting, "Charge!" The gigantic soldier statue swung its sword down fiercely towards the crowd. Cough cough. One Daoist friend was knocked away by the sword, painfully uttering a sentence before the screams rose high as the giant statue lifted its foot to stomp on him. Ah, no! The statues attacked with both sword and foot. Yi Ran quickly escaped from that area, glancing back while thinking, "What a bunch of fools." Elsewhere, the trio of Qin Yun heard the loud noises. Qin Yun looked in the direction of the sound and said, "Let's go, it seems they are in pursuit. Hopefully, those stone statues can help us a little." After saying this, the three immediately quickened their pace to leave. Luo Shi discovered something ahead that caused Qin Yun and Lin Shiyu to look in astonishment. A dark tower surrounded by giant skeletons appeared before them. What is this?" Qin Yun immediately pointed at the scene before them and replied anxiously. "This place seems to have gone through a brutal battle." Lin Shiyu put her hand on her face, bewildered, and said, "Are those really the remains of a dragon? But if both the dragon and the phoenix died here, what kind of battle was that?" Luo Shi immediately stepped forward and turned to say, "No matter what, we need to run. The guy from Gue Yuan sect is coming, if we fall into their hands, we won't have a good ending." The system suddenly appeared and announced that blood from the dragon had recently been obtained at the ruins of the main tower. Qin Yun immediately pointed towards the tower and said without hesitation, "Let's go there." The three of them quickly approached the tower, discovering many skeletons scattered everywhere. Luo Shi observed the clothing of those skeletons and said, "The clothes of these people indicate that they were at least powerful cultivators from thousands of years ago." Qin Yun asked her in astonishment, "How do you know?" Luo Shi, crossing her arms proudly, replied. Luo Shi immediately answered as if it were obvious, "I am the chief princess of the royal family. Even though those sects have long since disappeared, there are records in our royal secret manual. Your Ling Xiao sect is nothing compared to the sect of those cultivators back then." Qin Yun smirked and immediately retorted, "Your Xian Tian Empire was just a small, poor clan back then too." Luo Shi snorted and walked ahead. As she walked, she stepped on the chest of a skeleton. A cultivator like this dying here must have left behind some treasures. She stretched out her hand and eagerly searched. "I'm going to look for them." After rummaging for a while, she was shocked and frowned, raising her voice in dissatisfaction. "How is this possible? Why isn't there even a single spirit stone? No way. Did the cultivator back then not have any magic weapons?" At this moment, Yi Ran and the others had caught up. He looked towards the tower and confirmed, "They are over there." The three of Qin Yun were still unaware and continued to walk forward. Yi Ran pointed his sword at the trio of Qin Yun and ordered, "Quickly chase after them, no teleportation talismans allowed." Many Daoist friends immediately rushed forward, heading straight for the tower. Qin Yun sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around, seeing the crowd rushing towards them. "We're done for." Lin Shiyu looked at Qin Yun and asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Qin Yun turned his head to look ahead and replied worriedly, "Don't worry, keep going in. As long as they get here first." The absence of the system interface shocked him. The display of opportunities has disappeared. He frowned, puzzled by the abnormal occurrence. "This isn't right, it can't be like this." Qin Yun clenched his fist and said loudly, "No, we counterattack right here." The system appeared again and announced, "Recent opportunities, obtain the blood of Ing Long at the main tower's ruins." Upon seeing this, Qin Yun sighed in relief. "Phew, it's back." Luo Shi, hearing Qin Yun's decision, angrily said, "Are you joking? Right now, none of us have cultivation or spiritual energy. Do you want the three of us to fight against them?" Qin Yun explained to both of them, "All of our cultivation is gone, but the martial skill is still here. I trust the swordsmanship of my senior sister. Furthermore, the terrain here is complicated, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark, and we feel we can fight." Lin Shiyu pondered for a moment while looking at Qin Yun, then agreed and said, "All right, let's go meet them." Luo Shi's cheeks turned bright red as she looked at the two with tear-filled eyes. She immediately stretched out her hand and shouted, "Are you both crazy? Give me back the fleeting dream, I won't be with you. If you two don't want to live, then don't drag me along." She ran toward Qin Yun, extending her hands, "Give it back to me." Qin Yun was taken aback and suddenly grabbed Luo Shi by the collar, shouting, "Stop being foolish." His face darkened, and he said loudly, "Right now, that Deep Yi Ran is willing to stop at nothing to kill us, monopolizing the opportunity. We are on the same side now, do you want to survive? Then follow my arrangements. There are no protectors for you here." Luo Shi, tears welled up in her eyes, said, "But my fighting power relies entirely on the fleeting dream and the formation, I have nothing now." Qin Yun suddenly reached out to pet Luo Shi's head and smiled, "Then follow my arrangements, and I will do my best to ensure your safety." At this moment, Yi Ran's group had chased their way here. "Hurry." The front was completely quiet, not a shadow in sight. Yi Ran turned his head to look around and muttered to himself, "Humph, have they hid?" His expression suddenly turned angry as he ordered, "Go find them for me, kill them all if you find them. Next, no matter where they are, we have plenty of time to search." The others responded in unison, "Yes." Suddenly, a circular formation appeared behind Yi Ran, radiating blinding light. A Daoist friend held a lamp in one hand and a sword in the other, walking in front, saying, "Be careful." Footsteps suddenly sounded. A girl appeared in their sight. The Daoist friends were stunned, immediately shouting and directing their lamp at the girl. "Who is it?" The girl coldly snorted. The Daoist friends confirmed, "It's the vile woman who has killed many of us." People screamed in fear, some turned to flee, while others were too scared to stand. One person raised a hand pointing at Luo Shi, loudly declaring, "Don't be afraid, she is a waste now." "Right," the others immediately raised their swords in agreement, "Capture her. She is still of royal blood, Leader Yi will definitely reward us." A cord suddenly appeared in front of their feet, and the group of Daoist friends, not paying attention, immediately tripped and fell down with a cry. The Daoist friends exclaimed in fear, "It's an ambush." At that moment, Qin Yun rushed down from above, wielding a sword right behind them. The Daoist friends felt the wind slicing behind them, turned their heads, and saw the sword approaching. "Hurry over here, they're facing enemies in that direction." They hastily ran over. One bold one asked, "Who is it?" Lin Shiyu snorted, raised his sword, and charged at them. The Daoist friends turned pale with fear, raised their hands wanting to stop him. No, but it was too late. Lin Shiyu's smooth sword stroke sent them all flying in an instant. On another side, a group of Daoist friends rushed to where the guards were standing and asked, "What's going on here?" One Daoist friend, filled with hope, asked, "Have you found the person?" But the guards showed no reaction. The Daoist friends sensed something was wrong, their faces turning ashen. "What is it?" Suddenly, 3 daggers flew in their direction. The Daoist friends were horrified and quickly drew their swords to deflect the daggers. At that moment, they also saw the person throwing the hidden weapon, that detestable woman. It was none other than Luo Shi, prompting their angry insults. "Kill her," the Daoist friends shouted, but before they could attack, a figure appeared behind them. The flash of a sword lit up, blood splattered everywhere. Qin Yun stood amidst the bodies of the Daoist friends, deep in thought. Indeed, the disciples of the Gui Yuan sect are usually too reliant on formations for combat. Now without cultivation and dispersed, this is really the best opportunity to defeat them. While he was thinking, suddenly a sword swept in from somewhere. Qin Yun was surprised to find the sword already at Luo Shi's face. Worried, he shouted, "Be careful." In the moment of thought, Qin Yun also quickly swung his sword to parry the blow. Indeed, it has come. The 2 swords clashed, producing a deafening sound. The Lang Tu swordmanship, although it has form, lacks intent. "It must not be the sword intent that someone else gave you, you piece of trash," Yi Ran mocked disdainfully. "Do you have the right to speak to me?" With a hint of pride, she scorned him. "Without the spiritual energy from other disciples to support you, your sword skill is nothing, just a leader, you are far inferior to senior sister." Yi Ran, indeed, was provoked. Pointing her sword at Qin Yun, she said, "Wait until I tear your mouth apart, and you will know regret." In the distance, the disciples of the Gue Yuan sect heard the sound and quickly ran over. "The leader is over there, hurry, hurry to help." The figure of Lin Shiyu appeared, delivering multiple strikes that left them unable to react in time. They were immediately sent flying away. Seeing this scene from afar, Yi Ran exclaimed in anger, "Damn it." The corners of Lin Shiyu's mouth lifted slightly as she blocked the way to prevent the disciples from assisting Yi Ran. "How dare you!" Qin Yun rushed forward, "Don't even think about it, your opponent is me." As she watched the two fight, Lin Shiyu, from a distance, sank into thought. So it really succeeded. A few minutes earlier, the three were talking to each other. The Gue Yuan master cultivates qi refining, and martial skill is not as good as the other two. The only one to be careful of is Yi Ran, Lin Shiyu said, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Yet his sword skill is not better than mine, but I don't want to kill him, nor is it that easy. Once it becomes a stalemate, the others will surround us here. Qin Yun wondered, looking at Lin Shiyu. If it were another ordinary disciple, how many could you handle at the same time, senior sister? Lin Shiyu thought for a moment before answering. Under 3 people, we can easily slay them. Under 5, we can also think of a way to defeat all of them. Luo she did not agree and spoke up to refute. Isn't it possible to fight? They are not fools. Qin Yun spread his arms, confidently explaining his plan to the two. Then let's separate them. This is our default battlefield, and there is only one way in. Qin Yun assigned work to Lin Shiyu first. You lure Yi Ran to take the bait, senior sister will surround this area and call for reinforcements. Lin Shiyu looked at him worriedly. Although Yi Ran's sword skill is average, it's at least on par with Wu Zhe. If you fight him, it might. Before Luo she could finish speaking, Qin Yun smiled and replied, "True, but he is already injured. Moreover, he and Wu Zhe share a common weakness." Qin Yun recalled Yi Ran's personality and analyzed. Too arrogant, so when faced with trouble, he gets particularly angry. And this. Returning to the present, Qin Yun deflected a blow from Yi Ran and confidently said, "Is your opportunity." The Daoist friends who had just charged in were knocked back by Lin Shiyu. Yi Ran was so angry he couldn't control himself. "You piece of trash, get out of my way." He shouted loudly while continuously attacking, but Qin Yun managed to block all of it. Qin Yun was also getting tired, sweat pouring down his face, but he still smiled and taunted, "Without the help of someone else's spiritual energy, this is all you have. The leader of the Gue Yuan sect is just for show." Yi Ran couldn't hold back his anger and snapped, "You." At that moment, Qin Yun noticed Yi Ran's opening. An opening, Qin Yun thought, and immediately struck down hard, but surprisingly, Yi Ran was able to dodge it. Luo Shi, frightened by the scene in front of her, couldn't help but think, "It's hard to believe, but if this continues, they will win." She was extremely worried, no matter who wins, it will be bad for me next. Luo Shi immediately turned and ran in one direction, her mind echoing a single thought, "I must get away from them first." Yi Ran was slashed from his left shoulder down to his right chest, pointing his sword at Qin Yun, angrily saying, "You, shameless trash. If it weren't for this, one swing of my sword could have killed you already." Qin Yun looked at him, angered yet smug, and smiled in response. "The esteemed leader of the Gue Yuan sect seems to have never been injured before. You have relied on your high status for too long, so you have not noticed." Qin Yun narrowed his eyes and threw out a statement that shattered all of Yi Ran's confidence. "Without your cultivation and the company of others, you are nothing at all." Yi Ran, furious, gritted his teeth. "You." Qin Yun raised his sword, taking a stance ready to fight. He thought to himself, "If I keep provoking him and manage to hit him a couple of times, I can kill him." Just then, something strange appeared in the distance, startling Qin Yun and causing him to unconsciously frown. Luo Shi was being chased by a horde of something. She hurriedly ran towards Qin Yun, shouting loudly, "Run, run quickly." Her action startled Yi Ran as well, who immediately turned his head to look back. At this moment, everyone could clearly see thousands of ghosts wielding swords, screaming behind Luo Shi. "Outsiders, chase them away, don't let anyone stay." The screams of the ghosts grew closer. Luo Shi, terrified, could only yell loudly, "Hurry!" Both Chen Yun and Yi Ran were taken aback, not knowing what was happening. What is this? The Daoist friends and Lin Shiyu, who were fighting each other, also stopped. What is it? Chen Yun reacted extremely quickly, immediately running towards Lin Shiyu, shouting loudly, "Senior sister, run fast!" The ghosts immediately attacked the person closest to them, none other than Yi Ran. Stop! Yi Ran quickly leaped away, not forgetting to cast them a contemptuous glance. The group of Daoist friends also realized the danger and immediately joined in the escape. Run fast! The ghosts had drawn closer. Seeing that a battle was imminent, one Daoist friend told Yi Ran, "Leader, run quickly, we will hold them off." Yi Ran turned to look at them, and before she could say anything, cries of despair echoed out. One by one, the Daoist friends were either thrown away by the ghosts or killed on the spot. Lin Shiyu ran while fearfully asking Luo Shi, "What kind of monster is that?" Luo Shi was also running quickly but still took a moment to respond to Lin Shiyu, "I don't know, it could be the souls of cultivators who died here." Suddenly, ghosts appeared in front of them, brandishing swords as they said, "Intruders, leave, eliminate the trespassers." The three of them, caught off guard during their run, had to stop abruptly. Luo Shi was startled, screamed, and turned to look back, only to find more ghosts behind them, despairingly saying, it's over, we're definitely going to die this time." At that moment, two throwing darts from Luo Shi's belt automatically detached from her and floated in the air. Luo Shi stared wide-eyed as they sped away like the speed of lightning. Gur! The spirits attacked by the darts caused a terrifying explosion. Yi Ran pointed at Luo Shi, both amazed. Luo Shi instinctively exclaimed, "No way, I didn't." At that moment, the dart suddenly said, "Hurry up and go." Luo Shi looked at it in surprise. Everyone regained their composure and quickly followed the dart away. When Chen Yun said, "Get out of the dangerous place," Yi Ran couldn't control herself and coughed twice. The others were also panting heavily. The dart was hovering in front of Luo Shi, suddenly changing direction and flying around to her back. It looked at the spirits and turned away, saying, "You are safe now, those souls won't chase you here for the time being." This left them stunned. Lin Shiyu pondered and hummed in response, while Chen Yun looked slightly confused, and Luo Shi looked at the two of them with curiosity. Lin Shiyu saw Yi Ran and glared at her angrily. Chen Yun was startled by Luo Shi's fiery gaze. Yi Ran drew her sword, pointing it at the three, gritting her teeth and saying, "You three." The dart suddenly spoke, causing Yi Ran to be taken aback. "I suggest you don't get emotional. You also don't want to be chased by those restless spirits, do you?" Chen Yun looked up at the dart hovering in midair and asked, "Who exactly are you? How can you control the phantom?" Luo Shi then remembered, angry, said, "Right, that's clearly my magic weapon. How can you control it?" The dart flew in front of Luo Shi and said, "Your magic weapon?" No, this is something I lost in the secret realm Spirit Spring. Your ancestor simply picked it up and brought it back. The real use of the phantom is not as simple as a weapon." Lin Shiyu, upon hearing this, frowned slightly and said, "May I ask who you are?" The dart suddenly emitted a light. In the center of the light appeared a small dragon. "You can call me Bamboo Dragon." Luo Shi looked at the golden small dragon, hovering in midair. "Oh," Bamboo Dragon said to the group, "this is my appearance from the past." Bamboo Dragon hovered in the golden light, looking at the group and said, "I am the guardian of this ancient tomb, and now I need your help." As you can see, the small dragon continued, "The seal in this place is gradually losing its effectiveness. Those wandering souls have escaped from within me. I need your help to reinforce the seal." Chen Yun looked up at Bamboo Dragon and asked, "The seal? Is this secret realm created because of that? What has really happened here?" Bamboo Dragon slowly reminisced about the past and told the group an old story. Thousands of years ago, a spatial rift opened from the corpse tunnel. The cultivators of this fortress sealed the entire city and the land within a radius of hundreds of miles into the secret realm to prevent countless unknown souls from flooding into the human world. Unexpectedly, people thousands of years later completely forgot this part of history. Qin Yun's expression became serious, and he stood silently, thinking, did those divine beasts also perish in that battle? How intense must the fight have been? Luo Shi looked towards Bamboo Dragon and spoke up, but we now have lost all spiritual energy and are just ordinary people. Moreover, this sounds very dangerous. Why don't you do it yourself? Bamboo Dragon leaned closer to Luo Shi, causing her to instinctively lean back to avoid it, because my main power has to suppress the seal. There are very limited things I can do. Bamboo Dragon explained, don't worry, with my guidance, you will definitely succeed in completing the ritual and sealing the soul once again. Yi Ran suddenly pushed his hand away and shouted, what's in it for us if you want us to do this? Yinglong pondered for a moment and then said, what's in it for you? How about the blood of Yinglong Phoenix and Qilin? Bamboo Dragon raised his claw, and a gem shining with golden light appeared. If you drink this, you can obtain the power of its inheritance veins. One statement from Bamboo Dragon captivated all four of them. Yi Ran clenched his fists, excitedly asking, are you serious? What do you have to guarantee it? Yinglong pointed straight ahead, where the skeletons of the divine beasts lay still. Thousands of years ago, these divine beasts died here to suppress the souls in this place. I am the guardian of this grave, and I have collected their blood. Bamboo Dragon's words astonished Qin Yun and Lin Shiryu. As long as you can help me reinforce the seal, I can give you. Yi Ran crossed his arms and looked at Yinglong, implicitly hinting at Qin Yun and his group, I and my people can assist you, but they. Yinglong looked helplessly at the group and spoke more carefully. Your monks are still as belligerent as ever. It takes a lot of people to complete the ritual. If you fail, you won't gain anything at all. Yi Ran frowned in agreement, not forgetting to glance at Lin Shiryu, making her jump. Alright, Lin Shiryu also spoke up. If that's the case, Luo Shi did not oppose either. It seems we can only cooperate for now. Qin Yun watched Bamboo Dragon excitedly spinning in mid-air, suddenly thinking, I always feel that this guy's words are not very trustworthy. His expression suggested that everything was not as simple as Bamboo Dragon had said. While the Taoism Corps were still surrounding outside and desperately searching, from the place illuminated by the spirit treasure, Bamboo Dragon appeared among the Taoism Corps, drawing their attention. They immediately shouted and rushed forward together, it's him. Let's not hesitate to pay the price, stop him. They quickly charged towards Bamboo Dragon, aiming their blades at the light, destroy it. Stop him. At that moment, Qin Yun's group immediately seized the opportunity to rush inside. It's now or never. One of them turned when he heard Qin Yun's loud shout, ha. But at that moment, everyone was doing their best to run quickly. Yi Ran saw that the situation was not right, so she immediately suggested, let's quickly lure them away, if we continue like this, we will all die here. Qin Yun, hearing this, responded angrily, your Gue Yuan sect has the most people now, if anyone has to go, it's you. Yi Ran, furious, clenched her fists, gritting her teeth and glaring at Qin Yun. You, Bamboo Dragon, flying with them, began to urge, hurry up and decide, or it will be too late. Yi Ran, at her wit's end, turned to her sect disciples and said, you must risk your lives to lure those souls away. If we can make it back to the Gue Yuan sect, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Hearing this, they all hesitated and did not dare to act. Yi Ran lost her patience and yelled at them, aren't you going yet? The sect cultivated you for today. When they heard this, their faces turned pale with fear. In the end, they still had to stay and fight against them. At that moment, Bamboo Dragon immediately appeared and said, this is the place. They had arrived at a location with a purple crystal larger than 2 people. Bamboo Dragon then instructed, as long as you. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Ran interrupted, demanding, wait. Where is our reward? Our people are almost completely wiped out. You must offer me compensation before I can help you. Bamboo Dragon immediately reassured the other party, don't rush, aren't I giving it to you? Bamboo Dragon cast a spell to place the crystal onto the pedestal. Bamboo Dragon floated above the stone. Lin Shiryu frowned, then seemed to think of something and said, this is. Bamboo Dragon knew what she was about to say and replied immediately, yes, they are respectively the blood of the Yinglong Phoenix and the Qilin. This is the legacy of the divine beasts that have long disappeared from this world. Yi Ran saw this and fell into deep thought. If there are opportunities like this, then he yelled excitedly, if there are opportunities like this, I can rise to the top and take over the Gui Yuan sect. He became more enthusiastic and excited as he spoke. Those who dare not obey me will have to pay the price. Chen Yun beside him looked at him and was left speechless. Bamboo Dragon immediately flew to Luo Shi and intentionally asked her, what about you? If there are veins of the phoenix, what would you do? Luo Shi stepped slightly forward, hesitating as she looked at the red crystal containing the phoenix blood. She was so agitated that she clenched her teeth and answered, if I can inherit the blood of the phoenix, my father also has those damned great deities and royal relatives, as well as that useless imperial younger brother and sister of mine. How do they have the right to stop me from receiving the throne? The bamboo dragon laughed when he heard her say that, his eyes narrowing with amusement, and said, he, is that so? Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong and glanced over. He saw Chen Yun suddenly charge at him with a sword, shouting, ha! Then he immediately slashed down at the spirit treasure projecting the image of the bamboo dragon, saying, take this move. This made that toy immediately fall, and the image of the bamboo dragon disappeared. Shi Yu was just about to continue forward but was blocked by Chen Yun. Master, I won't disappoint you. Senior sister. The bamboo dragon appeared again and turned to ask him, how strange, don't you want this opportunity? Hearing this, Chen Yun angrily shouted back at him, get lost, you scoundrel. You aren't really the bamboo dragon, what you want us to do is not reinforce the seal but to unblock it. I've seen through your scheme long ago. The bamboo dragon burst into laughter at what he said. Then it began to validate his speculation. I am certainly not some bamboo dragon, I never had a name, but the monks gave me one, and I really like it. Chen Yun was both anxious and hasty in his thoughts, it can't continue like this. This monster is clearly using the three senior sisters to break the seal. If that's the case, then let the other two. Thinking this, Chen Yun immediately raised his sword, aiming straight ahead, but he only struck a swirl of green smoke that surrounded his sword. He sensed that something was wrong and quickly turned his head back. Damn it! The smoke immediately moved toward the purple stone, which had now become transparent, revealing the snake inside. Chen Yun gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, you. The ugly snake had crawled out and stuck its tongue out at him. You once called me the phantom snake, because I feed on the greed of people. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun was shocked to the point of turning pale. So, the cracks on the Taoism artifact were just nonsense. Those Taoists, that divine beast sacrificed itself here to seal you. The phantom snake immediately laughed loudly and replied, that's right. They kept us isolated from this space, in this secret realm, for over 10,000 years. It stuck out its tongue and continued with an incredibly smug expression, even after 1,000 years, those souls still subconsciously guard this place. It slithered forward and boasted proudly in front of Chen Yun, it's a pity that you outsiders have forgotten everything for a bit of remaining treasure, yet you still send people in. At that moment, Shi Yu's group and two others seemed to have lost their composure, especially you guys, being able to break in, I truly admire. It's been thousands of years, and I've still been waiting for someone to discover this place. It lowered its head and hissed, then cackled, fortunately, you never ceased to give birth to greed, allowing me to regain some power. Chen Yun frowned and, slightly anxious, asked directly, what are you, really? The phantom snake began to slither up while many hands sprouted from the ground. I am the miracle of the self. I can turn everyone's greed into reality. It was your humanity that brought me from the spirit world to this realm, but after I satisfied your desires, you grew fearful of me, even going so far as to seal me at all costs. After finishing, it glanced and smiled at him. On the contrary, you, the inheritance of the ancient divine beast is right before your eyes. Opportunities like this, don't you want them at all? Chen Yun smiled and looked up to answer Phantom Snake, I want it, but just like that, don't even think about tempting me. Upon hearing this, Phantom Snake immediately bowed its head and looked at him with bright eyes. Is that so? Then how about this? Chen Yun instantly shut his eyes tight. Ouch! Then he suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment at the changing scene. Chen Yun suddenly found himself in another place, sitting on a throne. This is... Luo Shi and the others below clasped their hands in respect and shouted, "We vow to serve Master Chen." Phantom Snake said to Qin Yun, who was stuck in the illusion, "Think about it, a future like this, don't you want it to become a reality? As long as you desire, I can help you hold the world in your hands." Qin Yun raised his hand and looked at Phantom Snake beside him, tempting him. "Everything is collected in a bag." "Exactly, as long as you want, everyone will bow to you." Qin Yun, upon hearing this, disagreed. "I indeed know someone who wants everything, as long as it is beneficial to him. He could do anything, yet he ended up in a lifetime of ruins." Saying this, Qin Yun clenched his fist in anger. "And I was once one of the people he bullied." As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion shattered like glass. Phantom Snake, both astonished and angry, said, "You." Qin Yun punched through the shattered glass. "Everything in this world has a price. If you are truly as harmless as you claim, then those ancient cultivators would not have spared their lives to seal you here. So I trust their judgment. You are indeed a disaster." Phantom Snake laughed, countering Qin Yun, "A disaster? Where do you think my power comes from? How are you cultivators, who see yourselves as noble, any better than me?" Phantom Snake grew more and more furious. "If you do not desire power, then turn to dust." Qin Yun was attacked by it, so he immediately dodged and shouted loudly, "Xiao Feng, now." Hearing this, Phantom Snake was shocked and turned to look. "What?" The sealed spirit beast immediately appeared and spat something from the crystal. It created a green circle with its power, then immediately detonated that area and fled. At this moment, Lin Shiyu fell into the crystal and was caught by Qin Yun. "Senior sister." The two of them slid a long way and burst out right at the door. In front of them was a red crystal containing phoenix blood. Qin Yun immediately picked up that stone and tucked it into his chest. He supported Lin Shiyu's shoulder and said, "It's time to retreat, senior sister." Yi Ran and Luo Shi also escaped from the crystal, panting heavily. Both of them were bewildered at the changing scene. "I couldn't have become, no, what just happened? What is going on?" Luo Shi glanced to the side, where there was a green crystal. The Phantom Snake on the other side was furious when it saw them escape. "Damn it!" It slithered up, angrily shouted, "Qin Yun, you crafty rat." The skeleton soldiers outside sensed the black energy radiating from within. "It's about to break the seal." They immediately shouted, "Rush inside, stop it, disaster, spare no effort." Lin Shiyu sensed it, and unfortunately said, "It's over." The skeleton soldiers charged straight towards the Phantom Snake. "Where are you all going?" Qin Yun immediately grabbed her and ran with her. "The top of the tower, there must be a way to survive there." "How do you know?" At that moment, the system suddenly appeared, and then Qin Yun replied to Shiryu, "Recently, opportunities have arisen. Obtain the inheritance veins of the phoenix and escape from the secret realm. Trust me, we will definitely survive. Then we can tell everything happening here to the elders." The four of them immediately rushed up to the top of the tower, ignoring the angry voices coming from below. Damn it! Both sides, the corpse soldiers, began to charge into battle with the Phantom Snake, prevent the disaster. A strong wind immediately blew in through the top of the tower. Qin Yun smiled triumphantly and shouted, "Indeed, this is the way out." The Phantom Snake was still stuck below, unable to hinder them. "Humph, do you think you can trap me like this? No. You damned cultivators, as long as you have greed." It continued to laugh and talk despite being surrounded. "You will eventually come back, just wait, ha 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 ha." The place where the Phantom Snake was lying suddenly cracked open into a hole, and rocks immediately fell down. Outside, at the entrance of the cave, everyone was still trying to remove the stones. "Hurry, hurry up, your highness is still in." Suddenly, a purple vortex appeared inside, and rocks and debris flew out. Everyone was astonished and looked up at the sky. "Oh no, what is this? What's going on?" An earthquake. The Grand Elder of Ling Xiao's sect, standing above, saw everything clearly. He sensed that the situation was dire. "This is..." A crack instantly appeared in the sky, and 4 people, Qin Yun among them, emerged from it. "That's..." Qin Yun and Lin Shiyu were riding a sealed spirit beast. The spiritual energy has recovered, we are out. People started running to inquire about Lin Shiryu and Qin Yun. Senior sister, you two are finally out, what happened inside? A fortune teller began walking towards Luo Shi along with others. Your Highness, are you alright? Yi Ran looked at the current situation and lamented. The heavenly Tao is unfair, our Gui Yuan sect has suffered the most casualties. You deceitful bunch. Suddenly, a blue light flew out from the newly appeared crack in the sky. Wait, the secret realm has been breached. It turned out that the blue light was a blue kettle. What is that? Lin Shiryu immediately looked up at it and addressed everyone's questions. This aura is at least an immortal weapon. Why has this treasure appeared? Qin Yun was instantly shocked upon seeing it. Unless it's the opportunity that the Grand Elder obtained. He then remembered the last time he met the Grand Elder. He saw a notification appear above the Grand Elder's head. 3 months later, the ancient immortal weapon, the Teapot of the Earth, was obtained in the secret realm Spirit Spring. After pulling his thoughts back to reality, he immediately pondered. But isn't the secret realm? Suddenly, a mountain in the distance emitted a golden light along with a booming sound. What's going on? The Grand Elder appeared, surrounded by a halo. He was astonished to see the teapot and exclaimed, "This is an ancient immortal weapon." At the same time, 2 other individuals appeared in front of him. Lin Shiryu joyfully shouted upon seeing the newcomers, "It's the master." Xiao Zhihe looked at Lin Shiryu with confusion, amused by his triumph. Grand Elder, isn't this secret realm supposed to have the highest threshold? How could they? Suddenly, Qin Yun rushed over in alarm, startling both of them. This is bad. This is Phantom Snake's scheme, be careful. Immediately, an explosion occurred, creating a cloud of dust. The Grand Elder of Ling Shao Sect delivered a powerful kick to the Grand Elder of Gui Yuan Sect, his face filled with arrogance. This belongs to our sect, if you don't want to get hurt, get lost. Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder of Xian Wu Academy suddenly appeared behind them, throwing a punch at the Grand Elder of Ling Shao Sect. You think it's all yours? Whoever obtains it can keep it. Immediately, he turned to counterattack, unaware that in the distance, the Grand Elder of Gui Yuan Sect had begun to launch his attack. Then as you wish, the 3 of them fought fiercely, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even Shiryu, standing below, couldn't help but cry out in fear. Be careful. And Xiao Ni raised her hand to shield herself from the flying debris, sweating profusely, exclaiming, "Oh my, the Grand Elder and the 2 Elder Guardians are trapped fighting over the immortal weapon." The speed was overwhelming, like continuous lightning strikes. Qin Yun realized the danger and moved away. He quickly waved his hands to warn them, the fight among strong nascent soul stage experts is not a place for us to interfere. The Elder of Ling Shao Sect performed a technique with one hand while turning back to remind, disciples of Ling Shao Sect, heed my command. He instructed all unrelated individuals below, everyone evacuate the secret realm immediately, return to the celestial boat, and then go back to the sect. Shiryu recognized the dangerous situation and quickly took the talisman seriously. Let's go. Qin Yun is right. Saying that, she tightened her grip on the talisman. Staying here will definitely have consequences, none of us can survive. Qin Yun held the talisman tightly, glanced over, and noticed the girl beside her was also staring at her intently. Ignoring that gaze, the 2 of them immediately moved. Upon returning, and Xiao and I happily stretched and skipped, we are finally back. He approached Shiryu and asked, "Senior sister, what happened in that tomb?" Even the secret realm underwent mutations. Shiryu awkwardly scratched her head and said with difficulty, "It's complicated. I doubt I can explain it all in a moment." They sensed the presence of a sealed spirit beast. It was breathing out a red gemstone. Shiryu held the gemstone in her hand, leaving the other 2 astonished. "Senior sister, this is so powerful, it even has a divine aura." Ong Yunsheng, holding a fan, approached with a group of people from nowhere and also asked, "What kind of extraordinary treasure is this?" Wu Zhe frowned, stepping forward and pushing his way in. "Lin Shiryu, see if you have any movements." Immediately, his attention was focused on the stone in her hand, silencing the words he was about to say. "What were you doing in the tomb?" "This is the blood essence crystallization of a divine beast." "You." His face showed clear anger and determination, displaying his unwillingness. Why is it her? What gives her the right to have such opportunities while I don't? In the air, an object swiftly jumped down onto the surface of the water. The Grand Elder of the Ling Shao sect tightly held the object in his hands, gaining momentum as he leapt from the water's surface. The two Grand Elders of the Gue Yuan sect and Xian Wu closely followed behind. Don't run, stop there. The Grand Elder of the Ling Shao sect landed lightly, humph. He glanced at them with a look of disdain, fools. The other two were furious but could do nothing. Ling Shao sect, this matter isn't over, remember this well. Shi Yu and Qin Yun, seeing his worried expression, hurried over to ask, Master, did you manage to obtain the immortal weapon? It's over, this time it's over. Hearing this made Shi Yu suspicious, turning back with a gaze full of judgment. What happened? Qin Yun quickly explained, this is the bait that Phantom Snake threw out for us. The ancient immortal weapon can be this way, and yet it is monopolized by our Ling Shao sect. Even if we explain, other sects will not accept it and will never let it go. She understood his point and agreed, you are not wrong. We need to clarify this issue with the master. He stepped forward to clearly analyze the situation for everyone. The matter is as follows. Yunxing held tightly onto the fan in her hand, understanding his meaning. I never expected the truth of the secret realm spirit spring to be like this. It's truly hard to believe. Qin Yun pondered and expressed his thoughts. It seems that the so-called opportunities of each secret realm are the legacies of an ancient war, and Phantom Snake has a certain ability to intervene in this. He remembered the Phantom Snake from before and recounted. The cultivators attracted by immediate benefits and the greed that arose during this period continue to be absorbed by it. This time, we won't let it achieve its goal and will also break the seal. In the future, in contrast to their worries, Xiaoji he sat cross-legged, nonchalant. Oh, why worry? Even if Phantom Snake runs outside, it's not our concern as minor characters. At least we've gained something this time. And Xiao and I nodded enthusiastically, right. After saying that, the small bags were divided evenly. Everyone, hurry up and distribute them. We've been working to the point of despair for so long, isn't it just for this moment? They were laid out on the table, and then Xiao and I smiled, calling everyone over, come here quickly. Seeing this, they eagerly moved closer. All right. The three of them happily chose, unaware of how joyfully Qin Yun was watching them. Ha ha ha, the harvest this time is truly astonishing. In a little while, we won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. He looked at his palm, feeling delighted. But the biggest gain. Shi Yu stepped inside. Oh, everyone is here. The group turned joyfully towards her. Senior sister, what are you and the Grand Elder talking about? Shi Yu pointed, indicating, Qin Junior brother, let's talk privately. The two went outside together. Senior sister. Shi Yu's expression was serious as she recounted, I reported all the details of my experiences in the secret realm to Master. After returning to the sect, he and the Master will discuss with the other elders about this matter. Then she confidently turned around and declared, the Master has also obtained the blood essence of the Phoenix. Once we return to the sect, the inheritance ceremony will be immediately conducted for me, helping me to merge with the Phoenix veins better. He was overwhelmed by what she had just said and couldn't help but ask, blood essence. Is it necessary to have the inheritance ceremony to be able to integrate? Her expression changed to a serious one. After all, it is the blood essence of a divine beast. For mortals, inheriting it will naturally have dangers. The inheritance ceremony can minimize risks and also facilitate better integration. He hesitated a bit. Well, the thing is. Before he could finish, she gracefully stepped closer and playfully said, I say, Qin Junior brother, did you get something? He scratched his head and showed her the stone he had kept. I won't hide it from senior sister. During the chaos, I took this opportunity to obtain it. What do you think I should do, senior sister? Shi Yu scrutinized the stone in his hand. She leaned in, pushed his hand, and with a serious expression said, if you trust me, don't tell anyone about this. Qin Yun seemed to understand something, clearly tense. Sister worries. Shi Yu leaned against the wall, although everything in the secret realm belongs to the disciples, the divine beast veins have long since vanished from this world. Her gaze was contemplative, looking into the distance. My master has regarded me as a daughter for many years, so of course, he will not demand anything from me. But the other elders will not let it go. She remembered the chaotic scene. Just for that stone, you must understand, as a mere disciple inside the sect, if you receive opportunities like this, how many people would want to fight for it? Sure, you moved closer, gesturing to explain. Even though this is something you fought hard for. He nodded seriously, showing he understood. A hapless woodcutter is innocent, while the precious gems are guilty. In return, everyone would want to have good things. He then asked, so do you have any suggestions, senior sister? Yes. She shyly pointed a finger at him, the only way is. I want you. Hearing her next words, his face turned beet red. To become one with me? At the entrance of Ling Xiao's sect, Qin Yun sat inside cultivating, a faint light enveloping his body. You can feel that power within yourself. You've reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. There's only one step left to condense the golden elixir, faster than I imagined. Qin Yun raised his hand to demonstrate, feeling awed. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling, the pill that senior brother Ong Yun Xing crafted is indeed beneficial. Qin senior brother, are you there? Qin Yun stood up, stepped outside, and saw a girl who had been standing there for some time. Ning Yan. He walked over to greet the smiling Ning Yan in front of him. What wind brought you here today? I've reached the 6th level of qi refinement. The elders said I could go out to play now. Her gaze clearly showed dissatisfaction, as if blaming someone, with slightly furrowed brows highlighting a sulky expression. On the contrary, you, Chen senior brother, why haven't you come to find me since returning from the secret realm? He suddenly realized, no wonder you are the body of the phoenix essence. In just a few months, you've gone from nothing to the 6th level of qi refinement. Perhaps in another 6 months, you could achieve foundation establishment. He sighed in disappointment, reflecting on himself. I was stuck at the 8th level for 2 whole years. Qin Yun rubbed his head, chuckling, and said to her. My talent is not as good as my junior sister's, I can only practice hard. This trip to the secret realm has yielded rich rewards, so of course I have to make an effort. Without letting you say more, Ning Yan took your hand and happily pulled you along, and you had no choice but to go along. Let's combine hardship and leisure, senior brother. It's rare for me to get a break this time, so let's stroll through the market together. Alright, fine. The two of them walked along the market street, chatting along the way. Speaking of the secret realm, Lin's senior sister really took a huge leap this time. Senior brother, have you heard? Senior sister received the blood essence of a phoenix in the secret realm and is about to undergo the inheritance ceremony to become a royal blood cultivator. Qin Yun looked at her in confusion and asked, hoping for a clear answer. Is this news really spreading that widely? Of course. The whole sect is discussing it enthusiastically, saying that such an event hasn't happened for hundreds of years in the cultivating immortals world. Suddenly, Ning Yan clapped her hands as if remembering something. Right. I heard that the eldest princess of the Xian Tian Empire also proudly declared that she received the blood of Yinglong. One dragon, one phoenix, as long as the two of them mature, they will surely dominate the future. Lin's senior sister has a rival now. Hearing her say that made him even more thoughtful. Luo Shi arrogantly declared that it wasn't Empire Xian Tian, could it be that the Xian Tian royal family? Suddenly, she moved closer, gripping his hand tightly, which surprised Qin Yun. Humph. He recognized the person in front. Wuxia senior brother, what are you looking at? Wuxia's gaze was sharp, his body emanating a tense aura as if ready to explode at any moment. I'm not looking at you, step aside. I'm talking to Ning Yan junior sister. Ning Yan, a bit frightened, nestled behind Qin Yun. But I don't want to talk to you, Wu senior brother, please don't disturb me anymore. He ignored her expression and continued. There was just a misunderstanding between us, Ning Yan junior sister. I hope you can give me a chance to apologize. I will show you my sincerity. Ning Yan was extremely annoyed, frowning and yelling. But I already said, I'm not interested. He placed a hand on his chest, still trying to explain. Ning Yen junior sister, don't rush. Chen Yun stood in front of Ning Yen, speaking up. Alright, Ning Yen junior sister's feelings are clear. Wuxia senior brother, you are being too clingy. That's a bit unattractive. He fumed, his sharp gaze full of anger, clearly showing the rising tide of wrath. You. Suddenly, someone shouted, drawing the attention of those around, causing chaos in the scene. Isn't that Wuxia grand senior brother? It seems so. Isn't that junior sister the one who became an official disciple earlier? What is she doing? Who is the other person? Just an inside sect disciple, yet they dare. A group had lined up beside Wuxia, unwavering. Little guy, don't think just because Lin Shiryu is backing you, you can be arrogant in front of me. He made a nonchalant face. Yes. Besides, Lin's senior sister is about to become a rare royal blood cultivator. With that, Chen Yun laughed, directly pointing at Wuxia's angry face. On the contrary, Wu senior brother, I wish you good health and successful cultivation. The atmosphere around him became heavy, as if a single word or small action could ignite his fury. You. But in contrast to his anger, Chen Yun wore a sneering grin. What's wrong? Wuxia, senior brother, do you want to fight? Becoming a true disciple, if it gets out that you abuse your power and bully the weak, it won't look good. Wuxia clenched his fists but just turned around and left, warning them, you better be careful, Lin Shiryu can't always protect you. Chen Yun still tried to tease a bit more. Jealousy really makes someone look completely different. Ning Yen stood beside them, her eyes sparkling as she advised, Chen senior brother, Wuxia is still a true disciple, sooner or later, he will take the place of the elder. Offending him like this isn't wise. He understood her point, but just scoffed, I have already offended him a long time ago, it's only a matter of time before I'm targeted, moreover. Saying this, he was sweating internally. He's just a true disciple. Later, seeing him so confident, she happily assured him, Chen senior brother, don't worry, not just Lin's senior sister, once my cultivation gets higher, I will protect you too. Then I thank you in advance, junior sister. The two continued walking down the street. He couldn't help but ask, by the way, why is Wuxia so clingy to you? Ning Yan's gaze became distant as she explained, it seems that it's because, your physique is not the divine phoenix body, right? She widened her eyes and analyzed, I've heard that if you later become a Dao partner with someone else, it could cause the other person to wash marrow, change their essence, and significantly advance in cultivation. He was startled, unable to believe his ears. Is there really such a thing? Then he began to rack his brain for his thoughts. No wonder that Wuxia is so thick-skinned and clingy with you. Perhaps the fact that Lin's senior sister became a royal blood cultivator stimulated him, which is why he hurried to flatter you. Ning Yan's face turned red as she clenched her fists when she heard him say, this guy covets your body. She angrily looked at him and reproached, that guy. In the beginning, if it weren't for Chen senior brother and Lin's senior sister helping me, I probably wouldn't even have entered the sect. And now, he shamelessly approaches me. I'm not going to show him any respect. But dismissing all her discomfort, Ning Yen took his hand, smiled brightly, and pulled him along. Forget it, let's not mention that guy anymore. Chen senior brother, let's hurry to the market. Wuxia was furious, punching a tree in half, damn it. The more he thought, the angrier he became, unable to suppress his curses, just recently promoted inside the sect. But time and time again, they spoil my good fortune. He tightened his fists, his face darkening, and Lin Shiryu, why is heaven so unfair? Suddenly, two figures appeared behind Wuxia, making him alert. Who is? He was taken aback upon recognizing them, father, mother. It turned out to be Elder Ling Xiao's sect and the second elder of Pil's sect visiting him. How is the matter you were told to handle? Wuxia awkwardly stammered, I. Wang Ning Yen. The second elder of Pil's sect frowned, his voice sharp, just by looking at your face, I can tell you haven't succeeded yet. Humph, not enough to achieve anything. Wuxia was tongue-tied, choosing to remain silent. She sternly turned to reprimand Grand Elder Ling Xiao's sect, "Stop showing off here. For a little country girl, it is already a blessing for Jair to value her, yet she dares to disrespect our son, truly ignorant of what is good or bad." Grand Elder Ling Xiao's sect retorted, "What do you understand?" He clenched his hands, beginning to explain to her, "That is the rare phoenix marrow body that appears once in 100 years, countless people in the sect are eyeing it. Now that Lin Shiryu has coincidentally obtained royal blood, her master also competes for an ancient immortal weapon for the sect. If Jair doesn't take advantage of this opportunity, our family will not have a place in the sect in the future." He was irritated, shouting and pointing at her face. "Do you think your cultivation and pill refining skills alone are enough for you to manage the pill division? Isn't it all thanks to me?" Hearing the words of the second elder of Ling Xiao's sect, she became furious and retorted, "In the future, when the master abdicates, if the grand elder takes over the sect, do you think our family can keep everything? Then tell me, what should we do?" He stepped forward, extending his hand, starting to inquire. "What is the reason this time, preparing such precious gifts, that little girl still doesn't show any respect?" Wu Zhe thought of Chen Yun and his face darkened, clenching his fists. "Father, this time it's because a bastard messed things up." A few minutes later, after hearing enough explanations, he became serious. "Humph, it's someone from the little girl Lin Shiryu, and the one who discovered Wang Ningyan. This person is just an outside disciple yet has climbed to those heights, truly lucky." Saying that, he ignored them, turning to leave, but didn't forget to say, "The sect master cannot force or intervene in Wang Ningyan's choice of a Dao partner in the future. This person owes a great favor to Wang Ningyan, who is currently on the rise. If left to develop," the expression became serious, warning, "He is about to have a potential disciple, thanks to Grand Elder and Lin Shiryu." Outside the palace, Chen Yun was talking to Master Deacon. "I want to go to the 3rd floor to choose a few skill and martial arts manuals." He stroked his long beard, analyzing, "If I remember correctly, the last time we met, you hadn't even reached foundation establishment, now you're about to touch golden elixir. The younger generation is impressive, indeed." He humbly waved his hand, "It's just luck." The elder also showed friendliness and gestured for him to proceed. Chen Yun politely bowed to take his leave. Go on, go on." He entered inside, stepping on a wooden staircase that looked very magnificent. He looked around and assessed, "The collection here is much smaller than on the 1st and 2nd floors, and there are very few people." Chen Yun approached a bookshelf, took a sheet. "Skill instruction books on the 3rd floor are the best that all disciples can obtain in the sect, anything higher would be direct transmission." Chen Yun focused on the scroll, unable to help but think about the theory. "Once I fuse with the blood essence, I will surely obtain the true inheritance, but..." In his memory, Chen Yun, in confusion and sweating nervously, asked again, "Cooking rice into a meal, what does senior sister mean?" In front of his naive face, Shiryu calmly replied, "After preparing the location for the inheritance ceremony, I will take you in to start the ritual directly." She teased, raising a hand to point, "Once you fuse with the Qilin blood, the sect will have to accept it." Can they really drive a practitioner with Qilin blood out of the sect? He looked at her with an unusually calm expression. "Indeed, they can't, but what?" He frowned, surprising her a bit. "I think it's too easy, which makes people envious." Shiryu covered her mouth and laughed out loud. "Why are you worried about this?" He seriously raised his hand to clarify, but still made her somewhat puzzled. "I'm not worried about making others envious, I'm talking about Ling Xiao's sect." Ling Xiao's sect. He raised 2 fingers to start analyzing. In this event at the Secret Realm Spirit Spring, Ling Xiao's sect obtained an ancient immortal weapon, plus a royal blood practitioner. Remembering Yiran and Luo Shi, just looking at them doesn't bring any good feelings. Compared to Empire Xian Tian, only one long blood cultivator and Gue Yuan sect gained nothing. Ling Xiao's sect has already received too many benefits. Chen Yun pondered, when comparing the sects, there has been a precarious balance among the 3 sects. If another blood Qilin cultivator like you appears, even a fool would know that the tides of the world would belong to Ling Xiao's sect. He frowned, hitting his hand on the wooden table. The other 2 sects, especially Gue Yuan sect, will just sit idly and wait for death. Sure, you somewhat agreed and began to calculate. You have a point. The divine beast blood only represents the future, not the present. Right now, Guo Yuan Sect and Empire Xian Tian, if pushed to desperation, might unite. Sure, you looked at his back, reflecting. Although Qin Jr. brother is extraordinary, he sees far and wide. Even I had not considered this. Qin Yun seemed to realize something and rubbed his head. Sigh, reporting the blood essence Qilin, since it is so precious, the sect will certainly confiscate it. At most, they will only compensate us with a little benefit. Not reporting, we can only resort to desperation. Sure, you changed his expression, solemnly approaching and grabbing his hand, resolutely. Then, being too desperate, turned into courage. She placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed. The blood essence divine beast is what I and my junior brother risked our lives to obtain from the phantom snake. On what basis does the sect confiscate it? It belongs to us, no one can take it away, she stated firmly, placing her hand over her chest for assurance. As for Guo Yuan Sect and the Xian Tian Empire, my junior brother doesn't need to worry. Our master, as well as the sect master, I have never feared anyone my whole life. She declared resolutely, waving her hand. If the enemy dares to declare war, then we will respond. Just wait until the two of us become Yuaning, reach divinity, and then we will have nothing to fear from them. Qin Yun looked at her. That would ease the burden a bit. Although the senior sister was the sect's prodigy, her heart realm was purer than someone as anxious as himself. Perhaps this is why she has progressed in her cultivation more than ordinary people. Qin Yun rubbed his chin, expressing his thoughts. Perhaps, there is another way. I will temporarily not merge with Qilin's blood. The two leaned against the side of the boat, gazing at the sky and chatting. Senior sister, what is your current cultivation level? After the battle at the secret realm Spirit Spring, you have made a breakthrough, and now you are at the 7th level of Golden Elixir. He smiled gently and glanced at her. Surely after becoming a royal blood monk, it won't be long before senior sister can break through to Yuaning. At that time, the sect will officially recognize you as the new elder. She replied with satisfaction. That's right, by then I will take on the role of elder and accept you as my true disciple. Moreover, the resources obtained during the inheritance ceremony can also be gradually accumulated. By then, we can secretly. He eagerly interjected, secretly turning rice into cooked rice. Sure, you smiled brightly, slapping him on the back, startling him. Exactly, as long as we keep it a secret. If you don't reveal it, no one will know that Ling Xiao's sect has another bloodline monk. She said with delight as she looked at him, but why does Qin Jr. brother trust me so much? That's the unparalleled blood of Qilin. If it's merged late, there might be more variables. He said confidently, his face full of determination. If there's anyone in this world who can make you entirely at ease and trust them, the first person you think of is senior sister. She stepped closer, placed her hand on his shoulder, and nodded gently. All right. Since Qin Jr. brother trusts me like that, I won't let you down. In an instant, her face turned bright red, shy and stammering. Then normally, she turned to leave. If that's the case, today I will double my training, striving to become Yuaning as soon as possible. Qin Jr. brother, you can rest assured, wait until I become an elder, sure, you said kindly, turning back to remind him. So, during this time, you must also be careful and obediently wait to become my direct disciple. Ending the memory, he held the book and smiled softly. Senior sister. A gentle footsteps approached. A woman with an unclear face walked up to Qin Yun and called out to him. Excuse me, are you Qin Yun Jr. brother? Yes, may I ask who you are? A delicate girl, with a gentle smile. A familiar blue board appeared above her head. Recent opportunities. Stabbed in the back by fellow disciples, junior disciple Qin Yun found blood essence Qilin from the opponent. Qin Yun was a bit confused, stammering as he asked back. Sister, who are you? Jing Wu Yen comforted Qin Yun, then introduced herself. Junior brother, don't be tense, my name is Jing Wu Yen, promoted from outside sect like you, just joined the sect a little earlier than you. He was skeptical, pondering over this name. He showed a friendly demeanor and struck up a conversation with her. I wonder why senior sister is looking for me. Jing Wuyen explained her reason in detail to him. An Yunxing said that Qin junior brother is both brave and clever, able to adapt in tricky situations, always making the best choices, and also very lucky. This time, his rich harvest in the secret realm was also thanks to you. Then she moved closer, continuing her explanation. Because of this, the sect recently assigned me a tough task that I can't handle alone. So I would like to invite Qin junior brother to help me. As for the compensation. She seemed a bit shy, placing her hand on her chest and blushing. I assure you it will satisfy Qin junior brother. But immediately, Qin Yun extended his hand, signaling his refusal. I'm sorry Jing senior sister, I have had a rich harvest at the secret realm spirit spring and do not wish to go out for the time being. Not losing heart, she handed him a piece of paper. Don't be so quick to refuse, Qin junior brother, this is a recommendation letter from An Yunsheng, you can check it if you don't believe me. After reading it, he took the paper. It had the words recommendation written on it. After going through it, he started calculating, this woman has ulterior motives against me. Could it be that An Yunsheng is involved? Does he know? He read while remembering that person. No, that's not right. The matter of the Qilin blood essence is known only to me and senior sister, and An Yunsheng is one of senior sister's trusted confidants. He can't be responsible for this, it seems he has also been used by this woman. He frowned at the smiling girl in front of him, somewhat uncomfortable. But the other party doesn't know about the Qilin blood essence. They simply want to harm me. In the sect, letting domestic chickens fight each other is a terrible crime. Someone with this motive would resent me like this. Immediately, he remembered someone. Right now, there is only one person. Qin Yun smiled mischievously, planning. All right. If they dare to act against me and I find out, then that's my opportunity. Just wait and see. Wu Zhe. Jing Wuyen approached, asking, I'm not sure how junior brother is considering it. He replied accordingly, if it's a recommendation from An Yunxing senior brother, I can't refuse. I hope Jing's senior sister will explain it in detail to me. She winked mischievously, laughing loudly, haha, that's for sure. In a secluded corner of the sect, Jing Wuyen entered the courtyard and called out, Elder. She bowed in respect to the person in front of her. The little guy has taken the bait. A small bag was thrown in front of her. He didn't bother to turn around but sternly said, this is the special pill that your master prepared for that guy. We need to figure out a way for him to take it. After that, her expression darkened, and wiping her tears with a handkerchief, she trembled, the Taoist cultivation of the zombie is profound, far exceeding our expectations. Qin Yun, the junior brother, risked himself to protect me, but unexpectedly, he turned against her faster than a pancake flip, smirking, and ended up being harmed by the zombie Taoist. The Grand Elder of the Ling Shao sect stroked his long beard and laid out the plan, remember, it must be decisive. If this succeeds, you will be the successor to your master in the future. But if you fail, she immediately bowed, the disciple guarantees that there will absolutely be no mistakes. No matter who comes to investigate, they will find nothing unusual. At Jiangling village, Qin Yun and Jing Wuyen rode the sword, gliding in the wind. He noticed and looked puzzled, is that Jiangling village? She analyzed, yeah, that's the village that was destroyed by evil cultivators a few days ago. What they cultivate is the undead path this time. They slaughtered an entire little town to create corpses, raising zombies. The sect has just assigned us an urgent mission. He was quite surprised by the recent information and couldn't help but continue asking, the massacre of ordinary people should really be eradicated. Just a few days ago, this crime occurred within the territory of Ling Shao sect. Even at the border, if he isn't a fool, he must have run away by now, right? Her expression grew more serious than ever, the cultivator may have the path of the noble tried, but he can't run far. He dares to risk being hunted by Ling Shao sect to the ends of the earth. For this crime, this person is likely about to break through. After a while, they arrived and landed on the ground together. Qin Yun glanced around the situation, saying, let's assess the surroundings first. They stood in front of an old house. He stepped forward and opened the door. The scene was chaotic, with scattered belongings and bloodstains on the floor, leaving him astonished. This, Jing Wuyan, standing outside, placed her hands on her hips, believing, it seems I guessed correctly. He must have taken all the corpses away. Saying this, she held up a talisman, smiling confidently, let me handle this. The scene was chaotic, objects shattered and scattered around. The two of them followed the talisman as they listened to her explanation. The talisman Lin Am provided will chase after the evil cultivator's corpses. After obtaining enough corpses, we will search for the place with the heaviest Yin energy to start the corpse formation. He looked in the direction it flew, that means if we follow it, we can find that guy. He called his sword to his side. The two continued to fly into the sky, following the talisman. Where it led amazed him. What is this? The talisman flew straight to the entrance of a cave, where many people were already standing. Immediately, the talisman was cut in half by that person. Everyone turned, vigilant, who goes there? Jing Wuyan, with a face full of disdain, said, TCH, why are the dogs of the Xian Tian Empire here? Chen Yun standing beside her looked at their group, confused, dogs of the Xian Tian Empire. The other guy shouted in response, Dragon Sparrow Guards are here to capture the evil cultivators. Unrelated people, leave immediately. Jing Wuyan crossed her arms, with a scornful expression, the Dragon Sparrow Guards are quite bold. This is the territory of our Ling Xiao sect. Hearing this, he felt a bit intimidated, damn it, why is a group of troublemakers appearing here? He boldly drew his blade to threaten, oh, the territory of the Ling Xiao sect. Does that mean these evil cultivators are also part of your Ling Xiao sect? Suddenly, a shining sword whizzed right beside his face. Everyone was astonished. Chen Yun appeared solemn and said in a serious tone, mind your words, do not tarnish the honor of the Ling Xiao sect. Breaking the tense atmosphere, one of his followers wielded a large saber. You! Jing Wuyan behind him pressed his lips tightly, deep in thought. The leader of the 6th level foundation establishment, the rest are lower. Should we take the risk? If we get entangled with the Dragon Sparrow Guards? Jing Wuyan's face darkened, biting his lip, not daring to think further. It seems that after that. Nevertheless, both sides quickly stopped hesitating. Immediately, they took their fighting stances. A sharp voice suddenly tore through this heavy atmosphere. The Dragon Sparrow Guards frowned and shouted, everyone, calm down. Instantly, his guards also sheathed their swords. The expression of the Dragon Sparrow Guard softened, and he clasped his hands in salute, brother, I misspoke earlier. The Ling Xiao sect is a prestigious sect in the world, how could it possibly harbor evil cultivators? The face of the Dragon Sparrow Guards became more measured and humble, surely both of you have received the mission, right? Jing Wuyan crossed his arms over his chest and stepped closer. That's right. On the contrary, it is the Dragon Sparrow Guards. Why aren't you going to bully those casual cultivators this time? Instead, you are actively here to exterminate demons and evil entities. Seeing this, the Dragon Sparrow Guards chuckled softly and quickly explained, genuinely not hiding anything. We have always been pursuing evil cultivators who practice corpse spirit cultivation. When dogs are cornered, they will fight back. After running close to here, there was no jealousy, just a massacre of the entire town. The Dragon Sparrow Guards pointed toward the cave, realizing that those hiding in this cave probably wanted to use a large number of corpses to break through their cultivation. In the end, if they succeed, they would gain everything, or lose everything. Suddenly, a mysterious and savage sound echoed from within the dark cave, and the little ones of the Dragon Sparrow Guards guessed correctly. You have pursued me for so long, as soon as my boss breaks through to become a ghost spirit Taoist, I will immediately turn you into my puppets. Haha. Chen Yun raised his hand to stroke his chin and then spoke, seemingly wanting to lure us inside. Jing Wuyan hinted that if we went for this guy, it would be better to collaborate. What do you think? The Dragon Sparrow Guards pretended to be knowledgeable, shaking their heads in exasperation. This is an evil cultivator practicing corpse spirit cultivation, equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of foundation establishment. Now, this place has become his corpse den. Inside was filled with a martial atmosphere, with no idea how many zombies there were, extremely dangerous. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, his gaze resolute. The cultivation level of our dragon sparrow guards isn't as high as yours, so we don't dare to take such risks. Unless, Jing Wu Yan put both hands on her hips, unless what? The dragon sparrow guard smiled confidently, unless you take the lead. Once the matter is settled, the spoils will be divided 70-30. You get 70, and we get 30. Qin Yun scoffed at this. You really are clever. Turning back to look at Jing Wu Yan behind him, he gestured, Jing's senior sister, this mission has changes. Rather than continuing, we should head back to the sect first, report the situation, and then decide. After all, the dragon sparrow guards have someone guarding the exit here. Jing Wu Yan's expression changed, her mind full of hidden meanings. Damn it, it wasn't easy to lure you out of the sect this time. How am I supposed to explain to the two elders if we go back? Jing Wu Yan hurriedly approached Qin Yun. Qin junior brother, don't be hasty. Working with them isn't out of the question. Seeing her reaction, Qin Yun's expression fell, a hint of worry and reluctance showing. But these people stab us in the back. The dragon sparrow guards, upon hearing this, remained calm and composed with their arms crossed. Don't worry, I am a 9th level foundation establishment cultivator, they should be the ones afraid of us. He looked towards the two of them. How about this, senior sister Jing, if we find those evil cultivators later, you can deal with them, and I will keep watch behind you. The dragon sparrow guards understood clearly Qin Yun's intention to deal with the demons. You two don't need to be so cautious. This place is within the territory of the Ling Shao sect, how could we possibly take action against you? It would be better to sincerely cooperate and eliminate those evil cultivators and then hand over the work. Jing Wu Yan turned to look at the dragon sparrow guards, pretending to smile and agree with his proposal. In her heart, Jing Wu Yan was calculating. It's easy to say nice things. The dragon sparrow guards have always been ruthless, only caring for their own benefits, who would believe you? But it's just the right timing. The cunning dragon sparrow guards were also secretly pleased in their hearts. Cultivators from the Ling Shao sect are always naive, this time, we might just strike it rich. Qin Yun quietly stood still, observing the two people there. It seems a good show is about to happen. In the damp cave, a horde of zombies immediately rushed out. Qin Yun quickly heightened his vigilance. Be careful, they are all zombies, watch ahead, they are coming. The zombies charged towards Qin Yun's group. Qin Yun slashed horizontally at several of the zombies. Be cautious of the corpse poison on them, don't let them attack you. The dragon sparrow guards were also not to be outdone. His gaze sharp, he made several quick slashes, fall for me. He turned around and saw that the two corpses were unharmed, they are not dead. The dragon sparrow guard swung his sword at the head of a corpse, and it lay still. His eyes narrowed as he carefully surveyed the situation. Everyone, take note, this thing can only be killed by decapitation. Suddenly, in the quiet cave, a strange sound echoed. Qin Yun slightly parted his lips. What is that sound? One of the guards from the dragon sparrow guards quickly took out a glowing magic stone. The other zombies are clinging to the rocky ceiling and are about to rush down all at once. The dragon sparrow guards shouted loudly. Get back, hurry. That isn't a normal zombie. Dragon sparrow guards shouted loudly. Wait, get back, that's a self-destructing zombie. One of the zombies began to swell, its body distorting. Its face and form expanded abnormally. Just after the loud explosion, accompanied by toxic green impurities and gases splattering everywhere, dragon sparrow guards rushed quickly, hiding behind a large rock. Hide behind, don't let that toxic gas get to you. As the toxic gas from the bodies of the zombies gradually dispersed into the air, Qin Yun steadied her breath and wiped the sweat under her chin. Jing's senior sister, are you alright? Earlier, Jing Wu Yan hadn't found a hiding place in time, so her face was pale. I barely used my spiritual energy to shield myself just now, but I still accidentally inhaled some corpse poison. Cough cough. Soon after, dragon sparrow guards along with two soldiers approached, admonishing her. Why are you all so careless? Dragon sparrow guards squinted, pretending to be serious, his face full of concern. We still haven't found the main culprit, and already inhaled corpse poison. Next, how should we strike? The system displayed information about recent opportunities. The design aimed to harm the fellow disciple Qin Yun, obtaining the blood essence Qilin from the opponent. Qin Yun squinted, deep in thought. So that's how it is, this is your scheme. Qin Yun's expression changed, and he asked kindly, so, senior sister, now. Qin Yun thought to himself, pretending not to know. Jing Wuyan took out a pill and put it in her mouth. Wait a moment, luckily I have a detox pill. After consuming the pill, her eyes fixated on her palm. Not too well, my energy flow is still blocked, if I force it through, then. Qin Yun, seeing this, held Jing Wuyan's hand comfortingly. Jing senior sister, don't force yourself, your safety is more important. If it's like this, let me take the lead next. Hearing this, Jing Wuyan's eyes filled with affection and emotion. Qin junior brother, I'm sorry, once we return, I will definitely repay you. Immediately, Jing Wuyan took out a yellow pill. This is the Huiguang pill. She handed the pill toward him. Take this for now, if the battle turns unfavorable, you should take it. Suddenly, one of the guards from the Dragon Sparrow Guard sighed, Huiguang pill, it is said that this pill, even below the golden elixir level, can save someone even if they only have one breath left. Another guard, hearing this, also couldn't help but exclaim, equivalent to an extra life, this pill costs at least over 1,000 spirit stones, right? The Dragon Sparrow Guards then revealed their pensive nature. No wonder they are disciples from the Ling Shao sect, everyone is incredibly wealthy. He closed his eyes and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, so this is how it is, are they planning to plot against me this way? He smiled politely, clasped his hands in greeting, thank you, senior sister, this pill is too precious, I will definitely make it valuable. Jing Wuyan continued to take out another bag to distribute to everyone, her expression serious as she explained, everyone, please take these recovery pills, although they are not as effective as the restore pills, they can still quickly boost energy recovery. She added, these evil cultivators have caused a little town to be in despair. Given this situation, we cultivators must defeat them, whether out of duty or righteousness, otherwise, if we wait for them to break through, many more will suffer. Jing Wuyan spoke with determination and clarity, I hope everyone will cooperate with us next. The members of the Dragon Sparrow Guards listened attentively, Miss Jing is right, we absolutely cannot let them escape this time. From inside the cave, the sound of the zombies grew closer. The next wave of the undead was charging towards Qin Yun and the others. Their bodies began to swell like rotten flesh-colored balloons. The Dragon Sparrow Guards hurriedly signaled everyone, be careful, it's that monster again. A loud explosion echoed throughout the cave, shaking the entire cavern. The rock walls exploded. Large boulders flew everywhere, separating Qin Yun and Jing Wuyan from the Dragon Sparrow Guards and the escort, leaving only echoes of sound. Miss Jing. The last stone had blocked the only remaining gap, leaving only Jing Wuyan and Qin Yun trapped on one side. Qin Yun stood up and approached to inspect, furrowing his brow, no, it's too thick, it's difficult to dig through immediately. Jing Wuyan pondered for a long while, this landslide is too coincidental, unless evil cultivators want to separate us. Suddenly, from the darkness emerged a horde of figures with fierce expressions rushing forward. Jing Wuyan immediately stood up, drawing her sword and preparing to attack. The zombies rushed towards Qin Yun and Jing Wuyan, led by a corpse puppet dressed in dark purple robes and wearing a hat. Little girl, you guessed right. Jing Wuyan and Qin Yun carefully observed, and suddenly something flashed in Qin Yun's mind. The system emerges and presents information about the zombies. Recently, after defeating the merging demon energy phantom snake by the deep hills, it became a disaster corpse, breaking through to the Yuaning realm. Qin Yun saw through them, smiling to himself, the cultivators these days are full of schemes, and the latter is even more cunning than the former. Jing Wuyan turned around, surprised to see Qin Yun about to rush into the zombies. Qin junior brother. Qin Yun stepped forward, holding a treasured sword, don't worry, Jing senior sister, we can definitely defeat them. Without waiting to finish his sentence, Qin Yun charged straight into the crowd of zombies. Jing Wuyan was startled, don't be impulsive. But Qin Yun seemed not to hear, continuing his momentum, diving straight into the midst of the fierce-faced demons, taking the lives of all of them. The dragon sparrow guards moved closer to the stone wall, frowning. The guard panicked and turned to the leader of the dragon sparrow guards. "Leader, it seems they're fighting over there, what should we do?" "No rush." He suddenly showed a cunning and sly expression. "Because the evil cultivators chose an ambush spot near them, we just need to wait and take advantage of the situation." The two cultivators from Ling Xiao's sect fighting against that guy, no matter who wins, it won't be easy. Next, he pointed confidently at the rock wall. "You keep listening, and when there's no more movement inside, we will think of a way to dig through." The guard was a bit surprised. But isn't this a bit? The dragon sparrow guards found their men to be somewhat unsettled by the threat. "What? Have those pills already bought you off?" "Fine, if you want to be a righteous person, you can go in first in a bit." The guard lowered his head. "I'm just afraid that after all, they are disciples of the Ling Xiao sect." Hearing this, the dragon sparrow guards immediately put on a fierce face. So what? Remember, the ones who eliminate them are just those evil cultivators' corpse spirits. At the same time, on the other side of the cave, Qin Yun struck fiercely with his sword at the shoulder of the armored zombie, but it had no effect on it at all. Qin Yun frowned. This corpse spirit's body is too tough, a bit hard to deal with. The purple armored corpse puppet deflected Qin Yun's sword strike and quickly retreated to gain momentum. The zombie named made no sound, saying, "Compared to my body technique, your divine weapon is just a toy." Without waiting for Qin Yun to react, he raised his claws and lunged straight at Qin Yun. Growl. Just in time to block the attack from the evil corpse poison, Qin Yun glanced at Jing Wu Yan, signaling, "Jing's senior sister, leave this ordinary zombie to you." Seeing the situation was critical, Jing Wu Yan clicked her tongue. "If this foolish one is killed, it will be hard to deal with the corpse spirit Taoist alone. Waiting for both sides to suffer is not a bad idea." She then followed Qin Yun's suggestion and swung her sword. "Qin Junior brother, do your best to hold on, and wait for me to finish off these zombies before I come to help you." Meanwhile, Qin Yun was facing off against the armored purple zombie head-on. The zombie breathed heavily. Then suddenly he opened his mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, and blew out a strong stream of dark green poisonous gas. Qin Yun hurriedly covered his mouth and nose with his hands, squinting his eyes to inspect the sources of the poisonous gas. Not good. Qin Yun tightly sealed his mouth, grimacing and coughing loudly. The corpse puppet felt pleased when he saw this. "Foolish, this is my ultimate technique of the 6 undead cold. Just a touch on the skin will result in poisoning, holding your breath is useless." Qin Yun was beginning to be affected, his legs could no longer hold him up, causing him to fall backwards. He fell heavily beside a rock, struggling to breathe. Jing Wu Yan was dealing with other zombies. Seeing the dire situation, she signaled, "Qin Junior brother, quickly use the recovery pills I gave you." Qin Yun quickly took out 2 pills, held them in his hand, put them directly into his mouth, and swallowed them. Immediately, his body felt a surge of energy helping him recover. Qin Yun opened his mouth and shouted loudly, "Demonic fiend." Before he finished speaking, he rushed forward with the treasured sword in hand toward the corpse puppet. "Die." The corpse puppet was extremely frightened, hastily shouting in protest, "Shameless cultivator, I." Qin Yun immediately slashed, cutting the corpse puppet in half. His gaze was unwavering as he turned to use sword skills to execute a flurry of attacks on the remaining miscellaneous zombies. All that could be heard were their painful cries, and then, one by one, they slowly fell to the ground. Jing Wu Yan saw this and could only remain silent, watching. Qin Yun then relaxed a little and sighed with relief. Jing Wu Yan stepped forward and flashed a complex smile. "You were amazing, Qin Junior brother. Was that the Ling Qiao swordsmanship earlier? I didn't expect your sword intent to be so impressive." Qin Yun had a modest expression and could only smile awkwardly. "Thank you, senior sister, you flatter me, I just..." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yun was abruptly blown in the face by a strong gust of purple powder from Jing Wu Yan. After inhaling it, he placed his hands on his chest, looking incredibly painful and uncomfortable, and collapsed to the ground, still clutching his chest in agony. "What is this? What's happening? My vital energy." Jing Wuyen proudly leaned on her right hand. You really fought well. If not, I wouldn't dare to strike at you recklessly, even though my cultivation is a level above yours. Only then did Qin Yun hurriedly realize, you poisoned me, that's not the Hui Guang Dan at all. Seeing Qin Yun suffering at her feet, she became even more arrogant. Wrong, it is indeed the Hui Guang Dan, but I just added a bit of other herbs to it. After you take it, if you inhale another harmless powder, it will form a toxic effect, just like the chemical powder. Qin Yun was unwilling to accept it, clenching his fist tightly. Sister, why? Are you someone sent by Wuzhe? Jing Wuyen smiled sinisterly, with a triumphant expression. You're quite smart. Unfortunately, you failed Wuzhe's plans time after time, provoking someone you shouldn't have. As she spoke, she delivered a powerful blow to Qin Yun, sending him flying far away. Jing Wuyen threatened with a clenched fist. Now, tell me everything you know about Lin Shiyu, and I'll make it painless for you. Qin Yun sat slumped on the ground, frowning defiantly. You vile person, don't think you'll succeed, I guarantee you'll regret it. Jing Wuyen smiled maliciously. I like your stubbornness. I hope you won't beg me later. She then swung her sword boastfully, moving closer to Qin Yun. All right, now. Suddenly, a sinister hand appeared from thin air. Jing Wuyen felt something was wrong thanks to her psychic energy. She immediately turned to look. What? Her face was panic-stricken and alert. A wicked corpse cultivator appeared, grinning savagely. Indeed, to witness a good drama, it is unexpected that the disciples of the righteous sect can be so filthy. At this moment, Jing Wuyen was startled to realize that she was afraid. Substitute body. The evil corpse cultivator laughed with delight. You two have some strength, but if you both join forces, I might only be able to feign death to escape. But now, before finishing his words, the corpse puppet struck a fatal blow to Jing Wuyen, catching her off guard and leaving her mouth filled with blood. Not stopping there, the evil corpse cultivator continued to cast a spell to summon a monster. A giant serpent appeared. Turn into my corpse puppet here, old man. A massive serpent flicked out its long tongue. Seeing this, Jing Wuyen summoned her strength to conjure a shield. Protective shield. Without waiting long, the monster serpent opened its mouth wide and blew a strong stream of green poisonous fire straight towards Jing Wuyen. Her shield showed signs of weakening, her gaze slightly wavering, revealing doubt. How is this possible? Seeing the situation become increasingly dire, her face turned pale. This is the divine weapon given to me by the second elder for protection, yet it was shattered by 2 blows from this corpse spirit Taoist. No way, I have to think of a way to run away. As she struggled to fend off the attack, another corpse spirit approached Jing Wuyen from behind, landing a strong blow. She shut her eyes tightly in pain, crying out loudly, "Pow!" Jing Wuyen collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the corpse spirit reveled in delight. Do you really think I am just an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator? If it weren't for stealing that item, causing me to be hunted and severely injured, dropping from the golden elixir realm to Foundation establishment, dealing with you lowly fish wouldn't take this much effort. He crouched down, gripping Jing Wuyen's head. You do have some merit, though. He bared his sharp teeth, grinning with glee. Once I finish dealing with those dragon sparrow guards over there, I'll turn you into my new undead. With me day and night. He turned towards where Qin Yun had been and found him gone without a trace. Of course, there is still, Before the corpse spirit had time to think, Qin Yun suddenly appeared, slashing fiercely with a sword aura glowing like a halo. What's going on? After the strike, Qin Yun held his stand seriously, the slash severing the head of the bloodthirsty spirit right before Jing Wuyen. She looked pale and was frozen in shock. Qin Yun stood in front of Jing Wuyen, watching her kneeling on the ground. I told you, you would regret it, Jing Wuyen. Even at this point, Jing Wuyen still had the audacity to retort, so it turns out you were just acting earlier, you didn't actually get poisoned at all. Qin Yun's eyes were mocking, a slight smirk playing on his lips. It's all the same, besides, shouldn't you be thanking me? If I really were poisoned, wouldn't you turn into the corpse of an old ghost? Jing Wuyen was now truly starting to feel scared. I never expected that Qin Yun, who seemed so foolish, would have such scheming intentions. No way, if I anger him, I might not be able to save my own life. She immediately backtracked, putting on a seductive and tempting expression, Qin Jr. brother, I admit I was wrong, if you would spare me this time, I will definitely make you satisfied in the future. Qin Yun, seeing the drama unfold, raised his hand to stroke his chin in thought, oh, make me satisfied. Jing Wu Yan raised her hand to her lips, posing seductively, of course, with my beauty, Qin Jr. brother, how could you not be tempted? Seeing Qin Yun approach with a gentle smile, Jing Wu Yan quickly became smug, pretending to be a noble gentleman, you are nothing but a false noble. However, Qin Yun raised his sword, pressing it against her neck. With a serious and disdainful expression, Qin Yun said, it's very simple to satisfy me, Jing's senior sister. Swear to your inner demon and come with me to expose Wu's cruel actions. Jing Wu Yan was taken aback, what? She stuttered, unable to speak clearly, don't you know who you are facing? That is the son of the second elder. If I help you with this, the second elder will definitely not spare me when we return to the sect. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow in indignation, I can't believe not only Wu Zhe but also the second elder is involved. Truly, young and old are all the same. Qin Yun pushed the blade closer, causing Jing Wu Yan's throat to start bleeding. Qin Yun threatened, is Jing's senior sister trying to test if Qin Yun's sword is sharp? Jing Wu Yan was more terrified than ever, a madman, this person is definitely a madman. If I can't do it, I will surely die here. Without thinking further, Jing Wu Yan said, alright, I swear to my inner demon. Jing Wu Yan immediately raised 2 fingers to chant a spell. Her inner demon had appeared right behind her. Jing Wu Yan, I will definitely cooperate with Qin Yun to expose Wu's plot to order me to kill him, and during this time, I will not betray Qin Yun. Qin Yun observed closely, if you disobey, the inner demon will devour you, and you will not be reincarnated. He pondered deeply, swearing to the inner demon, once you violate it, when cultivating, the inner demon will swallow you. Lightly, you will be taken over, heavily, you will lose your life. Indeed, I am not afraid of her tricks. Jing Wu Yan completed her oath, Qin Jr. brother, are you satisfied now? At this point, Qin Yun also returned his sword to its sheath, his gaze softened with a smile, thank you, Jing's senior sister, for your cooperation, I also do not want my sword to be tainted by the lingering souls of fellow disciples. On the other side of the cave, the guard of the Dragon Sparrow Guards was still pressing close to listen in. The guard reported with a thoughtful expression, Captain, it seems to be over. He listened carefully and reported happily, there are no more sounds of fighting inside, I just don't know who won. The Dragon Sparrow Guard smirked sinisterly, rejoicing inside, it doesn't matter who won, after all, it's just a tussle between you two. It's good that the fisherman gains from the situation. He gestured to the guards. Haha, now it's time to rescue our friend from the Ling Shao sect. Detonate this stone statue for me. The guards, excited, followed suit and complied with their master's order, yes. The guards quickly formed a line. Once prepared, the soldiers simultaneously assumed their stances, and a barrage of divine weapons flew swiftly towards the stone wall, creating a shocking explosive blast. After a while, the black smoke began to dissipate, revealing the figures of Qin Yun and Jing Wu Yan flickering in and out of view. He stood with his arms crossed, silently observing, while his guards were already in a fighting stance. Qin Yun and Jing Wu Yan slowly emerged from the dense black smoke. The Dragon Sparrow Guard surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly, his gaze halted. The followers of the corpse Taoist were motionless, lying sprawled on the ground. The Dragon Sparrow Guard's eyes lit up as he pointed to the corpse of the corpse puppet. You two have worked hard, leave the body of this Taoist corpse spirit to us, the Dragon Sparrow Guards, to handle it. Qin Yun remained silent, observing his expression. Suddenly, the Dragon Sparrow Guard's attention was drawn to the item that Qin Yun was holding tightly in his hand. He revealed a calculating expression, such a mystical aura must be something valuable, the little guy from the Ling Shao sect cannot take it away. At this moment, the Dragon Sparrow Guards had dropped their facade. He showed a shamelessly greedy face, and you have the gem in your possession, that is crucial evidence. Hand it over to us. At this point, the boy was furious, his gaze full of challenge, what if I say no? The Dragon Sparrow Guard sneered, I advise you to be wise. Given your serious injuries, do you really want to oppose us? Qin Yun slightly curved his mouth in a smile, since when did you get the illusion that because I am injured, you can defeat me? The dragon sparrow guards were truly enraged. He became impatient. Originally, if you had just handed over your gains, you might have been able to keep one life. Now it seems you want to drink the harsh wine instead of the invited one. The dragon sparrow guards immediately raised his hand to command his subordinates, form the formation. The guards were just waiting for this, quickly drawing their swords and raising them high as a sign of obedience. Yes, the guards quickly formed a powerful phoenix formation. Dragon sparrow guards confidently and arrogantly commanded, charge. Upon hearing their master's command, the guards, some wielding swords and others axes, rushed fiercely towards Chen Yun and Jing Wuyen who were standing nearby. She watched the approaching crowd and reminded Chen Yun, Chen Jr. brother, be careful. This is the dragon sparrow formation of the Xian Tian Empire, which can elevate everyone within the formation by one minor realm below golden elixir and enhance their defenses. Chen Yun did not hesitate, gripping his sword and rushing forward, slashing directly into the crowd that was screaming in panic. Jing Wuyen, witnessing one man being killed on the spot, widened her eyes in astonishment. Her expression turned serious, and in fear she thought, he is surprisingly strong. Even if I don't get hurt, I may not be his match. She recalled Wu Zhe, her grand senior brother, who dismissed Chen Yun, stating, that little guy is not worth mentioning at all. How annoying Wu Zhe was, and yet to say his cultivation talent was nothing of note. Chen Yun vanished and reappeared, slipping past the backs of the crowd, unable to help but search. He's gone. Where is he now? Lin Xiu, seeing him about to take their lives, panicked and shouted, stop. It's our fault, don't kill anymore. Before he could finish his words, you had completely defeated them. You then stopped and turned back, smiling and saying, is that so? What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Lin Xiu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, negotiating, I want to make amends for having offended you and hope that you can forgive us. Chen Yun raised an eyebrow, shrugged dismissively, forgive you? But the dragon sparrow guards are the royal guard of the Xian Tian Empire. I'm more afraid that you won't forgive a small bamboo scholar like me. Hearing this, he was immediately frightened and quickly raised his hand to swear, Lin Xiu, swear that I will never be an enemy of Chen Yun and will not do anything to harm Chen Yun. If I violate this oath, my soul will be swallowed by the demon and I will not be reborn. Just a moment later, the sword in Chen Yun's hand disappeared, and he smiled kindly, thank you, Lin brother, for understanding. I also do not wish to harm our harmony. The dragon sparrow guards could only silently think in frustration, you've killed so many of your own brothers and still talk about harmony with me. If it weren't for the fact that I can't fight you, I would have risked everything to confront you. As if reading Lin Xiu's thoughts, Chen Yun sneered and pointed at those lying gasping on the ground, continuing. Don't worry, Lin brother, I have controlled the sword intent, they are only heavily injured at most. Lin Xiu ran over to check and was astonished. He thought happily, great, the heartbeat is still there. He then stood up, clasped his hands, and smiled as he said, thank you, Chen brother, for not killing. Then he frowned, sweating profusely as he thought, the strength is terrifying, in that situation, they could still control the sword intent. This person probably has no rivals below the golden elixir level. Jing Wuyen, observing everything from outside, was also filled with fear. He thought to himself, how much power does Chen Yun actually hide? Could he have already become a golden elixir cultivator? No, it can't be, golden elixir cultivators can't be everywhere. As for Lin Xiu, to make up for his mistake, he took out a bag of holding and presented it to Chen Yun, smiling as he said, the spirit stones in this bag of holding, as well as the profound heaven pills that our Xian Tian Empire uses for cultivation, are considered compensation from our dragon sparrow guards. He quickly took it and looked at it, smiling as he thought, not bad, it also contains profound heaven pills. I've heard that the pills for foundation establishment stage cultivation are also of high quality. Suddenly, a mystical purple claw flew out from the bag of holding. Chen Yun wondered, under the gaze of the three of them, the claws kept flying in circles in the air. Jing Wuyen exclaimed in shock, what is this? Why is it suddenly moving like that? As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the phantom snake, baring its fangs and staring at them, appeared from the claw. Chen Yun couldn't help but let out a startled cry. Lin Xiu was horrified, unsure of what to do. The evil aura was too strong. What was that? Meanwhile, Jing Wuyen stood frozen in place, unable to keep his mouth shut in fear. What kind of monster is that? Chen Yun disdainfully stared at the massive entity before him, unable to contain his anger, quickly commanding his fly sword to lunge forward. Damn it, anything related to the phantom snake is certainly not a good thing. Where did the evil cultivators get this from? When he poured all his strength into slashing the enormous, fierce spirit beast, a petal suddenly shot forth to block his sword, causing it to be deflected. He was taken aback. What? A petal? The petals floated in the air, and a voice emerged from the void. Little brother, the ferocity of this phantom snake is not something you can handle. It's better to leave it to your sister. Chen Yun landed, frowning as he looked up. While everyone was still puzzled, a voice suddenly emerged, and the figure of Nia Yao Yao appeared from the sky. She hovered in mid-air and began to laugh. Ha ha ha. Chen Yun glanced at the opportunities status of the woman before him. Her name is Nia Yao Yao, the holy girl of the Inyu sect. Her opportunities were carefully described as follows. 3 days later, using the sect's secret technique to sneak into the secret realm Spirit Spring, trading with the phantom snake to obtain the blood essence of the 9 formidable beasts. Chen Yun's eyes widened in surprise. The holy girl of the Inyu sect. His eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. What kind of sect is Inyu? Why have I never heard of it? Moreover, people from the Inyu sect can actually enter the secret realm Spirit Spring that is closed. Not to mention they get entangled with the phantom snake. The leading martial officer of the Dragon Sparrow Guards, team leader Lin, looked at Nia Yao Yao and just happened to notice a pendant hanging at her waist, a bit surprised. Is this pendant? A member of the Dragon Sparrow Guards immediately shouted, Who are you? How dare you touch the belongings of the Xian Tian Empire and our Ling Shao sect? Nia Yao Yao curled her lips into a faint smile. Are you asking about me? She slowly flicked her fingers, accompanied by a light breath. Something resembling a petal, bright red like blood, shot towards the person in front of her. He had no time to react, his eyes widening at the reminder from his superior, be careful. But it was too late, the petal was just like a dart. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yun rushed forward and swung his sword to deflect it. As the petal rebounded, it immediately seemed to have a subconscious instinct to turn around. Chen Yun hurriedly used his lightness skill to retreat, avoiding the attack. Again, he said with a frown, just one petal has nearly incapacitated me. Nia Yao Yao, on the side, revealed a delighted expression. This little brother has some strength, it feels like he will be a good toy. Jing Wuyen, observing the situation, could not help but loudly warn everyone, one petal can suppress the sword intent of Qin Jr. brother. This is not good, this woman is at least a cultivator of the golden elixir realm. Suddenly, someone from the Dragon Sparrow Guards called out, be careful, she has disappeared. Her figure instantly appeared behind Chen Yun. Nia Yao Yao stroked her chin, you can withstand my flower blooming technique. Little brother, I really appreciate you. Chen Yun was suddenly taken aback by the close presence, left speechless. However, Nia Yao Yao didn't care, her words were laced with seduction, so, do you want to be my follower? Her hand lightly brushed against Chen Yun's chin. He suddenly swung his sword, thrusting quickly backward, but Nia Yao Yao's agility was even quicker, disappearing in an instant. Chen Yun's pupils constricted. This time, Nia Yao Yao appeared standing on the tip of his sword. She teased a strand of her hair with her finger, letting out a charming laugh, so cold, but I like it. I'm wanting you more and more. He gritted his teeth, who is this person? The sense of oppression is even stronger than senior sister Lin. Chen Yun picked up the sword again. Jing Wuyen and the captain of the Dragon Sparrow Guards rushed forward simultaneously, shouting in unison, Demoness, meet your end. Nia Yao Yao spun in the air, dodging the swords. 3 blades converged on one point, stabbing deep into Nia Yao Yao's body, binding her as if she were shackled, head drooping lifelessly. The soldier who had earlier been saved by Chen Yun sat on the ground, covered in dust. Seeing this, she exclaimed, bullseye. But for Chen Yun and his 2 companions, it was not a pleasant thing at all. Quickly, Nia Yao Yao's figure became blurry and eventually vanished right in front of the sword's tip. Chen Yun, with keen eyes, shouted a warning, not good, that's an illusion. The three of them, Chen Yun, the captain of the Dragon Sparrow Guards, and Jing Wu Yan, all tightened their grip on their swords, nervously searching for Yao Yao's figure around them. Yao Yao quietly stood behind them, observing them silently. Just then, a voice softly echoed, "Holy Girl Lord, it is time." Upon hearing this, she sighed, "Forget it, I actually wanted to play with him." Her illusion surrounded Chen Yun and the others like a cocoon. While they were still anxiously searching for her, her voice rang out clearly, "Consider yourselves lucky today, my mood is good, so I won't play with you." From the hazy red smoke, Yao Yao suddenly appeared next to Chen Yun. "Little brother, my name can only be told to you. Yao Yao. Remember this name, we will meet again." After saying this, her figure vanished into thin air. Before completely disappearing, she still did not forget to smile mockingly at Chen Yun, leaving only a stream of black smoke heavy with demon energy gradually dissipating. After a long while, he finally let out a sigh, "That demoness is gone." He gradually began to wonder about Yao Yao's appearance. Her strength is unfathomable, and she has such schemes. This matter is no longer something I can handle alone, I must return to report to the sect. The soldiers of the Dragon Sparrow Guards, seeing Yao Yao had left, sat down on the ground in fear. What exactly is the identity of that woman? At such a young age, her strength cannot go unnoticed, right? Chen Yun looked at the captain of the Dragon Sparrow Guards and asked, "Lin brother, do you know the origins of that woman?" Captain Lin furrowed his brow and replied seriously, "Even if I don't say anything, after you report back to the sect, you will probably know the origins of that woman." At this point, Captain Lin's voice lowered significantly, "She is from the legendary Inu sect." Jing Wu Yan suddenly shouted loudly, "Inu sect, the first sect of the demonic path that disappeared 1,000 years ago." Captain Lin cautiously nodded, "Yes, if I'm not mistaken. The object hanging at the waist of the woman is the amethyst orb, symbolizing the status of the Inu sect." Following closely behind, Captain Lin weakly stood up from the ground, looking at his lord with panic in his eyes. "Captain, what is the background of the Inu sect you mentioned? Why are you so frightened?" Captain Lin reached out and flicked his subordinate's forehead, cursing under his breath. "What do you understand? Do you think that the one who ruled this realm 1,000 years ago was the Inu sect? Even the Xian Tian Empire, Ling Shao sect, or Gue Yuan sect back then were just newly rising talents." Chen Yun tilted his head slightly, "So it means the Inu sect could rise again." After dealing with his foolish subordinate, Captain Lin replied seriously, "Exactly, we have to report this to the Xian Tian imperial family immediately. You all should notify your sect as well." Saying this, Captain Lin clasped his hands and bowed slightly, "We will take our leave now." Chen Yun then turned to Jing Wu Yan and spoke, "We should return to our sect as well." She nodded, "All right." Meanwhile, on the side of Yao Yao, she stood tall on the high cliff, followed by a person in a black cloak. The face completely covered. He spoke respectfully, "Holy Girl Lord." He looked ahead and slowly asked, "Why don't you eliminate those people, instead letting them return to report?" Yao Yao slightly curved her lips, revealing a very cryptic smile, "The return of the Inu sect will sooner or later be discovered. Moreover," she paused for a moment, looking at the fang of the phantom snake that she had obtained, radiating a strong scent of demon energy in her hand, and chuckled softly, "Not everyone can escape the fangs of the phantom snake. That little guy must have come into contact with the phantom snake, and I secretly left a mark on him. His survival is more beneficial to me." The man in the black cloak finally showed a smile, "If the holy girl has a plan, then I can rest assured." Meanwhile, in a corner, a purple mark slowly glimmered with a faint light behind Chen Yun's ear. At this moment, in the sect where the disciples resided, a series of crashing sounds suddenly echoed in the courtyard, followed by the sound of wood falling to the ground. Immediately after, a loud shout from Wuxia broke through, "Wang Jr. sister." The two of them were now standing face to face. The earlier falling sounds were caused by Wang Ning Yen brushing aside her hands to reject a gift. A few pastries rolled out of the wooden box, scattered on the ground. Wu Zhu immediately showed an unhappy expression. "I am sincere to you, why are you so hard-hearted?" Wang Ning Yen appeared indifferent, firmly asserting, "Wu senior brother, have some self-respect, I have already said, I am not interested." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhu felt as though a corner of his vanity had been touched, and he immediately shouted, do you really like Qin? Wang Ningyan didn't even glance at him, calmly replied, it's none of your business. Wu Zhi boasted, but with a hint of worry, Wang Jr. sister, speaking of family background, I am the son of the elder Sect, he is just an orphan. Speaking of strength, I am a 7th level golden elixir cultivator, he is just a foundation establishment cultivator. If we become Dao partners, your talent can finally be utilized. He manipulated Ning Yan's feelings, you will have a bright future. But Ning Yan ignored Wu Zhi's words and turned to leave, saying, at least Qin's senior brother will not treat me as an object. Wu Zhi silently watched Ning Yan's departing figure. Wu Zhi laughed wickedly, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Qin Yun won't be able to come back. Hearing Wu Zhi say that, Ning Yan angrily yelled at him, what do you mean by that? What have you done to senior brother Qin? Wu Zhi replied mockingly, what do you mean by, what have I done to him? Wang Jr. sister, don't spit out blood and blame others. Cultivating immortals is inherently disobedient to heaven and can be ruthless like this. Qin Yun is just a foundation establishment cultivator, it's not strange for him to die unexpectedly somewhere, is it? Ning Yan drew her sword and pointed it at Wu Zhi, if senior brother Qin is in any danger, I absolutely will not let you go. Wu Zhi arrogantly challenged her, oh, not let me go. How will you do that? With that little mouth of yours or by relying on that useless Qin Yun? The sword was pressed close to Wu Zhi's throat, yet he remained smug, I think Wang Jr. sister should consider making me her Dao partner. Ning Yan grit her teeth in anger, humph. Suddenly, Qin Yun appeared from behind and exclaimed, what did you say about me, senior brother Wu? Wu Zhi was taken aback and turned to look, huh? Wu Zhi stammered, unable to speak. You, how can he still be alive? Where is Jing Wu Yen? Why can't I see her? Seeing the worried expression on Wu Zhi's face, Qin Yun felt happy and said, what's wrong? I'm fine, are you really surprised? Ning Yan happily ran towards Qin Yun, it's good that Qin's senior brother is fine. Qin Yun raised his hand to pat Ning Yan's head for comfort, now that you've entered the cultivation path, you must focus on your training and not waste your time being wrapped around by some stray cat or dog. Ning Yan heard this and obediently replied, aha. Ning Yan felt shy and her heart was filled with endless happiness, Qin's senior brother patted my head, hee hee. The angry deputy elder shouted, who are you calling a stray cat or dog? Oh. Is Wu's senior brother still here? I thought you should have the sense to leave by now. Qin Yun provoked Wu Zhi, can't you see I'm busy? It doesn't concern you, you can leave. Hearing Qin Yun's sarcasm made him furious, his eyes glinting red, humph. He shouted, alright, if you're brave enough, meet me in the martial arts arena for a duel. Qin Yun frowned and snapped, Wu's senior brother. We still have an important secret to report to the elders and the master teacher. It's related to a secret from 1,000 years ago. I want to compete with you, but I cannot delay this secret any longer. Wu Zhi raised his fist to challenge Qin Yun, what kind of bullshit secret is that? Is your excuse really that stupid? Are you afraid to compete? Qin Yun scratched his face, looking fearful, but I still have a secret to report. Wu Zhi arrogantly puffed out his chest, if you really have some secret, I will take responsibility. What's wrong? Or do you want to continue hiding behind that woman Lin Shiyu for her support? Hearing the insult, Wu Zhi angrily agreed, fine, let's compete, but if this secret gets messed up and leads to punishment, you will be responsible. Ning Yan beside them persuaded, Qin's senior brother, Wu Zhi is of golden elixir strength. Qin Yun smiled and said, don't worry, I have it all planned out. The fire in Wu Zhi erupted, Qin junior brother, soon on the competition stage, I will let you experience the love of senior brother. On this side, two people were discussing, hurry up, I heard Qin senior brother is about to compete with Wu senior brother, let's go join the fun. It's hard to miss this grand event. At the martial arts arena, everyone was present, engaged in lively discussions. Senior brother Qin is a foundation establishment cultivator. How can he possibly compete with senior brother Wu, who is at the golden elixir stage? This will be quite a spectacle. What's there to compare? Senior brother Qin is sure to lose. On the stage, Wu Zhi and Qin Yun stood facing each other. Wu Zhi appeared full of confidence, while Qin Yun remained calm and showed no signs of worry. Junior brother Qin, Wu Zhi said arrogantly, in a moment, you will understand the gap between a golden elixir cultivator and a foundation establishment cultivator is like heaven and earth. Chen Yun only held up 3 fingers and said, Chen Yun, no, I am no match for Senior Brother Wu, so I would like to ask Senior Brother Wu to teach me 3 sword skills, if possible. Hearing this, Wu Zhe was curious and thought, what is this little guy up to? Seeing Wu Zhe's worried expression, Chen Yun deliberately provoked him, what's wrong? Senior Brother Wu, a golden elixir cultivator, is afraid to accept 3 strikes from a humble foundation establishment cultivator like me? Outside, the crowd continued to buzz, that's right, Senior Brother Chen just started as a foundation establishment, and Senior Brother Wu is too cowardly. Ha! In exchange, I'm at a disadvantage by a great deal, let alone 3 strikes, even 8 strikes could be handled. This Wu Senior Brother seems to be all show. Hearing the group discuss this, Wu Zhe became angry and raised his voice, even with 3 strikes, I wouldn't dare to bully you. With these 3 strikes, I won't use a divine weapon, just my body will be enough. Chen Yun simply took out his sword and said, then let's see if Wu Senior Brother can take it. Chen Yun swung his sword towards Wu Zhe. At this moment, Wu Zhe couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yun's significantly increased strength. After that, Wu Zhe also exerted his power, unleashing the 3 words, Greater Ice Palm. The 2 forces clashed, Chen Junior Brother, your sword intent seems. But before he could finish, Wu Zhe was astonished, no, that's not right. Chen Yun attacked Wu Zhe again, and Wu Zhe blocked with his hand, shameless little thief, taking advantage of the moment to attack while I was talking. Wu Zhe deflected the slash just now. Suddenly, Chen Yun vanished, leaving him stunned with his mouth agape, what? Then Chen Yun appeared behind Wu Zhe, Wu Senior Brother, this is the final strike, catch it. Chen Yun struck at Wu Zhe with a single slash. A blow to the back left him startled. The sword intent of this little guy's 2 swords is surprisingly well hidden. When Wu Zhe turned to look, he couldn't see Chen Yun anywhere. The people outside murmured to each other. Oh my, is Senior Brother Chen really at the foundation establishment stage? Could it be that I am a fake at the foundation establishment? Senior Brother Wu used a divine weapon yet he still bled. I feel that Wu Zhe's reputation is exaggerated, even a major blow could injure him. Wu Senior Brother, I have learned a lot from you. Chen Yun clasped his hands together, expressing gratitude and contemplation. Indeed, the difference between foundation establishment and golden elixir is significant. Even with my full-strength sneak attack, I only managed to lightly wound him. Wu Zhe, refusing to back down, raised his sword in challenge. Good, good, very good. Next, let me show you the strength of a golden elixir practitioner. Wu Zhe's grand senior brother swung his sword and shouted. Chen Yun, watch this move. Chen Yun used his sword to block the attack but was still pushed back a considerable distance by the immense power. It seemed that Chen Yun suddenly realized something and sheathed his sword. The junior brother disciples below the arena were abuzz, unable to believe his strength. Is this really the true strength of Senior Brother Wu? It's over, Senior Brother, don't you need your life? This is too terrifying. Suddenly, in the distance, a voice shouted, stop. Senior Sister Lin rode down on the sealed spirit beast onto the arena. The sealed spirit beast roared loudly to assert its majesty. Wu Zhe angrily questioned her, Lin Shiryu, do you want to stop me? He tensed up, this is a fighting arena, do you want to disrupt the Sect's rules? Lin Shiryu did not back down, this is a matter concerning the Sect's secrets, Chen Junior Brother must go meet the Sect Master with me. This contest ends here. Wu Zhe still refused to give up, pointing his sword straight at Lin Shiryu, what Sect secrets? It's just an excuse. This little guy has already struck me 3 times and now wants to leave, he's showing disdain for me, Wu Zhe. He turned around, sneering at Chen Yun to provoke him, I said, how could you have the guts to accept a contest with me? It turns out you've already arranged for this woman, Lin Shiryu, to be your shield. He continued ranting, are you really planning to hide behind her forever? Lin Shiryu interrupted to stop this thick-headed man from talking nonsense, I said, it's related to the Sect's secrets. Brother, don't misunderstand yourself. He angrily questioned her. Secrets, secrets, we are all direct disciples. What secrets can you know that I cannot? Based on what? Lin Shiyu was too lazy to explain further to this guy. She unleashed her power, and a phoenix appeared behind her, exuding fiery energy. Based on the fact that I am a royal blood Yuaning cultivator, the seventh elder of the sect, Wu Zhi stared in disbelief at what he was seeing, trembling. It's impossible, how can this be? The fellow disciples below cheered and congratulated Lin Shiyu for reaching a new realm. Oh my, Lin's senior sister has reached Yuaning realm. This is great, our Ling Xiao sect has gained another elder. Lin's senior sister truly deserves the title of the #1 genius of our Ling Xiao sect. Chen Yun also joined in, clasping his hands to congratulate her. Congratulations, Lin's senior sister. He thought to himself, this is wonderful, if Lin's senior sister has broken through to Yuaning, she can overshadow the second elder. Wu Zhi sulked but could do nothing. He shouted, I don't believe it, even if you become an elder, so what? This competition is between me and Chen Yun. Suddenly, 3 beams of light appeared in the sky and flew straight down. With a voice full of majesty, it commanded, Karma and Tribulation, shut your mouth. Wu Zhi was taken aback, what? The 2 elders and the sect master responded immediately from the arena, looking down. Jing Wu Yan was also present, and all the disciples below instantly knelt to pay their respects to the 3. I pay my respects to the sect master, grand elder, and second elder. Wu Zhi was panic-stricken, yet the sect master, who appears only once a year, is here. He looked around for Chen Yun, unable to believe what was happening, and Jing Wu Yan, why is he here? Chen Yun sneered at this foolish man. Furious, he retorted, how annoying, why is he smiling? Could it be that he has already calculated everything? The sect master was the first to speak. Chen Yun, will you come with us to the inner sect to recount what you have experienced? Chen Yun respectfully clasped his hands before the sect master, wanting to report, since the sect master is here, I wish to inform him of something. The sect master, serious, stroked his beard, what is it? Chen Yun pointed directly at Wu Zhi and said frankly, Senior brother Wu instructed Jing Wu Yan to poison me during this mission, intending to kill me. Wu Zhi stammered in fear, why you? The sect master's face darkened. Chen Yun continued, and the one behind was the second elder. Everyone below couldn't hide their astonished and fearful expressions. Oh my, did I hear that wrong? The second elder and Wu senior brother want to harm Chen senior brother. This is a serious taboo for the sect. Wu Zhi tried to explain himself, criticizing Chen Yun. Don't talk nonsense in front of the sect master, do you have any evidence? Chen Yun smirked, holding the advantage. Evidence? Isn't the evidence right next to the sect master? The entire arena buzzed in shock. Wu Zhi's eyes widened, unable to say a word. He was furious. Jing Wu Yan, could it be that she betrayed us? Jing Wu Yan stood beside the sect master. Greetings, sect master. He turned back, puzzled. The second elder interrupted her. Jing Wu Yan, you are a disciple of the sect, you must speak the truth. The dark aura surrounding him suppressed all the words Jing Wu Yan wanted to say. Don't speak carelessly. The words she was about to say felt stuck in her throat. Jing Wu Yan trembled in fear, thinking, it's over, this time it's really over. The Grand Elder seemed to sense something and spoke up to protect Jing Wu Yan. You can rest assured to speak, I am here. As long as what you say is true, I can take responsibility for you. Chen Yun below also contributed a bit to increase the tension in the atmosphere. Jing's senior sister, does the feud between us end here? It depends on whether you are sincere, right? Jing Wu Yan above, sweating in fear, hurriedly confessed everything to the ground. Sect Master, the disciple caused a rash incident and was tempted by Wu Zhi. He told me to use poison pills to harm Chen Junior brother and frame it on the demonic cultivator. The crowd below became a commotion again. What? So it was true. Oh my god, Wu Senior brother actually has such malicious thoughts. The second elder had a face as if he had stepped in dung. The Grand Elder beside had also noticed him. I didn't expect this little guy Chen Yun to give me a big gift. Wu Kuan second elder, let's see how you handle this situation this time. The sect master had a serious expression. Wuxia below was still defiant. He countered, "No, that's false. Everything you said is false. I hope the sect master can see through it." The second elder saw that the situation was not good. He immediately flew down and gave Wuxia a resounding slap. "You ungrateful child, look at what you've done." He began to lecture like a virtuous gentleman. "How could you use your power to harm your junior brother fellow disciples?" Wuxia was bewildered, still not realizing the situation. He called out, "Father." The second elder turned to report to the sect master, earnestly saying, "Sect master, it is my lax supervision. Under circumstances I was unaware of, this wicked child has caused harm to senior brother fellow disciples. I request the sect master to allow this wicked child of mine to reflect on his actions in the punishment chamber for 10 years to deter him, and I will also compensate Qilin little friend for any losses as a form of reparation." Wuxia then realized his father's intentions. "Just accept it for now, I will find a way for you to get out later." He hurriedly knelt and respectfully replied, "Sect master, it was my momentary foolishness, I am willing to accept my punishment." But in his heart, he was still filled with resentment for not avenging himself. "Qilin, your 3 strikes and the humiliation that landed me in the punishment chamber, I will remember. Once I get out, I will make you wish you were dead." The sect master also ordered punishment for Jing Wuyan. Jing Wuyan, who conspired against fellow disciples, will also be sent to the punishment chamber for 10 years. Jing Wuyan made a tremendous mistake and had to clasp his hands in acceptance of his guilt. The disciple accepts the blame. The sect master asked Qilin, "Qilin, do you accept this apology?" Qilin knew this was not the time to make a big deal out of it, so he lowered his head and replied, "The disciple accepts." In his heart, he thought, the second elder's scheme is indeed ruthless, putting all the blame on Wuxia. Worrying about it now is of no use. Moreover, he did not expect that this second elder was actually the spy who opened the secret realm spirit spring for Niaoyao. With the matter temporarily resolved, the sect master declared, "All right, in that case, you go to our sect's internal cabinet to report what just happened." Qilin stood beneath and recounted everything. It turns out the situation was like this. Upon hearing everything, the elders were quite surprised. The second elder asked, "I didn't expect it to be related to an Sect's phantom snake. Could an Sect be related to phantom snake?" Meanwhile, the grand elder remarked, "I can't believe they have resurfaced." The second elder looked down at the kid Qilin and pondered, "This kid really knows a lot of information. It cannot be kept for long. But if I take action now, many people will become suspicious." Seeing that Qilin was not a significant threat, the second elder also decided, "Let it go, the deal has been made, I will let you live a few more days." The sect leader then spoke, "This matter will be further discussed with the other 2 major cultivation forces." He looked down at Qilin and said, "Qilin, the information you brought this time is commendable. To reward you for this, I allow you to enter the 2nd floor of the treasure house to choose a magic weapon." Qilin clasped his hands in gratitude and stepped back. "Thank you, sect master, then I will take my leave first." Upon returning to his residence, Qilin felt a sigh of relief. Beside him were 2 small bags. Although this time was fraught with danger, the rewards were not small. Besides the storage bag of the golden elixir cultivator, there are also offerings from the 2 elders. The 2 small bags made him feel a bit happier. Of course, the most important thing is still the opportunity to enter the treasure house. Qilin then thought of the items he could uncover in those 2 bags. Just as his offensive tactic was only sword intent, it was quite simple. With an additional good magic weapon, he could enhance his methods a bit more. Qilin opened the white bag, and inside was the shape of a ginseng. He was overjoyed to find a earth tiger ginseng. "I never expected that, besides 5,000 spirit stones, there would also be an earth tiger ginseng. This is truly a great find. Acquiring this earth tiger ginseng will strengthen my body a few more times." He then turned to the blue bag, which shone with a blue glow. "It seems the items inside are also quite rare. It's your turn now." He opened it, revealing 5 treasures that surprised Qilin. Inside, there was a hand, 2 vials, 2 pairs of glasses, a 7-colored scarf, and something resembling a necklace. Qilin picked up the hand, unable to help but exclaim, demon claw, demon energy, this is demon energy, I can't use it. The pills are all made by the magic clan, I can't take them either. He picked up the necklace, which had characters engraved on it. Nya Yao Yao also has this jade necklace, it seems this is some sort of token. To be safe, I must keep it carefully. Chen Yun picked up the scarf again, doubting its real purpose and wanting to try it out. This mask of demon energy is really interesting, it can actually change a person's body shape. Chen Yun put it on, and flames appeared around him as he wore it. Chen Yun then transformed into the second elder's appearance. Upon realizing its true function, Chen Yun couldn't help but feel joyful. This feels pretty good. Let's try it once more. Chen Yun played with this treasure for a bit and then transformed into Lin Shiyu's likeness. Chen Yun held up a mirror to admire this beautiful appearance. This is amazing, I can't believe I can't tell the difference at all. This is truly a treasure. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside. Yu Junior's sister walked over, happily calling his name loudly. Chen Shixiang. Seeing that inside was not Chen Yun but Lin Shiyu sitting on Chen Yun's bed left her stunned and confused. Chen Yun on this side also froze, unsure of what to do. Yu Junior's sister felt betrayed, quickly apologized, and turned to leave. I'm sorry, Lin Senior's sister, I didn't know you were here. Seeing her run away, Chen Yun wanted to call her back to explain everything. Yu Junior's sister, things aren't as you think. The feeling of betrayal made Yu Junior's sister cry and ignore Chen Yun's calls. In her heart, she could only think, how could this be? Why is Lin Senior's sister here like this? Right now, her mind was filled with 7,739 love stories between the two of them. Could it be them? In the treasury hall, the fifth elder was resting on a chair, holding a fan in his hand. A voice calling him woke him up. Fifth elder, the disciple has an order from the sect master. The fifth elder looked up and saw it was Chen Yun approaching. He said to the fifth elder, go to the second floor of the treasury hall to choose a divine weapon. Seeing no problem, the elder asked him to go up to the second floor and leisurely continued to rest. I know, you can go up and choose by yourself. Remember, you can only use your eyes to look. The type of divine weapon you select will depend on your opportunities. After understanding the custom, he bowed and went upstairs. The disciple understands. Once he reached the second floor, he began to look around. Chen Yun was astonished by the grandeur of the magic weapons here, unable to help but sigh. Each divine weapon here is of the highest quality. This is only the second floor, and there are already exceptional items here. He wonders what it will be like on the third floor. But this is just the second floor. I wonder what else is up on the third floor. Chen Yun picked up a sword and admired it. This sword must be even 3 times better than my magic weapon. Everything around him was filled with powerful items, leaving Chen Yun quite uncertain. It's really a bit difficult to choose. Suddenly, he noticed a black box nearby. He didn't expect to find such a strange treasure here. There's a divine weapon like this? The system suddenly appeared. 3 months later, it will be bought by Zhang Quanji, a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect. After being infused with a drop of blood essence from a divine beast, the dragon spirit stone will be revived. Chen Yun was somewhat stunned, not expecting the system to react to the black box in front of him. How can this be? Didn't the opportunities system only react to people? Why is it reacting to a stone? Moreover, who is this Zhang Quanji? Does he really have divine beast blood in his possession? Chen Yun fell into deep thought for a moment. Long soul resurrection, could it be that there is a long soul inside this stone? Is this opportunity indeed the long soul? Chen Yun picked up the box, feeling decided in his heart, taking out a drop of my phoenix blood doesn't really have much effect, because this is the long soul, I'm afraid this is a great opportunity, not to be taken lightly. He immediately took it to Old Wu and said to him, Old Wu, I have chosen the divine artifact. Old Wu looked at it for a moment and recounted the journey of acquiring it. I never expected you to choose this divine artifact. This kind of artifact was obtained by me by chance from a ruin of the dragon sect. Although it looks ugly, after being awakened, it can be used as a suppressing divine artifact with considerable power. You must use it well. After hearing the old man's advice, Qin clasped his hands. I understand, master. In his heart, he thought, indeed, even the nascent soul elder couldn't detect the existence of the long soul. Qin took this back to test its effectiveness. Let's see how it works. He took out a drop of his blood. His blood glimmered with a golden flame around it. Hopefully, it won't disappoint me. Qin quickly drew blood. Before they met, both immediately showed reactions. The drop of blood disappeared, causing Qin to feel a bit worried. Here it comes. The black box emitted a dazzling aura around it and gradually shattered, revealing something white. The box rose high into the air. Suddenly, a dragon flew around the box. A larger dragon breathed an aura from the box onto Qin. The box shattered, leaving behind a beautiful silver dragon seal. A little girl with light blonde hair and horns appeared. The taste of blood essence is truly delicious. She was a little lowly flying in the sky, holding the seal that had just broken from the black box. Human clan cultivator, you are the one who summoned this king, right? Qin asked her, are you the dragon soul? The dragon soul angrily shouted, human cultivator, you are truly disrespectful. You must call me Dragon King Lord. Qin poked his cheek, confused, and asked, clearly, you are just a spirit. How do you have a physical form? The dragon soul frowned and suddenly threatened loudly. Do you dare to poke this king's face? Moreover, you must address me as Long King Lord. Qin replied softly, all right. Long King Lord, what is your name? Long Han crossed his arms, laughed proudly, and said, that's more like it. My name is Ao Ling Dan, and since you have summoned me, I can make you my first servant. Suddenly, he realized something was off. Ao Ling Dan pointed to the small pouch tied to Qin's waist and commanded, moreover, why do I smell the scent of so many blood essence divine beasts? Hand it over as an offering to me quickly. Hearing this, Qin sneered. Without saying another word, he immediately activated the dragon seal, causing Ao Ling Dan to be sucked inside. He screamed loudly. The dragon seal shook violently, and from within, his annoyed voice echoed, you human cultivator, let me out now, or I will get angry. When I get angry, it's really terrifying. Qin calmly said, Xiao Ling Dan, did you just say you would take someone as a servant? Wait until you understand, then I will let you out. After he finished speaking, he immediately put the dragon seal away, happily thinking to himself, I still haven't dealt with this little girl. Qin entered the room to concentrate on his cultivation, his whole body radiating a powerful flame. Half a day later, Ao Ling Dan in the dragon seal was crying pitifully, pleading, human cultivator, I was wrong. Can we be friends? It's so dark in here, I don't want to be trapped like this anymore. Qin laughed and asked, so, will you still dare to be arrogant with me in the future? He then released the seal, letting Ao Ling Dan out. The boy cried and said, I know I was wrong, I won't dare again. Ling Dan is very easy to raise, I can find demon beasts to eat on my own. Qin rubbed the boy's head and gently said, all right, from today on, we are friends. You can just call me Qin. Now, can you tell me about yourself? Ao Ling Dan responded softly, starting to speak with great spirit, I can't remember much of what happened before. I only remember that when the dragon sect went extinct, my father sealed my soul in this dragon seal. Then wait for the day we can restore and bring glory back to the dragon sect. Qin furrowed his brows and thought, has the dragon sect been annihilated? No wonder there hasn't been any news about the dragon sect in this world. I don't even know what happened to make such a powerful dragon sect vanish. Ao Ling Dan suddenly stood up, excitedly exclaiming, don't worry, Qin, you don't have to be afraid, I will protect you. I am really strong, he said confidently, as long as you give me the blood essence of those powerful demon beasts, my strength will recover very, very strongly. Qin laughed loudly, mocking, if you're that strong, then why were you so easily trapped in the dragon seal by me? Ao Ling Dan angrily retorted, it's because I just recovered and was also very hungry. He tried to persuade, if you give me those blood essence of divine beasts, then I, Ling Dan, can restore my magical talent and defeat 5, no, 10 golden elixir cultivators. Even if you're a Yuaning cultivator, I won't be afraid. Qin firmly refused. No, those blood essence of divine beasts are very important to me. If in the future there are more blood essence divine beasts, I can let you eat them. Ao Ling Dan replied with frustration, all right then, I will listen to you. Suddenly, the voice of the phantom snake echoed in his mind, there are still many blood essence divine beasts in the phantom snake's secret realm. Qin asked curiously, if you can eat blood essence divine beasts, what about the souls of ancient ferocious beasts? Ao Ling Dan excitedly replied, our dragon sect is the king of divine beasts, as long as I regain my magical talent, I can even consume the souls of ancient ferocious beasts. He spoke with a hint of meaning, then these next 2 days will present a good opportunity for you to enjoy a feast. Suddenly, a voice called from outside, Chen brother, are you here? Qin opened the door and stepped outside, happily saying, I haven't congratulated senior sister on her promotion to elder yet, have I? Ao Ling Dan communicated telepathically, Qin, this senior sister looks quite delicious. He frowned and silently warned, because that's the veins of a phoenix, but don't get infatuated with that. This is my senior sister. Lin Shiryu said with a bright smile. Thank you, I believe in the talent of Qin Jr. brother, you will definitely become an elder in the future. I came here this time to talk to you about the ritual to advance your cultivation veins. Qin curiously asked, did I trouble Lin's senior sister again? But what happened? Shiryu replied sadly, although the materials for this ritual are still available in the sect, 3 main ingredients have been completely used up for my ritual. She continued in a serious tone, among them, I still have the information for the fiery crimson gem and the 8 royal vines. They can help you find a solution, but the material for the 100 demon flower can only be found in the secret realm spirit spring. If you want to obtain it, you may have to wait until the next time the secret realm spirit spring opens. Hearing this, Qin rubbed his chin and pondered, it seems that I have no choice but to go to the secret realm spirit spring. Thinking of that, he slowly handed his pouch from his waist to her and said, Lin's senior sister, during this time I have accumulated some spirit stones, so please, senior sister, do not decline. The other 2 materials will still need a lot of help from Lin's senior sister. As for Ba-Yi Hua, I will find a way myself. Lin Shiryu took his item and replied straightforwardly, alright, I won't be polite with you anymore. I will definitely find these 2 documents. Qin suddenly remembered something and said, Lin's senior sister, I want you to help me with something. Can you take me into the elder's room? I suspect that the elder is colluding with the magic clan and I want to investigate. Lin Shiryu was shocked and exclaimed, the second elder is colluding with the magic clan? She asked quietly, Qin, do you have any evidence for such an important matter? He hesitated and replied, regarding this, there is also that corpse spirit old man, and it seems he has some relation with that woman from the demon sect. Qin felt guilty inside, I'm sorry Lin's senior sister, I don't have evidence for this, I can only deceive you once. He began to tell his story, it was like this. After a moment, Lin Shiryu let out a small sigh and said, although this is your speculation, there is indeed something suspicious in this matter. If you have a magic weapon, I will not stop you. But you must be very careful. She took out a paper crane and instructed, if there is any danger, just tear the paper crane and I will come as quickly as possible. Qin clasped his hands gratefully and said, thank you for your trust, senior sister. At the same time, at Elder Feng Wu's residence, Elder Pill was angrily shouting, what kind of father are you? You just let Jair suffer, and even sent him to see Quan Ai. She glared, saying loudly, and you let that Qin mixed breed achieve the top position in our Wu family. Isn't that making the other elders laugh at our house? The second elder seemed unable to contain himself any longer and waved his hand, raising his voice, indeed, it's a woman's matter. At that time, if it weren't related to Jair, that old fool grand elder wouldn't have let me off so easily. Jair will find his own opportunity without you worrying about it. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, continuing, as for that mixed breed Qin, I will personally ensure he dies without a grave. For now, there is still a very important deal to attend to. At that moment, Elder Pill finally showed her fearful and worried expression. We see that the sect masters are very serious. This shows that the NU sect is indeed not simple. Isn't this transaction just a collaboration for us? The second elder smiled sinisterly, his voice booming. Do you really think I am cooperating with the Du Noyet demon sect? This is just me taking advantage of them. He laughed louder, his face full of wicked excitement as he said, I have already set up a hidden trap at the transaction site. If the transaction is completed, I will take the opportunity to kill that wretched Du demon sect. The second elder, still smiling wickedly, said, Thien Kung Trung, I want all the credit for killing the wretched demon sect. His wife, Elder Pill, next to him also laughed heartily, haha, my husband is truly cunning. Then the second elder pointed at Wu Lu and asked him, Wu Lu, you have checked the hidden assassination formation, right? It's definitely without any issues. He quickly reported back, Master, I have checked it, and there are no problems. The master continued to explain, this is a major matter. Tomorrow at the transaction, you stay at home and wait for my news. Once the exchange is completed, activate the hidden formation, I leave that to you. The preparation for the demon sect extermination begins. After that, the second elder proudly placed his hand on Wu Lu's shoulder. He also expressed his gratitude to the elder. This achievement is not without your benefits. Then the master waved his hand, and Wu Lu bowed in response. Alright, you can leave now. As he exited through the main door, Wu Lu looked around curiously. Once he felt it was safe, Chen Yun removed his disguise, feeling relieved. I almost thought I was discovered by the second elder, thankfully. But this has yielded significant gains. Earlier, he had knocked out Wu Lu and tied him up to disguise himself as him. Chen Yun felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, investigating this Wu Lu, who's the second elder's most trusted servant, allowed me to hear this secret. After that, Chen Yun approached Wu Lu, wanting to take something from him. He picked up a piece of a malicious-looking laughing talisman. Second elder, tomorrow let me give you a surprise. Chen Yun lightly tapped the stone dragon's head and whispered, Little Bell, come help me out. Ao Ling Dan, caught off guard, pointed at him irritably and said, Chen Yun, you look too much like a bad person. He nonchalantly winked at the little girl. What do you know about being a bad person, kid? Ao Ling Dan felt upset being treated like a child. I'm not a kid, I'm 3,000 years old. Chen Yun patted Ling Dan's head as if comforting a child, saying to her, Alright, you're not a kid. Tomorrow you will have something delicious to eat. Hearing about the tasty food, Ao Ling Dan's face lit up, drooling as she asked him, Really? Of course it's true, but right now you have to help me with something. Saying this, he pointed at Wu Lu, making a request. Ao Ling Dan nodded in agreement, didn't you say you know the spell to erase memories? Help this person erase his memories. Ao Ling Dan placed her hand on Wu Lu's head, and a ring of golden spiritual energy radiated out. After a while, she completed it, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Done, he will think he was just dreaming before. Chen Yun patted her head, praising her, Well done, let's go find senior sister Lin. The two of them left. Ao Ling Dan then asked him, Isn't senior sister supposed to smell really good? I told you, you are not allowed to have any thoughts about senior sister. Meanwhile, 3 people stood together plotting on the mountaintop. One of them, feeling worried, asked Nya Yao Yao, Holy girl, is it really okay for us to just trade like this? He doubted the remark, the second elder of the Ling Shao sect is not a virtuous person, I fear this might be a trap. Nya Yao Yao smiled and replied, It's just mutual exploitation. He holds back, don't we do the same? That person felt her words made sense and laughed loudly, Haha, the holy girl is right. I hope that second elder goes back on his word so that I can test the divine weapon I obtained. Suddenly, the elderly couple, the second elder and Elder Pill, flew in on their swords. Elder Pill, with a grim expression, said to them, Survivors of the demon sect, hiding like cowards and daring not to show themselves. The people from the Inu sect were taken aback and one intended to charge forward, You. No wonder the cultivation of the Ling Shao sect possesses such intimidating power. Second elder, let's quickly start the exchange. The second elder agreed with their suggestion, Alright, but you must bring out the celestial medium first. Nya Yao Yao then brought the celestial medium in front of the two. Upon seeing the magic weapon, the second elder's face turned sinister as if he wanted to monopolize it. Certainly, this is the top magic weapon among magic weapons, quickly hand it to me. The people from the Inu sect then asked, has the second elder forgotten? Where is the mountain-opening goat fish that the person brought? The second elder scoffed coldly, showing disdain. The mountain-opening goat is paired with the sea-suppressing fish, a congenital treasure that possesses the power to gather strength to open restrictions in the secret realm. Small spirit beasts play merrily in the water. With the mountain-opening goat fish accumulating power for 3 years, it can open the secret realm spirit spring for you for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the secret realm will close automatically. The time on the clock had expired, and Nya Yao Yao commanded, 2 hours are enough. The second elder also complied with the agreement and handed the mountain-opening goat to them. Go, his wife signaled to her husband, take action. The second elder quietly used his spiritual energy. Outside the secret realm spirit spring, a figure was already sitting there waiting. Wu Lu sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. Small scraps of paper were brought over by the spiritual energy. He exclaimed, the second elder has sent a message. Wu Lu took out the Bagua plate, unaware that it had been swapped by Qin Yun. Demon sect remnants, die. After a while without any movement, Wu Lu looked bewildered. What is going on? Why hasn't the stealth formation activated? Over here, the magic weapon flew by too slowly. Nya Yao Yao was angry and yelled at them, old thief, what do you mean? Both of them were waiting for Wu Lu to cast the spell, thinking to themselves, that's strange, the third phase has passed, why hasn't the hidden killing formation activated? Could something have gone wrong? After a while, the transaction was completed, and both magic weapons were in hand. Nya Yao Yao sighed in relief and said, no problem. The two old people above were very annoyed because they didn't understand what was happening. What is going on? Aren't we going to take action? It seems something is off, the hidden killing formation might have a problem. Seeing that things had come to this point, she thought, so what should we do now? Should we take action or not? The second elder, holding the magic weapon in his hand, also said, there's no problem. The golden elixir realm leader is not scary, but the two behind her are both from the nascent soul realm. If we actually fight, we might not be able to win. Both of them stood there looking for another plan, but if we let one escape and spread the news that we're collaborating with the remnants of the demon sect, it would be troublesome. The wife was very angry that they couldn't take action and swore to herself, damn Wu Lu, when I get back, I will tear him into 100 pieces. But she soon sensed something. Wait a minute. Second elder was also sweating profusely, seemingly sensing something. What is going on? It seems like there's an ambush formation here. Ao Ling Dan and Qin Yun were examining the bagua he had obtained. Ao Ling Dan felt impatient and questioned Qin Yun, are we still not going to take action? It's so boring waiting here for so long. Qin Yun sat up, maintaining a calm demeanor while holding the bagua, and said to her, don't rush. Let second elder experience the power of the ambush formation he set up himself. Having said that, he recited the divine beast to execute the formation diagram of the bagua. A large formation appeared above, and thousands of swords prepared to fly out from the formation diagram. Seeing everything going smoothly on this side, Nya Yao Yao planned to take her leave, saying, in that case, we should. Before she could finish her sentence, a sword flew from the formation towards Nya Yao Yao and the disciples of the Inu sect. The swords were intercepted by the people of the Inu sect, breaking into pieces with just a light touch. Nya Yao Yao was still shocked and didn't understand what was happening. The one who blocked it sneered in disdain. He then warned Nya Yao Yao and shouted curses at the couple from the holy girl is in trouble, these shameless too. Unexpectedly, those swords also flew towards the second elder, leaving him startled, unable to comprehend what was happening. The second elder quickly drew his sword, shattering the sword right before his eyes. A sword also flew towards his wife, forcing her to raise a hand in defense. They stood close together, still in shock. What is going on? Why are we targeted by the hidden assassination formation? Could it be that the little guy Wu Lu has betrayed us? The little guy Wu Lu probably doesn't have the guts to do that. The hidden assassination formation wouldn't have targeted just the two of us. We are being set up by someone else. After that, many other swords flew towards the people of Inu sect and Nya Yao Yao. The same fate befell the couple of the second elder. The second elder assessed the surrounding situation and began to think, although the hidden assassination formation isn't enough to kill those in the nascent soul realm, it can compel the nascent soul experts to expend a large portion of their spirit energy to deal with those demon cultivators. This could lead to significant trouble. The people of a new sect realized the current situation and said to Nya Yao Yao, "Holy girl, it seems someone is plotting against us, wanting to wipe out both us and Elder Ling Xiao's sect." Nya Yao Yao then took off her hat and irritably said to the two members of the Inu sect, "Regardless of whether this is aimed at us or not, this place is entrusted to you too. That's why I brought you with me. Don't let anyone disturb me while I enter the secret realm Spirit Spring." Seeing Nya Yao Yao so determined, the Inu sect members laughed heartily and urged her to go ahead. "Don't worry, holy girl. This matter concerns important affairs within the sect. We won't let any outsiders disturb you, holy girl." Afterwards, Nya Yao Yao flew off, leaving the two of them behind to resolve the issue. She headed to a cave near the secret realm Spirit Spring. Nya Yao Yao took out the magic weapon she had exchanged. A spiritual item flew out from the bowl of water and headed towards the stone wall as if it had pinpointed the location it needed to find. Upon touching the wall, a large formation appeared surrounding it. The formation emitted a bright light, accompanied by loud sounds from the cave. Seeing her task completed, Nya Yao Yao felt joy in her heart. "Is this targeting me or the secret realm Spirit Spring? Show me your method." A vast space opened up behind the wall. "That seems to be the secret realm Spirit Spring." Nya Yao Yao didn't say much and stepped inside. After a while, Chen Yun, who had been hiding nearby, finally came out. It seems he had observed everything that happened. Next to him was Ao Ling Dan, who was also peeking in with him. Chen Yun said, "After scheming for so long, the main gate of the secret realm Spirit Spring has finally been opened again." Chen Yun and Ao Ling Dan went inside. Once inside, she felt very happy despite the strong smell of blood. "Chen Yun, you really didn't deceive me. In this secret realm, there is indeed the smell of blood from several divine beasts." After a moment, she frowned and said to Chen Yun, "But I still smell some unpleasant odors." Chen Yun admired the endless surroundings and explained to Ao Ling Dan, "That is the scent of the ferocious beast Phantom Snake Ancient, which is also the biggest obstacle of this journey." Hearing about the Phantom Snake Ancient, her face became more eager, and resting her hands on her hips, she confidently said to Chen Yun, "Don't worry, according to your plan, as long as I can steal the divine beast blood essence to awaken my magical talent, I can protect you." Chen Yun calmly looked around and said, "No rush, let's first let that demoness tangle with the phantom snake while we look for the Bakyu flower." Ao Ling Dan felt that, based on the sect's introduction, it grew in the moon spirit pond, making it relatively easy to find. At this point, Nya Yao Yao had arrived. Before her was a massive stone shaped like an ancient turtle. Inside its mouth was another entrance, seemingly leading to the boss battle in this spiritual realm. Nya Yao Yao looked down at the horn she held in her hand and silently thought, "The phantom snake's aura has stirred, it indeed wasn't the wrong place." She happily glanced towards the cave entrance, feeling someone had entered, but soon realized, the small restriction I placed at the cave entrance has been triggered. Huh? This scent, how could it be him? A bit surprised, she recalled the background of the person named Chen Yun. Interesting, just a foundation establishment cultivator capable of concealing and orchestrating a situation like this with 5 Yuaning level cultivators. I am becoming more intrigued by him. Having thought this, Nya Yao Yao entered the deepest part of the secret realm, thinking to herself, "But I also want to see what a foundation establishment cultivator intends to do in front of this Yuaning cultivator." Meanwhile, Chen Yun was surrounded by several small monsters in the secret realm. A couple of dogs rushed towards him, but he managed to dodge them all. Afterwards, Chen Yun looked towards Ao Ling Dan in the distance. Seeing a winged monster flying towards them, he shouted loudly, "Ling Dan, let's go." Seeing the monster, she kicked it away, still holding a piece of chicken thigh in her hand. Ao Ling Dan ate the chicken thigh while running and laughed, saying, "I'm not playing with you anymore." The two of them flew into the sky for safety. Ao Ling Dan flew, while Chen Yun rode his sword. He took out a magic weapon shaped like a flower, which seemed to help him become invisible. Luck is on my side. I didn't expect there would be demon beasts that could see through my invisibility, almost didn't escape. Afterwards, Both of them landed at the spot where Nia Yao Yao had previously stood. Ao Ling Dan pinched her nose, looking displeased, and told Qin Yun, "The unpleasant smell is getting stronger, I can't smell the blood of the divine beast anymore." Qin Yun assessed the surroundings and said to Ling Dan, "The aura phantom snake has become heavy, it seems the agreement has begun, let's go inside." Qin Yun then pulled out a mask from the Song dynasty to wear, not realizing it was also a magic weapon. After a puff of white smoke, he transformed into a member of the Inu sect. "This image will do." Then Qin Yun stored Ao Ling Dan back inside the dragon seal. Once everything was prepared, Qin Yun jumped into the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, a giant black serpent sensed a familiar power, it opened its eyes wide and roared, "Who is it? I smell something familiar, it is my power." It followed the scent until it stood before Nia Yao Yao, slightly bowing its head to observe. It began to evaluate her, and the scent of the Inu sect as well. "Is the old ancestor still alive?" Nia Yao Yao spoke as if they were old acquaintances. "Phantom Snake Senior, the old ancestor has passed away for over 1,000 years. The current leader is a descendant of the old ancestor. I have come this time to fulfill the contract between the old ancestor and you." Feeling that its enemy was dead, the serpent shouted in excitement, "The old man is finally dead." The phantom snake's eyes turned bright red, appearing both happy and angry as it asked Nia Yao Yao, "The contract, do you know what the old man contracted with me?" Nia Yao Yao calmly replied to the phantom snake, "The last will of the old ancestor does not mention the details. Just mention the contract to the senior, and he will understand. Furthermore, it will help the Inu sect to dominate this realm once again." The phantom snake recounted to her the moment before it was imprisoned here. "Thousands of years ago, that old demon pulled me down from the void and made a contract with me. As long as I allowed him to control me for 1,000 years, he would open a barrier to assist the celestial demon clan in invading this realm." At this point, the phantom snake furiously shouted, "But he betrayed me." The phantom snake continued, "Thousands of years ago, the Inu sect was besieged by the three powerful forces of the cultivating immortals. The Inu sect was not destined to perish, but the scene shifted to a dead old demon from that battle long ago. That old demon, unexpectedly." The phantom snake continued, "In short, that old demon betrayed me, and the contract was long ago nullified. You bring part of my power, and I will spare your life." The phantom snake became aggressive, its eyes red, demanding, "Now offer the fangs of the phantom snake to me." Nia Yao Yao only sneered as she had learned about everything from the past and seemed to distrust this pitch-black snake. "It certainly won't be as easy as that. Currently, there are some troubles. This phantom snake is not something good either. It seems that I can only implement an alternative plan." Seeing Nia Yao Yao not responding, the arrogant snake asked her, "Why don't you agree?" Nia Yao Yao displayed an innocent expression and negotiated with it, "Phantom Snake Senior, if the contract fails, we can still trade. You need help getting out of here, don't you? I'm willing to serve." Feeling that the little rabbit in front of it had quite the audacity, it laughed loudly and praised her, "The courage of the little girl is not small." Then, the phantom snake asked her, "Do you want to negotiate with me? Go ahead." Feeling that her idea had taken shape, Nia Yao Yao made a proposal to the phantom snake, 1 portion of divine beast blood essence along with 3 chances to summon you to take action, in exchange for our promise to help you escape from the secret realm spirit spring. Then, Nia Yao Yao picked up the tooth that had previously pointed the way as if to exchange it for her request. "Of course, this tooth of the phantom snake will also be returned to you." Of course, the phantom snake was not the type that was big-headed like a grape. It immediately rushed to swallow Nia Yao Yao whole. "Do you think I'm a fool? Why should I trust you? Even if you vow not to go back on your word, if the Inu sect changes its mind, I will kill you." Nia Yao Yao also knew it would be hard to tame this wild beast, so she made another request. "You're right, but you should also know that I certainly didn't come here alone. If you kill me, the Inu sect will become your enemy, which will surely be even more disadvantageous for you." After hearing this, the phantom snake calmly listened to her. "I believe that a great being like you must understand that promises are empty and benefits are eternal." It seemed to sense the little girl's intentions, and after thinking for a moment, the phantom snake said, "Little girl with a sharp tongue, but what you say isn't wrong. With these fangs of mine, I can be sure to break through to the secret realm spirit spring within 3 years. The phantom snake stared at its fangs for a moment, then continued to think. As long as the Innu sect doesn't interfere from the outside and slightly restrains the 3 major sects, I can easily escape this situation. Thinking of this, it grinned wickedly. Wait for me to come out, what? Whether to promise or not, isn't that up to me to decide? Phantom Snake readily agreed to the deal, but he also had his own conditions. The deal is settled, but I have one condition. Please, go ahead. Phantom Snake recounted that there were 2 other old demons who had been pulled down as well. One was the Doa Tula Sat, drenched in blood, with 3 heads and 6 arms, embodying murderous intent. The other was the real Desire Monarch, taking the form of a human with a goat's head. Apart from Phantom Snake, there were indeed 2 others who had been dragged down by that old demon, namely the Doa Tula Sat and the real Desire Monarch. You all need to find a way to gather information about them for me. Nya Yao Yao immediately inquired about the 2 individuals. Do you know where those 2 seniors are? Phantom Snake arrogantly challenged Nya Yao Yao. I am sealed within the territory of the Ling Shao sect. Where do you think those 2 would be? Nya Yao Yao was taken aback and realized, could it be the Gui Yuan sect in the Xian Tian Empire? Phantom Snake agreed with her, continuing, indeed, I can vaguely sense the aura of the Doa Tula being sealed in the Xian Tian Empire, and it feels somewhat restless. As for the exact location, I am not sure. After hearing the information provided by Phantom Snake, she agreed to the deal and returned the tooth to him. Understood, we will send someone from the academy to investigate. Phantom Snake immediately clamped down on the tooth it had lost many years ago, feeling a surge of long-lost power, a sensation that was very thrilling. Then, Phantom Snake used its tail to draw a beam of light in the air, revealing a sparkling gem with all sorts of strange shapes, and said to Nya Yao Yao, this is the blood essence of the divine beast and the ferocious beasts in the tomb, you can choose for yourself. Seeing the things before her, she was overjoyed. In that case, I will. Suddenly, the people from the Innu sect rushed in shouting loudly, it's not good, holy girl, the Ling Shao sect has ambushed us. What? Nya Yao Yao's face showed panic as she questioned him, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? The blood essences were behind Phantom Snake, and there was a shadow hiding behind the rock. Chen Yun, who was in disguise, hurriedly recounted to Nya Yao Yao, that second elder not only set up traps but also brought the sect master of the Ling Shao sect here. We can't withstand this, we should retreat quickly. Feeling that everything was going smoothly, Chen Yun was quite happy inside, as long as we can hold on for a stick of incense, that would be enough. But it seemed Nya Yao Yao no longer appeared as panicked as she had at first. So, sensing the evil energy, Chen Yun immediately stepped back. Nya Yao Yao seemed to see through his tricks from the very beginning and laughed loudly. You are very smart. From the start, she completely saw through Chen Yun's scheme. But little brother, you still underestimate me. Chen Yun removed his disguise and asked, how did you discover me? She didn't say much and used her whip to attack him, forcing Chen Yun to dodge aside. Still trying to buy time, Nya Yao Yao flew in front of him while he was dodging, catching him off guard with her speed. You're looking down on me too much. So fast. Chen Yun thought about the current situation and couldn't think positively. If that old Phantom Snake also takes action, I basically won't survive. I can only leave to buy more time for Ao Ling Dan. His hand tightened around the paper crane that had helped him disguise, praying, I hope senior sister Lin arrives in time. Over here, Phantom Snake noticed that his little girl was acting recklessly and reminded her. Little girl from the Innu sect, you are not careful enough in your actions. Nya Yao Yao said to Phantom Snake with a slightly panic-stricken expression. Don't worry, Phantom Snake Lord, he won't escape our grasp. Phantom Snake was observing the battle, but also sensed something unusual about Chen Yun. The spiritual energy from that person felt somewhat familiar. It was the cultivator who participated in the secret realm spirit spring last time. After a while, Phantom Snake realized that the blood essence was being stolen, causing him to angrily switch to attack mode and rush towards the thief. You dare to steal from me. The thief was Ao Ling Dan, who was trying to steal the blood essence. Sensing danger, she attempted to flee but was drawn back by Phantom Snake. Little thief, I want your life. Chen Yun, you owe me. Just as Phantom Snake was about to devour her, he was stopped by some unseen force. Realizing that there was something wrong with the person before him, Phantom Snake turned off his attack mode, his expression slightly assessing. There are still true dragon veins alive. Ao Ling Dan was still safe inside the shield she created. Seeing that the snake demon had no intention of letting her go, Ao Ling Dan shouted loudly, "Release me at once, or don't expect me to treat you well." Phantom Snake realized that she was a true dragon and wanted to swallow her to gain that power. No wonder, there are true dragon veins alive. Even if your strength is diminished, it should still suffice to withstand my attacks. He continued to chew on her to break through the shield, causing Ao Ling Dan to panic intensely. "Once I eat you, I will take a step closer to breaking the seal." Ling Dan, terrified, called for Qin Yun, urging him to collect her quickly. "Help me, Qin Yun, if not, no, let the dragon's fate go." Over here, Qin Yun was continuously running from Nia Yao Yao's whips. Seeing him run like that, she shouted loudly, "Stop running around like a mouse, you can't escape." Seeing Ao Ling Dan's plea for help, he threw the seal towards her, but it was blocked by Nia Yao Yao's whip. "Help me, long sister, help me take this hit." Just this one blow caused the seal to explode. Nia Yao Yao slowly advanced, her expression confident in victory. "Little brother, although you are quite an interesting toy, with such little strength, it's better you don't get involved in things you shouldn't." Qin Yun wiped off the wounds on his face, feeling extremely flustered inside. Damn, this terrifying demoness is basically not at the golden elixir stage, she is at the nascent soul stage. The seal appeared in front of him. It seemed it had not been completely destroyed yet. Qin Yun was quite worried, this long sister can only withstand 3 moves at most. Seeing that the divine weapon had not yet been destroyed, Nia Yao Yao immediately used her fire whip, intending to toy with him a bit longer. "A regular divine weapon cannot withstand a strike from my water spirit blade, but yours seems to be different." Nia Yao Yao prepared to unleash her whip attacks towards Qin Yun, but even that is not enough. He used his cultivation to completely block the direct attack, but unexpectedly, he could not hold it back and ended up severely injured. This demoness cultivation is even on par with Lin's senior sister. She slashed down, creating a massive explosion. Seeing this, Nia Yao Yao felt somewhat victorious. "Little brother, 3 more moves and your divine weapon won't hold anymore." She continued to arrogantly interrogate him about his true intentions. "Now I want to hear your plan. What exactly is it?" On Qin Yun's side, it remained quite silent after the beating. Suddenly, a figure appeared amidst the smoke and debris. It was Lin Shiryu. Without much ado, she slashed towards Nia Yao Yao. On this side, Nia Yao Yao was also startled to see Lin Shiryu. "Lin Shiryu, why is she here?" The slash flew past Nia Yao Yao but inflicted no harm at all. It dawned on Nia Yao Yao that this strike could not have come from Lin Shiryu. "Is this all the power you have? This is bad, this isn't Lin Shiryu at all." She looked back at where the attack had struck Qin Yun, but he had long since escaped. "Is it an illusion? You're not bad, huh? But you won't be able to escape." With that, Nia Yao Yao flew up to chase Qin Yun. After exiting the cave, Nia Yao Yao spotted Qin Yun's silhouette. She swung her whip at him, forcing Qin Yun to use his magic weapon to dodge again. She was thrilled as she pursued him, thinking that it would be hard for Qin Yun to return. "What a pity, if you hadn't obstructed me, I would have liked you still." Nia Yao Yao swung her whip again. "Now you only have the path to the sky to run." Suddenly, the whip tightened as if something was pulling it back. Below stood Lin Shiryu, calmly watching Nia Yao Yao. The feeling that Qin Yun was trying to trick her a second time made Nia Yao Yao feel more confident. "Trying to use the same move twice. You look down on others too much." But this time, the person standing in front of Nia Yao Yao was the real Lin Shiryu. She just snorted and pulled the whip back. Lin Shiryu unleashed a fiery sword strike towards Nia Yao Yao. Realizing something was off about this attack, Nia Yao Yao understood that this was indeed Lin Shiryu. She saw a gigantic firebird flying towards her. This is bad, the power of this sword chi truly comes from Lin Shiryu. Nia Yao Yao raised her sword and slashed hard at the space in front of her. She saw another space open up from the slash. Nya Yao Yao took advantage of it to escape from Lin Shiyu's attack. Chen Yun admired her greatly, noting that with just one strike she could flatten an entire mountain. No wonder she's the senior sister Lin. The power of a phoenix blood cultivator is indeed extraordinary. Lin Shiyu warned Chen Yun to stay alert because it was very possible she hadn't escaped yet. No, that woman can still run away, which shows her strength isn't weak at all, she just got a bit careless, that's all. Chen Yun felt much more relieved with Lin Shiyu beside him. He silently thought, compared to senior sister Lin, the phoenix blood cultivator is still stronger and targeted by this woman. My plan to integrate the Qilin blood essence must be carried out as soon as possible. Suddenly, Chen Yun remembered something and reminded his senior sister, alright, senior sister, let's quickly enter the dragon bone tomb. Suddenly, a large deep pit appeared in the sky, emanating from the secret realm of that snake. Chen Yun quickly warned Lin Shiyu, the vicious snake might soon emerge, and there is also the second elder and the remnants of the demon sect. Lin Shiyu remained calm and told him to relax. Don't worry, I have convinced the sect master. I came here first to rescue you, while the sect master and the others will deal with the second elder and the remnants of the demon sect outside. As for the phantom snake, it's better to wait until the sect master and the others arrive before we go in together. On the surface, he agreed with his senior sister's decision, but internally he understood the destructive power. If I don't participate, no, I must find a way for senior sister Lin to accompany me to rescue Ling Dan. Outside, the couple, the second elder, had been completely surrounded by the formation along with the members of the Inu sect. I didn't expect that I would ultimately be defeated by you. The second elder, visibly injured, looked up. Humph, now you must be feeling quite proud, right? The grand elder of Ling Xiao's sect stood by, exclaiming, what's down there was created by you. I noticed early on that you had no good intentions. Fortunately, sure you foresaw your ambitions. But I never expected you would actually collude with the remnants of the demon sect. The sect master of Ling Xiao's sect stepped forward, wanting to give those below a fair judgment. Second elder Wu Kuan and the others will be temporarily sealed. The most urgent task is to enter the secret realm spirit spring to strengthen the seal against the evil serpent. He took out his recently borrowed magic weapon and ordered the sect disciples to follow commands. I have summoned the sect's supreme treasure sword, the Ling Tiao sword. This time, I cannot make a mistake. Suddenly, cracks appeared in a golden egg. The snake demon burst forth, looking delighted, with Ao Ling Dan still clenched in its mouth. Lin Shiyu and Chen Yun observed everything. At this moment, Chen Yun realized he had forgotten the Ling Dan inside. Oh no! Ling Dan has been captured. The snake has escaped. The others also arrived. Indeed, that wicked snake has gotten away. The two were in a panic, not expecting to arrive late. Could it be that we missed it by a step? This is a serious problem. Chen Yun looked at the seal in his hand, and an idea came to him. Ah, I have it. He then called his senior sister to gather with the elders first. He had his own plan. Senior sister, you quickly go help the sect master deal with that phantom snake, while I have a way to protect myself. Lin Shiyu reminded him to be safe. Okay, then you be careful. After that, she flew away, leaving Chen Yun behind. Lin Shiyu flew to the elders, and the grand elder felt somewhat relieved to see her. Shiyu, let's talk later. First, we need to suppress this phantom snake. Shiyu, with a determined expression, followed the grand elder's arrangement. The elders and disciples formed the strongest formation, the Ling Tiao sword. A large sword appeared above everyone, surrounded by enormous flames. Activate the sword. The grand elder commanded, slashing the sword down toward the snake. Chop. The sword drove down towards the phantom snake with the intent to seal it. The phantom snake emitted a controlling aura that shattered the sword into two pieces. This left all the elders and disciples in disbelief, causing them to cough up blood from the strain. How could this happen? Realizing that everyone's strength here was insufficient, they all gradually lost hope. That is the treasured artifact of our Ling Xiao sect. Even if it is not very effective, it shouldn't be shattered so easily like this. Seeing a group of people wanting to attack it, the phantom snake flew closer, still holding Ao Ling Dan in its mouth. A bunch of pests, but this little girl from the dragon sect is getting increasingly resilient. The phantom snake decided to use all its power to swallow her before dealing with the others. It then exerted all its strength to break through the shield created by Ling Dan. I have to swallow them whole. Noticing that she could not hold on for much longer, Ling Dan could only hope, as long as I can touch my destined dragon sister. Realizing she couldn't last any longer, she anxiously cried out to Qin Yun, Master, save me. Meanwhile, the elders were also filled with fear before the enormous power of the phantom snake. If this phantom snake escapes, it will harm the whole world. Grand Elder realized he could do nothing more and blamed himself. It is indeed my incompetence that I cannot control the immortal weapon. Suddenly, the disciples saw someone flying toward the phantom snake and hurriedly informed the elder, Sect Master, there is someone approaching the phantom snake. The phantom snake felt a few annoying flies buzzing around and cursed, where did this tail come from? Do you want to die? The elder, seeing this, felt powerless and thought about the futility of his efforts in front of such a force. Even if that person wants to, they cannot save it. Lin Shiyu recognized something and said, oh no. She looked back at where Qin Yun had been standing, but he was nowhere to be found. Could it be that was Qin Jr. brother? Qin Yun had now transformed into the nurturing dragon Taoist, hiding behind the phantom snake, holding the dragon seal and shouting loudly, Ling Dan. Then, he threw the dragon seal toward Ao Ling Dan, saying, catch this. After making contact with the dragon seal, Ao Ling Dan's shield allowed her to use her powers freely. A large radiance appeared in the sky. Then, a dragon's foot appeared, intending to catch the snake. Ao Ling Dan transformed into a true dragon. The situation now was that the true dragon grabbed the phantom snake. You bit me quite painfully just now, didn't you? The sect master was startled to realize immediately, is that the aura of a true dragon? The elder was also surprised, is it really possible that a true dragon is still alive in this world? Lin Shiyu still did not understand what was happening. How could this be? The phantom snake did not expect to end up like this one day, a true dragon appearing. How could this little girl possess such magical talent? Seeing itself at a disadvantage, the phantom snake used its breath sealed for 1,000 years for the true dragon to scent, causing the true dragon to feel discomfort. Facing only the transformed little girl, the phantom snake still consoled itself, even if it's a true dragon, so what? You'll die for me. Seeing this, the sect master realized what the phantom snake was exhaling, that is the devilish miasma of the phantom snake. Absolutely do not come into contact with it. Everyone, step back quickly. Suddenly, the true dragon emitted a golden light, dispelling all the aura that the phantom snake exhaled, leaving everyone present astonished. What is happening? Phantom snake was also bloodied by this light. How could this happen? The true dragon arrogantly watched the worm in front of him and said, if you were perfect, you might have a chance. But you're just a little brat who is sealed away. How could your firefly light touch the body of this king? Seeing himself being looked down upon, phantom snake turned furious. Do you dare to underestimate me? Phantom snake continued to exhale smoke. But instead of smoke, several snakes flew out to suppress the true dragon. Then I will show you my magical talent. The true dragon, unbothered, flew forward to suppress each snake released by phantom snake, scoffing, is that all you've got? The sect master watching the battle was aware of his position. Isn't this a battle between the ancient beast and the true dragon? This is fundamentally not something mortals like us can participate in. Stop joking, we need to resolve this quickly. Feeling disrespected, Phantom Snake declared to them the rage of a worm, resolve this quickly. Who do you think I am? Only now did the sect master notice the one controlling the true dragon's legs and felt a chill. Who is that person, after all? How could they possibly give orders to the true dragon? Upon hearing this, the true dragon unleashed its final blow to finish off this earthworm. Let me show you what true magical talent really is. The long seal that Qin Yun used to subdue Ao Ling Dan appeared in the sky, gradually growing larger. Seeing the scene before him, the phantom snake was also startled. How can this be? Isn't this the dragon taming seal that has been missing since the dragon sect was destroyed? A series of lightning strikes fell around the true dragon's body. Dragon taming command. The long seal emitted a brilliant light, covering the entire sky. Realizing the situation was dire, the sect master immediately ordered, "Everyone, prepare quickly and start to mobilize." The sect master looked down from above, sighing, "Could it be that the phantom snake has been defeated? Is this the true power of the true dragon?" Nia Yao Yao stood below witnessing everything, secretly amazed. "I didn't expect that little brother could actually summon the true dragon." She seemed to sense another scheme. "Although the phantom snake has been thrown into a deep sleep, it has given me a great opportunity to obtain the blood essence of those divine beasts." The mysterious cultivator remained steadfast on the dragon's head. "We can only eliminate the sealing power manifested by the phantom snake. At most, we can only injure the body of the phantom snake and make it fall into a deep sleep. Therefore, it can only be buried deeper for another 100 years, and we still need to strengthen the seal." Everyone respectfully bowed to the mysterious cultivator, including the sect master. "I, a cultivator of the Lingxiao sect, pay my respects to the senior. I still do not know your identity, so that we can conveniently repay the favor for sealing the phantom snake." The mysterious cultivator replied calmly, "You can call me the dragon nurturing Taoist. I do not require your gratitude, there is only one thing I need to remind you of." The sect master bowed his head even lower to listen to the advice of the dragon nurturing Taoist. "Then please command us, senior." The dragon nurturing Taoist began to explain the origins of everything. "The source of trouble in the ancient cultivating immortals world is not the phantom snake, but the other two, the fallen Tu La and the Huang Long. All three of them come from outside the heavens." After a while, having clarified everything, the sect master panicked. "What? The fallen Tu La is showing signs of escape already?" The dragon nurturing Taoist replied to the sect master, "Indeed, this concerns the peace of the entire realm. Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot act carelessly. Therefore, this matter must still be handled by you juniors." The sect master respectfully received the order from the nourishing dragon Taoist. "Understood, I will follow the senior's instructions." At that moment, Long Han whispered to Qin Yun, "Qin Yun, my time as the true dragon is approaching. We need to hurry up, or we'll be exposed." Hearing this, Qin Yun prepared to leave. He signaled for the true dragon to move and bid farewell to everyone. "Since it has come to this, I must take my leave." Everyone respectfully saw the nourishing dragon Taoist off. "Goodbye, senior." After he left, the sect master gazed into the distance and sighed. "This senior is actually the nourishing dragon Taoist. He must be a character within the immortal realm." The grand elder beside him stroked his beard, cautiously saying, "However, I just tried to probe and it seems that this senior is only at the foundation establishment stage." "Lin, sure you seem to realize something, foundation establishment stage." Indeed, having uncovered the truth, Lin sure you laughed heartily. "I really didn't expect it. Qin Junior brother, do you always exceed my expectations like this?" Nearby, the sect master could not believe the grand elder would say something so absurd. He denied, "During the foundation establishment stage, can your family truly summon a true dragon? How could a figure from the immortal realm allow you to see through him so easily? Miao Yun, you've been too reckless this time. How dare you probe that senior?" Fortunately, he did not retaliate. The grand elder seemed to realize his mistake, bowing his head and admitting, "Indeed, I was rash." In the distance, Long Han and Qin Yun sighed irritably as they left the crowd, thinking, "I can't believe the soul essence of that monstrous spirit in the dragon skeleton has already vanished." The first person he thought of was Nia Yao Yao. It must have been that demoness Nia Yao Yao who took advantage of me being entangled by the phantom snake to steal it away. Long Han angrily shouted because someone else had taken his share. How infuriating. "That wicked woman dares to steal my food." Qin Yun comforted the little Long Han, "It's okay, regardless, we have achieved our goal. You have successfully awakened your magical talent. The true dragon has appeared, and there will always be opportunities for things like the blood essence of divine beasts for you in the future." Long Han agreed, "All right, the next time we meet, I will definitely crush that demoness." Qin Yun listened to what Dragon Soul said, his mouth twitching. Although the true dragon Kuang Hien is powerful, it can only be used once a month, and each time it can only last for a short duration. Basically, you still have to enhance your own strength. Later, Qin rode the sword alongside Lin Shiyu as they flew and chatted. Lin Shiyu exclaimed, "I really didn't expect this, junior brother Chen." She praised Qin, "You secretly managed to raise an ancient true dragon. Your uncle and the others must be terrified by you this time." He replied anxiously, "Senior sister, I truly didn't mean to hide it from you, it's just." Lin Shiyu didn't want to argue with him. All right, everyone has their own secrets. Whenever you want to tell me is fine." Qin wasn't too surprised that she figured it out. "Indeed, I couldn't hide it from senior sister Lin." He suddenly remembered that he had something else to tell her. "Oh right, senior sister Lin, I found the 100 demon herb during this trip." Lin Shiyu replied casually, "That's great. Now we have all the materials gathered, you have achieved something this time. In this month, I can help you arrange a ceremony." Qin smiled happily at her, "Thank you, senior sister." Meanwhile, he was also contemplating many things. "Regarding awakening my veins, before I become strong enough, it's best to use all means to hide it. Right now, the entire Cultivating Immortals world seems to be gradually becoming chaotic, so it's best to develop silently, as that is the king's path." When he returned to the sect, Qin went to his room to calculate a bit. "Currently, I still have some of the best resources in my hands, so I should replace them with pills and other resources as soon as possible." He then opened his mouth and swallowed the entire bottle of pills. Spiritual energy surged within him, emitting a golden light that enveloped his body. He needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible. "If it goes on like this, before the ceremony starts, it's best to raise my strength to the peak of foundation establishment. After that, I can rely on the rituals to break through to golden elixir." Half a month passed quietly, and Qin along with Dragon Soul went to the most famous Cultivating Immortals market to buy useful items. "This is the most famous Cultivating Immortals market lately, I hope to buy some useful resources." Dragon Soul bought a candied hawthorn stick, trailing behind Qin. The system notification appeared everywhere. Recently, there are no opportunities. At the market, a small pill was bought. Suddenly, Dragon Soul excitedly pointed to one side. "Qin, I can smell a wonderful fragrance over there." In the distance, a waiter was selling raw stones. "Come and take a look, it's the latest raw stone." He then pretended to invite Qin, "Please come in. Our stone betting shop is very honest. These stones are all sourced from ancient ruins. Last week, someone even found a divine weapon of peak level." Nearby, a young man was begging another for money. "Loan me 50 spirit stones. With 50 spirit stones, I will definitely be able to unlock something good next time." The person disdainfully chased him away. "Get lost." The waiter also hurried to chase that guy away. "Get lost, you poor brat." The system notification appeared again. Zhang Quanji will obtain a drop of blood essence from a divine beast from the raw stone in the mid-level raw stone area in the stone district 1 day later. Despite being shooed away, Zhang Quanji persisted in begging until the very end. "Please lend me some." Qin looked at the young man in surprise. "How, a useless person, I had to risk my life in the secret realm of the spirit spring just to obtain a single drop. Yet that little guy managed to wager a drop so casually." Seeing the opportunity, Qin immediately seized the moment. "It seems you still need me to help you with this bet." He then disguised himself as a nurturing dragon Taoist. Qin contemplated buying spirit stones, betting 1 stone for 100 spirit stones. How could an ordinary cultivator play this game? Fortunately, I have a device to cheat. Qin picked up each stone to examine them. Spirit stone, huh? Dragon Soul was also busy, looking around to sniff each spirit stone. "Ah, found it, discovered a rare spirit stone." Dragon Soul hurriedly told Qin, "A fragrant aroma is coming from this one." Without hesitation, he decided on that stone. "Then let's take this one." The waiter also praised his customer. "You indeed have a keen eye, it will surely yield good items. Please follow me to open the original stone." But inside, he mocked the two of them. "Haha. Where does this fool come from? Do they really think they can judge valuable items by smelling them?" Suddenly, Zhang Quanji rushed in from somewhere, urgently shouting, "We have spirit stones now, we have spirit stones now." The waiter looked at him with disdain, saying, is this poor devil back again? Qin Yun was also surprised. Zhang Quanji had come with spirit stones to trade. The system then announced, in 3 days, open the blood crystal at the mid-grade crystal area of the stone trading market to receive a divine weapon peak level blood refining armor. Qin Yun didn't expect him to be that lucky. What kind of fortune does this guy have? He quickly turned around but hurriedly reserved the stone with the waiter. I want this one too. Xiao Ni wasted no time responding, yes, sir. At the same time, he was still looking at the young man. What is this? The system notified. In 5 days, open the giant crystal at the mid-grade crystal area in the stone trading market to receive a washing marrow pill. Qin Yun couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really happening? Truly disobedient to heaven. He hastily reserved another stone. Waiter. The waiter, beaming with joy at the good fortune, said, right away. He thought to himself, buying 3 stones at once? This is going to be profitable. Qin Yun had not yet regained his composure. No way. Qin Yun was once again left speechless when he saw the system notification. There's more. In 10 days, open the ugly stone in the high-end raw stone area in the Dew-Thatched district to receive the skill ancient cultivator's great origin gathering technique. In Qin Yun's eyes, the person named Zhang Quanji was like a treasure. Could it be that this guy is the fated one? But it didn't matter, Qin Yun was the one holding the advantage. He confidently said, but right now, it only benefits me. The waiter rubbed his hands and respectfully invited Qin Yun, sir, would you like to go to the high-end area? The raw stones there can produce truly good items. That place is filled with treasures left by the ancient cultivators. Qin Yun was not polite and wanted to check out the whole place. Then let's go take a look. The waiter carefully invited Qin Yun to follow him, please, sir, up to the 2nd floor. He was so delighted he could hardly contain himself, thinking, this time I really hit the jackpot. The shopkeeper will praise me endlessly for this. Xiao Ni led the way for the two as they went upstairs. Downstairs, some thugs were also looking at raw stones. One of them, with a contemptuous expression, said, just from the looks of it, I can tell he's a newbie. Basically, I have no idea what kind of raw stone to choose. And yet, are you daring to come to the high-end area? That guy continued, 300 spirit stones just slipped away like that. The chubby fellow joined in, I can't wait to see his expression when he opens the raw stone. In the high-end raw stone area, a few people were also choosing stones. The waiter brought Qin Yun to the premium section and introduced, dear guest, these high-end raw stones are priced at 1,000 spirit stones each, but they can yield very good items, definitely worth it. He checked out the displayed raw stones and paused at one priced at 1,000 spirit stones. Found it. Qin Yun decided to take that spirit stone. I'll take this one. Xiao Ni flattered him to the max, your eye for quality is exceptional, sir. Let me help you take it to the raw stone cutter. In his heart, he sneered, this stone has been sitting here for half a year, finally, it can be sold. After buying the raw stone, he went downstairs to get it processed. The people downstairs were abuzz, it's been a long time since someone came to the high-end stone area. But unfortunately, it's a newbie. Doesn't he know that stone has been on the 2nd floor for nearly half a year with no one wanting to buy it? I don't understand anything about the raw stone at all. Truly a wasteful person. Just then, the waiter brought out the raw stone for another customer. Too bad this one is just junk. The sound of despair echoed throughout the shop. No, my 100 spirit stones, I refuse to believe there's nothing at all. Next was Qin Yun's turn with the raw stone. The waiter skillfully juggled the knife while saying, once opened, we won't take returns. Next, let's cut this stone. People around began to discuss, isn't anyone going to make a bet? I bet there's nothing in this stone. This isn't guaranteed either. The knife of the waiter sliced through the spirit stone, revealing a shining golden armor inside. The customers around burst into exclamations, damn, what divine light is that? Could it be a divine weapon at peak level? How is it possible to actually get something like this? Qin Yun seemed to grasp everything, chuckling softly, keep going. He placed the 2nd spirit stone on the table, next stone, please. People around looked incredulous. What kind of luck does this guy have? I can't believe something will come out again. I still don't believe it. The blade once again split the spirit stones in two. From inside one stone emerged a pill, radiating a rich flow of spiritual energy. Is that the legendary washing marrow pill? A pill of this peak level can enhance one's 4 qualities. Qin took the pill in his hand, and everyone focused on assessing its quality. What? Is that really the legendary washing marrow pill? I must be dreaming. It can't be real, it must be a fake. He confidently held the stone in his hand and said, there are still 2 more stones left. Now everyone had to be cautious around him. Could it be? Could there be more treasure? Where did this useless person come from? Why am I so nervous? Who was the one that made a bet just now? Are they brave enough to bet again? The 3rd stone was split open. A white tiger sprang out, roaring as if to warn everyone around it of its dominance. The growl startled everyone present, except for Qin. At that moment, Dragon Soul next to him expressed disdain. Oh. The white tiger was swiftly subdued by Dragon Soul into a pill without any difficulty. Dragon Soul said with a proud expression. Just a little cat and it dares to be rude in front of me, an old man exclaimed in panic. It's a divine beast anomaly, isn't that the legendary blood essence divine beast? Qin expressed his delight and responded generously, what? The legendary blood essence divine beast? Isn't that the supreme treasure of cultivators that grants them veins? Today I have truly broadened my horizons. Behind him, 2 guys were sneaking around as if plotting something. The older one grinned slyly at the younger one and said, this guy is full of treasures, what a fool he is. The younger one replied confidently, let's team up, shall we? Let's take his sword. The waiter now appeared a bit frightened, realizing that there was still 1 gem left unbroken. Excuse me? Shall we continue? What are you dawdling for? There's 1 more left. The final gem was broken open, but nothing appeared inside. This time, everyone felt slightly disappointed. I told you there wouldn't be anyone who could hit every time. Don't say anything more, I've been breaking gems for over 30 years and haven't found a single one yet. Finally, one that has nothing inside, this is truly terrifying. Shortly after, a regular wooden stick unexpectedly appeared in the middle of the 2 cracks. That's not right, there's a line over there. Xiao Ni picked up the stick and awkwardly said, oh no, without divine light, it's not worth anything, consider yourself at a loss this time. Someone interjected, what do you mean at a loss? This is already quite incredible. Xiao Ni handed the stick to Qin, please accept this, guest. He secretly despised, these stupid people who don't understand the heights of heaven and depths of the earth are really a bunch of fools. This is the biggest harvest here. After the matter was settled, Qin and Dragon Soul stepped out of the shop, while everyone continued to marvel at what had just happened. Today I can be smug for a lifetime. Who is this person anyway? I'm afraid this will be someone who enters the legends. If I had his luck, I would have been the champion long ago. The 2 cunning men from earlier had also begun their despicable plan. Dragon Soul noticed someone was following them and alerted Qin. Qin, someone is tailing us. They sound quite annoying. Qin wasn't worried about people like that and casually replied, then let's give them a chance. Then he walked into a nearby alley. Seeing the opportunity had come, the 2 guys were not foolish enough to let it slip. Good, this kid is really looking for trouble, I was originally worried about not having a chance. The boss rushed into the alley, not realizing that Qin was just waiting for them. He stood there waiting for them to reveal themselves, grinning with delight, he. After that, he gave those 2 weaklings a lesson they would never forget. Young hero, please don't hit my face anymore. After dealing with the 2, he brushed his hands and said, not interesting at all, I thought since he was a golden elixir cultivator, I would want to try out a few moves on him. After walking for a while, he encountered Zhang Quanji again, but this time the system board above his head had nothing special. No opportunities recently. He was begging passers-by, anyone can lend me 5,000 spirit stones, I will repay tenfold after I get something good from gambling. Qin, still having some face left, felt a bit ashamed of what he had done. I feel a little embarrassed for having plucked this guy's feathers too much. He went over to Zhang Quanji and handed him a bag of spirit stones. In this place are training resources, containing about 1,000 spirit stones. Enough for you to advance to the mid-foundation establishment, so stop mining for stones. Zhang Quanji was surprised when someone suddenly gifted him spirit stones. Do we know each other? Chen Yun then unleashed a powerful aura, startling the two others. Oh my, is this the peak of foundation establishment? Onlookers showed expressions of admiration. Could this man be his long-lost biological father? Just casually giving away 1,000 spirit stones like that. If I accept him as my father now, is it still too late? Chen Yun turned around and casually waved his hand at Zhang Quanji. You, of course I have my eye on you. Consider this an investment in your future. Zhang Quanji joyfully expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. I, Zhang Quanji, will not forget your great kindness. Dragon Soul laughed and said, he's even thanking you. In the Sect's Grand Hall, the Sect Master and the Grand Elder were present. The Sect Master announced an important matter. After I inform the people of the Xian Tian Empire about the defeat of the Tu La, in the coming days, Xian Tian will send representatives to discuss issues related to this matter. The Grand Elder asked, who will be coming? The Sect Master's expression was solemn when mentioning this matter. As the Xian Tian Empire's sixth prince and the Grand Princess, the second honored envoy of the imperial family will also come here to visit. The Grand Elder was surprised when he heard the name of the second honored envoy. What is the second honored envoy? Why would that arrogant old man come here? The Sect Master was also very helpless but could do nothing more at that moment. What's the use of saying too much? Just remember to take good care of them when the time comes. The Grand Elder immediately accepted the order. Understood. Currently, the place where the disciples resided was very quiet. In Chen Yun's room, Dragon Soul excitedly called out to him for nourishment. Chen Yun, hurry up, give me the divine beast veins to eat. Chen Yun casually tossed the divine beast veins to Dragon Soul. Here, please enjoy. Dragon Soul, having tasted the goodness, immediately demanded more, licking his lips in admiration. Wow, I feel that if I have 3 more drops of blood essence and divine beast essence, I could regain another level of magical power. Chen Yun couldn't stand this attitude and grumbled. 3 drops? Why don't you tell me to go rob them? After sorting out the treasures he had just collected, Chen Yun calculated in his heart. This time, the harvest is quite abundant. This set of armor is enough to withstand attacks from ordinary magic weapons. The washing marrow pill can help me enhance my talent. He was still holding the piece of rotting wood from earlier, pressing it against his forehead. There's also the ancient monk's skill. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed from Chen Yun's subconscious. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to see a great elder in front of him. Is this? He gasped, unable to believe his eyes. Is it really the skill of an ancient monk? From the great elder's lips came the incantation of that strange skill. Chen Yun suppressed the pain that surged through his body. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide as if he had comprehended the entire skill. After breaking free from the pain, his body felt unusually light. This skill truly allows me to absorb spiritual energy much faster than ordinary cultivation. No wonder it's the secret technique of ancient monks. Then, Chen Yun began to practice this ancient skill. With this secret technique combined with the washing marrow pill, I'll be able to reach complete foundation establishment in just a few days. After 3 continuous days of cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy underwent a transformation. Finally, he achieved foundation establishment. He opened his eyes wide. Phew, I've finally reached complete foundation establishment. A paper crane flew in through the window, delivering a message to Chen Yun. The paper crane landed on his hand. Chen Yun opened the letter to find it was from Lin Shiyu. Lin's senior sister has also prepared everything. It seems today is the day I will advance to Golden Elixir. In a desolate cave, Lin Shiyu was guarding an enormous potion furnace. Almost ready now, she thought as the paper crane flew toward the cave. At the same time, Chen Yun had just arrived. Lin's senior sister, I'm here. Yes, she turned to guide Chen Yun on what to do next. You arrived just in time, the bathing potion is mixed to perfection. As long as you're prepared, you can level up to a Veins cultivator. Qin Yun stripped down to his undergarments. He stepped into the tub, got everything ready, and informed Lin Shiyu, Lin's senior sister, I'm all set. Lin Shiyu began to take out the divine beast veins to prepare for merging them with Qin Yun's body. Stay calm, feel the power of the divine beast veins, and absorb that strength and explosive energy within you. As soon as they merged with him, he felt a surging heat, the divine beast gradually emerged. Before him stood a majestic fire lion. Qin Yun was mentally prepared to confront this great divine beast. Come here, and become my strength. The fire lion lunged towards Qin Yun. He did not back down, throwing a punch forward. 6 time cycles had passed, but the battle between man and beast was far from over. Qin Yun gritted his teeth, focusing his strength to face the divine beast. The golden elixir was gradually taking shape right in front of Qin Yun's abdomen. Lin Shiyu saw the situation was favorable but still very tense. The golden elixir, the red vein golden elixir has formed. The fire dragon was finally defeated, transforming into the golden elixir, merging into Qin Yun's body. A tremendous flame erupted within him, vaporizing the alchemy furnace. Everything had finally succeeded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The first thing I need to do is thank Lin Shiyu, who helped me. Lin's senior sister, you didn't disgrace your name. Congratulations to you. Qin junior brother. Lin Shiyu offered him advice. From today on, you are a golden elixir cultivator. However, if you don't want your bloodline cultivator identity to be revealed early, you must conceal it carefully from now on. Qin Yun also agreed with Lin Shiyu's opinion. Wait until I break through to Yuaning, I will be strong enough to protect myself. It is not too late to reveal. In fact, it is still a bit early now, and the outside situation is very chaotic, so being cautious is the most important thing. Lin Shiyu also added, the world is not peaceful now, so it's best to be careful. Suddenly, the Grand Elder reminded, Shiyu, today there will be guests from the Xian Tian dynasty, and your old enemy is also here, so prepare a bit, okay? He also reminded Qin Shiyu, by the way, they want to ask Qin Yun about some things in the secret realm, so you should take Qin Yun with you. She accepted the order, understood. Before she could congratulate Qin Yun on this breakthrough, something else happened. Lin Shiyu sighed, it seems the celebration for your breakthrough to Golden Elixir will have to be postponed to another time. On the airship, the people of the Xian Tian Empire are also on their way to Ling Xiao Sect. The second honored envoy reported to the 2 princes of Xian Tian, Your Highnesses, in just 15 minutes, we will enter the territory of Ling Xiao Sect. Luo Quan appeared arrogant, I've heard that Ling Xiao Sect has many beautiful women. Luo Quan said to his elder sister, I heard you have met Lin Shiyu many times, how beautiful is she? Princess Xian Tian did not like this scoundrel at all. She admonished him, Luo Quan, we are here to discuss the important issues of this trip. So you better not act recklessly. I wonder what my father is thinking to send this useless person with me. Luo Quan didn't take his elder sister's words to heart. Elder sister, I think the Ling Xiao sect is on the decline, they can't even handle an ancient beast anymore, they're no longer on par with our Xian Wu Academy. He looked down on the Ling Xiao sect with contempt. If it were our Xian Wu Academy instead, there wouldn't be any room left for that nameless Taoist to take action. The second honored envoy also chimed in with Luo Quan, the 6th prince is right. Alright, if it's my father's order for me to take charge, then you just need to follow my instructions. Luo Quan pretended to brush off the matter but felt a lack of concern in his heart. Understood, elder sister, I will listen to you. Finally, the airship reached the Ling Xiao sect. Below, the people of the Ling Xiao sect were already waiting to welcome the 2 princes. After they disembarked from the airship, everyone clasped their hands and bowed to greet them. Among them were Lin Shiyu and Qin Yun. The Ling Xiao sect warmly welcomes the Daoist friends from Xian Wu Academy for this exchange. The proud princess greeted Lin Shiyu, long time no see, right? Luo Quan next to her slyly assessed her beauty. I heard she is a very beautiful woman and also a phoenix blood cultivator. Lin Shiyu's aura was not inferior either. She replied to the princess, Princess, it's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has also progressed quite a bit, hasn't it? The princess looked around as if searching for someone. Where is he? She glanced at Qin Yun. That makes sense. A moment later, everyone had gathered in the main hall. Qin Yun felt frustrated having to deal with those two. Why are they asking so many questions? But importantly, he had hidden his feelings very well. Fortunately, I managed to deceive them about all the key points. Luo Quan paced around the hall, his anger skyrocketing. What phantom snake? Competing with a fallen Tulia? He basically disregarded this place, boldly stating, "Elder sister, you really think too highly of Ling Xiao's sect." Seeing a female disciple of Ling Xiao's sect present, Luo Quan again displayed his tyrannical behavior to demand. "Miss, come here quickly and take me around the Ling Xiao sect to see a bit." He didn't forget to tease, "Then this prince will reward you." Sixth prince, this is still a time for interaction between both sides, so I kindly request that you do not wander around freely. Luo Quan was furious that a mere female disciple dared to refuse him. What did you say? He exploded with rage over such a small request being denied. He shouted, "Am I not a distinguished guest of your Ling Xiao sect? Even a small request of mine cannot be met. Are you looking down on this prince?" The female disciple stepped back in fear, trembling as she said, "I dare not." Luo Quan regained the upper hand, stepped forward, and tilted her chin, coaxing, "If it's like that, then you should walk around with this prince, and I will reward you, no longer standing guard at the door like this." Suddenly, a hand yanked Luo Quan's hand from the female disciple. Qin Yun interjected between them, rescuing her. "If the prince wishes to tour the Ling Xiao sect, then let me accompany you." "Thank you, Chen senior brother." Luo Quan saw someone ruining his fun and darkened his face, asking, "Who are you?" He remembered that earlier, you were among the crowd welcoming him along with Princess. Without hesitation, he questioned. "So it's that guy next to Lin Shiyu." Luo Quan pushed Qin Yun's hand away, agreeing with him, "If you want to take her place, then go ahead." He was not the kind of person to let this matter slide easily. Just a small disciple daring to stop this prince. "Wait until I deal with you until you're dead." The dragon soul within Qin Yun screamed and resisted, wanting to handle Luo Quan. "Qin Yun, I don't like this guy's name, let me bite him to death." Qin Yun wasn't afraid of this loudmouth, so he agreed to see what he could do. Good for the honored guest of the sect, after all, you should keep up the facade for the sect master, right? The dragon soul couldn't do much more, so it reluctantly agreed. Luo Quan looked arrogant, with a disdainful attitude, wanting to see what this Ling Xiao sect was all about. "Let's go, let this prince see what your Ling Xiao sect has to compete with our Xian Wu Academy." Qin Yun brought Luo Quan to the sect's affairs hall, where many people were bustling around. He introduced the place to Luo Quan. "Dear Prince, this is the mission hall of the Ling Xiao sect, used to assign tasks to the disciples." He folded his arms and mocked the place, "Is this it? It's even worse than the toilets at our academy." The people around could hear this and showed hostility towards him. Qin Yun didn't say anything more. After that, the two went to the martial arts training area. Qin Yun introduced him to the place. "This is the martial arts training ground of the Ling Xiao sect. Normally, only our outstanding disciples are allowed to train here." Luo Quan pointed at the arena, sneering violently, "This level of fighting and you dare to compete? Even a child with a wooden sword is better than this." The person fighting in the arena heard this and stopped, coming over to confront him. "Who are you calling a child?" Being a person from the Celestial Empire, he felt no need to hold back. Luo Quan then presented his sixth prince token. "I am the sixth prince of the Empire Qian Tian. What do you want?" The other person merely swallowed his anger. Luo Quan suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "There is a young lady in light blue clothing approaching from behind. Who is this?" His lascivious thoughts surfaced again as a smirk crept onto his lips. Her skin was smooth, her appearance like the moon, truly a great beauty. The lady raised her hand and waved towards him. Luo Quan thought she was greeting him and, feeling pleased, extended his hand to embrace her. "It seems you know your identity now." But unexpectedly, she glided past him like a gust of wind, heading towards the person behind. He felt as if he might collapse, his anger reaching a peak. That beauty approached Qin Yun and inquired, "Qin senior brother, why have you come here?" Qin Yun gently patted her head and replied, "Just taking a distinguished guest for a tour, it's on the way." Luo Quan watched the two of them being close while no one noticed him. Filled with resentment, he snapped, "And you don't care about the prince?" Luo Quan then ordered Qin Yun, "You go away, I want this lady to guide me." Regarding this, Qin Yun could no longer tolerate his arrogance, saying, "Sixth prince, as I said, it's enough for me to be the guide." Since Qin Yun did not obey, he became furious and charged at him to punish him. "Who do you think you are to issue orders?" Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yun punched him 3 feet away. The blow was so strong that he couldn't stand up immediately. Qin Yun questioned his despicable actions. "Sixth prince, what do you want to do with our disciple from Ling Shao sect?" Although one side of his face was swollen, his arrogance had not diminished at all. "Do you dare to hit me? Even my father has never hit me before." Qin Yun and the female disciple had a good laugh at his antics. "When have I ever hit you? Clearly, you accidentally fell and hit your face on the ground. I believe everyone can testify to that." Hearing this, the surrounding disciples chimed in with Qin Yun, laughing heartily. "That's right, I saw it too. Yes, falling and hitting your face is not bad. Haha, looking like that is worth it." Luo Quan, embarrassed and angry, pointed at each of them, remembering this grudge for a future reckoning. "You are all dead for sure, I will definitely tear you apart into 1,000 pieces." At that moment, in the main hall of the sect, the elders of Ling Shao sect were discussing major issues with the princess. Next is what we heard from the Long Taoist about the fallen Tu La. Yet, before the Grand Elder could finish speaking, the sixth prince burst in boldly, kicking the door open. "Second honored envoy, kill all the disciples of Ling Shao sect for me." His words not only left the Grand Elder speechless, but even the princess was taken aback. "Luo Quan, what nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing this, he immediately spoke up, "Elder sister, look, I've been hit in the face by those wretched disciples of the Ling Shao sect." The second honored envoy, noticing the large bruise on his master's face, turned serious. "Who did this?" At that moment, Luo Quan acted like a child protected by his family and blamed everything on Qin Yun. "It's all that bastard Qin Yun's fault for hitting me." Qin Yun, who had been following him, refused to be wronged. Clearly, he insulted the honor of our Ling Shao sect first, and then he spoke disrespectfully to our disciples. Therefore, the disciples were just doing what a disciple should do. The other disciples chimed in to support him. "Qin senior brother is absolutely right. Yes, indeed. That's accurate. Qin senior brother is right." The Grand Elder frowned at the situation, although Qin Yun acted correctly. But why is there a conflict happening at this moment? Originally, this discussion was a good opportunity for both sides to enhance their friendship. Not only the elders, but even the princess leader is very cautious. Only the sixth prince, from beginning to end, does not take this discussion seriously, and continues to raise his voice. Is there something wrong with what this prince said? Your Ling Shao sect disciples are not even as good as our Xian Wu disciples. Seeing the situation getting more and more chaotic, the princess leader immediately asserted her authority. "Enough, this small matter can wait until I finish discussing important matters with Wang's sect master. If it's noisy here now, what face do we have left?" Upon hearing this, the sixth prince could not suppress his anger. "A small matter? I am the sixth prince of the empire, and being slapped in the face is just a small matter. If this isn't resolved, don't even think about proceeding with the discussion." The princess leader looked at his arrogant demeanor and was furious. She was about to admonish him, but before she could say anything, the second honored envoy interrupted her. "Princess leader, I think what the sixth prince said isn't wrong. This matter concerns the honor of our Xian Wu. Cannot be overlooked." The sixth prince, seeing someone supporting him, grew even more aggressive. "That's right, you should sever your limbs and kneel down to apologize to this prince. Furthermore, bring this woman to be this prince's Dao partner for a few days, then I will let this matter go." It was truly unexpected that he could speak such vile words. The Grand Elder immediately spoke up, "Second honored envoy, are you using this matter to threaten our Ling Shao sect?" The second honored envoy smirked contemptuously. "How can this be considered a threat? I think the matter should be resolved between the juniors themselves. He then turned to look at the sixth prince. The sixth prince currently has a cultivation of the third level of golden elixir. Let this prince and this junior compete in a martial match. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ning Yan was the first to retort, golden elixir stage, but senior brother Chen has only reached the foundation establishment stage. How can he possibly be a match for a cultivator of the golden elixir stage? The sixth prince then laughed loudly. I originally thought you were hiding your true strength, but it turns out you're just a piece of trash at the foundation establishment stage. Yet you still dare to provoke me. So, do you dare to fight this prince now? Seeing this, the Grand Elder immediately spoke up, this is somewhat unfair. But Lu Xun remained calm, if I lose, I will cripple myself and apologize, but what if I win? Hearing this, the sixth prince couldn't help but laugh in anger, this prince is at the golden elixir stage, how could I lose to a foundation establishment stage like you? If I lose, I will run around Ling Xiao's sect on all fours like a dog. Chen Yun smiled slightly, then let it be so. They quickly reached the competition area. The sixth prince was quite pleased with himself, right now I'm thinking about which of your hands or feet to break first. The disciples around, seeing his arrogance, couldn't help but feel angry. Chen senior brother, stay strong, do not lose to that useless person. The second honored envoy, standing to the side, also stroked his beard in delight. Sixth prince, please restrain yourself, after all, we are on the territory of the Ling Xiao sect. You're right, dealing with a foundation establishment stage cultivator is nothing, this prince only needs to use a third of my power. The two of them, one feeling triumphant and the other drawing laughter, made Qinyan feel annoyed as well. I hope the sixth prince will forgive me, I have just gained minor achievement. It will be very difficult to withdraw my hand. Therefore, the sixth prince's eyes suddenly widened, what did you say? Qinyan gently waved his hand, striking a sharp sword that flew straight towards Luo Quan, try to block my move, okay? As soon as the words were spoken, the sword slashed down towards the sixth prince's lower body, causing him to fearfully clutch his lower half. Is this the power of a foundation establishment cultivator? Am I really unable to contend with a foundation establishment? The other disciples, seeing his pitiful state, laughed mockingly, hey, it seems the sixth prince is a bit weak. He immediately regained his dignity upon hearing this, you despicable little man, daring to sneak attack while I haven't even drawn my sword. His demeanor made Qinyan only sigh, indeed, this guy's cultivation may be high, but he is very weak, however, it also gives me a chance to test my own strength now. Then, the sixth prince pulled out a divine weapon for protection, resembling a large formation enveloping his entire body. Everyone outside looked in with wide eyes, something seems off here. The person next to him also spoke up in surprise. Yet he used a divine weapon. Does he have no face left? Upon hearing this, the sixth prince became furious, you country bumpkin, cultivation means focusing on a spiritual artifact. Each of my divine weapons is peak level, you will never be able to afford one in your lifetime. He then waved his hand, unleashing a Xian Wu sword chi directly towards Qinyan. This sword chi is truly formidable, strong on the outside and solid within, it is indeed a treasure sword. Qinyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, just in time, I can test the defensive capability of my physical body and how well my armor holds up against this. He saw the sword chi getting closer, yet Qinyan remained still. He lightly waved his hand, and instantly, a dazzling armor of gold and silver appeared, tightly wrapping around his body, completely neutralizing the attack from the sixth prince. Indeed, after seeing senior sister Lin and the expert of the Demoness and Yu sect, such matters really no longer seem worthy of concern. Qinyan smiled slightly, but Luo Quan here was on the verge of losing his composure. How can this be? He didn't want to waste words on someone useless who only knew how to rely on their big dog. Then let's end this commotion. Then, he waved his hand again, launching a sword attack towards Luo Quan, causing even his divine weapon to shatter into many pieces. Luo Quan, seeing his protective divine weapon destroyed, hurriedly cried for help, Lin, save me. Lin, witnessing his master in danger, rushed over without hesitation, you little brat, how dare you. He lightly waved his hand, and Qinyan's attack instantly vanished. You're young yet possess such wicked methods, and you dare to conceal your strength to harm the sixth prince? Then I will take your 2 arms as retribution." He then unleashed an energy strike towards Qin. Seeing this, Lin Shuyu could no longer hold back. "Damn it, how dare you touch him!" She flew up to intercept this blow for Qin. "Junior brother, be careful." Yet, Qin remained unwavering, gently closing his eyes before launching an energy sword straight at Lin's attack. One strike shattered Lin's technique. He was taken aback. How can you do this?" Lin clenched his bloodied hand. "You actually managed to break through my sword?" Qin looked at him, her eyes devoid of any ripples, as if this was truly his real strength. "Lin, have you seen it? If I were to use all my power, do you think the sixth prince could still survive? Obviously not. Someone who can break his seal can easily kill 10 sixth princes with ease." He frowned, his expression growing darker by the day. "So young yet with such power, I'm afraid it won't be long before we have another Lin Shuyu on our hands." He gritted his teeth. "If he matures, he will definitely become a major enemy of my Xian Wu Academy." At that moment, Lin Shuyu was genuinely furious. She waved her hand, and a flaming phoenix boldly appeared. "Old thief, do you dare to lay hands on our little junior brother even in Lingxiao sect? You've underestimated us too much." Obviously, the rude behavior of the sixth prince's master and servant had thoroughly infuriated all the members of Lingxiao sect. But the sixth prince was oblivious to this. "Lin, you must stand up for me, that madman." But before he could finish his sentence, the princess beside him could no longer hold back. Enough. Today was supposed to be a significant day, yet it turned out to be this chaotic. As the eldest princess, how could she allow Xian Wu to continue being humiliated just because of a scoundrel like the sixth prince? She was so furious that she slapped the sixth prince across the face. "Isn't it enough that you've embarrassed yourself like this?" However, Luo Quan failed to understand the situation and sulkily said, "Elder sister, why are you speaking up for an outsider? You even hit me." The eldest princess was truly at a loss with her brainless younger brother. "Shut your mouth, when we get back, I will deal with you." After that, she quickly turned to the elders of the Ling Xiao sect to pay her respects. "This time it was my younger brother's rudeness, I hope you will forgive us. As for the alliance, I will report to Father Emperor and let him decide." Fortunately, the eldest princess was someone who knew how to consider things properly. Seeing her so resolute, Lin couldn't escalate the matter further. "If the eldest princess has given the order, then I will not pursue this further, consider it sparing your lives." The sixth prince felt dissatisfied that even Lin wanted to let it go. He turned to look at Qin. "You made me lose face like this. Qin, this matter between us is not over yet." Qin didn't even pay attention to his gaze. A useless person like him wasn't worth his concern. However, when he glanced at the princess, a notification suddenly appeared that left him stunned. Approach opportunities. 3 days later, fall victim to the demon's mind attack, but cultivate into the Tao heart and activate the hidden dragon veins. Qin couldn't contain his worry. Fall into the demon's mind? Could it be related to the Azura? No, I must think of a way to warn her. Although he and the princess weren't particularly close, she was a good person, especially since she had just stepped in to help him. He had to intervene in this matter. It's just a pity that the princess remained unaware of the disaster approaching her. She was still deeply preoccupied with thoughts of that mysterious expert. What a pity, I haven't been able to gather any news about that dragon cultivator. He is related to the true dragon, but I don't know if he's connected to the Shen Tian royal family at all. Lost in thoughts about the identity of the mysterious expert, she suddenly heard a faint sound from outside, like the sound of the wind being torn apart. She immediately raised her guard. Who are you? However, when the door opened, she was instantly taken aback. It's you are the Long Taoist who killed Phantom Snake. The person she had just thought of had suddenly arrived at her doorstep, and the princess felt extremely astonished. Qin calmly looked at her. That's right, it is I. Little girl, I came here today because it is related to Heavenly Tao and wanted to remind you about it. Upon hearing the words Heavenly Tao, the princess also did not dare to be negligent. I wonder what the senior has to say. Ao Ling Dan also looked at the princess and was instantly alarmed. Chen Yun, her veins seemed to be. Indeed, if Ao Ling Dan hadn't spoken, it would have been fine, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she dug a big hole for her companion. What? Chen Yun? The princess asked in shock. At that moment Ao Ling Dan realized she had misspoken and quickly hid behind Chen Yun. At this point, Chen Yun could only wave her hands and hurriedly explain, "You heard wrong, I am not Chen Yun." This kind of explanation only made the princess more suspicious, and besides, she was not a fool. This voice must be Chen Yun, right? Still trying to deny it? Ao Ling Dan behind him quietly reminded, "Chen Yun, you forgot to change your voice." "Well done, Ling Dan. When I get back, I'll settle this with you." Ling Dan knew he was in trouble, so he fell silent. Chen Yun didn't want to pretend anymore. "That, Luoshi princess, how are you? Are you still well?" he said while taking off his mask. This guilty appearance only made the princess even angrier. "What do you useless person mean by coming here pretending to be a god or ghost? What do you really want?" But what she really wondered was Xiao Ling Dan next to her. "Quickly tell me, why is a true dragon following you?" Chen Yun was embarrassed by her series of questions. "Don't misunderstand, I am here on behalf of the Long Taoist to remind you of something." Luoshi heard this and seemed to understand something. "He is your master." The more she thought, the more surprised she felt. No wonder that after such a short time of not seeing each other, Chen Yun has already achieved golden elixir cultivation. Where did this useless person find such a big thigh? Chen Yun had not yet thought of a reason to explain when the princess spoke for him. "Well, Master gazes at the night sky and, from countless heavenly secrets, has deduced a thread of fate that in 3 days she will be attacked by a mental demon." He said this with a straight face. However, as long as she perseveres with her will, she will achieve great results. The princess was taken aback. The fallen mental demon, could it be related to the fallen Tulas? This thought coincidentally matched Chen Yun's intention. Indeed it is. After hearing this, the princess fell into deep thought but quickly regained her composure. "Then please convey my thanks to your master. Luoshi will surely not forget this kindness." Seeing her determined gaze, the rock in Chen Yun's heart was finally set down. "I will certainly pass on your words. I also wish you, princess, great fortune in your endeavors." Watching Chen Yun's departing figure, Luoshi couldn't help but speculate. He really is a disciple of the nurturing dragon Taoist. Considering the time he has spent in the secret realm Spirit Spring, his luck is indeed remarkable. It seems I must befriend him. The princess clenched her fist. But suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. "Oh no, I forgot to ask him if his master is related to the Xian Tian royal family." On the other hand, in his resting place, Chen Yun was continuously pinching Ao Ling Dan's small cheeks. "This stupid dragon, how dare you call my name directly? Do you know you almost stripped off my armor?" I didn't mean to contradict, I was just a bit excited. After all, the veins in Luoshi's body seem to be connected to my true dragon lineage. Hearing this, Chen Yun glared. "That's nothing surprising. Her blood dragon was also taken from the secret realm Spirit Spring." But after thinking for a moment, he fell into contemplation. However, the Xian Tian Empire has always been a descendant of the true dragon. I wonder if this rumor is just gilding their image or based in truth. Quickly, he dismissed this thought. Whatever, I've already tried to remind her, and I can't control what happens next. 5 days later, the Ling Xiao sect held an emergency meeting. The Grand Elder spoke. "The reason I called you here this time is due to a major event. It happened in the Xian Tian dynasty 2 days ago. Princess Luo, she was attacked by the seductive demon and was in grave danger." Lin Shiyu felt a chill down her spine. The seductive demon, could it be related to the seductive Tula? This speculation was what everyone was thinking. The Grand Elder nodded slightly. "I suspect so as well. It seems the warning from the Taoist has come true. That seductive Tula has likely broken free from its seal." This statement caused the entire hall to fall into silence. Chen Yun, standing aside, also looked tense. "I already warned her, and yet Luo she almost died. Just how strong is this seductive demon?" The Grand Elder continued, the princess has expressed a desire for us to send people to assist, and among them, she specifically mentioned your name, Qin Yun. Qin Yun was taken aback. Me? Lin Shiryu, standing next to her, also looked puzzled. She specifically named Qin Jr. brother. Why did she do that? Qin Yun, fearing the situation would be exposed, quickly made up an excuse. Perhaps it's because I know quite a bit about the Phantom Snake. This explanation may sound unreasonable to you, but there's no other way. Indeed, once the secrets are revealed, disaster will come without pause. You quietly sighed to yourself. Hearing this, Lin Shiryu quickly expressed, if that's the case, I also want to go. The Grand Elder suddenly looked a bit troubled. This matter. Seeing this, Lin Shiryu knelt down. Now that I have stepped into the Yuaning stage, I can protect myself, so please rest assured, Master. The Grand Elder thought for a moment and then agreed, all right then, the Empire Xian Tian has only reluctantly formed an alliance with us, but you must be careful and not be complacent. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiryu felt delighted and mischievously winked at Qin Yun. Afterward, they were prepared with a private spaceship. Ao Ling Dan was so excited about finally getting a chance to go outside that she jumped up and down. Finally, I can go out and play. Qin Yun, sitting beside her, leisurely sipped his tea. In no time, they arrived at the spaceport of the Empire Xian Tian. Greeting them was a handsome young man, though he seemed a bit arrogant as he spoke. Welcome, Taoist friends of the Ling Shao sect. I am Luo Xian, the fourth prince of the Empire Xian Tian. This time, I come to fulfill the command of the Emperor and welcome the Taoist friends. Lin Shiryu still politely clasped his hands in greeting. I am Lin Shiryu, sixth elder of the Ling Shao sect. Thank you, fourth prince, for coming to welcome us. In the Xian Tian courtyard, Luo Quan rushed into the room. Big brother, the people of the Ling Shao sect are here, what should we do now? The eldest prince, Luo Jingluan, had a bored expression. Luo she actually didn't die at the hands of the inner demons, she must be quite lucky. Luo Jingluan opened his palm, and a small yellow bird chirped and landed on it. Even though she has allied with the Ling Shao sect, it won't change the fact that I am about to inherit the throne. But, the bird, which had just been chirping, fell silent as Luo Jingluan clenched his hand into a fist, bright red blood gushing between his fingers. His face looked dangerously fierce. Causing her a little trouble wouldn't be too bad, right? Luo Quan observed his big brother's actions without any fear. Instead, he looked excited. Understood, big brother. In the heart of the sixth prince, countless malicious thoughts lurked. Elder sister, if you are ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. And Qin Yun, you worthless piece of trash. If you dare to come to Suan Tian of mine, then watch as I torture you to death. The sun has risen high, the crown prince leads the guests behind him. Luo Xian clasped his hands and reported to Luo Shi, elder sister, I have brought the Taoist friends from Ling Shao sect. Luo Shi then turned around, alright, you've worked hard, little brother. Lin Shiryu hurriedly ran over to inquire about the situation. You are about to reach the nascent soul stage, yet you were harmed by a mental demon to this extent. Her face was clouded with melancholy. She whispered, the seductive mental demon specializes in assassination, and moreover, targets the soul of a person. Opening her eyes and tilting her head to look at Qin Yun, if you hadn't reminded me to prepare early, I fear I would have become a useless person by now. Qin Yun hurriedly replied politely, it's good that princess is fine. Luo she pretended not to understand. She looked directly at Qin Yun, speaking ambiguously, Qin Yun, why do you seem so distant? Just call me Luo Shi. Lin Shiryu was stunned and turned to ask Qin Yun, Qin Jr. brother, when did you and her become so close? Qin Yun felt a sense of fear at the question. He smiled awkwardly, we just got acquainted at first sight. Senior sister, don't think too much about it. Hearing the reply, Luo Shi's expression changed instantly. She smirked, oh. While he was still confused, Luo Shi approached the two of them. Suddenly, a pair of soft hands took his. He stared at where their hands met. Luo Shi spoke, alright, Luo Xian, you take the Ling Shao sect disciples to rest first. Qin Yun, come to my room. Her eyes focused intently on their hands, not leaving, she asked with a blank face, you two are. Clearly, Lin's senior sister had misunderstood deeply. Still, even if it cost him his life, he had to clear things up. It must be that we fell into a precarious situation, so the princess only wanted to ask me a little. Please, senior sister, don't overthink it. Luo she gently added a few more sentences. No, I have more to discuss with you. Those not involved should leave first. Lin Shiryu finally turned her attention back to her younger brother, cleverly grasping his hand. Princess, it won't be good if news spreads about a male and female staying in the same room. Lin Shiryu's face was filled with warning. I think any matter should be discussed here. Luo she also responded to that provocative look, giving a slight smile. Qin Yun stood between the two girls who were trying to keep warm, displaying his spirit while feeling helpless. Qin Yun's face turned pale. Qin Yun had made up his mind. Senior sister, please return first. I will have a few words with Princess Luo Shi and will come back soon. Lin Shiryu's face was fierce. Don't keep me waiting too long. Knowing that Lin's senior sister was angry, he scratched his head and replied, definitely. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Shiryu turned and walked away with a serious expression. Luo Shi had won this round, laughing joyfully. Alright, let's get to the main topic. She dropped the playful demeanor she had shown in front of Lin Shiryu, her smile still lingering, but her tone had changed. This time I want to thank you and your master's guidance. Without the two of you, I would probably have become a useless person by now. After expressing her gratitude, Luo Shi looked visibly pleased. Since I owe you my life, I wonder if your master would be free to visit Xian Tian. Qin Yun seriously clasped his hands together, politely replied, my master doesn't like noise, has long transcended the three realms, and even I might not be able to contact him. Your stomach still secretly grumbled, I saved your life, and you still want to take advantage of me. Just a moment before, Princess Xian Tian was smiling and laughing, but in the next moment, she felt disappointment. If that's the case, then I can't ask for anything more. As for the specific matters, let's discuss them tomorrow. This afternoon I will consult with my father. Luo Shi had not finished her words when Qin Yun quickly turned and left. She hurriedly stopped him. Qin Junior brother, you haven't eaten, have you? Luo Shi stepped in front of Qin Yun. Why don't you stay here and have a meal with me? She was pleased with her scheme. Humph, if I can't find your master, do you think I won't be able to keep you? Qin Yun looked at the person in front of him, Luo Shi's hand holding him tightly, hesitatingly expressing, no, senior sister is waiting for me, Chen lady. Luo Shi dismissed his refusal. I already told you, just call me Luo Shi. Calling me Chen lady sounds so distant. Moreover, I want to talk to you even more. He swallowed hard. The best plan was to run. So, Qin Yun bolted, shouting loudly behind him. Next time then, let's save it for next time. Lin Shiryu had been standing outside with her arms crossed waiting for the junior brother for a long time. When Qin Yun stepped out, he was a bit surprised. Seeing him, she immediately asked, did that crazy little girl give you a hard time? Qin Yun looked up at the sky hesitantly, no, it's just that she. Lin Shiryu put her hands on her hips and questioned, I see she looks like she wants to eat you alive. Could it be that your Taoist identity has been exposed? Qin Yun was startled by this, that can't be true. But, she now thinks I'm a disciple of the nurturing dragon Taoist. After a week passed, the two chose a quiet room. Lin Shiryu held a cup of tea on the table and pondered, this identity is quite interesting, enough to deceive people. Even though there is a misunderstanding about the identity, she doesn't see it as a disadvantage. Furthermore, although that girl Luo Shi is somewhat clever, she surely cannot discover the truth in a short time. However, if she keeps this secret to herself, it suggests she might have her own little thoughts as well. Qin Yun didn't understand, what are you talking about? Lin Shiryu sat cross-legged, took the cup of tea, and discussed governance with a serious demeanor. Of course, it's about inheriting the throne of the Xian Tian Empire. You can't be unaware of that, can you? Similar to the battles between winners and losers in the Xian Wu Academy, the heirs of the Xian Tian dynasty also follow this path. Lin Shiryu recalled Luo Shi and another opponent, who was the eldest prince of the Xian Tian Empire. Right now, the struggle between her and the crown prince is probably quite intense. Hearing the hint in Lin's senior sister's words, Qin Yun realized a few things. So we represent the Ling Xiao sect this time, does that mean? Not letting him finish, Lin Shiryu slammed the teacup down on the table. Just stay quiet and watch. Our top priority is to ensure the seal of the DOA-2 law. Luo Shi led the guests from the Ling Shao sect to explore the Xian Tian Empire. Chen Yun couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at its grandeur. No wonder it's the Xian Tian Empire, and Xiao and I joyfully chimed in with Chen Yun. That's right, it really does have that charisma. Xiao Zhihe behind them also couldn't hide his amazement. No wonder it's the strongest empire in the world. Seeing the group flattering, Ao Ling Dan behind them found it unbearable and felt annoyed. Suddenly, the sixth prince of the Xian Tian Empire appeared before them. Humph, Ling Shao sect, you're still here. Chen Yun, do you still dare to come here? Luo Shi, angry, pointed directly at him and scolded, Luo Quan, this is a guest invited by father, do you really want to go against father's wishes? Luo Quan's face turned pale. Elder sister, this is all you can do for now. When our elder brother takes the position, the people of the Ling Shao sect won't be able to help you either. Luo Shi was incredibly furious, her voice sharp. Humph, father is still in power, yet Luo Jingluan is thinking about this? Chen Yun stood at a distance, watching Luo Shi and Luo Quan spar verbally. A piece of information appeared above the sixth prince. 3 days later, receive the rewards from the fallen demon, obtain a fallen pill, successfully advance to full golden elixir. He was shocked and thought to himself, receive rewards from the fallen demon. Has the fallen demon recovered? And is he colluding with the sixth prince? The amount of information was overwhelming, and Chen Yun was panicked. This is bad. Without evidence, no one will believe what I say. We need to figure out a way to find the evidence of the collusion between these two people. Luo Quan conceded to these words. It's almost afternoon, I won't argue with elder sister anymore. But Luo Quan quickly turned around, pointing directly at Chen Yun's face. But Chen Yun, if you dare to come to my territory, I will definitely greet your family properly. Just wait and see. After saying that, he turned and left. Princess Xian Tian Luo Shi watched him go, then turned around and waved her hand. Just ignore him, this fool only knows how to be arrogant. If he causes you trouble, just come to me. He hesitated at the way Luo Shi referred to him. Him. Lin Shiryu, who was standing next to them, stepped forward a few paces and cordially spoke up. Princess, Chen Yun is a disciple of our Ling Shao sect. If anyone makes things difficult for him, of course I will step in, no need to trouble you. Luo Shi forced a bright smile, replying sarcastically. So what? Chen Yun is my guest, is it wrong for me to care for my guest? Moreover, he spent the night in my room and we had a very pleasant conversation. Lin Shiryu silently glanced at Chen Yun, her voice gloomy, oh really? Having a pleasant conversation, are we? Chen Yun was drenched in sweat, startled into standing upright. Luo Shi and Lin Shiryu kept glaring at each other. Chen Yun, trembling, finally spoke up, aren't we about to enter the court? The two turned their backs at the same time, snorting coldly. Lin Shiryu crossed her arms, that's right, entering the court is more important. I have no interest in arguing about disciples of the sect with other women. The princess wasn't one to back down either, I'm not interested in arguing with a demoness who cultivates madly without any charm whatsoever. Ao Ling Dan, hiding behind Chen Yun, gently tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Chen Yun, I remember a bit of my past. When my father was looking for another dragon mother, my mother's gaze was like that. Chen Yun spoke sternly, that's adult business, little one, don't talk nonsense. Ao Ling Dan was startled and looked at him with wide eyes. Chen Yun sighed, not knowing what else to do. In the court, the civil and military officials lined up neatly on both sides. The atmosphere was quiet yet majestic. The Chen Yun group entered through the main door, led by the head princess. They hurried towards the steps of the Great Hall, where the current emperor of the empire Xian Tian sat upon the throne. Upon seeing the Chen Yun group enter, the emperor slowly spoke, is this indeed the Daoist friend from the Ling Shao sect? Luo Shi, at the forefront, clasped her hands respectfully and replied, Dear father, that is correct. The one present is Lin Shiryu, the sixth elder of the Ling Shao sect, along with several elite disciples of the Ling Shao sect as well. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Shiyu and several disciples of the Ling Shao sect performed a respectful bow and loudly proclaimed, "Sixth elder of the Ling Shao sect Lin Shiyu, along with my disciples, pays respects to the Emperor of the Empire Xian Tian." A warm smile appeared on the Emperor's aged face. He stroked his beard, looking at them, and warmly said, "So young yet possessing such cultivation. I heard you have even become a phoenix blood cultivator. You truly are a young hero." Suddenly, the Emperor began to cough violently. Luo Shi, looking worried, exclaimed, "Dear father." The officials of both civil and military ranks also started shouting, "Your Majesty, your health is of utmost importance." She watched as her father continued to cough without stopping. "Father Emperor," she intended to step forward, but very quickly, her action was stopped by the Emperor. He cleared his throat, unintentionally causing the Daoist friends of the Ling Shao sect to laugh at us. Chen Yun under the hall silently sighed, "I didn't expect Emperor Xian Tian's strength to be comparable to that of the sect master yet so weak." Coincidentally, it is a crucial time for the fallen Tu La to cause chaos. No wonder we needed the help of the Ling Shao sect. Suddenly, Ao Ling Dan leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Chen Yun, that old man seems to have been poisoned. The smell is very familiar." He stared intently at the Emperor. "Poisoned? Could it be the work of the fallen Tu La?" Chen Yun tried to check a little, but the information in Luo Tianxing's mind had no opportunities at all. At this moment, Luo Jingluan suddenly stepped forward to the hall and called out, "Father Emperor." He revealed a very cunning smile, "Let this son preside over the court meeting. It would be best if you went to rest." Luo Shi immediately called out his name angrily, "Luo Jingluan." The Emperor unexpectedly grasped the hands of both of them, proclaiming loudly, "You are completely fine." Aside from meeting the Ling Shao sect's hermits, there is also an important matter to announce this time. Luo Shi and Luo Jingluan both showed surprise. The Emperor paused for a moment, smiled victoriously, and continued, "The matter of the fallen celestial is related to the foundation of our Xian Tian Empire, so I entrust both of you to cooperate. Whoever makes the greatest contribution in this matter will be the Imperial Prince." As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, the two replied in unison, "We obey your command, Your Majesty." The eldest princess glanced at the eldest prince, her body tense, thinking, "This is troublesome." Meanwhile, Luo Jingluan, standing beside her and observing Luo Shi's serious expression, revealed a meaningful smile, "Father, you really are quite foolish." Chen Yun, below the main hall, saw a new opportunities board, from Luo Jingluan, stating, "In 10 days, he will merge with the fallen celestial's demonic blood, becoming a demonic blood practitioner, successfully breaking through to the divine transformation realm." He was astonished. Indeed, the fallen celestial is related to the crown prince. If he investigates the fallen celestial, how could Luo Shi possibly win? After the morning court session, in her private room, Luo Shi stood with her back to the door, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Yun hurriedly entered from outside, looking very anxious. "Luo Shi, I've used the method that the master taught me to investigate, and I'm afraid the prince may be linked to that demon." She glanced sideways, contemplatively responding, "Indeed, I've long suspected him." She turned to look at Chen Yun, sighed, "But I haven't been able to find any evidence. Currently, my father has ordered him to investigate the demon. If he becomes the emperor of the dynasty, the entire Xian Tian Empire may face danger." Luo Shi continued, "He used to be a gentle and kind person, but he was ambushed at Tian Wu Mountain 6 months ago. Since his return, his personality has changed drastically and he has become very ambitious." After hearing this, Chen Yun quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "If that's the case, have you ever investigated Tian Wu Mountain?" Luo Shi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. "Do you suspect that he colludes with the demon starting from Tian Wu Mountain?" Then she turned around, revealing a joyful expression. "That's right, I only know how to investigate the people around him. How could I forget this major clue?" Chen Yun fell into contemplation. "That's true, but the crown prince is very cunning. If we send too many people, we will definitely attract attention." Suddenly he spoke up, "Just 3 people, me, you, and Lin's senior sister will be enough." But the two did not realize that behind the bushes not far away, a mysterious figure was eavesdropping on their conversation. On the side of the crown prince's palace, Luo Quan revealed a proud expression, praising the crown prince. Elder brother, your guess was indeed correct. My subordinate saw Luo Shi with Qin Yun and Lin Shiyu going to Tianwu Mountain together. Luo Jingluan slightly curved his lips, a sinister smile appeared. That foolish Luo Shi has finally discovered the issue at Tianwu Mountain. He chuckled softly, haha, I hope the surprise I prepared for them will satisfy them. Luo Jingluan slowly turned around and patted Luo Quan on the shoulder. Xiao Quan, your recent performance has pleased that lord very much. These 2 days have prepared you for the pill of decadence, it will soon be ready. Luo Quan's eyes widened, his whole being exuding extreme greed. Is it really the decadence pill? With this pill, it would be enough for me to ascend to the perfect golden elixir. He clenched his fist, looking at Luo Jingluan with joyful eyes. Big brother, please don't kill Qin Yun, leave him for me. Thinking of the torment in the illusion realm, Luo Quan felt restless at the thought of Qin Yun. Ha ha ha, once I have the decadence pill, that will be the moment of his death. Luo Jingluan seemed unconcerned, instead smirking in response. What is a mere Qin Yun? I remember you seem to have a fondness for Lin Shiyu as well. Once I succeed, I will gift Lin Shiyu to you. Though Luo Quan had a reward, he was still simply a coward. Big brother, Lin Shiyu is an elder of the Ling Xiao sect and a phoenix blood cultivator. Regarding her, the Ling Xiao sect will probably. Luo Jingluan stood in front of the large cloth hanging on the wall, grabbed a corner and laughed. What is a phoenix blood cultivator? Have you forgotten how the Ling Xiao sect faced off against the phantom snake and what happened? He suddenly tore down the large cloth, revealing the huge painting hanging on the wall. Wait until that lord recovers, and what can a small Ling Xiao sect do? Not to mention Ling Xiao sect, even the entire cultivating immortals world. Luo Jingluan turned his head. Must submit under my feet. Meanwhile, at Tianwu mountain range, Lin Shiyu looked at the two, Luo Shi and Qin Yun, and carefully instructed, Tianwu mountain is very large, for efficiency, it's best to split up and search. If you encounter danger, just tear open the paper crane to contact the other two. Qin Yun and Luo Shi replied in unison, got it. On the other side, in the dense forest, a large tiger placed a paw on a nearby rock and slowly spoke. The prince of the human clan has sent word, telling us to capture 1 male and 2 female cultivators, and they must be kept alive. Among them, the 2 women must be handled with care. They have inheritances of phoenix blood and dragon blood, respectively. A great eagle standing opposite showed disdain, so what? The 3 of us here are all demon kings. What are you afraid of? A Qilin standing nearby let out a sharp laugh. I heard that among the male cultivators in there, the weakest one is the man, right? Then that guy is mine. What I love most is to bully that weakling. The great eagle demon king, upon hearing the Qilin demon king's words, placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Then let Lin Shiyu be handed over to me. I want to see whether our phoenix cry eagle lineage is stronger or her phoenix lineage is better. The great tiger demon king quickly strode forward, and the other 2 followed right behind. Quickly, let's set off. Let's do everything for the fallen Tulaw lord. Qin Yun stood by a river, while Ao Ling Dan happily played with the water. He sighed, although I saw a few spirits along the way, I couldn't find any clues at all. I'm afraid it will take several days to search the entire Tianwu mountain. Ao Ling Dan suddenly jumped up from the river and shouted, Qin Yun, some delicious food is coming this way. Suddenly, a large lance rushed directly toward Qin Yun. His brow raised slightly. Qin Yun lightly tapped his toes, using lightness skill to dodge to the side. The lance plunged straight down into the ground with a loud explosion. The Qilin demon king slowly emerged from behind a large tree in front of him. Not bad, huh? If you can dodge this attack, you could be considered exceptional among golden elixir cultivators. Qin Yun stared intently at the figure before him. Is it a demon clan? With that imposing aura, it really is a demon king. It seems we have indeed come to the right place. Ao Ling Dan stood beside him, saliva dripping down. A demon king, huh? Looks quite scrumptious. The demon king turned his gaze towards Ao Ling Dan. There's still a human girl here. Well, that's fine, I can just treat her as a snack. Ao Ling Dan was irritated and pointed at him. Qin Yun, can I eat him? He smiled to soothe the girl's mood. Why the rush? In an instant, his expression changed. It's not every day we meet a demon king. After I capture him and finish interrogating him, you can eat him later. The demon king, provoked by him, immediately charged with his spear. A little golden elixir cultivator like you dares to say such arrogant words. I want your life. Qin Yun faced off directly against the demon king, but it was clear that he had the upper hand. One swift strike sent the Qilin demon king flying far away. His lance broke in two as a result. The demon king cried out in pain, struggling to keep himself steady on the ground. The demon king looked at his lance, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? You? Qin Yun assessed the situation briefly. Indeed, this sword can kill 16 princes, but dealing with a demon king known for his physical body is still somewhat lacking. The demon king growled lightly, originally, I intended to kill you slowly. But now, upon saying this, he transformed, revealing his true body as a blazing golden Qilin. He raised his hoof high and shouted, I will annihilate your family. Just as his hoof struck the ground, he unleashed a full power strike aimed directly at Qin Yun. He laughed loudly, let's see how you withstand this attack. Qin Yun channeled spiritual energy to create a shield to brace against the blow. He was then knocked back, and upon seeing the crack in the shield, he sighed, no wonder it's a full power strike from the Demon King. Even with the long spear and the accompanying chain armor, it's still a bit lacking. Ao Ling Dan clutched his growling stomach due to hunger and complained, Qin Yun, hurry up, I'm about to starve to death. It's just a Demon King, finish it quickly. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, do you think it's a cabbage? It's still a Demon King after all. He lowered his voice slightly, moreover, I feel like the aura of this Demon King is somewhat familiar. The Qilin Demon King saw that he was completely unharmed, not a scratch on him, and was surprised, what's going on? Didn't they say this man was the weakest among the three? Feeling that the situation was beyond his control, he frantically stomped his feet on the ground, you are quite something, you deserve to be faced with my full power. Look here, I am the inheritor of the ancient divine beast Qilin. Insect, let me show you what the true veins of a divine beast are. The corner of Qin Yun's mouth curved slightly, Qilin veins. So that's how it is, no wonder. He raised his hand, and instantly a Qilin enveloped in blazing flames appeared behind him, with his own body wrapped in sturdy armor. The Demon King immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Is Qilin really manifesting? Is it a true divine beast? Moreover, it's even more generous than I am, how can this be? He fearfully exclaimed, wait a moment. But when a sword struck down, a loud explosion occurred with intense heat. Qin Yun looked at the Demon King he had knocked unconscious, leaning against a tree, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I temporarily sheathed my sword, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to ask anything. He lowered his head to look at the armor on himself, pondering, this is the first time I've used the full power of the Qilin veins. It seems that if I only deal with an ordinary Yuaning level enemy, it would be completely sufficient. Ao Ling Dan put her hands on her hips, you promised food, but now we can only eat half. Qin Yun retracted his armor and slowly approached. As he stepped closer to the Qilin Demon King lying on the ground, he called out, are you the one sent by Luo Jingluan? He placed his foot on the Demon King's chest, I never expected the Demon Clan to be involved in this. The Demon King, on the contrary, turned his head away defiantly, I admit you have some power, but to extract information from me? Dream on. He glared, I am the Demon King and a man of pride, even in death, I will not submit to humans. Qin Yun noticed his attitude and raised his sword, oh, is that so? The Qilin Demon King continued to respond defiantly, you'd better let me go, otherwise, when my two brothers arrive to back me up, your family is doomed. But before Qin Yun could swing his sword, Ao Ling Dan flew over, her eyes shining, no, Qin Yun, I can't stand this hunger anymore. With that, she revealed her true form as a massive white dragon, staring intently at the Demon King, Qin Yun, if he refuses to say anything, why not let me eat him? The Qilin Demon King was terrified, stuttering before finally managing to say, "TTT true dragon, there." In an instant, he grabbed Qin Yun's leg, crying out, "I'll tell you everything, just don't let the true dragon eat me." Qin Yun looked down at the Demon King clinging to his leg, crying uncontrollably, and scratched his head, still claiming to have the pride of a Demon King. Ao Ling Dan, disappointed at not getting to eat as expected, quickly returned to her original form, covering her face in regret. What a pity. The Demon King, extremely cowardly, clung tightly to the hem of Qin Yun's pants, looking through the gap between his legs, trembling as he replied, "Integrity is not as important as life." Suddenly, Qin Yun reached out and grabbed a corner of his armor. "Keep talking as you walk." He pulled him forward. "Quickly tell me everything you know." In another part of the forest, the sound of clashing swords echoed. The Great Eagle Demon King stood opposite Lin Shiryu, continuously casting spells, with feathers like arrows flying sharply towards her. Lin Shiryu couldn't advance to attack, she could only stand her ground in defense. Seeing this, the Great Eagle Demon King laughed loudly. "The Vane's Phoenix is nothing but this." His face was full of triumph as he looked at Lin Shiryu. "I suppose your two companions have already died at the hands of my brothers." Lin Shiryu raised an eyebrow, the Vane's Phoenix forming behind her. "Do you have an assistant?" She pointed her sword directly at the Demon King and shouted, "Annihilate." The Demon King's eyes widened. "What? This useless person is just now showing his full strength?" Lin Shiryu's sword strike was like a cutting knife, instantly taking him down. Great Eagle fell straight to the ground like a kite with its string cut. Shiryu raised the paper crane in his hand, and seeing it still showed no signs of movement, he felt reassured. The paper crane's lack of response indicates that Qin Jr. brother should be able to withstand it, so I'll save that foolish woman first. On the other hand, it was not easy for Luo Shi. She hid behind a large tree, clutching her body riddled with wounds, silently cursing a few words. So there really is a Yuaning Demon King? If I hadn't been hurt by the depraved heart demon, I could still fight, but now all I can do is flee. Luo Shi pulled the paper crane from her sleeve, gritting her teeth as she tried to find a way to call for help, but when she saw it was still quiet, she suddenly stopped. No, the other paper cranes have no response. If I call for aid, wouldn't that just give Lin Shiryu a reason to mock me? The great Tiger Demon King suddenly appeared behind her, his deep voice rising. "What are you looking at? Let this king see too." Luo Shi was terrified, her head drenched in cold sweat. "This is bad." But before she could react, the Demon King swung his axe and struck her in the back. Luo Shi let out a soft, painful moan from the blow. The Demon King reveled in seeing Luo Shi struggle to get up. He approached and said, "You should feel lucky to have a good gauge. Luo Jingluan only instructed us to capture you." The Demon King smirked disdainfully. "Your little life is temporarily spared." Luo Shi, furious, with blood still on the corner of her lips, leaned against a tree and cursed him. "Indeed, you are a despicable creature." She secretly tore a piece of paper from behind her back while the Demon King was not paying attention. The Demon King immediately reached out towards Luo Shi teasingly. "You don't actually think someone will come to rescue you, do you? My two Demon King brothers have dealt with your companions. It must be over by now." Luo Shi turned pale with fear as the Demon King's claws moved closer. "It's over." Just then, Lin Shiryu suddenly appeared, surprising the Demon King. "It has indeed ended. Your life will come to an end soon." The Demon King was shocked that both of them were still unharmed and turned to shout, "How can this be? You haven't died. Where is my second brother?" The Demon King gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. Could it be that my second brother couldn't find this little guy? The Demon King immediately pointed his weapon at Qin Yun in a threatening manner. "It seems your second brother isn't very lucky, but your luck is even worse. And yet, you managed to hit my head." Luo Shi instantly shouted a warning, "Be careful. This Demon King is already a Yuaning cultivator." Qin Yun, undeterred, immediately used the Qilin of power technique. A towering fire Qilin appeared. He furrowed his brow, staring fiercely at the Demon King, then Qin Yun swiftly swung his sword towards the Demon King. The Demon King, frightened, stepped back from the might of the sword technique. Wah, What is this? Wait a minute. Qin Yun smirked and said something that shocked the Demon King even more. Your second brother isn't very lucky, but your luck might not be better than his. Qin Yun turned to look at Luo Shi, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked her, "Oh right, Luo Shi, are you okay? What were you saying just now?" Luo Shi used her sword for support to stand up. "No need to worry about me, I'm just a bit." She staggered as she tried not to fall. Then he said, "Just now, I was worried you would die at the hands of another Demon King. It seems I was too foolish, not expecting you to silently and quietly become a Vane's cultivator." Luo Shi thought of the secret realm and smiled faintly. "So in the Ling Quan's secret realm, you always had control over the situation. If Lin Shiryu could obtain the blood essence, how could you not get it?" Luo Shi frowned, suddenly realizing something, and angrily shouted, "Qin Yun, you useless person." Unexpectedly, Luo Shi suddenly felt dizzy and fell forward. Qin Yun saw this and quickly stepped forward to catch her. "Be careful." After being caught, Luo Shi flushed with embarrassment and said, Sorry." Qin Yun then got straight to the point, "It's fine, but why didn't you use the paper crane sooner?" Luo Shi frowned and angrily replied, "It's just that I didn't want to give in to that guy." At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up, "Are you implying that I am that guy?" Lin Shiryu immediately jumped down to where the two were and said, I thought you two were caught between life and death. I never expected that there was still time to hug each other here." She gently tiptoed down to the ground. Qin Yun turned to see Lin Shiryu approaching and was surprised. "Senior sister." Lin Shiryu didn't bother to say anything more and frowned as she stared at them. Qin Yun immediately let go of Luo Shi and explained, "Senior sister, it's not what you think, Luo Shi is just seriously injured and can't stand up." Luo Shi didn't care and rushed to hug Qin Yun, catching him off guard. While hugging Qin Yun, she spoke to Lin Shiryu in a challenging tone, "Qin Jr. brother is not your Dao partner, so why can't I hug him?" A Vane's cultivator and a disciple of the nourishing dragon Taoist, if I don't compete, then I wouldn't be a Qin. Lin Shiryu crossed her arms and replied sternly, I was thinking of saving you first, but it seems I was wasting my breath." Qin Yun sensed that the situation was turning sour, scratched his head, "No, I need to quickly change the subject." He turned to see Ao Ling Dan eagerly gnawing on the meat, then angrily stepped on the Demon King, shouting, "Hey, you evil creature, hurry up and tell me what you know." The Demon King winced in pain from Ao Ling Dan's kick and teared up. "Damn it, didn't I explain it to you already? So why are you using me to redirect your anger?" At that moment, the Demon King looked up and saw the two people staring at him. They both looked at the Demon King with eyes full of evil energy. The Demon King was so scared that his face turned pale and he raised his hands in surrender, stammering, I'll talk after a stick of incense." Luo Shi's face darkened, and just thinking about it made him angry. Unfortunately, Luo Jingluan has colluded with the Demon King to assassinate us, yet he left no traces at all. Without evidence, even if I report it to the Emperor, he is likely to escape. Lin Shiryu also thought for a moment and added, "Moreover, there are no clues regarding the attack on the Crown Prince 6 months ago either." Ao Ling Dan, still drooling beside them, chimed in, "So this person is useless, right? Can I start now?" Being stared at by all three made the Demon King sweat nervously. He hurriedly said, "Wait, don't. I think I remember now. Luo Jingluan once asked us to guard the abandoned mine in Tianwu Mountain for a while." All three of them were furious and kicked the Demon King, ordering, "Then you should hurry and lead the way." The Demon King quickly guided them to the abandoned mining cave, saying, "It's right here. 3 months ago, Luo Jingluan even had us stationed here for 7 days." Ao Ling Dan caught a whiff of something coming from inside. He immediately pointed in that direction and said to Qin Yun, "This smell is similar to the poison of that old emperor." Hearing this, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile smugly, "Looks like we've come to the right place, huh?" The group ventured deeper into the mining cave. "Why is it a dead end like this?" Luo Shi glared angrily at the Demon King, "Are you trying to fool us?" The Demon King, scared, knelt down with his hands together, pleading, "How dare I deceive you? I have no idea why it's a dead end either." Lin Shiryu observed the surroundings and said with a smile to Luo Shi, "Luckily, we still have you as the princess of the Xian Tian Empire. Can't you even tell that there's a concealment formation set up here? Upon hearing this, Luo Shi turned bright red and retorted, who says I can't see it? The patterns of the formation immediately appeared before Lin Shiyu. However, I've never seen a formation this complex before. I'm afraid that even the second elder of the Ling Shao sect, the best in formations, wouldn't be able to solve it. Ao Ling Dan immediately tugged at Chen Yun's sleeve beside him, then Ao Ling Dan smiled at Chen Yun. Chen Yun, this formation seems to be a type of formation from our dragon sect. The method to solve the formation is very simple, just channel spiritual energy in the direction I point, and it will be done. At this moment, Lin Shiyu and Luo Shi weren't paying attention to Chen Yun and Ao Ling Dan trying to decipher the formation. The two discussed, do we have to go back? Damn it, does that mean the clues here have been cut off? Lin Shiyu frowned and thought for a moment without saying anything. Suddenly, a beam of light burst forth, startling both of them. Oh, what is that? Lin Shiyu quickly turned to look and saw Chen Yun at the formation. Has Chen Jr. brother finished solving it? Chen Yun, hearing this, smiled sheepishly and replied casually, I just tried my hand at it, and somehow it opened up. After opening the formation, there was a group of people surrounding a yellow alchemy pot on the other side. Finally, the old man looked like the leader of the group. His loud voice announced, finally, the Wan Shou Ling Du has been successfully refined. Having this in hand will definitely help him break free from the seal. His subordinates immediately asked curiously, Lord, the auras of the three demon kings are gone now, should we retreat? He smirked and arrogantly continued to stay. What is there to be afraid of? Even if the three demon kings fail, the princess won't be able to find this place. Another subordinate hurried over to report, Lord, the auras of the three demon kings are gone now, should we pull back? Upon hearing this, he frowned, criticizing the demon clan. The demon clan is indeed a bunch of useless people who are not trustworthy, but it's fine. This concealed formation is something I learned from ancient skill instruction books, it definitely cannot be broken. Suddenly, someone loudly announced at that moment, the core of the formation is fluctuating, the formation has been broken, how could this happen? Others, hearing this, doubted and questioned him. Didn't the Lord say this was the secret formation of the dragon sect, which cannot be dispelled? He did not expect the formation to be broken. Gripping his fists resolutely, he said, impossible, my formation cannot be broken. This is the secret formation of the true dragon clan. The true dragon clan has long been extinct, who could possibly break it? As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light shot through, exploding and sending everyone flying. It turned out that the beam of light was the trio of Chen Yun entering. Chen Yun entered while mocking, who just said that no one could break that formation. Isn't there someone here? Seeing the scene before them, both Lin Shiyu and Luo Shi were astonished. The three of them gathered in one place opposite the group, looks like we found the right place. We can't let them escape. Others, seeing this, immediately ran away. Run quickly, hurry through the secret path to escape. He saw that the situation was dire and immediately ordered them to stop running, don't run. He hurriedly stuffed drugs into his bag, everyone, come with me. The others could only stand still, drawing their swords to fight against Chen Yun's group, while he tried to escape. Use the network to stop them for us. Chen Yun immediately rushed to chase after him. Lin's senior sister, Luo Shi, please take care of these people, I'll chase down that master of the curses. It wasn't long before Chen Yun almost caught up to that master of the curses. He turned around and, seeing Chen Yun pursuing him, became furious. Damn it, how can a bunch of useless people not stop him? He immediately reached into his chest pocket and took out a mouse. He looked at the mouse with a hint of regret. There's no other choice, I can only use the hidden talisman to send the 10,000 real spirit poison out now. Just then, Chen Yun unleashed a strike toward him. He didn't have time to dodge, and was hit by that sword strike. Ouch! He fell heavily to the ground immediately. Ouch! Chen Yun had caught up right next to him, pointing the sword at him. That's enough, old man, you're tired from running, take a break. Huff huff. To his surprise, he suddenly transformed into a different form. He had turned into a monster but still retained his rationality and thoughts. He sat up, looked at Qin Yun and felt very smug. Haha, you thought I was not your opponent, so I ran away, right? He stood upright, puffing out his chest at the boy. Have I been merciful, and yet you still don't understand? When he swung his fist, Qin Yun easily dodged. I have killed 2 Demon King Yuan Yings before. You have only just transformed and broken through to the nascent soul realm. The boy, angry, swung his sword at him. Who gave you the courage to fight me? Ugh. He had chopped off one of the man's arms. Yet even the physical degradation was easily severed like that. But then the man quickly grew a new arm, but it's all just in vain. Oh. He was not afraid of death and continued rushing towards the boy. Seeing this, Qin Yun laughed and charged into battle as well. You regenerate quickly, quite effective. Then Qin Yun swiftly chopped multiple places on the body of the puppet master, but with strength like this, rebirth is nothing but a game. Both arms and legs were severed, causing him to fall. Ouch. He immediately let out a loud scream. Under that scream, his body regrew 2 arms, and his legs also regenerated into new ones. Though still on the ground, he was gleefully laughing in Qin Yun's face. Ha ha ha, do you think keeping me here is effective? I have already taken that item outside. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Ling Dan came running from behind. Qin Yun, I've caught the mouse. Qin Yun immediately grabbed the mouse and held it up in front of him. Is this what you meant? Seeing this, he was both shocked and unable to believe it. How is that possible? At that moment, both Luo Shi and Lin Shiyu also rushed over. Qin Yun, we've dealt with those people. Qin Junior brother, are you okay? Qin Yun answered them while kicking the villain's leg. Don't worry, I have caught him already. Upon seeing this, Luo Shi joyfully exclaimed, that's great. Keeping him alive, we will definitely get evidence of Luo Jingluan's collusion with the fallen demon from his mouth. Suddenly, he felt pain and rolled around. He groaned, pointing upwards and cursing. The enemies of my lord, the fallen demon, your fate is only death. After saying that, he immediately went up to the altar to sit down. Qin Yun looked on and understood the reason for his sudden death. It turns out this is the price for the chaotic transformation, which is the depletion of one's own life. So, we can only hope to find clues in his storage pouch. At that time, the Demon King was waiting for everyone outside the cave. Should I run away? Just thinking about it, before deciding, the Demon King quickly abandoned the thought, no, that's the murderous one. I am currently seriously injured, if I run away, I will definitely be killed. The Demon King was so hesitant that he decided to pluck petals. But this is the only moment to escape. Run, or don't run, run, or don't run. By the time he plucked the last petal, the Demon King regained his resolve. Run. It seems the heavens want me to run. Just as the Demon King was preparing to flee, Qin Yun and his group came out of the cave. What's this about running or not running? The Demon King was so scared that his face turned pale. Master, are you all out already? The Demon King immediately ran over and knelt down, holding on to Qin Yun's legs. You must have misheard, my great master, I was counting each petal because I was worried about you. I was just uncertain whether I should help you. Qin Yun angrily kicked the Demon King out. Who is your master? I don't have a shameless servant like you. Everyone left the mine together and went outside. Then, Luo Shi opened the bag of the Demon Master to check its contents. This storage bag only has this sculpture and a poison pill. As Luo Shi looked at these items, she felt quite worried about what was coming. It seems that the next thing I can do is to go to Manhwa racecourse to see if there are any clues. Lin Shiyu, who was beside her, added with a few reminders, but if the third Demon King can stop us beforehand, then someone must be tracking our whereabouts. If we take another action, we will definitely be discovered. Hearing their concern, Qin Yun immediately reassured them. Senior sister, Luo Shi, don't worry. I have a method that will never be detected. Upon hearing this, both of them turned to him happily and asked, what method? Qin Yun smiled and glanced at the Demon King beside him. Little horse. Qin Yun immediately walked over, grabbed the Demon King's shoulder, and threatened him. Do you see how this assassination attempt concerns me? My physical and spiritual body is heavily damaged. Can you help us with a small task? The Demon King smiled on the outside but mourned on the inside upon hearing this. Wasn't it my physical and spiritual body that was seriously injured? Looking at you so intact, where do you seem injured? Qin Yun realized that the Demon King was just putting on a front. What are you thinking? Oh, nothing. The Demon King immediately clung to Qin Yun's thigh and started crying to express his feelings. This old horse would jump into boiling water to complete its master's task. Luo Shi and Lin Shiyu watched this scene, feeling both curious and speechless. Didn't junior brother Qin used to be more righteous in the past? I remember he was much more upright before. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Meanwhile, at the racetrack, there were many people riding horses. At the Manhwa racetrack, the frustrated shopkeeper lamented as he watched the horses tiredly run fast. Haze, the quality has been getting worse lately. Nanshan disguised himself and approached, saying, "Shopkeeper." Leaning on his horse, he displayed a sorrowful expression. Our family has truly run out of money and wants to sell this high-quality horse with Qilin veins. As for your racetrack, don't try to fool me. The steward's eyes lit up at the sight of a delicious catch, but he managed to remain calm. All right then. After that, he examined and groped every inch of the horse's flesh. Greedy thoughts emerged. Indeed, it is a good horse, it will surely earn a lot of money for our racetrack. Oh, this muscle, this demeanor, I must buy it at all costs. The horse angrily cursed internally. What does he think? I am the Demon King, after all. I never expected to fall into the hands of a horse racing gambler. He began making excuses to criticize in order to lower the price. The coat is uneven, the legs are too thin, the muscles are weak. You still dare to say it has Qilin veins? 100 spirit stones is the most it's worth. The Demon King was taken aback, furiously raising his middle finger to curse at him. 100 spirit stones. I am the Yuaning level Demon King, and I'm only worth 100 spirit stones. If it weren't for that damned star telling me not to reveal myself, I would have swallowed you whole already. Nanshan agreed and immediately shook hands with the steward. He was baffled. Deal. Did I overprice it? The treasurer led the Demon King to the stable. He confidently handed over the good horse he had just purchased to his disciple. Take good care of this horse. In a few days, the 6th prince will arrive to bet on it. Understood, Grand Supervisor. The horsekeeper led the Demon King into the stable, secretly plotting. 6th prince, it seems like this is one of the targets mentioned by the assassination star, right? It seems I've given up my dignity for betting on the horse race, but it might not be in vain. Suddenly, the Demon King saw something that brightened his eyes. A beautiful mare in the stable caught his attention. At first sight, the Demon King fell in love, his eyes were filled with passion. I must win the Horse King, the king of betting. In the Luo Shi Palace, Nanshan handed a small piece of paper containing information to 3 people. Demon King has sent news that tomorrow the 6th prince will meet a distinguished guest at the racetrack. Qin Yun, sitting in a chair, spoke up. A distinguished guest. It seems a big fish has finally taken the bait. Luo Shi waved a divination bag. Luo Shi approached Qin Yun with a proposal. Qin Yun, if you all want to go to the racetrack tomorrow, then Luo Jingluan will definitely take action. We will stop Luo Jingluan. With this token, you can lead the cultivators from my mansion to surround the racetrack. If anything happens, just leave the responsibility to me. In the secret room at the racetrack, Luo Quan respectfully entered to report, Lord Messenger, my elder brother ordered me to stay here for a long time. Upon hearing this, the man, satisfied, rummaged in his pocket for something, then immediately handed it to Luo Quan as if it were a reward. Your performance has been very good lately, this is a reward from the Lord for you. Luo Quan received it, overjoyed. With this pill, I will advance to full golden elixir. Qin Yun, just you wait. At this moment, Qin Yun and his group were standing outside the racetrack. He immediately raised the token in his hand and shouted, suspecting that there are traitors collaborating with the enemy here, surround the racetrack for me. This person has an unknown identity and cannot escape. Luo Quan was still leisurely sitting in his chair, swallowing the pill. Finally. After swallowing the pill, Luo Quan immediately broke into a sly smile, his eyes shining, hee. Some soldiers immediately came to report to Luo Quan. Second honored envoy, trouble is brewing. Qin Yun of the Ling Shao sect has led a group of soldiers to surround our racecourse. Luo Quan, upon hearing this, became furious and jumped up from his seat. What? I haven't even settled the score with him, and he dares to disturb me. As Luo Quan imagined the scene that would follow, he chuckled. Damn Qin Yun, I have just used the elixir of indulgence to break through to the perfect golden elixir stage. Then I will make you take action. Luo Quan then turned to the envoy and respectfully clasped his hands. Lord Envoy, please hide in the secret chamber for a moment. I will deal with this little trouble outside and then host you well afterward. Upon hearing Luo Quan's words, Lord Envoy pondered. Qin Yun, huh? A moment later, Luo Quan descended to confront Qin Yun's group. You, Qin Yun, I originally planned to let you wander for a few more days. In our Xian Tian Empire territory, do you really consider yourself a great character? As soon as Luo Quan finished speaking, he quickly launched a surprise attack on Qin Yun. He was quite surprised by his opponent's technique, but instead of dodging, he reached out to block it head-on. You simply used 2 fingers to resolve that move. You smiled at Luo Quan and teased, Sixth Prince, you seem to have gotten a bit stronger, but just a little bit. Luo Quan, seeing his move being countered and receiving such a comment, was furious, impossible. Qin Yun crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and got to the point, Sixth Prince, I have no intention of continuing to play with your little guy anymore, you should hurry and bring that hiding person out. Upon hearing Qin Yun say that, Luo Quan was infuriated, dare to underestimate me? So Luo Quan immediately raised his sword, preparing for the next move, I am no longer the same as before. In an instant, a sound of metal clashing rang out, the one who should kneel is. Turns out Qin Yun had advanced and finished off Luo Quan in a single move. He smirked and looked at Luo Quan, of course it's you, otherwise, it would be me, right? I have now completed the latest chapter, I look forward to part 2 when I can release more chapters. Thank you all.